flying girl, that's Ruby. And if you wait your turn, you'll see Ruby fall. See Ruby fall, Johnny Cash. Prologue. Ruby, Texas, 13 years ago. I take great pleasure in doing things I shouldn't do. To be more precise, if someone tells me not to do something, some deviant part of my brain gets activated, and all I can think about is doing that very thing. I suppose there's nothing unique about it. After all, rebels and deviants and anarchists all stem from the same place, the urge to see what happens when you don't do what you're told. History has been made and lives forever altered because someone broke the rules and crossed a line just to see what would happen. As for me, my rebellion is slight. I'm going horseback riding. I'm currently in the passenger seat of my best friend Julie's car. Her car is old, a Ford Explorer from the mid-90s with a CD player that doesn't work, chip crumbs worked into the creases on the seats, and the smell of stale cigarettes. But it's dependable and can handle the road up to her family's ranch in Texas Hill Country. It's a 5-hour drive from where we both live in Houston, but it feels like no time at all. It never does. I've been coming up to Julie's grandparents' ranch since we first became friends in the 3rd grade. Back then, we would pass the time pointing out horses and cows, or playing the license plate game, or we were wrapped up in silence as we read our Saddle Club books or worked on booklets of puzzles, the kind with the invisible ink. Now, we listen to Snow Patrol or Gnarls Barkley at full blast, Julie yelling the lyrics while I just lip-sync because my singing voice is awful. Or we talk about school. And boys. And by boys, I mean sex. Julie is always going on about sex, probably because she has her boyfriend James, and I have no one at the moment. I really thought my first year at university would be full of flings and one-night stands at keg parties, but so far that hasn't happened. Maybe because I'm on a sports scholarship and part of me knows I don't need any distractions. Maybe because being an athlete means a lot of guys stay away, except douchey losers. Turns out there are a lot of douchey losers out there. I should be studying all weekend, as should Julie. She's lucky because even though she lives in H-Town, she gets to live on campus. I still live with my dad, and he watches me like a hawk. But I didn't quite lie when I told him I was spending the weekend with her. I just didn't tell him we were going to the ranch. He would have never let that happen. Back in the day, soccer wasn't the only hobby I was thrust into. My absentee father, he's a pilot, which meant I rarely saw him and still rarely do, had to raise me alone after my mother was sent to prison, and so he was looking for something to keep me entertained and occupied all day while he came to grips with having a child to look after. A child I still don't think he ever wanted. As a result, I was in both soccer and horseback riding all the time. Put these thick-ass thighs of mine to good use. Fell in love with both sports, and they occupied my every living second. Unfortunately, when it came time for my scholarship and acceptance into the NCAA and University of Houston, I had to give riding up. The chance for injury is too high. And since soccer is my bread and butter, I can't afford to lose my time on the team. Not that horseback riding is the only thing I'm not allowed to do. Basically, any risky activities that could damage my legs is off limits. But like I said, when I'm told I can't do something or can't have something, the more I want to do it. The more I want to have it. Besides, it's nearly been a full year since I last was even near a horse. It's been torture for me since they'd been a part of my life for so long. So I asked Julie if we could go this weekend, just for a quick, easy ride, and she said yes. We haven't seen each other as much as we used to. I think James is more the problem, though she says it's because soccer takes up all my time. So it's a good excuse to bond and all that. It's not long before Julie is pulling the Explorer off the road just past the one-horse town of Segovia, and we're heading up the winding road through the hills. There's been a load of rain this spring, turning everything into a muddy brown puddle. Luckily, the forecast for today is some sun and clouds, and I can see blue skies peeking through the low gray. When we came here for dinner at the end of January, Julie says as we round a hairpin turn, mud sloshing over the tires, there was about 4 inches of snow on the ground. This beast could barely make it up here before the tires started sliding. Snow, I repeat. I haven't even seen snow in real life. I try to imagine what the road would look like covered in the white stuff, and I can't even imagine it. Eventually, we reach the house, large, wide, and sprawling, with a wraparound porch complete with rocking chairs. It's one of my favorite sights. Julie tells me her grandparents went to visit friends at a ranch nearby, so it's just the two of us. She starts to bring her bag inside, but I get out of the car and make a beeline to the barn. I wore leggings and my boots for the trip, so I could literally hop right on. "Who can I ride?" I call out to her as I run. She's laughing. "Anyone you want, except Billy." "Why not Billy?" "I don't think she gets out much." I step inside the barn, the air feeling cool. Her grandparents have 5 horses. Both of them still ride, so they each have their own. Chester, a stunning dapple-gray Mustang they adopted, and Marjorie, a sorrel draft quarter-horse cross. Then there's Julie's horse, Samson, a sweet buckskin, and Samson's daughter, Billy, a tall bay paint. There's also Sunshine, a palomino who belongs to the ranch hand who manages the cattle here. Sunshine is always off limits because he's not theirs, but I've ridden Billy before, and she's never been a problem. "Then Billy needs to get out," I yell back at Julie. All 5 horses poke their heads out of the stall, startled by my intrusion. Sorry, I apologize to them, giving them a bow. The horses don't look amused, except for Billy. She looks excited to see me. That settles it. "You poor girl," I tell her, coming over. "Haven't been out in a long time?" I try to place my hand on her muzzle, but she raises it sharply out of the way. She's full of beans. Julie comes in, shaking her head in warning. "She's been out of pasture, but she's still going to be a handful. Are you sure you don't want Chester or Marjorie?" "Nah," I say. "I need a little excitement, too." I glance over at her and she licks her lips, wanting to say something, probably wondering if I'll listen. Then she shrugs. "Suit yourself." We get the horses out into the cross ties and get them tacked up. Billy stomps her hooves, always shifting, raring to go. When we're ready and I'm trying to mount her, I can barely swing my leg up since she keeps on moving. Maybe this isn't a good idea. The warning flashes in my head. It reminds me that I have a lot at stake, and things are already off to a rough start. But I ignore it. I manage to get my leg up and Billy bolts. I hang on to the saddle horn, keeping upright, and wrangle her back to a walk. "I told you," Julie says, bringing Samson up beside me. "You going to be okay?" "I'm fine," I tell her, flashing her a cheesy grin. I am fine. Better than fine. It feels so fucking good to be up here, feeling the horse move beneath me. The wind is in our hair, a cool breeze, and the sky above the hills is large and magnetic. I miss this, I tell Julie as we head toward the trails that lead into the valleys and hills. I miss the peace, you know? I know soccer is my love, but it's so goddamn nice to be in a team of 2. Just me and Billy. Or whatever horse. But you know, not having any pressure, no fans, no team counting on you, just a partnership. At that, Billy gives a little buck, and I laugh. "Easy now," I tell her, gliding my hand down her neck as her ears go to and fro, and she's fighting the bit a little. We have all day. Julie and I ride side by side through meadows filled with green spring grass, the ground still a little muddy in places, a fresh scent to the air. Eventually it gets hotter, and then we're climbing up the trails into the hills, riding along ridges lined with sagebrush. From up here, it feels like you can see forever. Then we hear the distinct sound of thunder rumbling ominously. Julie is riding ahead of me and turns her head to look behind her. I turn mine to follow her gaze. The clouds have grown into a large mass of darkness, billowing up high into the sky. It feels like we're being approached by a spaceship from Independence Day. "Uh-oh," I say. Billy raises her head anxiously, starting to back up. "Easy," I tell her. I look at Julie. "Should we turn around?" We both come to a stop and Julie remains twisted around, staring at the clouds. "I don't think they're coming here," she says. "Look, the wind is pushing them to the left." I stare at them. The sun is shining where we are, making the bright green hills stick out in contrast against the dark gray behind us. The gray mass is moving away from us, albeit slowly. "It's your call," Julie says. We've only been riding for a half hour so far, so I hate the idea of turning back so soon. "Let's keep going," I tell her. "It's moving slow, and I'm sure it will miss us." So we keep plodding on. Billy seems to be getting more anxious, so the minute that we're off the ridge and down into another valley, I let her open up. I gallop toward the sunshine, face into the wind, closing my eyes at how free I feel, like I'm flying out of my life. Right now, right here, I don't have to deal with the fact that the last time I saw my mother, she was out on parole, and that she had invited me for lunch with her, only to have her take money from my wallet when I was in the restroom. I don't have to think about the way my father looks at me most of the time, like he can't believe I'm his daughter, and the only time I see any love or pride is when my team wins. I don't have to think about the fear that one day I'll turn into my mother. I don't think. I just feel. I just fly. "Ruby!" Julie calls out, and I open my eyes in time to see another ridge rising ahead of me. I sit back and pull Billy to a trot, letting out a little whoop. Julie canters up to me, her hair billowing behind her. But what else is billowing behind her is the cloud. It's bigger somehow, darker, rolling with malice, like a living, breathing monster. And it's no longer going to the left. It's moving fast and coming toward us. "We have to go back," Julie says, looking worried. I'm disappointed, but I don't want to put us in danger. At least I got that gallop. "Okay," I tell her. "Let's hurry, though." We both turn our horses around and gallop across the field again, though heading toward the storm feels worrisome and wrong. We trot up the hill until we're back on the narrow spine of the ridge, then alternate between a trot and a quick walk. The sides of the ridge are steep, and I can see where parts have crumbled away from the snow and rain they've had, so we need to take it slow. Meanwhile, thunder is roaring with flashes of lightning, and the horses are getting spooked. Minute by minute, the wall of gray gets bigger, darker, louder, and then starts letting loose sheets of rain. "We're going to get soaked when that hits us," Julie says. "Luckily, it's hot out," I tell her. But as we keep riding, the thunder feels like it's on our bones, and the breeze is whipping up, cold and in our faces, and smelling electrical. In seconds, the rain hits. The dark-laden clouds just throw it in our faces, drenching us in seconds. It's windy and dark, and I've never been in rain like this, and I live in Houston, so that says a lot. "How far away are we?" I ask Julie, but the wind is so strong that my words are whipped away. Thunder crashes again, this time making Billy rear. I manage to hold on, my heart racing now as the dirt on the ridge starts to turn to mud, rivers of water cascading down the sides of the hills. "Easy," I say to her, but Billy isn't listening. She's backing up along the ridge. I start kicking at her sides harder, yelling at her, "Go! Move!" But another hit of thunder, one that rattles my feelings, makes her rear again. "Come on!" I'm screaming, grabbing her mane, holding on. Billy keeps up on her hind legs, backing up. I see Julie twist in her saddle to look at me, barely visible through the rain. Then Billy lets out a sharp scream as she backs up to the left. It happens in 3 seconds. 1 second of seeing the horror on Julie's face. 1 second of me looking down and seeing that Billy has backed off the path and onto the steep, muddy slides of the hill. 1 second where I yell because we're going down. And then we're down. Billy's back hooves slip on the sides of the hill, and my stomach rises as we fall, the horse pitching toward the slope. I have no time to jump off, no time to do anything but scream. Billy lands on her side, and all 2,000 pounds of her slams right on my leg, crushing it between the saddle and the slope. The sound that's ripped from my throat fills the sky, drowning in the rain, and my vision starts to go black as the horse and I start sliding down the side, until I'm able to reach up and grab sagebrush, holding me in place while Billy slides the rest of the way. "Ruby! Ruby!" Julie is screaming. The sky is screaming too. I cling to that vegetation, vaguely aware that Billy is getting to her feet at the bottom of the hill, that the horse is okay, but that I am not. I am so not okay. And the pain that has been eerily absent is coming back with a vengeance. My leg, my life. I scream and cry, and then it goes black. Part 1. Lisbon, Portugal. 9 years ago. They say, "Ruby, you're like a song. You just don't know right from wrong. And in your eyes, I see heartaches for me." Ruby, Ray Charles. Chapter 1. Ruby. Where the hell am I? I was having a nightmare, being on a horse again, knowing where this was going, the way it always does. The horse falls, I'm crushed, and we both slip into this slippery, thick darkness, drowning in tar and ink until I wake up screaming. But this time, something woke me up before I had a chance to scream. Thank God, because as my brain trudges on, feeling like it's been poured with hot concrete, and I stare up at the slats from the bed above me, I realize I'm not alone. I'm just not sure who was here with me. I blink and roll my head to the side and stare at a girl who is rifling through a backpack on the bunk across from me. She's shooting me a glance over her shoulder and then looking away, pretending to mind her own business even though she's totally not. "Was I snoring?" I ask, my voice even throatier than normal and thick with sleep. "Snoring?" the girl repeats in a Nordic accent, turning to face me. She folds her thin arms across her chest and leans against the bed. "No, more like yelling." I swallow, feeling shame wash through me. I ignore it. I slowly sit up and give her a wry grin, the room seeming off-kilter. "Sorry about that. Night terrors. It's 4 in the afternoon. Day terrors, then. You must be jet-lagged," she points out. That explains why the minute I got into the hostel and claimed my bunk bed this morning, I crawled into that bed and passed out. Everyone had warned me about the jet lag, but because I actually slept for most of my flight from Houston to Lisbon, I thought I would be spared. Guess not. "I feel like ass," I mumble, sucking my tongue through my teeth. Gross. My mouth tastes like ass, too. I glance up at the girl who was staring at me with a very serious expression on her face. She's super pretty, fairly tall and thin, round face, high cheekbones, straight blonde hair that I can tell has never seen a lick of dye or a straightening iron. Though she's got a tan, freckles are scattered across her face and arms. "I'm guessing you're my roommate," I tell her. "One of them," she says. "Should I be concerned you know what an ass tastes like?" Her expression is so serious, I can't tell if she's joking or not. Finally, there's a hint of sparkle in her eyes. Good. I know I'm not for everyone. I'm Ruby, I tell her, extending my hand. Elena, the girl says, stepping over and giving mine a very firm shake. Wow, good grip, I tell her. She shrugs. Same to you. Is this your first time in Lisbon? A simple question, but that's when it hits me. That I'm here. That I did it. I'm finally free. I break into the widest grin and let out a loud laugh. Yes, yes. Sorry, it's just this is the first time I've been anywhere. I can't believe I actually did it. You've never been to Europe before? She frowns, as if the idea is preposterous. I nod. I know, typical American, right? Never leaving their soil. But hey, now that I'm here, I have zero intentions of going back. I never did. I'm here to stay. Another quizzical look follows. You're on a university break or round-the-world trip? I shake my head. I'm here to live, period. Elena stares at me for a moment, probably figuring out if I'm nuts or not. Okay, she says. Cool. And you? I'm also here to live, she says, a small smile on her face. But just for a couple of weeks. Then I'm heading down to Algarve. My aunt has a house there. Where are you from? Helsinki. She pauses. Finland, she adds, as if I don't know where Helsinki is. I'm in between jobs at home and thought I would get some sun while I'm at it. It's been a cold, wet spring back home. She's not boring me, but I can't help but yawn, my body shuddering with exhaustion. Sorry, I apologize for yawning. I feel all out of sorts. You're going to feel that way for a while. I'd let you go back to sleep, but it will only mess you up even more. Did you want to grab a drink or a coffee? How about coffee first, then a drink, I say. I get along with a lot of people, even though I've always kept my social circle small. But even so, I'm grateful that I've already made a friend and I only just got here. Seems what everyone was saying about the backpacking lifestyle was true. You'll never be alone if you don't want to be. I slowly swing my legs over the side of the bed. My bad leg feels like lead, as it often does when I'm tired, and I don't think I've ever felt this exhausted. Well, not counting the months and months after the injury. I'm still wearing the clothes I wore on the plane, since I just crawled into bed immediately after checking in, and one sniff of my pits lets me know I stink. I'm going to do us both a favor and have a quick shower, I tell her, carefully getting to my feet. Good idea, she says. Not that I can smell you from here, but it will wake you up. I'll be in the lounge. Elena grabs her purse and walks off, and I pull my backpack out from under the bed and start rifling through it for clothes. Everything seems like a dream at the moment, and I have no idea what the weather is even like. I go over to the windows that overlook a narrow street and glance at the people passing on the cobblestones below. It's May, but it seems like May in Houston, hot and sunny already. I grab a pair of jean shorts, an artfully distressed Rolling Stones t-shirt, plus tennis shoes, and head to the communal bathrooms. It should be weird sharing a bedroom and bathroom with people, but this just reminds me of college whenever I'd go and stay with Julie at the dorms for a few days. Which reminds me, I should message her on Facebook and let her know I'm all right. She's gone to New York for an internship and is super busy, so we don't talk as often as we used to. After I shower and get changed, I pull my hair back into a wet braid, too lazy to blow-dry it. I swipe on some mascara and red lipstick and head out into the lounge to meet Elena. She's sitting alone on a giant couch across from a TV that's playing a show about Lisbon sightseeing, flipping through a magazine when she looks up at me. "Where's your passport?" she asks. I blink at her for a moment and then pat my crossbody bag. "In here?" She shakes her head. "You won't need it out there. I'd ask the front desk to put it in their safe for you. Lisbon is fairly safe, but tourists do get mugged. One swipe of a knife and they'll cut your purse clean off of you." Probably one of the things I should have prepared for before I came here. Lord knows I've done nothing but look forward to this trip, and I'd briefly thought about investing in one of those money belts you wear. But planning things isn't really my strong suit. I prefer to figure things out as they happen and go with the flow. So we drop off my passport with Sonia, the Croatian girl who works the front desk, and we step outside into the streets of Lisbon. I have to admit, I don't remember much on the cab ride in from the airport. My brain was already in a dream, and I was taking in the sights like I was underwater. Now that I'm a little more awake, the shower definitely helped me feel like a new woman. My senses are paying attention. The hostel is located at the top of a hill in the Bairro Alto area, which I picked because it's supposed to be a hip and edgy neighborhood, and I can see that they were right. The air is filled with cigarette smoke from 20-somethings passing by, and loud music from cafes where people are drinking along tiny tables on the sidewalk. The buildings are done up in soft shades of yellow, interspersed with intricate tile work, but every now and then there is a dash of graffiti which brings a gritty edge to this pretty city. Elena seems confident in where she's going, so I follow, happy to just be out and about, even if things seem a little swimmy. Eventually she finds a cool cafe across from the tracks where the yellow trams trundle past, and we grab a seat outside. "I take it you've been to Lisbon before?" I tell her as we sit down. "A couple of times," she says. "This is the first time I've been alone. I used to come with my boyfriend, but we broke up a few months ago." "At least when you're single, you can do things on your own time, your own way." "Yes, that's true," she muses as the waiter comes by. He's about my age, maybe older, super cute with curly black hair and a nice smile. We order coffee, and I guess Elena catches me checking out his ass as he walks away because she goes, "I take it you don't have a boyfriend?" I laugh. Was it that obvious? No boyfriends for me. "Just be careful with Portuguese men," she says after a moment. "Why?" "Because my ex is a Portuguese man," she says knowingly. "They're a lot of fun, but they do bring the drama and heartache." I give her a dismissive wave. I'm not looking to date anyone, believe me. I'll have my fun here, but if anything, the men are the ones who have to watch out for me. I'll break their hearts before they even have a chance to break mine. She smiles. "That's a very proactive approach." I'm just here to have fun, not get attached. I have a job to do. The waiter brings us back our coffees, winking at me while he gives me mine. Shit. Okay, I know what I just said about not getting attached, but I could definitely be down with some random hookups with hot Portuguese men. "And what job is that?" she asks, taking a sip of her latte. "I'm a sports reporter," I tell her. "Really?" I nod. It feels weird to say it. In fact, this is the first time I've said it out loud. I started my own blog last year and decided to come to Europe where I could really cover the games and be immersed in the sports culture. I don't have a lot of readers yet, but I'm working on it. Then, when that happens, I can use my blog as a stepping stone to on-camera sports reporting. "What games?" "Soccer. I mean, football. You know." I pour 2 packets of brown sugar into my black coffee. It just isn't that big back home. Not like it is here. So I figured I might as well get the hell out of Dodge and further my career at the same time. "And is Dodge where you lived?" I laugh. "No, born and raised in Houston, Texas." "I figured. Your accent." That's going to be a dead giveaway here, isn't it? No wonder you thought I'd get mugged. Also, my dad raised me and he's from Boston, so I do this weird thing where my accent cycles. "And what did you do in Houston, other than the blog?" "I just graduated college," I tell her. Okay, technically we haven't had our ceremony yet and I don't have the diploma, but I'm done, and that's all that matters. "What did you study?" "Journalism. But I got there on a multi-year equivalency scholarship for soccer. Had a good run, too, until I fucked up my leg. Doctors took one look at me and told me I'd never play again. I stick out my left leg and point to the massive scar that runs along my thigh. I know she noticed it earlier, everyone does, but I don't really give a fuck, which is why when I want to wear shorts or skirts, I'll wear them. The scar tells a story. It's just not a particularly good one. "What's happened?" she asks quietly as she eyes the scar. "Have you seen The Horse Whisperer?" I ask. "Well, it was like that movie, except the horse is okay, and nobody died except my dreams." I make sure to laugh so that I don't bum Elena out. Anyway, I should have known better, and it is what it is. Now I'm here, and I'm making the best of it. She nods thoughtfully, though she manages to look a little melancholy despite my shrugging it off. It's then that the waiter comes by again. "How are your coffees?" he asks in his accented English. "Perfect," I tell him, leaning back in my chair and grinning up at him, hoping I don't have red lipstick on my teeth. "What's your name?" "Jorge." "Jorge?" I say. "I'm Ruby. I have a question for you. Which football team should I be cheering for, Sporting or Benfica?" I ask, listing the two main teams in the city. "Sporting, of course." He looks aghast that I even asked that question. "Perfect. Thank you, Jorge." I tell him. "Can I get a glass of your house white wine?" He seems a bit confused at my jump in subject, but nods. "Of course. Anything for you?" he asks Elena. "I'll take a cider," she says. He walks off and she gives me a curious look. "I figured you would know who to cheer for already." I shrug. I've watched both teams play a lot online, but I never really had a pull to either one. It's different in Spain, which will be my next stop after this. There, I'm a Barcelona fan all the way. "So why did you pick Lisbon?" I shrug. I don't know. It sounds dumb, but it was closest. Then when I started reading about it, it looked like a good place to have my first step into Europe. "You're right about that. It's a pretty special place if you like football. The games are easier to see and the fans really passionate." I take another sip of my coffee, feeling strangely woozy from the jet lag, despite the sunshine and heat. And yet I'm excited at the same time. Over and over again, it's occurring to me that I'm here. I made it. All that dreaming of what it would be like to set foot in Europe, in Lisbon, and now it's happening, and I've got so much space and time ahead of me. It's, well, daunting. And now, thanks to Jorge, I have a bit of purpose. I have picked a team, Sporting. Next thing to do will be to see if I can interview anyone from that team and put it up on my blog. Of course, I'll also go to a few games and write it up, but that comes with the job. But an interview with someone important on the team, perhaps a rising star, well, that could put my blog in the right direction. It's all about making contacts. I know that much. When Jorge comes back with our drinks, I ask him to stay a minute. I can tell from the way he's looking at me that he thinks I'm hitting on him. I'm not really, but I don't mind if he thinks that way. He's pretty to look at. "Jorge," I say to him sweetly, "since you're such a big fan of Sporting, who is your favorite player? And who do you think is the one to look out for? You know, someone with potential." He smiles. "It would be the same person for both, Luciano Ribeiro." My mind quickly flicks through the players until I remember who Luciano is. He's handsome, hot, often smiling, plays center back, awfully fast. "Hasn't he been out for a while because of an injury?" I ask. Jorge sighs despondently. "Yes, his shoulder. Since January. We had hoped he would play this season, but probably not until August. They say he is better, though." If Luciano isn't even playing right now, it's probably easy to get an interview with him. Then I can cross that off my career bucket list and spend a few weeks in Lisbon enjoying the games until I head up to Porto for a bit until I go to Spain. I finally have a plan.
Chapter 2. Luciano. When I was a boy, my father used to tell me the story of the maiden who came from the sea. I don't have that many clear memories of my father these days. I think most of them have slowly dissolved, like the smoke that lingered after his cigarette had burned out. But I do remember he'd sit me down every so often, and he'd open his book of Portuguese folk tales, and he'd read me a story or two. The maiden that came from the sea was about a poor fisherman on the Cantabrian coast. My father described the scent of the salt air and freshly caught fish. He described the calluses on the man's hands and the sense of loneliness that clung to his meager life. When the man was about to throw his line out in hopes of getting one last catch of the day, he looked out at sea and was blinded by the sun glinting off the water. Through that blinding light, he thought he saw the shape of a woman walking out of the surf. Long dark hair, a shapely figure. She glowed like an angel so much that when he closed his eyes to the brightness, he saw the image of her imprinted on the back of his eyelids. He threw the line out anyway, hoping to catch her. I don't remember how the rest of the story goes, if he ever caught her or not, or what the moral of the fable was. Perhaps my father lost interest, just as he lost interest in me. At any rate, I'm sitting in the fourth row of the stands at the training complex, staring out over the pitch, when movement brings my eyes over to the aisle. The sun is low, just about to dip below the opposite side of the stadium, when I see what I think is the maiden of the sea. I wince at the light, the shape of a woman walking toward me. Long dark hair, small waist, wide hips. She's backlit and glowing, and I'm brought back to that fable, like being visited by an old friend from the past. But then I pull my aviator shades down off the top of my head, and the light is put at bay, and the world comes into focus. There really is a woman walking up the stairs toward me, although as she gets closer I see she's quite young, maybe 20. She's staring at me with a big smile on her face, the kind of smile that might take your breath away if you're not too careful. "Luciano Ribeiro, right?" she says to me in an American accent. "Your brother said I'd find you here." I blink at her, as if in a dream. My brother, Marco, had told me I had an interview with someone from some sports magazine. I don't really ask these days because the articles are always the same. They talk about my injury, they talk about what my next step is, and if I'll stay with sporting, and the answer is always, I don't know. The last thing I expected was to see some girl with impossibly full lips and dancing blue eyes coming toward me. "That's me," I tell her, slipping into English and giving her a smile. It's easy to smile at her. "And you are?" "Oh, sorry," she says, standing a few feet away and twisting her body slightly so that the sun is no longer behind her and I can get an even clearer look. "I'm Ruby Turner," she says, holding out her hand. "I'm a writer." I grasp her hand. It's warm, maybe slightly sweaty. She does seem dressed a bit too warm for the weather. Combat boots, jeans, a white tank top, and a leather jacket. She also doesn't look like any writer I've come across. "A writer for who?" I ask. "For whom?" she corrects, then laughs, looking away as she pulls her hand back. "Sorry, I know English isn't your first language. I must seem like such a brat." "You're not. And don't be sorry," I tell her, and then gesture to the seat beside me. "Please, have a seat." I pause and watch as she plops down beside me, immediately putting her boots up on the back of the chair in front of her. "This is nice," she says. hands folded behind her head and completely at ease. She looks around idly. "Do y'all always hang out here?" She's a curious young thing. "In the stands?" "Yeah. Most interviews I've done have been in an office, maybe the locker room or media room." I study her. A button nose, full lips painted red, making her wide mouth the focal point. Pale skin that glows against her dark hair. "How many interviews have you done, if you don't mind my asking?" She rolls her eyes. "Why? Because I look too young to have any experience? Or because I don't look like your typical sports journalist?" "Both." She laughs, a hearty guffaw that comes from her belly. It makes me smile. "I like your honesty. That will be good for the interview, at the very least." "So what publication are you with?" I ask her. For a moment she looks sheepish, or maybe shy, though I already can't imagine her ever being the latter. "My own, actually. I decided to start my own sports blog, focusing on travel and football. In fact, I only got to Portugal a week ago." She pauses, meeting my eyes and holding them for a long second. "You're my first interview." My brows raise. She places her hands on my knee, just for a second, as she leans in, as if she's confiding in me. Her hair swings in front of her face, and I have to keep my eyes glued to hers so I don't look down her shirt. It's extremely hard not to. "Listen," she says quickly. "You're my first interview for the blog, not in general. I went to the University of Houston, wrote tons for the sports paper. I've done all the stuff I needed to do. But see, football, is my life, and it's just not taken seriously enough back home. I needed to come to Europe. I needed to find my own opportunities." "That's very admirable." She laughs again and leans back. "Yeah, or stupid. But either way, here I am." "Here you are," I tell her. It's rather amusing because my brother has only recently started acting as my agent, and he's been adamant about getting me only the best opportunities. This means big publications and appearances at key events and talk shows, etc. It doesn't mean first-time blogs with someone fresh out of university. But looking at Ruby, I know exactly why Marco said yes to her. Because my brother is a womanizer, and Ruby is young and gorgeous. Because I know he's already asked her out, and if he hasn't, he's going to do it right after this interview. I would have a word with him about that, but since I actually don't mind being in Ruby's company, I decide to let it go. Until the next time he does this. "You don't mind, do you?" she asks, squinting her eyes as she studies me. She's leaning forward again, elbows propped on her knees, really looking at me, like she's trying to read the truth. Not at all. One final squint, and then she nods, smacking her palms against her thighs. "Okay, so let's get rolling." She reaches into her jacket pocket and pulls out an iPhone, putting on a microphone app. "Tell me, Luciano Ribeiro, where were you born?" I bristle slightly. We're going way back here. She should know enough about my past to not need to cover it. "Is that a bad question?" she asks, frowning. "Have you done any research about me at all?" She smiles, and it makes my dick move. Shit. This couldn't be more inappropriate. "Done any research?" she asks. Her voice becomes even throatier. "I'm your biggest fan." Now I have to laugh. "You are not." I am. I swear on my mother's rosaries, it's true." "Your mother's rosaries?" "She was hugely Catholic, before she started doing meth. She's in prison now, but I'm not ready to call her a relapsed Catholic just yet. Not sure if there's anything besides God in jail. I start to smile, because surely she must be joking, but she looks completely serious. I stop myself. I'm sorry to hear that. She waves her hand at me, her chipped red nail polish catching the last rays of the sun. This is about you. You were born in Lisbon, right? Yes. Technically Cascais, just outside. Have you been? Not yet. You'll have to go. It's beautiful. Maybe I will. She pauses and gives me such a loaded look that I can't tell if this is her way of getting me to tell her I'll bring her there, because it won't take much coaxing. She clears her throat and gives me a quick smile. I have done my research about you. I just like to hear it from your mouth. You'd be surprised how often the internet is wrong about everything. You can say that again. Another soft smile. So, you were born in Cascais to Alice and Duarte Almada. A smile before the blow of my father's name. Don't worry, I won't talk about your birth, Father, she says. I know that must be uncomfortable for you. He left when you were, 6? 4. That must have been hard. I stare at her. Usually when we go down this path in interviews, the journalist has to fake sympathy. Not so much here. It was about as hard as you can imagine. She nods, her gaze momentarily going across the stadium, and I can see the glow of the low sun in her eyes. I was 8 when my mother was arrested. One day she was at home, and the next day she wasn't. It's not the same, and I'm not trying to one-up you. I just know what it's like, that's all. Sometimes you think it would be easier if they were dead, instead of still out there, living away from you. It's impossible to keep my eyes off of her. When she's not looking at me, I find it easier to take her in, like I'm watching some rare creature through a blind, a creature that I understand. Because I do understand. After my father left my mother for another woman and jetted off to Brazil to start a new life with little to no contact with me, I sometimes thought it would be easier if he had died. Then at least it wouldn't be rejection. Then at least it would be some closure. Of course, I never dared voice that to anyone before. And yet, here is this Ruby, a stranger to me, so plainly speaking the things I don't dare say. Anyway, she says, flashing me another breathtaking smile. I promise you I'm not a downer. Just wanted you to know that you can trust me, that's all. She glances down at her phone for a second. So then how old were you when your mother remarried? I raise a brow. You really are getting into the dirt, aren't you? The best interviews are the ones that showcase someone's humanity, who they are, not what they do. I've read a lot of interviews about you. They all talk about the same things. Your injury, your future. I want to know who Luciano Ribeiro is, the heart of you. You just have to trust me that I know what to do with it. I'll protect you. There's a strange worldliness about her, and yet she's so young. How old are you? 22, she says. 6 years younger than you. And before you ask your next question, my blog is called Ruby's Replay. I wasn't going to ask that, but that's a good name. Thanks, she says enthusiastically. Now, where was I? You said you'd protect me. I'm not a vulture, is what I'm trying to say. No, you're definitely not. Okay, I trust you. Ask away. She sucks in her bottom lip for a long, heady moment. I swallow. The air around me has gotten hotter suddenly. So, how old were you when your mother remarried? She asks, launching into it. I have to give her credit. She's good at what she does, making me want to answer the personal shit. I was 5. My mother and Tomas, my stepfather, got together very fast. I try not to sound bitter about that. It's hard to blame my mother for wanting to move on when my dad left. I just wish... Well, no point wishing at this point. Tomas Ribeiro, she says knowingly. I heard that he saw your mother standing at his stables one day and instantly fell in love. Do you believe in love at first sight? No, I say slowly. Because you've never fallen in love at first sight. Is this your segue into my love life? I don't do segues, she says with a laugh. I jump right in. And anyway, everyone who says they don't believe in love at first sight has never had it happen to them. Well, do you believe in love at first sight? Nope, but it's never happened to me. Maybe one day I'll believe. Guess it won't be with me, I tell her, flashing her a warm smile. Too bad, she says, making her lower lip pout in a mocking gesture. Christ, I wish she wouldn't do that. She has no idea how hot she is, does she? Or maybe she does. So, she says, looking away. At the time, Tomas was just 30 and running his own father's stables. Breeding and training Lusitanos, right? That's right. I'm surprised you know what a Lusitano is. Everyone always gets them confused with Andalusians. I know horses, she says, then looks somewhat uncomfortable for a moment. She taps her fingers rapidly against her knee. Then your mother gets pregnant, and they get married, and then bam, they have your brother, Marco. And then when you were 6, they shuttled you off to boarding school to play football. I just can't believe that. 6. How did you handle it, being so young? I paste a smile on my face, the one I put on when I need to bury the truth. I handled it just fine, I tell her. She tilts her head, her eyes running over my face, searching. I know she doesn't believe me. How can any 6-year-old handle being sent away while their baby half-brother is doted on and allowed to stay? I was basically abandoned. Marco came into the world, and Tomas decided I was extra work, and off I went. This sport became my family. I had nothing else. But I keep those truths locked inside. Okay, she says carefully. Your father, Tomas, stepfather. Your stepfather is still a very prominent man with Ribeiro stables. And Marco, he's now your agent. Seems like everyone in your family is successful. I nod. They are successful and prominent, and exactly why I'm not about to slander them to her or to anyone. I have a lot of baggage I carry with me, baggage no one else knows I still deal with, but it's mine alone to tackle. I won't let my pathetic childhood steal the spotlight from this interview, because that's what it will do. It's why I get so annoyed when journalists try to dig deep, because they know there is so much to work with, so many sound bites I refuse to give. Even though Ruby here seems different, she's still depressed. A small sports blog might not seem like much until they get the interview that no one else can. Suddenly, I'm aware that this may have been Ruby's angle all along. Pretend to be small, act quirky and laid back, get me to spill what the media has always wanted me to talk about, how I really feel about my stepfather, or Marco for that matter. Then either post the interview and get traction, or sell the interview to the highest bidder. Something happened, she says, her already low voice dropping a register. She reaches over and waves her fingers in my face. Something changed. Here. Now. Nothing has changed, I tell her. But I do think we are running out of time. Marco said it would be a quick interview. That was true, though we aren't running out of time. I just want her to go on to questions about the game, about the team. Right now, I'd welcome being asked if I'll stay with sporting.
Okay,
she says, then shrugs.
We can hurry it up. I know I can go on a tangent sometimes, and there's nothing more annoying than when an interviewer talks more about themselves.
That hasn't been the case, but I let her think that. She gives me a quick smile.
On to the game. You went to boarding school for football, and then when you were 12, you were accepted into the sporting academy. How much do you think your loyalty to the team lies in the fact that they are the ones that taught you, therefore they are the ones that own you, and that you owe them?
Holy shit. Why did I think the questions were going to get easier? I shake my head slowly and can't help but grin, impressed. Are you sure your blog is called Ruby's Replay? I'm not going to find out this blog has millions of subscribers?
One day I will, she says, but not today.
Beat. A twinkle in her eye.
Are you going to answer the question, Mr. Ribeiro?
It's Luciano. I adjust myself in my seat, straightening up. Do I feel loyalty to sporting because I went to the academy? Of course I do. They taught me everything I know. It feels right to stay with the team that has always been there for you. It's what the fans expect. It's what Lisbon expects. I don't know why people think I'll go to Benfica.
That's not where I think you'll go, she says. You're going to go somewhere else. Man U, perhaps. Inter Milan. Barcelona. You're going to go to another team and become someone else's hero. Just not sporting. Because you're too good for that.
I can't help but blink, taken aback by her bluntness. You really weren't kidding when you said you were my biggest fan. She laughs, her head thrown back, displaying a smooth, pale throat. You'd think I was turning into a vampire from the way I was staring at it.
Oh, you are surprisingly naive.
Me? I jab my thumb into my chest. What now? She leans in and whispers, enough that I catch a whiff of her sweet perfume.
I lied about that. I only started doing research on you last week after a guy I met at a cafe told me he was your biggest fan.
Well, shit.
But, she adds quickly, I quickly learned why he'd say that. I did my research. I've watched and rewatched your best games. You are pretty fucking good.
I'll try not to let that go to my head, I say wryly. But it's hard to believe you now. You swore on your mother's rosaries. She shrugs.
She swore on her rosaries all the time, too. Told me she wouldn't do drugs anymore. Told me she wouldn't drink anymore. Told me she wouldn't violate her parole. She lied each and every time.
I don't want to talk about myself anymore. I want to talk about her. But then movement catches my eye, and both of us look over to the aisle where Marco is walking up the steps toward us. Hope I'm not interrupting anything, Marco says, sliding his hands into his pockets, wearing a slick new suit that must have cost a fortune. He comes to a stop beside us.
Not at all,
Ruby says to him, though I'm not sure I'd answer the same. I hope my brother is behaving, Marco says, glancing at me only briefly before smiling at her like a dumbass. I know that look. I'm pretty sure that's how I've been smiling at her too.
He's as charming as I imagined, she says,
and now she's smiling at him the same way. Figures. We were just wrapping up, I say, getting to my feet. She gasps and reaches out, grabbing my forearm, my skin alighting where her fingers press against me.
No, we're not done. We're just getting started.
Then how about you continue this interview tomorrow, Marco says. That way, Luciano, you can go home, do whatever it is you're wanting to do, and I can take Ruby to dinner. Ruby's hand falls away from my arm, and she stares at Marco. Bold fucking move, brother. Dinner? Ruby asks. Marco's shoulders lift in that way he's perfected. All the women fall for it. He pretends to not care, and I don't even think he's pretending half the time. If you want. You said you've only been in Lisbon a week, and I doubt you've been to Cavi 24, the best restaurant here. She laughs. I loved the sound of her laugh when it was for me, not so much now. Listen, I've been living in a hostel and subsisting on those famous little pastries for days. You can take me anywhere. Good, it's settled, I say, squeezing past Ruby so she has to tuck her legs in to let me pass. Why don't you come too? Ruby calls out to me as I pass by Marco. I glance at him and see the pure disappointment on his face. As the older brother, I really shouldn't indulge my petty side and agree to crash their little date. So I take the high road. I always do. I've got plans, I say to her. I pat Marco on the shoulder. Have fun. We'll continue the interview another time. I'm going to hold you to that, Ruby yells at me as I head down the stairs. My hope is that she'll go out with Marco, he'll screw her over like he screws over every other woman, then she won't want to finish the interview, and then this whole thing will be forgotten. But something deep inside tells me it won't be that easy when it comes to that girl.
Chapter 3. Ruby. You're back late, Elena says to me the minute I step inside the dorm room. The two of us are the only ones who've stayed in this dorm for over a week. Everyone else seems to stay for 3 nights or so and moves on. At the moment, there are a pair of twins from Switzerland taking over one of the bunks and settling into their sleeping bags. They're looking at me with curiosity since I told them earlier I was going to go interview a famous footballer. They're also looking at me with annoyance, since it's 10:30 at night and they're obviously ready for sleep. The last thing they want is for me to blabber to Elena about how everything went. And believe me, I'm about to blabber. Want to grab a glass of wine on the patio? I ask her. She nods, and we close the door to the dorm room behind us, leaving the Swiss twins in peace. Stopping by the communal kitchen, I grab a bottle of white wine from the fridge while Elena grabs plastic wine glasses, smiling politely at the couple from Canada who are making late-night sandwiches. Then we head out to the patio that lines the living area. There are a few people down at one end smoking, so Elena and I grab a table at the other end and I unscrew the wine. Unlike the dorm room, the patio has a bit of a view, and the lights from the buildings and streets of Lisbon below glitter in the darkness. So, Elena says after I've poured her a glass, I take it things went well? I hope so. You've been working more than you've been enjoying Lisbon. Ever since I told Elena my plan, she's been watching me do nothing but research over the past week. Occasionally I'll go out with her to a bar or a club for drinks. But honestly, most of what I've seen of Lisbon has been internet cafes within a few blocks radius of the hostel. I've been watching old games online and reading up on everything I could find about Luciano Ribeiro. Then I did a long song and dance trying to find a way to contact him. Not speaking Portuguese or understanding a word of it definitely hindered me, until I was able to surmise that his younger brother Marco was his new agent. Once I figured that out, then it was a whole bunch of Googling and calling every Marco Ribeiro my search results could find. When I finally did get the real Marco on the phone, it took a lot of convincing that I was an actual journalist and not some superfan. He told me he'd check out my work and then call me back, and it was probably only 3 minutes before my cell was ringing again. The interview was on. This afternoon, I'd met Marco outside the Alcochetes training center, which was about 30 kilometers outside of Lisbon, in the middle of nowhere, and a very expensive cab ride. I was excited, and I was ready. It went very well. I went on a date, I tell Elena, sipping from my glass, my eyes gazing over the city lights. Good wine is cheap here, and, suffice to say, I'm addicted. A date? Elena exclaims. With the football player? With his brother, I say with a cheeky grin. His brother? How? I told you, his brother is his agent, and I met with him before the interview and we hit it off. And after the interview was over, he asked me out for dinner. He wanted to bring me to some fancy gourmet place, but I gesture at my clothes. I didn't feel like I'd fit in. So we went to some cool bar somewhere and shared some plates. Like tapas, but they call them something else. Petiscos. Wow, she comments. Look at you, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. I laugh. Not quite. I didn't get the interview I wanted. She gives me a quizzical look over her glass, and I continue. I mean, I interviewed Luciano, but it got cut short. I suppose that was my fault. I should have gotten to the most important questions first. You know, about the game, the sport. Instead, I started asking him all about himself. I couldn't help it. The more research I did about Luciano Ribeiro, the more infatuated with him I became, the more I felt I could relate to him in a weird way. Perhaps it's not the same when your mother goes to prison, leaving you with your father. But the way my father handled me was the same way his stepfather handled him. I, too, was sent away. My father didn't know what to do with me on his own, especially as he traveled so much. Soccer became my babysitter. Anyway, I wanted to know more about that side of him. It was discussed online in such a shallow way, no depth, that I thought maybe I could be the one to get him to open up. I could write about him and the game and what he means to Lisbon and his fans. But what I really wanted was to go where no other journalist had gone before, deep into his psyche. But Luciano's walls came and went as we talked, and just as I thought we might be making progress, his brother showed up and everything shut down. It was almost as if his personality changed the moment he stepped into the picture. So you went on a date with his brother? She asks. He asked, and then Luciano left. What is his brother's name again? Marco Ribeiro? Elena takes out her phone and starts Googling. Is this him? She asks, showing me a photo of him in a suit. I nod. He's hot. Marco is hot. He's not as tall as his brother, but his skin is this dark, tawny bronze, his hair black and close-cropped. He's got a wide smile, dimples, one of those strong, manly man chins. He's definitely one of those guys that knows he's hot, and while he's borderline too neat and clean-cut for me, he's easy to be around. Talks a lot, takes charge, is bold. I appreciate that. And you came back here? She asks. I chuckle and have a sip of wine. What can I say? I like my little Finnish friend here. She rolls her eyes. Yeah, but you could have been sleeping with him right now instead of sitting here talking about it with me. It wasn't like that, I tell her. I wasn't trying to get laid. Not really. I said yes to dinner with Marco for 2 reasons. One was that I know I need all the connections that I can get. 2 is that this way I wouldn't need to get a cab back to the city. We had some drinks, some different plates of food, we talked. It was all very superficial conversations. Such a change from me and his brother. Though I suppose an interview isn't really a conversation. And then at the end of the night, he said he'd drop me off at the hostel. I leaned over and kissed him on the cheek, and that was that. I'm sure if I really wanted to, I could have asked to see his place. But as much as a quick fuck with a hot Portuguese sports agent sounds like a lot of harmless fun, I am determined to be seen somewhat seriously in this business, and I want to finish that interview with Luciano. I think he thought he was getting off easy, but I fully aim to call Marco tomorrow and see if I can set something else up. Well, I would have gone for it if I were you, she says. Maybe next time, I muse. You know, when I've done the interview. Female sports journalists are held on a different pedestal, and there's already a lot of stereotyping that we have to sleep around to get the job done. I want to get this done on my own terms. If I finish and post the interview, then maybe I'll have a roll in the hay with the guy." "A reward for a job well done," she comments with a sly smile. "We will see about that. I've known plenty of charmers like Marco, and a lot of them think they don't have to do shit to pleasure a woman except have a dick and look pretty." "You're forgetting he's Portuguese, though," Elena says knowingly. "My ex was an asshole, but he was good in bed. Believe me." "It sounds like you're the one who needs to get laid, Elena," I tell her. "By someone other than your ex." "I can cheers to that," she says, lifting her glass to mine. "Keepis." "Keepis," I repeat, the only Finnish I know, and clink my glass against hers. I sleep in the next morning, having been kept awake all night by a combination of racing thoughts and the Swiss twins snoring in unison. By the time I finally decide to open my eyes, sunshine is streaming through the windows and all the bunks are empty. I bring out my phone from under my pillow and glance at it. It's 11 somehow, and I have a text from Marco. "Ruby, it's Marco. Would you like to have dinner with me tonight? Luciano will be there. You can finish the interview. I was thinking I would pick you up at 7. Don't worry, it's not fancy." I smile. The man is forward. Back in the States, there are all those stupid old-fashioned rules that people like to follow. Don't get back to someone right away. Play hard to get. Don't ask them out soon after a first date. I like that Marco doesn't care, that he goes for what he wants. That's pretty much the way I am, too. Besides, I get to see Luciano again. I know he probably won't let me get all that deep and personal with his brother there, but at least I can finish the interview. I spend the day doing more research, not just about Luciano, but about blogging in general, trying to work on my SEO and plan for future content. I didn't see Elena until around 5 p.m. She went and did a tour with some Germans she met, so we managed to have some more wine on the patio, and then she helped me get ready for the date. I didn't pack a ton of clothes for this trip, but Elena picked out skinny jeans and a white tank top, lending me her statement necklace for interest. "It's making a statement, all right," I tell her, eyeing myself in the mirror as she fastens the bold turquoise and orange stone necklace around my neck. "The statement is, here are my boobs. Look at them." She laughs as I dig inside my cleavage and pull out the end piece, a giant slab of turquoise, knowing it will get swallowed up again. "Your boobs say that all the time," she says. "Do people ever ask you if they're real?" "Yes, and it's so rude," I tell her, rolling my eyes. "My boobs are real, my lips are real. There's nothing about me that's fake." I pause. Although there probably should be if I'm going to be taken seriously. You know, have a game face. "Nah," Elena says, stepping back. "Just continue being you. That's how you'll stand out." I peer at myself in the mirror. Sometimes I'm not sure who the girl staring back at me is, but at least for tonight, I know I look good. In general, I don't get that nervous about things because I'm pretty confident in myself, or at least my persona, and I roll with most situations. If anything, I take those nerves and turn them into excitement. But right now, as I'm standing outside of the hostel, waiting for Marco to pick me up, I am nervous. Not the idea of being around Marco. The idea of being around Luciano. Honestly, I have no idea why. There's something about him that puts me on edge. It's not necessarily a bad thing, but it's different. It's not long before Marco's Mercedes rolls down the cobblestone streets. I quickly go around to the passenger side and get in. "Ruby," Marco greets me, leaning in to kiss me on both cheeks. He smells like strong cologne. "Sorry this was short notice. I suppose I should have put some space between our dates." Ah, so this is a date. At least I know where we stand. "That's okay," I tell him, giving him a big smile. "I had nothing else to do." I gesture to my outfit. Is this okay for your non-fancy restaurant? His eyes rest on my chest for a long time. Not so subtle, is he? You're perfect, he says, eventually bringing his eyes up to mine, heat flashing in them. Okay, I can see what's happening here. The shameless flirting, as if making up for a fairly tame date last night. I have to remind myself not to reciprocate too much until the interview is done. I give him a cheeky grin in response, and then bring my attention to the window as the car starts down the narrow streets. You know, I'm grateful you asked me out again, not only because I want to finish interviewing your brother, but because I finally feel like I'm seeing the city. You haven't been sightseeing? He asks, incredulous. I've been researching your brother, I admit, glancing over at him. Briefly, a wash of annoyance comes over his eyes. Then he laughs. Believe me, Luciano isn't that interesting. You don't think so? His father left when he was so young. Then his mother quickly married your father. She's my mother too, he says quietly. Yes, of course she is. Alice Duarche. I've seen the pictures of her online. She's stunning. He nods, jaw firm. It's no wonder my father fell in love with her so fast. He looks at me, forehead wrinkled. But what happened to Luciano happens to a lot of kids, doesn't it? The fathers leave. It's not so special. Sometimes the mothers leave, I think to myself. But while I had no problems sharing that information with Luciano, it doesn't feel the same with Marco. With Luciano, I feel a kinship. A kinship with a stranger, perhaps, but a kinship all the same. With Marco, with his slick suit and fast car and perfect smile, I feel like I need to be a better version of myself. Someone cool, hot, young, and fun. Not the hot mess I know I am deep down. Not the girl with all that pain buried in her dirty past. I can be Ruby Turner, sports journalist, a professional living in a foreign city, someone who is going places. Or at least I can try to be that person. The restaurant is down in Belém, where the Tagus River meets the Atlantic Ocean. We park nearby and head across the busy street. It's quite warm, and there's a freshness in the air so close to the water. In the distance, there's a huge statue that looks like a ship's bow facing the river. That's Padrao dos Descobrimentos, Marco points out. A monument to Portuguese explorers. You may not realize it, but we Portuguese have influenced a lot of things. The ukulele, marmalade, Portuguese sausage. That last one is very famous. Wait until you have one. From the look on his face, I laugh. I don't have to guess his meaning. While we've been walking, we've been a few feet apart, but now that we've entered the restaurant, which seems a lot homelier than I imagined it would, he's grabbed my hand as we are led over to the tables. I'm not a hand-holding type of person. My hands tend to get quite sweaty, and I've always found it constricting. But it's rather nice to hold his. We follow the waiter to our table by the window, where Luciano is already seated. His eyes drop to where his brother's hand is holding mine. Then he looks up and meets my eyes. Nice to see you again, he says. While his voice is warm, there's a distance to his dark eyes. Perhaps because he knows I'm here to grill him. You too, I say, sitting down across from him. I glance over Luciano's shoulder at the river in the distance and sailboats fighting the current. This is a nice spot. I would have thought you would have been at some hot and trendy joint. Marco likes the trendy places so he can be seen, Luciano says, giving his brother a wry smile. I'm more fond of good food. Marco scoffs. You keep saying this is the best seafood in the city, but I know you're wrong. Don't you get harassed at places like this? I ask him, looking around the restaurant. There's a mix of people here, obvious tourists, old couples, families. Some people are looking his way with interest, but most are ignoring him, even though he's one of the bigger stars on the sporting team. No one really harasses him, Marco says. I mean, perhaps when they're losing he gets some drunk people yelling at him, but the celebrity culture here is very different than in America. After the waiter comes by and Marco orders a bottle of white wine for us, Luciano says to me, I never got a chance to ask you where you're from. He leans back in his chair, studying my face. Houston, Texas, I tell him. He nods. Your accent was a giveaway, though it's not as strong as I've heard. Have y'all been to Houston? I didn't add that y'all on purpose, I swear. Another slow nod. Yes, we've gone to a few cities in the U.S. I have a lot of friends in the leagues there. What did you think about Houston? Very different, he says. I was surprised at how multicultural it felt, and the food was amazing. He pauses thoughtfully. Actually, I enjoy the States very much. He almost met your president, Marco says. Obama? I cry out. How? I have a friend on the Colorado Rapids. They were the MLS champions last year, and they all got to meet him in the White House. But the timing for me didn't work out. You missed out, Marco says, shaking his head. So, how long are you planning to stay in Europe for? Luciano asks me. I shrug. As long as I can. I have no intention of going back. Why not? Marco asks. Another shrug. I'm young. There are more opportunities for me here. I can be whoever I want here. As I'm thinking that, I catch Luciano watching me again. He does that often, and I can feel his gaze every time, like it's burning me. A part of me wants to be burned. Here's the thing about Luciano. He's handsome as hell. Maybe not the stereotypical hot guy looks of his younger brother, but he's got something that I can't quantify or put into words. I can only feel it. His nose is on the large size, and I think it's been broken a few times. His eyes are heavy-lidded, alternating between a sexy and sleepy look. But they're framed by dark brows that can make them look intense in an instant. His mouth is wide with a smile that comes easily. His teeth slightly crooked. His broad, square jaw shows his relation to his brother and seems perpetually covered in stubble, while his brother is clean-shaven. His hair is gorgeous, dark and wavy, long enough to tug and... I blink and look away, suddenly aware that I've been staring at him. I'm not usually one to get flustered over something like that. I'll proudly own it and make a fool of myself if I have to. But for some reason, it feels a bit more serious when it comes to him. Which is funny, because from all the interviews I've watched and read, he doesn't seem to be that serious of a guy. And yet he has been with me. The wine comes then, distracting me. The waiter pours us all a glass and we cheers. It's then that I steal a look at Luciano and his eyes hold mine for what feels like forever. My stomach fizzles and flips. Shit, what is up with me? I quickly look to Marco and say, "Thank you again for getting me out of that hostel." "Thank you for coming," Marco says. He has a sip of his wine and looks to Luciano. "I don't want to get in the way of the interview, though, so ask away. Perhaps my brother will get drunk and open up a little. He is like a mollusko sometimes, a clam." I glance at Luciano and flash him a smile. "Don't worry, I'll be gentle." A brow raises. The corner of his mouth ticks up, creating a dimple. "You weren't so gentle yesterday, but I think I can handle it. Though, tell me, Ruby Turner, you say that you're here as long as you can be. Did you mean Portugal or Europe? You know that with the Schengen visa, you can only be in Europe for 3 months. I give him a pointed look. I'm aware. I didn't just show up here with no plan. The way I say it makes him look reproached, Though the truth is I'm lying because there really is no plan. I'll just have to fake it. So what is your plan? Marco asks. Interview Luciano, write it up. I would love to see a game if possible. I'm nearly batting my eyelashes at Marco, hoping he'll get me tickets. Then I thought I would go explore Porto, do the same, then head to Barcelona. You're leaving Portugal so soon? Marco asks. I didn't say when, I told him. It's all up in the air. I think you should stay, Luciano says, for at least a few weeks. I look at him in surprise. You do? He gnaws on his lip for a moment and then jerks his head at Marco. I think he'd like it if you stayed. Oh, I see. Sounds like you're trying to set me up with him, I say, never one to keep my mouth shut. He shrugs lazily. Maybe. Marco is always playing matchmaker with me. Says it's his duty as my agent. I figure I should try and return the favor to him. I don't know why I feel so disappointed, but I do. Meanwhile, Marco is laughing. If I didn't set you up, brother, you would be single for the rest of your life. He looks to me as he jabs his thumb at him. I bet you wouldn't believe it if I told you that, despite my brother's growing career, he rarely dates anyone. Actually, I can believe it, because when I was researching the crap out of Luciano, I couldn't find anything about the women he dated. Sure, there were rumors of him being seen with this model or that local actress, but there were no pictures, and no one blabbed. I don't have the time, brother, Luciano says to him. You've had plenty of time since you were injured. Luciano ignores him and has a gulp of wine. So, Ruby, I hope you like seafood. I actually love seafood and consider myself to be an adventurous eater, so I'm open to anything, even when Luciano tells me I should order the bacalhau. What's that? I ask. Salted cod. I pause and then nod. Okay, I tell him, closing the menu with the plum. If you think I should order the bacalhau, then I will. It's famous in Portugal, Marco explains, and every restaurant thinks they do the best one. This one is okay. The bacalhau here is the best, Luciano chides him. Now, obviously this is my first time trying it, so I can't say it's the best. But when it comes, it's not what I expected. It's very tasty salted cod mixed with olives, shredded potatoes, eggs, and green onion. I eat it all, and I think Luciano looks impressed. I take advantage of that and launch into the interview, which takes us past dessert and into the three of us sharing a bottle of white port. I'm feeling buzzy and happy, loving how relaxed everyone in Portugal is after a meal, with no rush to pay the bill and take off. Luciano is a little more relaxed, too. He answers my questions, though it helps that I keep them strictly about the game, and by the time we're finishing up, he tells me that I can email him anytime if I want to know more. He writes it down on the back of the restaurant's matchbook and tosses it across the table at me. I catch it with one hand. It's then that a family comes into my line of sight, a little boy shuffling towards the table from the encouragement of his parents, his mother's hands on his shoulders, guiding him. He stops in front of Luciano, who was just about to get up, and Luciano changes before my very eyes. While he's been nothing but kind to me, there's been this underlying tension coming from him this whole time, making him much more serious than I had thought he'd be. But the minute he sees the little boy and crouches down to his level, talking to him in quick Portuguese, I see the Luciano everyone talks about. Charming, loose, affable. He signs the boy's notepad and then poses for a photo with him, then shakes the parents' hands, happily talking to them for a few minutes before they go back to their dinner table. After that, the three of us leave the restaurant, stepping into the cool night air. Well, it was a pleasure to meet you, Ruby, Luciano says to me rather abruptly. Going so soon? Marco asks. I thought perhaps we could go to a bar. I'm tired. I think I'll go home, Luciano says. At least let me drop you off. Luciano waves him away. I've got a car waiting. He meets my eyes for a moment and gives me a faint smile before he turns and walks away. And that's when it hits me, why I'm so strangely drawn to him. He wears a mask, and so do I. I just don't know yet which part of his personality he tries to hide. I know I'd like to find out.
Chapter 4. Luciano. Motherfucker! I swear. Sorry, Damien says to me. It's a good pain, though. Don't tell me what good pain is, I say through grinding teeth, wincing as he pushes at my shoulder blade. Pain is pain. As your physical therapist, that's my job, he says. Good pain doesn't mean it's enjoyable. It means that some good will come out of it, yes? He pushes at my muscles again, and I close my eyes, trying to breathe. Even though I know these sessions have been helping me, and that I'm close to being able to start full-on practice again, my appointments with Damien are the worst parts of the week. The man gets paid to hurt me while smiling about it. Sadistic fuck. There, done, he says, and I slowly sit up on the table in the complex's physio room. Sporting didn't make it to the Primera Liga finals, nor did we qualify for the Champions League, so everyone's vacation has officially started. Of course, the entire team is depressed, and the Sporting fans are angry, since things have been going downhill for us for a while. But there are some people out there pinning the whole thing on me and my fucking shoulder. To put it mildly, I can't wait to get back in the game and see if they're right. And for this smiling asshole to stop causing me pain on purpose. That said, I leave the physio session feeling better than I have in ages, and I get in my BMW, heading back into Lisbon. Perhaps Damien is right, and all the pain is starting to be worth it. All I know is I can't wait to get my life back on track. Being injured has really fucked with my head, more so than my body. I haven't felt like myself in a really long time, which makes me realize how much of my identity and who I am as a person is wrapped up in this sport. It's obvious now that without it, I'm not sure who I am. I'm just pulling into Avenida da Liberdade, the street where my apartment is located, when Marco calls my cell. I answer it, putting him on speakerphone. Brother, I greet him. Aren't you supposed to be on a plane to Paris? I'm at the airport, he says, muffled noises in the background. Listen, I was wondering if I could do you a favor. That's a way of putting things. You want to do me a favor? Yes, look, it's about Ruby. I frown. Marco and Ruby have been dating for about a month now. After the interview she did, I guess she and Marco really hit it off. I suppose that was partly my fault, since I suggested she stay in Lisbon longer on Marco's behalf. But I really can't take the credit. They went on a lot of dates, and suddenly it was more serious than I thought it would be. See, Marco doesn't have a lot of long-term girlfriends. Players like him usually don't. But with Ruby, he seems to have slowed down just a little. Can't say I blame him, even though she's not his usual type. While she's absolutely gorgeous, deeply sexy, and fun to be around. Okay, perhaps I need to rein it in a bit. She's also living in a hostel and seems a bit lost in her life. Like she went out with the tide and isn't sure how to swim back in. Marco is usually attracted to those who already have a lot of success, models and the like. He likes people who are either going places or have already arrived. I suppose he sees that in Ruby, her potential to go places. I read the interview she did about me, and she's very good at what she does. I know Marco has told me a few times that her hopes and dreams are beyond her sports blog, that she wants to get in front of the camera. I think he thinks he can take her there. I'm sure he can, if that's what they want. That said, I've been around the two of them quite a bit. For whatever reason, Marco likes to invite me along on their dates. Personally, I think he likes the fact that it makes me feel like a third wheel, and he's just showing off to me, because that's what Marco does. There's been a one-upsmanship between us for as long as he's been in my life, among other things that make our relationship complicated. What about Ruby? I ask, as I stop at a light, throngs of tourists crossing the road. She needs a job. I laugh. Yeah, and? You need a personal assistant. I do not, I tell him. He can't be serious. You're my personal assistant, if anything. I'm your agent, and your brother, but I am not your assistant. You need someone to help you get back on your feet. Hate to say it, Luciano, but you're kind of a mess. He's right, but even so it stings to hear him say it. My pride bristles. I'm fine. I just got back from physio. Even he thinks I'll be back in no time. I feel better than I have in a long time. I don't mean you need help because you're an invalid, he says. The light goes green, and I almost gun the car too hard. I take in a deep breath. I'm fine, I repeat. I do not need any help, and not from her. What's wrong with her? I skirt the issue. Why are you trying to get her a job? He sighs. I don't think she has a lot of money. Well, who comes to Europe indefinitely without a lot of money? Young people. You're only a few years older than her. Young people who want to travel and escape their lives, he says. But she belongs here, I know she does. And she's running out of money, I know that too. Then pay for her. I do, but... She's stubborn. That much I gathered. I have watched many times as Marco tried to pay for her and she's brushed the offer away. She's got her pride, as much as I have mine. Yes, she's stubborn. She's also bright and has a degree. I am sure she'll get a job here as a waitress or whatever in no time. She doesn't speak any Portuguese, and she doesn't have a working visa. Then hire her yourself. I'm sure you need the help. I don't, he snaps. He's turned to be defensive. It can be pretty touchy having your brother as your agent. And I can't. That will complicate things from an ethical standpoint. I burst out laughing. Ethical? Since when was Marco Ribeiro ever ethical? Silence over the line. He sighs. Right. I forget that my older brother is so fucking perfect. Whoa. Sore spot. Hey, I tell him. You're an agent after all. Don't forget that. You can't do your job and have morals, most of the time. Look, isn't Ruby supposed to be going with you to Paris? Why don't we discuss this when you get back? She's not coming. What? Why not? This is a boys' trip, Luciano, he says. We'll probably head down to Monaco after. She wouldn't fit in. Now I see. And, he continues, she's standing outside your apartment right now. What? I exclaim. My eyes dart ahead to my building, and sure enough, I think I can see the top of her dark hair outside the Versace store. Just talk to her. I'm sure you'll find her something to do. Look, I gotta go, Luciano. We're boarding. And then he just hangs up on me, and I'm trying not to drive the car into a tree. Well, shit. I take the car around the back of the building, into the underground parking, then get out and go through the lobby, opening the door to the front entrance. Ruby is standing there, talking to a homeless guy and handing him a pack of cigarettes. Ruby? I ask. She glances at me over her shoulder and shoots me a smile that makes me feel tight inside. Oh, hi, she says. Then she looks back to the homeless man and gives him a wave. He walks off smiling, ripping open the cigarette package. "What, who was that?" I ask her, eyeing the man as he walks away. "Oh, I have no idea," she says brightly. I fold my arms across my chest. "And since when do you smoke?" Briefly, her gaze drops to my arms and chest, and I feel a strange twinge of pride. She shrugs. "Whenever I feel like it. I decided maybe I'd take up smoking for a bit, but then this guy asked me for a cigarette, so I gave him the whole package." I blink at her. Who just takes up smoking on a whim? "Anyway, I decided that perhaps this was a sign from God that I shouldn't smoke, so whatever. I'll find another vice. I always do." She gives me a quick, borderline flirty smile. I swallow, clear my throat. "So Marco said you wanted to speak to me," I say. I want to hear her say it, not put ideas into her head. "Well, actually," Ruby says, "your brother said you need a personal assistant and thought I would be great for the job." "Oh, did he?" I sigh internally. How to handle this one? "And is that something you're interested in?" "Be around you all day and get paid for it? Of course." Another wide smile that does something strange to my chest, making it hard to breathe. This is going to be an awful idea, isn't it? Is this Marco's plan? Does he know that I'm attracted to his girlfriend and wanted to make my life a living hell for a while? Because, yeah, it's no secret that Ruby has an effect on me. It's nothing major, just that she's ridiculously beautiful and sexy and intriguing. Anyone with eyes is attracted to her. I'm able to deal with it. I'm able to ignore it most of the time. But having her in close proximity to me while he's gone doesn't exactly help. That bastard knew what he was doing. "Why don't you come upstairs and we can talk about it?" I tell her, opening the door. "Would love to," she says, sashaying past me into the lobby. "I've never seen your place before." "It's not as flashy as Marco's," I warn her as we walk into the elevator. The building itself is modern, though it matches the surrounding buildings seamlessly. Marco's place is by the river, all glass and steel, and way too big for him, but that's the way he rolls. I'm the one with all the money, the one who pays his salary, but he likes to live like it's the other way around. "That's fine with me," she says, as we step inside the elevator. "I always feel like I'm going to break one of his priceless statues. You know, I like a place where you can fuck against the wall and not worry that $1 million painting won't smash to the floor." I stare at her, brows raised. "Sorry," she says, not sounding sorry at all. "I guess it's weird to hear me talking about sex with your brother." "Yes, just a little." Fucking hell. We get off on the top floor and walk down the hall to my apartment at the end. It may not be as big and flashy as my brother's, but it still takes over half the floor. I open the door and she walks in, looking impressed. "Wow," she says, going over to the glass doors that open to the balcony, a view that looks down on the leafy trees lining Avenida da Liberdade and the spire of Marquês do Pombal. "I have to say, I might like this view more. You can feel the beat of the city here." I close the door, and she turns around, pointing at her black t-shirt with white writing on it. I've been trying my best not to read it, since it would look like I'm staring at her breasts, which is also hard not to do. "Snacks happen." I read her shirt out loud. She grins at me. "You got any?" I blink. "Snacks?" "Yep, I'm starving." I feel like I'm getting whiplash with our conversations. I go into the kitchen and open the fridge, wondering what she'd want to eat. I stick to a very strict diet, even more so since I've been injured, since I don't want to put on any weight when I can't work out like a beast like I normally do. "Carrot sticks?" I ask, showing her the bag. That's boring, she says. Too bad, I tell her, closing the fridge and tossing the bag at her. Boring is all I have. She catches it with ease. You don't need boring, Luciano, because you're not boring. She pauses, a wicked smile coming over her lips. Don't you ever want to say fuck it and do something bad? A scene of us together, naked, me fucking her against the wall, flashes into my brain without warning, and I actually have to avert my eyes away from her for a moment. I exhale slowly through my nose. Bad like what? Eat some McDonald's or something. I mean, no offense, but fuck these carrot sticks. I'll try not to be offended, I tell her. I walk over to the kitchen island and pull out a chair, sitting down. I need to get my head on straight. Why don't you sit down and eat your carrot sticks, and we'll talk? She raises one brow for a moment, and then comes over, sitting across from me. What's up? I laugh, shaking my head. Do you remember why I invited you up here? It sure as hell wasn't for carrot sticks. No, it wasn't. Ruby, can I ask you a question? Always. Why would you be interested in being my personal assistant? I don't want to throw Marco under the bus and tell her he made up this job, but at the same time, we need to be on the same page. And I need to know just what's going on with her. Because Marco said you needed help, and I like you, and I want to help you. I give her a quick smile. He may have misspoken. So you don't need help? I suck on my teeth for a moment and move the conversation in another direction. Why didn't you go with Marco to Paris? The easy, bright look in her eyes dims a little. She frowns. Oh, I wasn't invited. I thought you were. When we went out for dinner last week, he was talking about it like you were going. Yeah, she says slowly, looking away. She tucks a strand of black hair behind her ear, where rows and rows of earrings sparkle. That's what I thought too, but I guess I was mistaken. Or something. It's a guy's trip, so I get it. We've only been dating for a month, so that's moving pretty fast. Do you mind me asking what your plan is? Her eyes widen as she looks up at me. My plan? With Marco. Do you plan on staying in Lisbon for your full 3 months? She nods quickly. Yes? Why? Do you think that's stupid? My chin jerks into my chest in surprise. Do I think that's stupid? What does it matter what I think? Your opinion matters to me. It matters to Marco, too. I give her a dismissive wave. No, this has nothing to do with me or my opinion. This is your relationship. I was just curious. She looks down at her chipped nail polish. Yeah. Well, I don't know what the answer is. I have another intrusive question for you then. Yeah, she says, wincing slightly. How much money do you have saved? If she winced before, now she's full-on flinching. Ouch. That bad? I don't want to say. You think I'm going to judge you? She stares at me for a moment, her eyes narrowing as she studies me. Then she shakes her head. No, I trust you. I have less than $1,000 left. Maybe 500. I'm scared to check my account. How much is your hostel a night? Are you in a private room? No, I'm in a dorm. It's about €30. So if you want to stay for 2 more months, you need a job. Unless you have someone back at home who would send you money. She lets out a dry snort. Yeah, right. My father? He hated this whole idea. He told me I'd be back with my tail between my legs sooner rather than later. All the money I have, I spent months working at a cafe, saving up. She pauses, opening the bag of carrot sticks. But I guess I didn't save up enough. I don't think I really thought any of this through. She takes out a carrot stick and bites it cleanly in half, then looks at me with big blue pleading eyes. Please don't tell Marco. Tell him what? How much money I have. Doesn't he know? Pretty sure he knows. I just don't want him to know what a failure I am. I give her a curious look. I've never seen her act this way. You're not a failure, Ruby. Not even a little. Sure I am, she says, munching on the rest of the carrot. I came here thinking I'd be some hot shit sports journalist, and the only thing I've managed to post to my blog is that interview with you and a recap of a few games. I laugh dryly. I'm sorry I couldn't have been more help. It's not you, she says, reaching across the table and putting her hand on mine and giving it a squeeze. You were wonderful. My hand burns from the feel of her soft, cool hand. Fuck. Why is she doing this? She takes her hand away, like nothing happened, and I have to remind myself, like I've reminded myself over and over again, that this is just the way she is, and she's like this with everyone. Anyway, she goes on, I don't want Marco to worry about me. He's got his life so together, and I like that when I'm with him, I feel that way too. I don't want him to take me off that pedestal he puts me on. And what pedestal is that? That I'm young and fun and free and a good fuck, she says, eyes twinkling. And God damn it, if her full red lips don't look edible when she says the word fuck. I make him feel good. I think I make him feel like he's slumming it a bit too, she adds with a laugh. I mean, I know the girls he's dated. He runs into them everywhere we go, and they all look at him now like he's crazy for being with me. They're jealous, I tell her. She laughs. Why? I look like white trash next to them and their tans and supermodel bodies and fake hair. They're jealous because you're real, and you're beautiful. Just look at you. I try not to take those words back, but I hope she doesn't make too much out of them. Who am I to tell my brother's girlfriend these things? You think I'm beautiful? She asks, hope in her voice. Shit. Luciano, use your head. I nod. Everyone does. I'm not talking about everyone. I'm talking about you. I hold her gaze for a moment, and something seems to change in the air, the energy around becoming louder, tighter. I look down at the bag of carrot sticks and reach across, taking them from her. Why are you single? She asks me, just as I bite into one. I take my time to finish chewing and lift one shoulder. Don't have time. Would you ever find the time? I consider that, taking another bite. Maybe for the right person, but my focus is elsewhere. Tell me about it. Where is your focus? The game, I say, thinking it must be obvious. My future. You want to move on. I know you denied it when I asked in the interview, but you want to move on to another team. I want to show the world what I'm capable of. And what are you capable of? I lick my lips in thought. I'm capable of being the best. This team, it will only hold me back. I want to be the captain, and then I want to be the captain of a team that will take us to the championships. That will let me be the person I'm meant to become. I pause, offer her a sheepish smile. I know that sounds arrogant. It's not arrogant if it's true, she says. I know how you feel. My focus, it's a little loose at the moment. I'm going to blame Marco. I laugh. That's okay. I blame him for a lot of things. I didn't want to get into a relationship. It just happened. My smile falters. Then break up with him. The words just fall out of my mouth. I'm not usually this blunt, yet I can't help it with her. She presses her lips together and gives her head a shake. Nah, I didn't want to be in a relationship, but I'm in one now, and I'm going to ride it out to the end and see where it goes. I know it's not going to go far, since I have to leave here in 2 months. Our relationship has an expiry date, and Marco knows that. Hell, I think it's why he's with me, to be honest. 3 months and done. No strings attached. Works great for the both of us. Then where will you go? I don't know. Somewhere out of the European Union. Then I'll come back in and do it all over again. This time in Barcelona. You should play for Barcelona. I can't help but laugh. She's earnest. But then again, when isn't she? We'll see. I mean it. You belong on a team like that. No offense to Sporting. And that way I'll get to see you. And Marco, I added, feeling heat in my veins. She swallows. Of course. Her head tilts to this side. I like you, you know. My brows shoot up. I need to take this the right way. Okay. That's not what you're supposed to say. You're supposed to tell me that you like me too. You know, as a human being. Thanks for the clarification. I clear my throat. It feels like I have my grandmother's Christmas cake lodged in there. I like you too, then. As a human being. That's it. That's all it will ever be. Good. She smiles triumphantly. So, am I hired? Fuck. I forgot about that. I guess you are, I managed to say. I still have no idea what the hell she's going to do for me, since I don't need an assistant. But what I do know is that this is probably a huge mistake. A mistake I'm readily walking into.
Chapter 5. Ruby. Being Luciano Ribeiro's personal assistant is the easiest job I've ever had. Probably because it's not much of a job at all. The minute Marco told me Luciano needed some help, I knew he was full of shit. I don't know Luciano as well as I know his brother, but I knew enough that Luciano doesn't need a personal assistant. Marco's job is pretty much that, even if he won't admit it. No, I figured this job popped up out of nowhere because Marco was worried about my expenses and running out of money. And because I have this thing called pride, and I need cash, I went along with it. Luckily, Luciano went along with it too. I didn't want to admit to him how bad things really are, but he's probably the only person I can be myself around. Elena is gone. She left a couple of weeks ago, heading down south to her aunt's house. We still message and text every day, so it feels good to still have her in my life. But at the moment, I'm feeling very much alone. Sure, people come and go from the hostel, and I'll hang out with them for a few days before they move on, but I'm feeling a bit adrift. Especially as Marco isn't back from his trip yet. 1 week in Paris turned into 10 days in Monaco, which turned into 2 weeks in Italy, and I know it shouldn't bother me, but it does. Because he didn't want me going with him. And the longer he's away, the less time he has to spend with me. We only have so much time together. This isn't what I wanted when I started dating him. I knew that we had an expiration date. I knew that months of sex would be great, if only I didn't develop feelings for him. And yet here I am, feeling slighted because he went away. To be honest, I'm not even sure what my feelings for him are. I like him a lot. I like spending time with him, and the sex is pretty good. It's not mind-blowingly good. Despite him being Portuguese, Elena was wrong about him and I was right. He doesn't spend too much time making sure I come. Thank God I have fingers. But it's good enough. And yeah, I could totally be vocal with him and tell him what I want, but honestly, it's just fine. I'm having fun, and that's the most important thing. To be having a sexy relationship with a hot sports agent in Portugal is pretty much a fantasy come to life. All that aside, it stings that I feel so cast aside. He does text, but not as often as he should. In fact, I hear from Elena and Julie more than I hear from him. At least I'm not alone all day. I'm spending a lot of my time these days with Luciano. Turns out, with Marco gone, he does need someone to step up and make sure he keeps his appointments. Luciano is a lot busier than I thought he'd be. Even though his shoulder is pretty much healed, he's practicing a lot at the stadium, still having appointments with the physio, sometimes as coach. Other journalists ask to speak with him, which annoys the hell out of me. He's got special events to go to. He's often on the go, meeting with teammates and other people in the industry. Today, he's scheduled to go to his stepfather's stables on the outskirts of the city for some sort of horse show. I've just woken up and texted him to remind him that it's today. I went out last night clubbing with a few friends from the hostel, and they're all in their beds still sleeping, since we didn't get in until 4 a.m, which is considered early for Lisbon nightlife. They party here like it's their job. Even though my mouth is dry and my head is pounding, I decide to try to go back to sleep. Then my phone vibrates. I glance at it. Come with me. That's it. That's the text that Luciano just sent me. My stomach flips. I stare at it for a moment, then text back, "What?" The bubbles appear as he texts, and I try to picture where Luciano is. Is he in bed? Did my text wake him up? I let my brain dance over the image of him shirtless beneath the sheets. Thanks to his habit of taking his shirt off when he plays, I know exactly what he looks like. Heat flares between my legs. It shouldn't. It really fucking shouldn't. I shouldn't be thinking of Luciano this way when I'm dating his brother. And I hate that I'm making everything more complicated than it should be, at least in my rattled brain. But I can't help it. I get turned on just by looking at him, and the more I try to fight it and berate myself for feeling this way, the worse it gets. The worse I get. I want to be a good person. He answers, finally. To the stables. I don't want to go alone. I'll pick you up in an hour. My heart trips over itself. He's just like his brother, I think. And yet, they couldn't be more different. See you then, smiley face. I text, then put my phone away. I get up, ignoring my aching head, and I quickly gather my clothes, leggings and a long flowing shirt that does a good job of hiding my chest. I figure a horse show here is a classy event, and more than that, I'll be meeting my boyfriend's father for the first time. Even if he isn't here himself, I have to present a certain way. I take my time showering, blow-drying my thick hair straight, which takes forever, and I'm getting a nasty look from a Swedish girl who needs to use the blow-dryer. Then I do my makeup on the patio, ending with my red lipstick. I look pretty good, respectable enough. Usually I up my sexiness, but with the straight hair and minimal makeup, I think I'm leaning more to the classic look. I have no idea how fancy these horse people are, so I err on the side of caution. Time flies by, and I only have enough time to drink an instant coffee before I have to meet Luciano outside. Now I'm nervous. I shouldn't be. I've been around Luciano a lot in the last 2 weeks, usually alone in his apartment, and the more I'm with him, the easier and more natural it feels. In fact, I feel bereft when he's not around. But today, the fact that he's inviting me to meet his infamous father, it feels like there's a lot at stake. It's like I should be doing this with Marco, not him. I don't have a lot of time to dwell on it before Luciano's gray BMW pulls up. I go over to the passenger side and sit down, buckling up. Nice suit, I say, looking him over. And that's an understatement, because I mean, damn, he looks good. I should be used to suits on the Ribeiro brothers, since Marco wears one literally all the time. But this is the first time I've caught Luciano in one. It's charcoal gray and fits him perfectly, his wavy hair providing a bit of contrast to the sleek lines. "Thanks, it was a freebie," he says, adjusting his tie. "Nice car, too," I tell him, running my hands along the dash. "It was also free," he says with a shrug. "Sponsors love to give us cars. We don't really get a choice in the matter." "Well, lucky it's a nice sponsor." I glance at him to find his eyes on me. "What?" I ask. I don't let myself think about the heat in his eyes, how his gaze simmers when he looks at me sometimes, even though I want him to look at me like that all the time. "You look good," he says, clearing his throat and turning his attention back to the road. "Was that so hard to say?" I tease him and lean close. "You smell good." He does. He doesn't splash his cologne all over the place like Marco does. In fact, I don't even know if Luciano wears cologne. He just smells naturally good, like sea salt and pine. It reminds me of the mountains and the sea, and yet also just reminds me of him. Something wild and comforting. "Your hair is straight," he says after a moment. I stare at his large hands on the steering wheel, briefly wondering what they would feel like on my hips. I swallow the thoughts down. "Your powers of observation astound me." He shakes his head, giving me a crooked smile as he stares out at the street ahead. When Luciano gives you his full-on smile, you feel like you've won the lottery. The piano notes of Adele's "Someone Like You" comes on the radio, and I lean over and turn up the volume. "I love this song!" I exclaim. I've heard it so many times since I've been in Europe that it's starting to feel like a theme song. "She's a talented singer," he admits. "Seems she came out of nowhere." "No one just comes out of nowhere. She actually had an album before this one." "You came out of nowhere," he says, glancing at me. "Least that's what it feels like." I think about that for a moment and then say, "Are you ready for Ruby karaoke?" Luciano laughs, shaking his head. "No, I'm not." "Too bad," I tell him, turning up the music even louder and taking in a deep breath, waiting for my favorite part. "Don't forget me, I beg." I belt my heart out, throwing myself back and partly over Luciano. "I remember you said, sometimes it lasts in love, but sometimes it hurts instead." Okay, I'm a horrible singer, which means I play my awfulness up as a joke, and it's got Luciano laughing even harder now. His laughter is like a fucking tonic to my soul, I swear. "So," I say after a few moments when I've got my American Idol audition out of my system, "tell me about this event we're going to." "You're the one who reminded me." "I tell you about things all the time in which I have no idea what they're about. But this one, I'm going to." I glance down at my clothes and then at him, and I have no clue if I'm dressed properly. His eyes coast over my body, and he looks away before I have a chance to read into them. "You look fine." Before you said I looked good. This is a downgrade. He gives me a wry look, and for a moment I'm lost in the depths of his dark eyes. "You look better than good. But if I were to give you any more compliments, I'm afraid I'd make Marco look bad." "Maybe I need to hear them since he's gone." He gives me a stiff smile. "Maybe." "So where are we going? Is this the stables you grew up at?" He licks his lips for a moment, his posture tensing. "Ruby, you're the journalist here. You know where I grew up." I nod slowly, remembering. "Of course, boarding school." "Yes. This is the stables Marco grew up in. I spent my summers there." Right, a sore subject even when I'm not interviewing him. "And," he goes on, "this is a horse show that my father puts on every year. It's just a chance to show off his breeding, that's all. Are there any riding competitions, or is it just showmanship? He glances at me, his black brows furrowed. You do know your horses. Did you used to ride? My heart drops in my chest, the way it does when I think about riding, when I think about Billy, when I think about that day. I nod. Yeah, a little. Would you like to go riding with me today? I stare at him wide-eyed, feeling faint panic course through me. I don't think so. It would be fine. I have a horse. I'm sure we'll find you one. Someone gentle and easy. I know just the mare. She's the sweetest one we have. No, I say sharply. Puzzlement comes across his face. He slowly nods. Okay, no problem. I sigh and sink back into my seat. Sorry, I didn't mean to get all shrill. It's fine. It's not, I tell him. I used to ride all the time, and I had to give it up for soccer. I didn't want to risk injuring myself and losing my scholarship to college. Wait a minute, he says, looking between me and the road. You played soccer? Competitively? Yeah, I did, and I was pretty fucking good. Marco never told me that. Marco doesn't know. Now he's looking at me like I have two heads. How can he not know that, Ruby? You've been dating for a month. My cheeks feel hot. I suck in my lip, trying to ignore the sharp edge in my chest, the fact that Marco should know this about me and yet doesn't. He's never asked. And you've never once said, hey, I know you're an agent and your brother who is a professional player, and did you know I once played the game too? It's never come up, I say quickly. What do you guys even talk about then? I give him a steady look, the one that says, we don't talk, we just screw. He gets it. He nods, realization on his face. His hands tighten on the wheel. I look away, at the passing buildings, blue and white tiles turning into a blur. It doesn't matter anyway. It's in my past, and that's all over now. That's why I'm a journalist. I cover the sport. I don't play it. Why did you stop? You know that scar I have on my leg? I've worn shorts around him. I know he's seen it, even if he's never asked me about it. Yes. That was from my bone shattering into pieces when a 2,000-pound horse landed on it. Luciano was silent for a moment. I'm sorry. Don't be sorry. I'm sorry. I'm the one who fucked things up for myself. I wasn't supposed to ride anymore. They told me I couldn't. And yet I decided to do it anyway because that's what I do. I fuck things up for myself. I do what I'm not supposed to. And every time I do, it ends up worse than before. He doesn't say anything to that, though I can see the wheels turning in his head. I don't want to bum him out or anything, but at the same time, I feel like he wouldn't think less of me. Like he gives me space to be who I need to be. How old were you? He finally asks, his voice low, quiet. I was 19, just a few years ago. Second year of college. I told my friend Julie I wanted to go riding. I hadn't been in so long, and it was driving me crazy not being able to do it. She took me to her grandparents' ranch, and we were out on the trails, in the hills, and we got caught in a rainstorm. My horse slipped, and I was crushed. The horse ended up being fine, but I wasn't. I'm still not, you know? Because I had my dream life. I had my soccer. I was one of the best on my team, and I was helping them win, and I decided that wasn't enough for me. I wanted everything. I wanted it all. So I ended up losing both things in the end. I let out a dry laugh. That's probably a metaphor for my life. Never satisfied, so in the end, I have nothing. You shouldn't be so hard on yourself, he says after a moment. Why not? Everyone else is. All my father wanted for me was to get into college and compete. That's what I was trained to do since I was young. That's what he liked about me, the fact that I won. The fact that I was good and I had an identity and I was normal and someone he could be proud of. Nothing at all like my mother. He was so afraid I was going to be like her, that I'd be drunk and on drugs and just useless white trash. And all I had was that game. All I had was that game to keep his love and respect. And I lost it all. I lost everything. The words pour out of me, and tears burn behind my eyes. I don't cry. I don't ever cry. I cried for too long after the injury. I cried for too long when my mother was taken away. I don't want to cry anymore. I don't want to be that person. So I dig my fingernails into the flesh on my arms until I focus on the pain, and I try to keep my tears back, try to stay in control. But Luciano reaches over, his warm fingers wrapping around my wrist, and he pulls my hand away from my arm where my nails have drawn blood. He takes my hand in his and holds it tightly. I can barely swallow, my heart thumping hard against my ribs. I should take my hand out of his, but I don't want to. I can't. He's saving me from myself somehow. "Ruby," Luciano says gently, and before I know what's happening, he's pulling the car over to the side of the busy road and flicking on his hazard lights. He twists in his seat to face me, putting his other hand underneath our joined ones. "We can turn around." I blink back the tears and shake my head. "No," I slowly said, my voice sounding rough. "No, I'm fine." His deep brown eyes bore into mine, and they see everything. "I mean, I'm not fine," I add, "but I will be fine. I don't think I'll be riding any horses again, but I'm not afraid to be around them. I want to go to the show. I want to meet your stepfather." After that, darkness washes over him. "No, you don't." "Why not?" He stares at me, and the silence and tension in the car hums. Then he says, "It doesn't matter. He'll be fine with you." "He's not with you?" He chews on his lower lip for a moment, and then looks down at our hands intertwined. "Let's just say I can relate to everything you just said." Marco speaks so highly of him. I said the wrong thing. Luciano lets go of my hand and straightens up. "Marco has no reason not to." He puts his hands on the steering wheel where they grip the leather tightly for a moment, then release. I stare down at my own hand, wishing he was still holding it. You never realize the moments in which you feel safe until they're taken away. "I want to go," I tell him. "I really do." "Are you sure? I can just drop you off. It's not a big deal." "You said you didn't want to go alone." "I'm a big boy," he says. "I can handle it. Believe me." I believe him, of course. But I know what that text said. And even if he's playing it off, I don't want to do that to him. Like I told him, being around horses doesn't bother me, as long as I don't have to get on one. Besides, it's been a long time. Maybe I'll feel differently. "I bet you're a big boy," I say teasingly. "I've heard the rumors." A flush comes over his cheeks and he gives me a dry look, like, "Really, Ruby?" But hey, it's taking his mind off of things. A little innuendo can go a long way. "Come on," I say, patting the dash. "Let's go. I'll start singing Adele again if you don't." Finally, a genuine smile. The one that makes you feel like a winner. "Okay," he says. We drive.
Chapter 6. Luciano. The drive to my stepfather's stables is about an hour, including traffic, located in the rolling hills of the Malvira region. It's a place that comes with a lot of complicated feelings, and every time I go, I never know which one is going to take precedent. Right now, I have Ruby to distract me. So much so that I'm not really thinking about my stepfather or being paraded in public like I'm also on show. I'm thinking about what she said. The truth that poured out of her like blood from a wound. The look of fear in her eyes. Not because of a horse. Because of her father. Because I know that look so well. Since I first met Ruby, she's always come across as a free spirit, a tough girl, someone strong without a care in the world, going where the wind takes her. I know that's how my brother sees her. But beneath that facade, I recognized her soft soul, that there were deep, wounded parts of her she'd do anything to keep buried. She showed me some of those dark parts today. She let me in for reasons I don't understand. The only thing I do understand is that she's not at all like she wants the world to see. And I'm the only person who sees it. But I don't think any less of her. I think more of her. And I want to protect her. I spent most of the drive wondering if it was the right thing, bringing her to the Ribeiro stables. But thankfully she seems fine as we pull into the driveway and I find a parking spot. Meanwhile, I have to think about myself. No matter what my father says to me today, I have to remember who I am and what I'm worth, and that he has no say in that. I also have to remember that Ruby is Marco's girlfriend. Not my girlfriend, not even close. I know my father will be watching closely. We step out of the car. It's hotter here than in Lisbon, and my suit already feels stifling. I really don't know how Marco wears one all the time. "Wow, this place is stunning," she says as she looks around, mouth open. It's busy. There are horse trailers everywhere, and people running around, and a crowd gathered around one of the larger rings in the distance. Lusitano horses are being led to and fro by stable hands, as others are being ridden. There's media here, of course, because these events are a big deal in Portugal, and my father prides himself on breeding the best horses in the country. I don't spot my father, but a movement near the house catches my eye. It's my mother, dressed in a long black and white dress, her graying hair piled high in a bun. "Luciano!" she calls out to me, smiling broadly. "Mama," I say to her, as she pulls me into a warm embrace, kissing both my cheeks. "Como é que estés?" she asks me. Then she glances at Ruby in surprise. "Que me?" "This is Marco's girlfriend, Ruby," I tell her. My mother frowns at Ruby and then looks to me in confusion. "Your brother never told me he had a girlfriend," she says to me in Portuguese. "And why is she here with you?" I don't think Ruby would like to know the translation. "Ruby started working for me," I say in English. "She's helping out while Marco is on his ever-extended vacation." "Oh, but you know Marco deserves it. He works so hard," she says to me, still not speaking English. "Prazer em conhecê-lo," Ruby says, surprising the both of us. Her pronunciation isn't perfect, but still she has the cadence of Portuguese down, and it's not an easy language to learn. "Oh," my mother says softly, looking impressed. "It's nice to meet you too," she answers in English. "I hope it's okay that I'm here," Ruby says. She waves her hands at her clothes. "And if there's a dress code, I wasn't aware of it. You can tell them I was going for stable hand chic." My mother laughs, though I can tell it's one of her fake laughs to be polite. Despite her rather poor upbringing, she fully integrated into the wealthy lifestyle when she met Tomás. My birth father didn't even have to be gone that long before she jumped on that chance. My mother places a hand on my shoulder and gives me a quick smile. "Tomás is over by the judges. He would love to see you. What she really means is that my stepfather would love the cameras to see me. Dutiful, famous stepson making his yearly appearance. Then he can go back to pretending I'm a stranger in his life. My mother turns and walks over to some ladies gathered by a horse. Marco didn't tell her about me, did he? Ruby asks after she's gone. Don't lie to me, Luciano. I don't expect that from you. I sigh. Don't get worked up about it. Marco doesn't talk about any of his girlfriends. You're the only one that I've met more than once. Is that supposed to make me feel better? She's staring at me, one hand on her hip, her eyes squinting in the sunlight as she stares at me. I know I'm about to overstep my boundaries here, and I really don't care. For what it's worth, I say, I would have told my mother about you a long time ago. She's not impressed. But you didn't. Too bad for you, you're not my girlfriend. Now come on. I walk toward the ring, Ruby behind me, and it's then that some people start to notice who I am. They smile at me or nod, some of them glancing curiously at Ruby. I know she doesn't fit in here, but I don't really care. These are society people, she comments as we walk, her eyes darting over the crowd. This ain't like any horse show I've been to. They're here to show off, I tell her. It's not about the horses. It's all about them. I swallow, my throat feeling dry. These are not my people. They're looking at you as if you are? I glance at her. Because that's what they want to see. My stepfather is busy at the moment, talking to a couple of politicians from Lisbon, so I head toward the outdoor bar set up to the side. Champagne? I ask Ruby, handing her a flute. Yes, please, she says enthusiastically. So fancy. I cheers, clinking my glass against her. How do you say cheers in Portuguese? She asks, resting those lips of hers against the rim. God, I need to stop staring at them. Saúde, I tell her. Saúde, she says. Do you also have that thing where you have to look each other in the eye, or else you'll have 7 years of bad sex? Good thing I'm looking you in the eye, I think. We have a lot of sayings in Portuguese, I say. Tell me something, she says. Engolir sapos, I say. Which is what? To swallow frogs. She makes a face, and I laugh. It means to do something you don't want to do. As in, I don't want to be here right now. I'm swallowing frogs. But you are here. And you are partir a loisa toda. Her nose wrinkles comically. Please don't tell me I'm some other sort of slimy thing. It means to break all the dishes. In other words, you're better than anyone expected. She blinks at me for a moment, perhaps surprised at the compliment. Luciano! Tomas's booming voice sounds from behind me. I hold eye contact with Ruby for a moment, steadying myself before I turn around. My stepfather is a formidable man. He's about as tall as I am, 6 feet, but underneath this slick suit, he's built like a bull. There are unfounded rumors that he was involved with some sort of local mafia before he met my mother. I have no idea if those stories are true. He's the type of person who would make something like that up in order to seem more macho. Then again, one look at him and you'd believe it. His face is scarred, his eyes are intense, and no matter how expensive the suit, or how much hair polish he puts on his gray hair, he oozes the kind of unchecked violence you'd find on Lisbon's grittiest streets. I should know. I've felt his violence firsthand. Tomas, I say to him, giving him a polite nod. Glad you could finally show yourself, he says, glancing at his Rolex. I thought with you not playing you'd have nothing but time. I give him a stiff smile. I'm sorry. His eyes narrow as he stares at me, he knows my apology is meaningless. "By the way, this is Marco's girlfriend, Ruby," I say in English, gesturing to her. She does this curtsy with her champagne glass held high, which somehow comes across as endearing. I bite back a smile. "Pleasure to meet you," she says, obviously forgetting any of her Portuguese from earlier. I wouldn't be surprised if she found my stepfather intimidating. Of course, he's always been a charmer with the ladies. It's where Marco gets it from. "Pleasure to meet you," he says, a little too warmly as he grasps her hand and pulls her in to kiss her on both cheeks. I look away, in case he sees the look on my face. "You're a very beautiful girl," he says to her, pulling back and appraising her at arm's length. I know Tomas well, and I know when he doesn't mean what he says. There's no denying that Ruby is beautiful, but his voice is dripping with resentment. He does not approve. He brings his eyes to me. "A bit strange that she's here with you, no?"
"It was Marco's idea," Ruby speaks up, even though it's a bold lie. "He thought I should come here with Luciano." What is she even doing? Does she not realize how close Marco and his father are?
"I see," Tomas says, and then slaps me on the shoulder, hard. "I guess you are playing your role of the dutiful brother, aren't you? Marco should be back soon, though. That boy deserves a break. You work him too hard, Luciano, all that picking up after you he has to do." I breathe in sharply and paste a smile on my face. I will not say anything. His hand then slides around my shoulder as he turns me away from Ruby. "Marco never mentioned a girlfriend. Are you sure this is the right one?" he says to me, leaning in close, and I wish his voice was lower because he's still speaking English and Ruby might hear him. Maybe that's the point. "What do you mean?" I whisper. "She's wearing yoga pants." That's his issue? So? "You shouldn't have brought her here." He sighs, giving me a tepid look. "I guess I should be grateful that Marco didn't. I can't imagine what people would say if she was here on his arm." He glances at Ruby over his shoulder, and she's looking around, either blissfully unaware or pretending not to listen. That red lipstick makes her look like a whore. "She's not a whore," I snap at him in Portuguese. For fuck's sake. I glance at Ruby again, and her face is still blank, looking elsewhere. God, I hope she didn't hear that. He pulls back and eyes me discerningly. "I see. Perhaps it was no accident that she's with you today." I don't know what my stepfather is insinuating, but before I can question it, he's straightening up and waving someone over from the crowd, his smile wide and cunning. I look to see a cameraman with a camera on his shoulder, a reporter beside him. This is the only reason why I'm ever wanted around my family these days. I'm good for business. I have no doubt Ribeiro Stables would have remained a powerful force on the horse circuit without me, but because I'm Luciano Ribeiro, I give the stables extra flair. It's like a celebrity endorsement, except I don't get paid. I just get tolerated. I glance over at Ruby to signal that I'm going to be a while, but she's already at the bar and laughing at something the bartender said. It's just as well. So I go and do the things I'm expected to do. I do an interview. I give a tour of the stables. I provide some commentary on the dressage show that's happening. I smile for photographs and pose with people, all while my mother and Tomas look on. Sometimes I see the pride in my mother's face, but it can be hard to tell if she's proud that she's my mother or she's just proud to be herself, living this life. But Tomas, well, this smile is fake, but the contempt for me in his eyes is very real. It's late afternoon when I'm finally done, and I've been worried about Ruby this whole time. When I asked her to come with me, I didn't really think it through, that she'd be on her own for a lot of it. Actually, I don't even know what I was thinking at all when I asked her to come here. It was selfish of me. I was the one who wanted her company. I was the one who didn't want to be alone. She would have been better off if she stayed behind. With that in mind, I walk around the stables, searching the crowds for her. When I don't see her, I start to get worried. I go to the bartender and ask him if he'd seen her recently. Of course he remembers her. Everyone does. He says she was pretty drunk, and last he saw, she was heading toward their road. He looks a bit embarrassed as he says it, probably because he was the one who helped her get drunk. I exhale loudly, taking a moment to run my hand over my face. Ruby, Ruby, Ruby. I stride over to the driveway, checking my car, but I don't see her around. Then I glance over at the barn closest to me. Head over there. That's where I find her. Sitting on a bench across from a stall, slumped against the wall, a bottle of champagne in her hand. A shaft of light comes through the barn doors, hitting her just right, illuminating the dust motes that dance around her like fairies. Ruby? I call out gently, walking over to her. I stand in front of her, and to my surprise, she's not passed out. Her eyes are open, and she glares up at me, her eyes glazed. "You're in the way," she says. I stare at her for a moment. Then I turn around to look at a horse with its head poking out of the stall. It's one of my mother's favorite blood mares, Venus, a dun with the brightest golden coat and black as coal mane, tail, and muzzle. She's incredibly sweet, ears pricked forward toward Ruby. I quickly step out of the way, and their staring contest continues. Venus seems completely taken with Ruby, her dark, liquid eyes fixed on her with interest. "Did you want to go inside the stall?" I ask, hoping that perhaps being around Venus would be good therapy for her after her accident. "Get up close?" Ruby shakes her head. Her lipstick is smudged, and I see a red swatch of it on her hand, like she was trying to rub it off. It breaks my heart a little. "I'm fine here." "I'm really sorry," I tell her. "For what?" she asks lightly, still staring at the horse. "For leaving you. I didn't think I would be that long." "You did what you had to do. I didn't expect you to babysit me this entire time. I can take care of myself." "I know, but you don't know anyone else here." "Nor do I want to," she says, finally looking at me. She's obviously drunk, and there's a glint in her eyes that I don't recognize. "I heard what your father said." My heart sinks. He's my stepfather. "I heard what he said." He said the lipstick makes me look like a whore." Anger starts to swell up inside me. Anger I know I have to put a lid on. There have been many fights between my stepfather and I, but they are fights that I can't win. I try to swallow. "I know. I'm sorry." "I know what you mean now," she says, looking down at her hands, at the lipstick smudge. "Why you didn't want me to meet him." "He's an asshole," I say bluntly. I don't even care that someone could be around the corner, hearing this. Plain and simple. Always has been, always will be. He's actually more than an asshole. I know firsthand he can be dangerous. But Ruby doesn't need to know that. "Yeah, well..." She closes her eyes and sighs, leaning her head back against the wall. "Luciano?" "Yes?" "I think I'm drunk." "Are you now?" I humor her. "I've been having a staring contest with a horse for an hour. I'm drunk." "But it's a good step, isn't it?" "I'm not trying to face my fears here," she says, her eyes opening and fixing on me with such clarity I feel it in my bones. "I didn't come to Europe to face my fears. I came here to run away from them. You'll help me, won't you?" "Run away from your fears?" She nods. "Yes, run and leave them behind me for good." She reaches over and pats the spot next to her on the bench. "Luciano, come here." I sit next to her, my shoulder rubbing against hers. She reaches out and grabs my hand, holding it. I stare down at her soft white skin against my tanned, rough hand. "I consider you my friend," she says. Not exactly what I want to hear, but I'm not disregarding it either. "Same to you," I manage to say. "I mean it. My only friend." "Marco's your friend," I say after a moment. "You know he isn't. You know he doesn't really care." She squeezes my hand and rests her head on my shoulder. Her hair smells like honeysuckle. I have to close my eyes and breathe in deep, though it does nothing to calm me. "What are you doing? You shouldn't be doing this." "He cares about you," I tell her, my voice coming out in a murmur. "You care about me," she says. "Why is that? Why is it that you care?" Jesus. Anyone that knows you would care about you. She lifts her cheek off my shoulder and stares up at me with those big blue eyes. "So how come you know me? How come I let you know me?" I blink at her, licking my lips. I don't know. "Because we're the same," she says. She lets go of my hand and straightens up, twisting her body to face me, her hands going up behind my neck and linking together, her forehead resting against mine as she stares deeply into my eyes. Fucking hell. I suck in my breath, watching her like everything I know in my life might go tumbling over the edge, defying gravity. "Luciano," she says, drawing out my name. "We're the same. That's why I know you, and you know me. You may be a famous footballer here, and I may be nothing at all. But we are the same." I'm staring at her lips as she speaks, wishing that I wasn't getting hard, wishing that this was happening under other circumstances. "You're not nothing," I whisper. "Don't you believe me?" she asks, looking pouty and hurt, and dear Lord, that's one hell of a combination. "I believe you." I place my hands over hers and take them from around my neck. As much as I want to hear her drunken words about how we're the same, she's still Marco's girlfriend, and she's also drunk as hell. What I need to do is get her out of here and get her home. "Come on," I tell her, getting to my feet and pulling her up to hers. She nearly collapses into me, giggling, and then tries to grab the champagne bottle. "Leave it," I tell her. "You've had enough." "I don't think so," she mumbles into me. I put my hands on her shoulders and try to look her in the eye. "Ruby, I'm going to take you back home now, okay?" She lets out a caustic laugh, eyes avoiding mine. Home? I don't have a home. Haven't you figured that out yet? I don't have a home. She's still laughing, but there's pain in her laugh. I'm taking you back to your hostel, to your bed. Fine, she says despondently, and I'm relieved I don't have to argue with her. I put my arm around her shoulders, ignoring how comfortable it feels, and lead her down the aisle of the barn and back into the golden sunlight. We get in my car. There's no point in letting anyone know we're leaving, and then we're heading down the road. Ruby sits in silence beside me, no longer singing to Adele songs or peppering me with questions. She's not passed out either. She's awake and watching the world go past outside the window. By the time I pull up outside her hostel, it's dark outside, and her eyes are starting to flutter with sleep. I take one look at her, strangely vulnerable as she's slumped in the seat, then one look at the hostel with the group of young people outside smoking, and I know that's not an option tonight. She's coming home with me. Chapter 7. Luciano. The next morning after I wake up, I throw on sweatpants and a t-shirt, stepping out into the living room. I'm quiet, mindful of the fact that Ruby is sleeping on the couch. Sunlight is streaming in through the windows, and, as I round the corner, I hear her snoring lightly. After I told her she was going to sleep at my place, she didn't protest at all. In fact, once I got her up to my apartment, I was trying to bring her to the bedroom, telling her that she could sleep there and I would take the couch, but she wouldn't have any of it. She flopped down on that couch, proudly claiming it, and then she was asleep in seconds. Luckily, I don't have any plans today, and I'm not sure she does either. I walk over to the edge of the couch and stare down at her. She's in her same clothes as yesterday, her dark hair spilled around her, the blanket hanging off of her. She seems at peace, which means I should probably get coffee from the cafe down the street, instead of risk waking her up here with the noise of the espresso machine. I grab my wallet and my phone and head out of the apartment. I'm in the cafe, deciding to get a coffee for her as well, just in case, when my phone rings. Marco. I stare at it for a moment before I answer, my nerves prickling. Hello? Hey, Luciano, he says. Guess what? I'm coming home today. Well, fuck. It's about time. Never mind the fact that his girlfriend is asleep in my apartment. When? My flight lands at 3. I thought you'd sound happy. Now you have someone to keep you in line. Ruby's been doing a fine job, I tell him. I'm sure she has, he says slowly. Look, we have lots to talk about, so I'll go home and get the smell of the plane off me, then head off to your place. Say around 5? 5 is fine. Great. See you then. He hangs up, and I let out a deep breath as I slip my phone in my pocket. I'm glad Marco's back. It was getting pretty ridiculous with how long he'd been gone. A 1-week trip turned into 2 weeks, and he left his girlfriend in charge of my affairs. But more than that, I need him to be back for Ruby's sake. As much as she tries to hide it, I know it's been hard on her with him gone, only having me to hang around with. I head back into the apartment, surprised to see Ruby standing in the kitchen, holding a carton of eggs in front of the stove. Her hair is piled high on her head in a messy bun, and she's surprisingly fresh-faced, considering she was snoring before I left. Hey, I say, placing keys on the hook by the door. I walk over to her, holding out the coffee. I got you a coffee. Thank you, she says, taking it with a big grin. You didn't have to do that. She sticks her hip out toward the stove. I was about to make you breakfast. Were you? I ask, taking a seat at the island. Don't let me stop you then. She bites on her lip for a moment, as if I just called her bluff. Fine. I hope you like eggs because that's all you have in this damn place. It was literally the least boring breakfast food I could find. You weren't looking for pastries, were you? I thought maybe you had a secret stash. She turns her back to me and starts fiddling with the knobs on the stove, having a tough time figuring it out. It's gas, I tell her. Right, she says. Then she thickens her Texan drawl. Propane and propane accessories. I have no idea what she's talking about, but it doesn't matter. Hey, you know when you said we should do something bad? She pauses and slowly looks at me over her shoulder, brows raised. I can't tell if that's trepidation or excitement on her forehead. I go on. Why don't we put your cooking skills on hold and go and get some McDonald's? There's one just down the street. She turns around, shaking her head in awe. I don't think I'm hearing this right. Luciano Ribeiro, the famed center back for Sporting Lisbon, would rather go to McDonald's than have Ruby Turner cook him some eggs? I nod. Sounds about right, yes? She grins at me. Okay then. She claps her hands together briefly. This will cure my hangover like nothing else. Feeling rough? I grab my keys again and head to the door. She's not moving. You're going out in that? She asks. I look down at my white t-shirt and gray sweatpants. What about it? People will see you. I frown at her, confused. I was just outside in this. Yeah, with your dick print all over the place. I glance down. I don't see the problem. Dick print? Yes, she says emphatically, and motions her hand at my crotch. Very impressive, too. Don't you know the tabloids are dying to print pictures of you like this? Plus, I'll be with you in the photos. That won't look good. Impressive? My dick print is impressive? Fucking hell, this better not turn me on, not when she's staring right at my crotch. I don't think you realize that no one is going to care. Oh, really? She says. They'll care. If anything, the British and American gossip sites will post flattering commentary about your dick. Then they'll post pictures of me, your brother's girlfriend, and all hell will break loose. What I'm saying is, if we're going out there, you've got to change. After she mentioned my dick, I stopped paying attention. Sorry, what? Sometimes my English escapes me. She walks right up to me and snatches the keys from my hand, the contact of her skin against mine sending a thrill down my spine. I'll be right back, she says huskily, and then goes out the door. It takes me a moment to even realize that she's off to McDonald's without knowing where it is, or what I want. Then I head over to the full-length mirror to figure what the hell she's talking about with a dick print. Okay, perhaps now isn't the best example, not when I'm thinking about the many times she was just talking about my cock. I slide my hand down the waistband, wrapping it around my length, hissing slightly at the touch. I hadn't realized how fucking turned on I've been around her. Fuck, I hope she hasn't noticed the million erections I've had. With her gone, there's barely enough time for me to jack off, but I make it work. I'm hair-trigger sensitive, and I'm thinking and fantasizing about all the things I shouldn't. I'm thinking about her lying beneath me on my bed, her tits bare, her body milky white, biting those cherry-red lips, staring up at me with those wide eyes. I'm thinking about her crawling forward toward me on her knees, nothing but desire on her mind. I'm thinking about her wanting me as much as I want her. In this equation, there is no Marco. There is no right or wrong. There's nothing but us. I'm in the bathroom and coming hard into my hand, just as I hear the door to the apartment open. I clean up and look myself over in the mirror before I step out. My cheeks are flushed, but other than that, I don't think it's obvious that I'd gotten off thinking about her while she was out getting food. "I didn't know what to get you," she says, rifling through the paper bag on the counter, grease stains peppering the sides. My stomach automatically turns. The fast food was for her, not for me. "But," she says, waving some greasy puck at me, "the classic sausage and egger seemed the best bet for you. At least that's what I hope it is. It was all in Portuguese, so who knows? You have some crazy options." I sit down at the island and take the greasy sandwich from her. Maybe it's not the worst thing. Meanwhile, she's leaning across the counter and savagely ripping into a breakfast sandwich of her own. "Oh my God," she moans, fingers at her lips, eyes pinched closed. "This is so good." I can't help but stare, wishing I'd at least changed out of these gray sweatpants and into something else. I'm hoping my dick is spent enough to behave itself. She meets my eyes and smiles, mouth full of food. "Charming," I tell her. And yet from the knowing look in her eyes, she knows I actually mean it. "Sorry," she says, chewing fast. "I've been eating those pastries so often, I've forgotten what American fast food tastes like." "I assume Marco has taken you to Pastéis de Belém. Lisbon is famous for these little custard tarts, and the city is crawling with places that make the best ones. But the one at Belém is at least credited as the start of the pastel de nata craze." She shakes her head. "No? Is it good?" Where the fuck has my brother been taking her this last month? Wait, don't answer that. "It's the best. There's always a line, and it's chaos, but it's worth it. Get him to take you there." "Why can't you take me there?" I hesitate. "Because Marco has to do something for you." "He does plenty," she says, putting her half-eaten sandwich aside and moving on to the flat potato thing. This is the part where I should shut up. Just shut my damn mouth and let Ruby and Marco figure their own shit out. I've always been so fucking good at letting things go, not caring, acting like nothing really matters except the game, and even then, I'm known as the guy with nerves of steel. But I'm not that way around her. I wish I was. "That's not what I gathered yesterday," I say. She stares at me for a moment, chewing, then puts her potato cake down. "Did I say something when I was drunk?" "Not really." She swallows and sits back, her arms stretched in front of her, a few loose strands of hair falling in front of her face. "I was having a staring contest with a horse, I remember that." "You were fine," I tell her. "I shouldn't have brought you there." Her eyes snap to mine, fire in them. "No, you shouldn't have. What were you even thinking?" I open my mouth to protest, but she has me there. "I'm sorry. I guess I just wanted the company." "Was that your way of making me realize that I'd never have a future with your brother?" "What?" I shake my head adamantly. "No, not even a little. That never crossed my mind. Why would you think that?" "Because it was apparent from the moment I stepped foot there that I didn't belong. It wasn't just the crowd. I could tell with your mother, your stepfather, the way they looked at me, the things they said. And I know why Marco never told them about me. Because I'm embarrassing." "You're not embarrassing. I am. Okay, to that crowd, I am. I'm just a young backpacker. I don't know what I'm doing with my life, and I certainly don't belong there with that set. Look, I'm okay with it. I really am. I know Marco just wants to be with me because, well, let's just say he has his reasons." I should leave this conversation, change it, but I can't, because I have to know. "What do you see in him?" I ask, my voice low. She cocks her head and searches my face for a moment. You're asking what I see in your brother? Shouldn't you know that? She's right. There are a lot of reasons why someone would want to be with my brother, good reasons too, and our strange rivalry shouldn't cloud that. I look away, feeling ashamed. Forget I said anything. You don't think I deserve your brother? That's not what I said. You don't think he deserves me? I clamp my lips together. I won't be able to lie. She stares at me for a moment, gives a slight shake of her head. You know how to have fun, don't you, Luciano? Or has it always been the game, the team, from day one? No room for anything else? Do I know how to have fun? That's my whole image. Easygoing, fun-loving, always with a soundbite. Do you? She repeats, and that's when I know she's on to me. Or is it just a mask? Is it just what you want people to see, to hide the scared little abandoned boy you are inside? I stand up abruptly. I don't have to listen to this from her, someone who is with my brother, someone who doesn't know me. She reaches out and grabs my arm, pulling me toward her. I know what I said last night, that we're the same, she says, her grip tight, a wild desperation in her eyes. You want to know what I see in him? I see the way he sees me. He's ashamed of you, I practically cry out, and it's too late to take the words back, so I go on. You're not like the women he's usually with. You think I don't know that? I'm with him because I see what he wants me to be, and I want to be that person too. I want to be a better version of myself. It's a different version of yourself, I tell her. I see the real you. Her smile is so damn beautiful and so damn sad. I know that. I know you do. But I don't want to be that person. I don't aspire to be myself. I aspire to be someone different. Someone you wouldn't want to be with. I pull myself out of her grasp and walk over to the window, staring out through the glass, wishing I could just rewind the last month before she walked into my life. Here we are, arguing over nothing, and I'm all tied up in knots over her for no reason. No reason. She's Marco's girl. She's got issues, a lot of them. Let them figure it out together. I think it would be best if you didn't help me out anymore, I tell her, my voice hoarse. There's nothing but silence behind me. Eventually, I turn around and see Ruby staring at me. Did you hear me? I repeat. I don't think I need an assistant. I probably never did. It's just making things more complicated than it should be. She presses her lips together, looking off. Then she shrugs. Okay, then. She's mad. I have to let her be mad. But then she starts walking toward me, stops a foot away, arms folded across her chest. Have you ever stopped to think why it's complicated between us? Yes, all the time. You belong with Marco, I tell her firmly, lying through my teeth. I swear I see anguish pass through her, as if my words hurt. Then she swallows, nods, looking away. Yeah, I think I do. So much being said without even saying it. I better go, she says, giving me a small smile. I'm going to walk back to the hostel. Enjoy the day. I got a text earlier from Marco, so maybe I'll go out with him when he gets back. Good. A half smile, humorless. Good. Anyway, I'm sure I'll see you around. Or not. Just know if you need any help, I'm here. Okay? Fucking hell, I hate how this is going. like it's ending before it could ever get started. Okay, I tell her. I watch as she leaves my apartment. The door closes. The sound of the door opening brings me awake. I sit up in bed, hearing Marco's voice get closer. "Luciano?" he asks. The door to my bedroom opens fully, and I blink to see him standing in the doorway. He flicks on the lights. "What's wrong with you?" he asks. "Why are you sleeping? It's almost dinner time." He comes in the room and starts looking around, as if he's searching for something. Or someone. I wipe that thought from my head. I did nothing wrong. So why do I feel guilty? "I had a nap," I tell him, fighting through a yawn. "Didn't think I'd sleep that long." "Late night?" he asks, facing me, but his eyes are still darting around the room. "Not really," I tell him. I get out of bed and stretch, and then walk past him into the apartment, glancing at him over my shoulder. "You look tanned. Thought you'd look more rested, though. Want a beer?" "You have beer?" he asks incredulously. "Is that allowed on your diet?" I smirk, opening the fridge. "No, but I decided to say fuck it." I pull out 2 bottles of Sagres that I got this afternoon after Ruby unceremoniously left. I crack open the beer, the sound distinct in the quiet of the apartment. "So how was your trip? I thought you were going to stay a few more days on Capri." He shrugs and opens his beer. "I got bored." He has a long gulp, wiping the back of his hand over his mouth. "So, where's Ruby?" His tone is light, but his eyes say otherwise. "I don't know." I give a lazy shrug. "At her hostel, maybe. Haven't you talked to her?" "I did this morning." I don't know where he's going with this. "She was with you last night," he says. Ah. I glance at him, keeping my face impassive. "And?" "You weren't planning on telling me that, were you?" "Why should I?" "I don't know, Luciano. She's supposed to be your assistant, not a date." I stare at him for a moment. He's searching my face for something worse than the truth, and I know now that his father told him and that he probably put some ideas in his head. "I didn't feel like going alone," I admit, which is the real truth. "That's not part of your job. She's supposed to help you." "She was helping me. You know I hate those events." "And yet you've done them for years, and you'll do them for years after. If you're lonely, go get your own fucking girlfriend to bring along. You had no right to bring her." I think that over, gnawing on my lower lip until I taste blood. Part of me wants to apologize, because that's what I always do to keep the peace. The other part, however... She wanted to come. You left her all alone, Marco. You took off on your trip, and you kept extending it, and how do you think she felt? He has a sip of his beer and looks away. "She's upset with me, isn't she?" I relax a little, the focus coming off of me. "She might have mentioned that." He lets out a dry laugh, staring down at the bubbles rising in his beer. "She's so hard to figure out, you know. She acts so free, like she doesn't care. I honestly didn't think she'd even notice if I left." "Well, she noticed." I pause. "The question is, did you notice?" "Of course I did," he says. "Not enough to come back early." "I did come back early. I'm here right now. Why the 3rd degree, brother?" "I'm not giving you the 3rd degree, but between the two of you, I'm feeling like a relationship counselor." "So she really is mad, huh?" He leans against the counter and sighs. I could tell from the way she responded to me, like she didn't really care. Usually she's so, enthusiastic. But shit, we're not supposed to be that serious. "You care enough about her to have her working for me?" His eyes narrow slightly. Yeah, that was probably a mistake. I agree. What? I told her I don't need her services anymore. Why did you do that? Because I don't. If you want to give her money, find another way. I expect Marco to push back against that, but he doesn't. He just nods and walks over to the fridge, opening it. Father wasn't impressed, he says. I don't say anything. He called me this morning to talk about her, he goes on, pulling out 2 more beers. There goes my Saturday. Said that it looked bad that she was there with you, but it made more sense than if she was there with me. He had some unflattering things to say. That was putting it mildly. I'm sure he did, he says. The strange thing about Marco is that he knows his father is a complete asshole, even to him, and yet it has no effect on their relationship at all. He still holds him in the highest regard. Sometimes I wonder what that says about him. He hands me the beer, even though I have yet to finish the first one. It got me thinking. It's funny because I was thinking of breaking up with her when I got back, but this changes everything. You were? Damn if this small light inside my chest isn't snuffed out. Yes. He drinks. Seems to weigh something in his mind. His expression is sheepish when he looks at me. I cheated on her. That light inside my chest flares with anger. My jaw clenches shut. I regret it now, Marco says, even though he doesn't sound remorseful. But you know how it is. You're out with your boys, you want to have some fun, so I had my fun. I was planning on heading straight to her little backpacker's joint and telling her the truth, calling it off. But now, after talking to my father, I don't think so. My mouth feels full of chalk. I can barely swallow. How can he so casually, so callously, do that to her? What changed? Guess I just want to prove him wrong, that's all. Believe it or not, Luciano, but you're not the only one who enjoys pissing him off. I don't enjoy pissing him off. Everything I've ever done has pissed him off, so the whole thing gets pretty boring after a while. Anyway, I thought maybe it would be fun to show her off. You know, at the end of the month, there's the ceremony for the Footballer of the Year award. I know you're not nominated, but you're going. If you weren't planning on going, as your agent, I'm making you go. I always go. No, he says, shaking his head. You're a different man since your injury. I can feel you pulling away from the game. You were once the party animal. Now look at you. I can barely convince you to drink 2 beers with your brother. He nods at the half-finished one in my hand. What does this have to do with Ruby? I'm going to take her with me, as my date. Out of spite? He shrugs. We'll see. Maybe you should let her know that. His head jerks back, and he lets out a sharp laugh. Let her know that the only reason I'm taking her is to annoy my father? Brother, you've got a cruel streak I didn't know existed. I'm starting to get a headache. The beer was a bad idea. I walk over to the sink and pour the rest of it down the drain. So you're not going to tell her you cheated on her, and you're not going to tell her that you're stringing her along until the gala. I'm not stringing her along, Luciano. My God, you make me sound like such an ass. I'm glad my back is to him, and he can't see my expression. Anyway, he goes on, I can see you're no fun, so I'm going to let you be, and I'm going to go find Ruby. Make up for the lost time, if you know what I mean. I always know what you mean, I tell him, my voice stiff. Oh, and Luciano, he says, pausing by the door. You dropped Ruby off at the hostel last night, right? Is this a trick question? Yes, I nod. I don't know why I'm lying. I know if I tell him she slept on the couch here, he probably wouldn't care, and he'd believe me that nothing happened. And still, I lie. "Thanks for taking care of her," he says. "I mean it." And then he's gone. The moment the door closes, I lean back against the fridge and put my head in my hands, taking in a deep breath. If he asks Ruby where she slept last night and she tells him the truth, this is going to look really bad. This shouldn't be so fucking complicated. I shouldn't feel like I've done something wrong when I haven't. But I do.
Chapter 8. Ruby. Ruby? Marco knocks on the door. You ready? I stare at myself in the mirror, turning around in the dress so I can see it again from all angles. It's a strapless red dress, floor-length and extremely flattering to my curves. My breasts are getting quite the lift from it, like almost up to my chin. But hey, if you've got it, flaunt it, and I'm going to need all the flaunting I can get tonight. We're going to this Primera Liga award ceremony tonight, and I'm stoked to say the least. First, I was shocked that Marco invited me, even though it was rather last minute. Then I was even more taken aback when he said he'd take me dress shopping. From looking at the pictures online of last year's gala, I knew I didn't have anything that would suffice, so Marco insisted he buy me a dress. It was just as well. My bank account is creeping down with every day. I've started applying for jobs in Lisbon, like at touristy places and the internet cafes where I spend my time checking emails from Julie and Elena. Julie knows about my situation and says she'll lend me some money, but I know she's working incredibly hard at her internship in NYC, and I don't want to feel like a charity. So far, I've had no luck even getting an interview, but I haven't given up yet. Sonia, who works the front desk at the hostel, says she might be able to get me a job at a hostel in Barcelona, which would be perfect if I had any intention of going there soon. I know it was part of my original plan, but now that Marco is in the picture, I think I'm going to stay here in Lisbon until I absolutely have to go. It's just a matter of what comes first, me running out of time on the visa or me running out of money. At least I made a bit when I was working for Luciano. It was a complete nonsense job and created for my benefit, I know that. And it made things so fucking weird between Luciano and I, but at least it helped keep me afloat for a little bit. I haven't seen Luciano for 3 weeks, but I'll be seeing him tonight. The thought makes my stomach fizz with nerves. I take in a deep breath and open the bathroom door. Wow, Marco says as I step out, his eyes glued to my chest. I mean, wow. I jut out my hips, hands in the air. You like? Very much so, he says, coming over and wrapping his hands around my waist, putting his mouth at my neck. In fact, I think perhaps we should call the whole thing off and stay here. I giggle. No chance. You bought me this gorgeous dress. The least I can do is show it off. He pulls back, eyes still locked on my cleavage. You think it's too much? He gives me a salacious grin. Not even a little. I pull my hair up off my head, holding it into a top knot. Should I do my hair up or down? Up, he says. No, down. I laugh. Okay, how about I compromise? I go back into the bathroom and pile half my hair on top of my head, leaving loose waves down, and then do one more slick of red lipstick, and then we're ready to go. It's not lost on me that Marco's father said I looked like a whore in red lipstick. I don't think he's going to be there, but even so, cameras will be, and I want to smile at each one while hanging on to Marco's arm. A real fuck you to Tomas Ribeiro. Our ride is here, Marco tells me as he glances at his phone, and we head down the stairs of his luxurious apartment building. He's hired a driver for the event, and we're picked up in a sleek black car, the driver stone-faced and silent. Where is the ceremony? I ask Marco as we pull away from his condo on the river. It's being held in a former queen's palace, he says. But first we have to pick up Luciano. I still. What? Why? Because he's my ticket inside, which means he's your ticket inside. You're a sports agent. I'm his agent. Until I get other clients, which is why a night like tonight is so important for networking. Which reminds me, please do not take it personally if I am not around much tonight. I have to use this evening to my advantage. Great. It's going to be just like when I went with Luciano to the horse show. At least Marco was warning me ahead of time. Don't worry, he tells me, noting my sour expression. I'm sure my brother will keep you company. So, not only is Luciano going to get in the car with us, cramming me in the middle seat, but I'm supposed to hang around him all night like I need a babysitter? The last time I saw Luciano, things got very weird and awkward. Mainly my fault, but still it resulted in him basically firing me. Which was probably for the best. I know, I've replayed that morning a lot in my head. What happened? How it happened. How my honesty with him took things too far. Made things too complicated. The truth is, I don't trust myself around Luciano. As much as I tell myself that I deserve Marco, that my feelings for Luciano are dangerous, there's a pull to him that I can't ignore. I fall into his dark eyes and I can't seem to climb out. He makes me want to pull the mask off the both of us, let us sink in our flaws, open our wounds and see what good can come out of it. He makes me feel less of a ghost, like I'm something tangible and real. That scares me like nothing else. Are you okay? Marco asks me as the car comes to a stop outside Luciano's place. His eyes are directed at my arms where I've been digging my fingernails in. I hadn't even noticed. I quickly rub at my arms and give him a half smile. I'm fine. I suppose I'm just nervous about the night. Don't be, he says, just as I see Luciano leave his building and come around the car. He opens the door, meeting my eyes for just a second before sliding into the seat beside me. If he was surprised to see me here, he doesn't show it. The energy in this tight space changes in an instant, the air feeling thick with tension, as I'm literally stuck between the Ribeiro brothers, Marco on one side, Luciano on the other. I close my eyes briefly, breathing in the salt and pine scent of Luciano, feeling it hit differently this time. It's intoxicating and saturated with everything I want, and I'm not supposed to have. I've missed him. Haven't seen you in a while, Luciano says to me, his voice low and smooth, sinking into my bones. I know, I tell him. Marco tells me you've been busy. How is your shoulder? I hate how I sound. I hate this fake little conversation. Better, he says, moving it slightly against me. The motion causes my breasts to jiggle, but Luciano's attention is out the window of the car, like he's trying his hardest not to look at me at all. Silence fills the car again. This is so fucking awkward. When does your practice start? I ask feebly just to say something. A couple of weeks. Brother, please tell me you'll have something to drink tonight, Marco says, looking at Luciano over my head. Because I can't handle this moody, grumpy version of yourself. Luciano just grunts. I have to wonder how he'd be acting if I wasn't here. Fortunately, the palace where the event is held is in Lisbon's core, not too far from Luciano's apartment, and it's not long until we're pulling up outside, the street filled with cars and looky-loos trying to get a glimpse of what's happening. I'm glad as hell I took Marco up on the dress, because as he grabs my hand and helps me out of the car, we find ourselves on a red carpet that leads into the palace. Cameras are everywhere, flashbulbs going off. Marco grabs me and we pose. Even though I think I look like a deer caught in the headlights most of the time, my smile's shaky. Of course, the moment Luciano appears, all the attention goes to him, with only a few people still bothering with Marco and me. I look over my shoulder at Luciano, who is working the red carpet like he's on the pitch, totally comfortable and in control. He's putting the charm on to the max, smiling widely, that smile that never fails to take my breath away. The transformation is incredible, from the silent, brooding man in the car next to me to this bona fide soccer star. He looks like he lives for these moments, even though I know it's not true. Though perhaps I don't know him at all. Marco pokes me hard in the side, and I turn my attention back to him in surprise. He's scowling, eyes darting over to Luciano before landing hard on me. "Smile," he commands, then gives a cheesy grin at the one camera person left. I paste on a smile, and the flash goes off. The cameraman then goes down the carpet to Luciano, taking pictures of him along with everyone else. "Come on," Marco says, wrapping his hand around mine and tugs me along until we're walking inside the building. I feel like I'm his property right now from the way he's handling me. Obviously, the fact that Luciano is getting all the love from the media is rankling him, but what does he expect? His brother is who he is. "So, there are 3 bars on this level," Marco says to me once we're in the middle of the room, "and I think there's some food somewhere." This room is ornately decorated with statues and pillars, the marble floor filled with stunning women in gowns and soccer players in suits, with beautiful gilded frescoes on the ceiling. Everyone is tanned and smiling and seems to know each other. These people are the elite of the entire country, the biggest celebrities you'll get in Portugal. Even with my hair done and the expensive designer dress, I feel woefully out of place. "Anyway, eat and drink as much you like. It's all included," he says to me, leaning in and kissing me on the cheek. "I see some people I need to talk to. I'll come find you later." "Wait, what?" I ask as he starts to walk away. I reach out and grab his arm, pulling him to a stop. "I told you, you'd be alone for most of the night," he says, sounding a little too annoyed for my liking. "Yeah, I know, but we literally just got here. I thought you'd at least introduce me to someone so I could have someone to talk to before you went off with all of y'all friends." "Ruby," he says, shrugging out of my grasp. He smooths out his suit, giving me a stiff smile. "You talk to everyone and make friends everywhere you go. I'm sure you'll be fine. So as long as you don't say things like y'all." I blink at him. "What's wrong with y'all?" "It makes you sound like what do you call it? A redneck." "Excuse me?" I've been saying that quite a bit since, being Texan and all, and he's never tried to correct my language before. "And like I said, you know Luciano," he adds. "He's not up for any awards tonight, so I'm sure he'll be feeling down and out about that. Probably would want the company. Now, if you'll please excuse me, I need to go." Then he turns on his heels and beelines it to a couple of guys standing in the corner, deep in conversation. I watch as he barrels on in, not even waiting for a lull in their talking before he starts introducing himself. I know that this is part of his job, but so far tonight has definitely highlighted that sleazy rep that agents get. I sigh and look around. Occasionally someone will look my way, and then eye my cleavage with disdain. But in general, people pass by me like I'm not here at all. No one looks friendly enough to approach. Definitely no one that would think my use of y'all was endearing. Then there's Luciano. He's walking inside now, being trailed by a camera or two, talking to a man that I think might be the owner of Sporting. I can't tell. All my instincts tell me to go toward him, that even with all the weirdness that has passed between us, that he's still a safe bet. a shelter in a storm. He's at least the only person I know here other than Marco, and I know he doesn't judge me. But he looks busy, and beside that, I don't think he wants to speak to me at all. So I decide to suck up my loneliness and find one of the 3 bars. I don't want to get as drunk as I did at the horse show, where I'm flirting with the bartender until he gives me bottles of champagne just to get me to go away. But I definitely need something to help my nerves and make this night bearable. "Hey, y'all," I say to the 2 bartenders, really laying my accent on thick. "How's your night going?" The bartenders look at each other, brows raised. Then they look back at me, not amused. I guess y'all is the least of my problems when I don't speak Portuguese and they don't speak English. "Champagne, por favor," I tell them. They at least understand that, and I'm handed a flute of it. I stand there, downing it all in a few long gulps, the bubbles a straight shot to my brain. Then I hand them the glass back. "Por favor," I say, smiling. "More, please." The bartender's eyes go wide, but thankfully he obliges, filling up the glass again. I decide to take this glass and mosey away, just in case they decide to kick me out or cut me off or something. I head down the corridors of the palace, poking my head in roped-off rooms, smiling politely at all the pretty people, then paying a visit to the other 2 bars. "Don't get too drunk" is playing over and over in my head, but you know what else I can't stop thinking about? What Marco said to me, that he feared people would think I was a redneck of all things. Just because I said y'all, I mean, what the fuck? And that he didn't care enough to keep my company, that he was showing me off like a trophy before casting me aside for bigger and better things. Ever since he got back from his trip, things have been different between us. I thought that maybe it was because I've been different. After the way things ended with Luciano, I've been feeling unmoored and lost and alone, like I've had no one in my corner. I've also been stressed out over money, even though I've tried my hardest not to show it around Marco, burying it. I don't want him to think I'm anything but the person he wants me to be. I don't want to be anything less than the perfect girlfriend. I thought maybe he was pulling away because of all that, picking up on what a hot mess I secretly am. Now I'm not sure what it is. All I know is I don't like it. The only thing keeping my heart from being crushed right now is reminding myself that this was never meant to go anywhere, never meant to last, and I never got attached to Marco anyway, so why do I care? But I do care. I care in a way I shouldn't. I care because it reminds me of who I am and where I came from and what I wanted to leave behind. I see him now as I'm walking back into the main room, this time chatting very closely to a gorgeous girl with mile-high legs, stiletto heels, and a big white smile. I stare at him for a moment, hoping to catch his eye, but he doesn't even look around him. I don't think I've ever seen him pay me that much attention. I sigh, straightening my shoulders and then heading toward the tables piled high with canapes and desserts. This feels like high school dances all over again, where people would busy themselves with food or drink so they didn't feel bad about not having anyone to dance with. Except back then, I was ballsy enough to go after the guys I wanted and drag them onto the dance floor. I'm not about to do that here. I'm biting into a bolinos de bacalhau when I feel a presence beside me. I know who it is before I even turn to look. "Enjoying yourself?" Luciano asks. I don't know what it is about his voice tonight, this low, throaty, rough quality that makes me feel undone. I close my eyes for a second, trying to steady myself, remembering that I'm somewhat drunk and I need to stay in control this time. I twist to look at him as he moves beside me, leaning over to grab a croquetchi. His shiny, wavy black hair is in my face, the back of his tanned neck right there, and I can practically feel the heat radiate off of him. Am I enjoying myself? I repeat. It feels like I have wings fluttering in my stomach, like every hair on my body is raised, like I'm so much more alert and real and alive when he's around. He pops the croquetchi in his mouth and chews, his eyes watching me intently. He nods, swallows. Simple question. Well, it doesn't have a simple answer, I tell him. I gesture at the crowd. As you can see, your brother is mingling and I've been left to fend for myself. Again. Seems the Ribeiro brothers are more alike than they care to realize. He looks momentarily apologetic, then eyes my dress, his gaze lingering on my chest for just a second, a look of fire passing through his eyes. God, was that so hard? I mutter. He blinks up at me. Sorry, what? I feel like you've been refusing to look at me all night. The corner of his mouth lifts as his eyes drift over my body. It feels like flames licking over my skin. I'm not sure what you're talking about. It's impossible not to look at you in that dress. So, you like it? His expression turns serious, nostrils flaring for a moment. Very much so, he says quietly. Luciano, someone calls out from behind us. We both turn to see some people waving him over. Excuse me, he says to me before he goes and joins them. I let out a harsh breath, wishing he could have stayed by my side. There's so much I want to talk to him about. I just want things to go back to normal between us, back to that easy banter and connection we had, even with the heavy dose of sexual tension that comes along with it. But there's no use having a pity party for myself if everyone else is having fun. I eat a few more petiscos, then head over to the bar. I'm waiting in line when my phone starts vibrating. It's my father. Immediately, my heart lurches. He hasn't called me once since I've been here, nor texted, and we've only emailed twice. I quickly do the calculation in my head, trying to figure out what time it is back in Houston, but my mind refuses to do the math. I quickly answer it, walking away from the line into a less crowded corner of the room. Dad? The line is scratchy, and I quickly glance at my phone, seeing it only has one bar. Dad? I repeat again, my pitch higher. Ruby, he says, sounding echoey. I'm sorry, did I wake you? I don't know what time it is there. It's almost midnight, I tell him. It's fine. What's wrong? He sighs loudly. It's your mother. Everything in me stills. I stop walking. What happened? She overdosed. My hand flies to my mouth, a gasp escaping. A couple walking past me give me a funny look. She's dead? I cry out softly, lost in the moment before he tells me yes or no and everything changes forever. No, he says. She's alive. In the prison hospital. I exhale hard, breath shaking, flooded with relief. She's alive. How the hell did this happen? How did she get drugs in prison? Ruby, come on. You're not that naive. What was it? What drug? I'm not sure. Is she going to be okay? I don't know. I hesitate, the words waiting in my mouth. Do you want me to come home? I never wanted you to go in the first place, he says sharply. Okay, but I'm here now. And that's where you'll stay. I don't want you coming home, Ruby. Fuck, that stings. So you didn't want me to come here, and now you don't want me to come home? Do you have a plan for when you come home? Are you going to get a real job? Are you going to straighten up and act like an adult for once in your life? Where are you going to live? With you? I whisper, feeling so pathetic. That's not an option, he says. You know Sharon and the kids have moved in. The mention of his girlfriend makes me feel even more forgotten. Okay, well, I'll rent a place somewhere. With what money? How is your blog, Ruby? Making any money? Are you even working at all? My mouth opens and closes, feeling like my tongue is laden with sawdust. I need to go home. I need to see my mom. Ruby, he says harshly. She's not your mother anymore. She's chosen her path. It wasn't you. Everything inside me runs dry, empty, hollow. Then why did you call and tell me this? I ask, my voice cracking. Because you deserve to know. You need to know. I can't be burdened with this alone. This is your responsibility, too. I don't even think. I hang up the phone. Squeeze it in my hand like I'm trying to break it, my head lowered, trying to breathe. I can hear people passing around me, looking at me, but I don't care. I don't care. Ever since I was born, it's like my father has been trying to blame me for my mother's drug habit, all her mental problems. I know what he thinks, that my birth was the cause of all this, that somehow I became too much to handle, or her postpartum depression spiraled out of control, which then led to her abusing drugs. I know what he's always inferred, and I believe it too. I know it's my fault. Ruby? It's Marco. I look up as he puts his hand on my back. Are you okay? I nod, straightening up. Then I shake my head, because I'm not okay. Not even a little. My dad just called me, I say, my breath coming out ragged. Oh, what did he say? My mom overdosed. Marco stares at me for a moment, trying to make sense of what I said. Overdosed on what? I don't know. Drugs. She's in prison. She's in prison? He exclaims, then immediately looks around. He puts his arm around my shoulder and leads me down to one of the corridors that head toward roped-off rooms. He looks around again and then frowns, whispers. What the hell are you talking about? What did she do? Possession of drugs. This was years and years ago. I was only 6. She's been in prison since you were 6? He cries out. How is that even possible? Drugs aren't even criminalized here in Portugal. How nice for you, I say blankly. She's been out on parole a few times, but she always fucks it up. Well, shit. His brow furrows. You never told me this before. Because you'd think differently of me. You are already. I can see it. I'm not, he says, but it's unconvincing. There's a shift in his eyes. Listen, I'm really sorry, Ruby. That must be rough. Rough? My mother overdosing in prison is rough? He leans in and kisses me on the cheek. You'll be okay, right? You see that guy there? He points at a tall dude in a suit, girl on his arm. I recognize him as the winger from Benfica. That's Paulo Moreira. He's a free agent right now. This is my chance. You're leaving me? I cry out in a hush. I'll come find you later, he says, walking off. You need some time to process all that, yes? I stand there dumbfounded, watching him approach the player. What the actual fuck? As the two of them shake hands and start talking, I realize there's no point in me staying here like a good little girl, waiting for her boyfriend to pay her attention, or hell, maybe give me some comfort when I'm obviously going through something. Fuck this shit. I'm out of here.
Chapter 9. Luciano. What do you think, Luciano? Teresa, the wife of Benedito Cadete, Sporting's goalkeeper, asks me. I can't say I've been paying much attention to what she's been talking about, because I was watching Ruby and Marco disappear around the corner. I couldn't tell if they were fighting or what, but something was obviously wrong. Now Ruby's walking fast toward the doors, and I have no idea where Marco went. Luciano? Benedito asks. I give him a quick smile. I'll be right back. Excuse me. I talk to Benedito on a daily basis, so I know he won't feel slighted by me bailing on him like this. I have to know why Ruby just left. I spot Marco talking to this asshole from Benfica, Lisbon's other team. I know what he's doing. He's trying to get another client, even though I personally would rather him not go for one of my biggest rivals. Marco, I say to him, giving Paolo a stiff fuck-off smile. I can't tell you how many times this asshole has done some dirty foul moves to get the ball past me. Luciano, Marco says, looking annoyed. I'm in the middle of something. I just saw Ruby leave. She probably needs some time alone, he says flippantly. Why? Marco gives Paolo an apologetic smile and then leans into me, whispering in my ear. Her mother overdosed or something. Holy shit. Or something? Is she alive? Marco motions for me to keep my voice down. I don't know, but her mother was in prison. Prison, Luciano. Did you know that? I look him dead in the eyes. Yeah, I did, and I can't believe you're just letting her walk off like that. Of course you knew. He rolls his eyes. Look, she needs time to figure it all out. I'll see her later. He pats my shoulder and then goes back to talking to Paolo. I stare at my brother, feeling rage flood through me. I'm usually so even-keeled, but it's taking everything in me not to punch him right in the fucking face for that. With Paolo here and all the cameras, it would do more harm than good. I turn and stride toward the doors, stepping past the cameras and into the night. Only a few of them take my picture. From my posture and expression, I think most can tell I'm not in the mood. I have no idea where Ruby could have gone, so I start walking in one direction, texting her as I go. Where are you? It feels strange to text her after going so long without it. When she left me that morning after the horse show, I had to stop myself many times from reaching out to her. When she was working for me, it felt like second nature, and I'd come to look forward to it. Every text put a smile on my face, especially the nonsensical ones. So the last few weeks, having no contact with her at all, have been hollow, to say the least. But seeing her tonight, that's been a tonic to my spirit. She's the breath of fresh air in that whole stuffy room, and it's been hell to try and keep my eyes off her all night. I've walked down one block, and I'm about to turn around and head back down the other when she finally texts back. Bassam Playground. That doesn't help me much, but then I remember seeing a playground when we drove in. I keep walking and go around the corner, and there she is, lit beneath orange street lamps, sitting on a swing set, her red dress trailing on the ground as she slowly moves back and forth. Ruby, Ruby, Ruby. I want to go over to her, pick her up in my arms, comfort her, tell her everything is going to be all right, even if it isn't. But that's not who I am to her. That's not my place. That's Marco's job. But I am here as her friend. At least there is that. Ruby, I say gently as I approach her. She's got her fingers wrapped around the chains of the swing, and she's staring dejectedly at nothing. I slowly sit down on the swing next to her, even though I barely fit on the seat. I glance up at the creaking beam above and hope I'm not about to bring the whole thing down. When she doesn't say anything, doesn't even acknowledge me, I say, Marco told me what happened. She nods once, licking her lips. Did he now? He said your mother overdosed. Is she okay? She finally looks at me. Her eyes look glazed and tired. You know, he didn't even ask me if she was alive or not. I swallow down the anger. Is she? Yeah, she says, looking down at the hem of her dress covered in dirt. She's alive. That's all I know. How did you find out? My dad called. How is he taking it? She shrugs. Beats the hell out of me. The only reason he told me is so that I could suffer over here, not being able to do anything. My first instinct is to assure her that her father loves her, and that I'm sure that's not what he tried to do. But then I remember the things she's said about him before. And I know my relationship with both my father and stepfather, how shitty those relationships can be, how easily people can dismiss it. The world loves to pretend that your parents are perfect and can do no wrong, but parents are nothing but human beings. And sometimes they're the type of humans you wouldn't want to be in a dark alley with. So I ask, is your father really like that? She sucks in her lower lip and glances at me sadly. Yeah, he is. Exhaling loudly, she looks away. And now Marco knows that I'm white trash. Not that he didn't suspect it before. I don't know why he fucking brought me here. To spite his father. But I don't say it. What a fucked up bunch we are. I'm sorry he's been acting that way, I tell her, trying to be as diplomatic as possible, but it's hard. Marco gets into a certain zone when he's around people in the industry. You can say that again? I think I hate it. I think I hate it too. She gives me another soft smile. Have you always gotten along with Marco? The question takes me by surprise. What makes you think we get along? For one, I've never seen you fight, and I assume you do because he's your agent. How did that even happen? I give her a loaded look. It happened because of my stepfather. He basically wanted Marco to follow in my footsteps, but that never happened. While I was out at boarding school and sporting academy, Marco could barely even kick a ball. He had no athletic leanings at all, not like I did. Marco didn't do well at school either. Barely graduated. Didn't go to university. Didn't care. He wanted to enjoy the lifestyle his father gave him, but he didn't want to work for it. So, your stepfather thought, I know, he can be your agent. That's pretty much it. I mean, Marco is young, not much older than you. He has a lot to learn, too, but he's coming around. He's got the drive, which is good, but none of the heart. He doesn't care about this sport. He cares about this sport's stars. He cares about being seen in that crowd. He wants to be you. I nod. It's never easy to admit that truth. He does. And he doesn't even know the real reason why. Because he looks up to you. I don't know about that, I tell her. But I know my stepfather wishes Marco had what I have. I know he hates the fact that his own son, his real son, is my agent, and that I'm the one with the talent and the money and the career. In fact, the more successful I get, the more he despises me. She stares at me for a moment. Wow. I shrug, pushing back on my feet a bit to move the swing. It's the truth. It's the truth I've known since the day he walked into my life and told me to call him Tomas. Not Papa, not father, but Tomas. And I would never be his son. He said that? She says, her eyes wide. Not in those exact words, but yes. And then I was sent away to boarding school. My mother didn't even shed a tear when I left. All she could think about was Tomas and Marco. I suppose... I trail off, trying to put my feelings together. Sometimes they feel so fragmented, like some past version of myself shattered long ago, and I'm forever picking up the pieces. I suppose she blamed me for my father leaving. Who knows, maybe it was my fault. What does it matter in the end? I stare straight ahead at a stand of oak trees, barely visible in the darkness, their leaves dancing in the light breeze. Even though it's past midnight, all around us the city buzzes on, cars passing on their road, people yelling in their apartments, windows wide open to beat the heat. All of this, and yet I feel quite alone with her, like we're the only two people left in the world. Silence throbs between us, the weight of my words hanging, and I glance at her. She's staring at me with a torn expression, the streetlights glinting in her eyes. "What?" I ask. She gives me a sweet, sad smile. "We are too much alike." "You've said this before." "I know, and it made you upset." "It didn't make me upset." "Then I made you upset. You fired me. And then I didn't see you or hear from you for weeks. Was I that easy to forget?" Fuck. I twist my fingers over the chains of the swinging, trying to say the right thing. I never forgot you. "Why am I only seeing you tonight?" "Because we're both busy." "Because you're screwing my brother." "Why did you fire me?" "Because you're screwing my brother." "I would hardly call that firing you. You barely worked for me." "But you didn't want me to do it anymore. Why?" "Because... Come on, Ruby. You know things were getting complicated." Her head shakes, a strand of dark hair falling across her eyes. "I don't know. Tell me." "I won't." I avert my eyes, staring at the ground. "Tell me, please. I feel like I'm always left in the dark, like I live in the dark." I squint at her. "If you live in the dark, then you're the brightest light there." "Don't try and butter me up with poetry." "Butter you up? It's true." "Then tell me more of the truth." She twists in her swing so she's facing me, wrapping her ankle around mine to keep her in place. "Tell me why this and everything between us is so complicated when it's the only thing that makes any sense." Her eyes seem to glow in the dim light, locking me in place so that I can't look away even if I wanted to. Part of me wants to, needs to. Part of me thinks that things are getting too dangerous, too risky, and that the longer she looks at me, the less control I have. I feel like control is the only thing saving us right now. But I don't look away. Because we do make sense. We've made sense from day one. "You know why," I manage to say, licking my lips. Her eyes drop to my mouth, and something carnal comes over them. A heat I feel in my dick, causing me to suck in my breath. Whatever this relationship is between us, it's... The things you feel around me, you should feel that around Marco. "What do I feel for you?" "Why so many questions? I don't know what you feel for me." "We're just friends," she says. "Right?" Then she leans forward, grabbing the chains on my swing with both hands and pulling herself toward me, until her face is just inches away. I watch as her eyes search my face with something soft and tender and sweet, enough to make me dizzy. "Tell me we're just friends," she says. "Tell me and I'll go along with it." The world shifts on its axis, everything sliding out of place. I could kiss her right now. I could kiss her and she would kiss me back. The tension is too much to ignore. The pull between us is too strong to fight back. The only thing that remains is that tiny sliver of control. I swallow uneasily, my throat feeling thick. "We're just friends," I manage to say. The words sound empty. The words are a lie. "You're supposed to go along with it." And you're supposed to be honest with me, Luciano, she says, my name sounding both sour and sweet. I can't help but stare at her mouth, those red lips, the pink tongue moving between them. We're supposed to be honest with each other. My eyes flutter closed, and I take in a deep breath. She's killing me. She has to know she's killing me. Her words tease me, tempt me, pull me under. Do you want to kiss me? She asks. Fuck me. My eyes pop open, veins feeling like they're on fire, making it hard to breathe, hard to think. Yes, I murmur, unable to keep up the lie, unable to stop staring at her lips. Now or always? Since the day I first met you, I admit. Because there's no point hiding the truth now. Then why haven't you? I bring my gaze up, her eyes burning into me. Before I can stop myself, I'm reaching out and cupping my hand against her cheek, feeling her soft, cool skin against my palm. Because you are not mine to kiss. Ruby girl. I almost go for it. I almost lean in. I fucking desire her like I've desired nothing else, like I've been craving this, her, my whole entire life, and didn't even know it until now. Just 1 inch, 1 sweet inch, and I'll know what she tastes like. But I drop my hand from her face. Her hands drop away from the chains. I get to my feet, and I stumble away from her, trying to take in a breath. My brain feels rattled. My heart is thundering in my chest. You're on thin ice, Luciano. A few more inches, and you would have broken through it. I walk a few feet away, keep my back to her, as if I can pretend she's not there. I should leave. I should take her back to the gala. I should do a lot of things. But then I hear her behind me, the sound of her dress brushing against the dirt. Don't turn around. But I do. She's right behind me, staring up at me, and I'm transfixed, frozen in place. Fear and desire and lust and guilt cycle through me like a roulette wheel, and I don't know where it's going to land. I breathe in sharply through my nose, my fingers twitching at my sides, trying to quell the urges running through me, trying to use the last of my control. Luciano. She says my name, voice throaty and impassioned and promising me my wildest dreams. Her tongue slips out to wet her lips. The ice breaks. I grab her face in my hands, bringing her mouth to mine, crushing her in a hard kiss that will probably be my undoing. Her lips are softer than I imagined, and they open against my lips, against the hunger that's coursing through me, fueling that need for her that's gone beyond desire and into madness. With each tease of her tongue, each hot, wet pass of our mouths in frenzied rhythm with each other, I lose myself a little more. My fingers press into her cheekbones, as if I'm afraid she'll fall through my hands, and my dick is as hard as cement, threatening to ruin me right here in this city park. She moans into my mouth, a sound that makes me want to do wicked, dirty things to her, her hands going to my collar and holding on, and I know that I'm so fucking close to completely giving in. But I can't do that, because she's not mine to kiss. She's not mine at all. Marco flashes through my lust-addled brain, and it's enough to make me pull back, to stop, to try and regain my breath, regain a sense of shame and humility. I can't, I say, choking on my words. I rest my forehead against hers, my eyes pinched shut. I need to get it together. I can't be this person. I won't be this person. I'm sorry, I whisper to her, afraid to look at her. I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have done that. I wanted you to do that. You shouldn't have wanted that, Ruby. You shouldn't want me. Why not? You're the one I'm supposed to be with. I know it. I should be with you, she tells me, her voice practically begging, her fingers curling around my collar. But you're not. I straighten up and turn away. My dick is still hard, my heart still pounding, and she's still staring at me with those gorgeous eyes that promise me the world. Frustration rolls through me, and I put my hands in my hair, tugging at them in anguish, breathing in deep as I stare across the field at the swings. He's my brother. I can't do this to him. I've already done too much damage. I won't. It'll be okay. I won't tell him. My brows raise. I look at her in surprise. You're not going to tell him? That I kissed you? No, he doesn't need to know that. I kissed you. I asked you to. I don't always do what I'm told, I tell her. Neither do I. That's why I'm always in trouble. But sometimes that trouble is worth it. Well, it's not worth it this time. My words come out harsher than I meant, and I see her face fall. But I can't take it back. To take it back would mean that what we did was okay, and it wasn't. I kissed my brother's girlfriend. I'm an asshole. Ruby shakes her head. This isn't fair. It's not fair to anyone, don't you see? No one is a winner here. Not me, not you, not Marco. And you and me, that's just not going to happen. It can't ever happen. She rubs her lips together, which makes me run the back of my hand over my mouth, wiping her crimson lipstick from my lips. I don't know how I'm going to go back to that gala. I don't know how I'm going to handle anything after this. I'll break up with him, she says, after a beat. Not on my account, I say quickly. Your relationship has nothing to do with me. It has everything to do with you, she cries out, throwing her arms in the air. You're as entwined in this as I am. She's not even making sense. I have to remind myself that she's been through a hell of a lot tonight and is more emotionally fragile than normal. She's worried, she's scared, she's been drinking, and she's trying to forget it all by getting herself tangled with me. That's all this is. We should go back to the party, I tell her, reaching out for her arm. She keeps it at her side, looking at me like I'm crazy. Please, I tell her. We have to go back. Marco is waiting for you. You know he doesn't give a shit about me. He does care. That's what makes this so hard. Because even though Marco's been a bit of a fucker with her, I know he still does care. Ruby, I tell her sternly. I know you're confused right now, and to be honest, I am too. But we have to go back. If you don't want to tell him, then I support that. If you do want to tell him, I guess I support that too. But we can't solve all our problems out here, okay? She stares at the ground for a moment, anguish on her brow. Then she relents. Okay, she says quietly. We walk out of the park, together, down the street, back to the palace. Both of us side by side, walking in silence. I get as far as the entrance, noticing some cameramen still outside, though they don't see us. Listen, you go inside and finish the night with Marco. I'm going to go home. Fear widens her eyes. You're leaving me? I have to. It's for the best. She studies me for a moment, in disbelief. I still need you. I need to talk to you. Talk to Marco first. That's what he's there for. "Luciano!" she calls out. But I'm already walking away, heading across the street, away from the gala, away from my brother, away from her.
Chapter 10. Ruby. I think it's time we break up. I stop dead in my tracks and stare at Marco, dumbfounded. We had just gone for a nice lunch near the hostel, which I thought was a bit strange since he usually complains about the area, and we were walking back hand in hand, talking about Adam Sandler of all things. I love him, he hates him. When... What? I ask, feeling my pulse start to race. I attempt a joke. You hate Adam Sandler that much? His smile is forced, and how did I not notice his eyes this whole time? How cold and distant they are. Ruby. Are you serious? He nods. I think it's time. We both knew this was coming. But I'm not leaving for another 2 weeks. I know, he says. Why put off the inevitable? I fold my arms across my chest, feeling a cold ache inside, even though the sun is strong and 1,000,000,000 degrees. He's breaking up with me. Just like that. Takes me out for lunch, and the whole time he knew. He planned it. It wasn't a spur-of-the-moment decision. He knew this morning. Maybe he even knew last week that he was going to end it. You were going to break up with him, I remind myself. That's all true. After the sports awards gala, and more importantly, after Luciano kissed me, I'd been agonizing on whether to break up with Marco. I knew that what I felt for Luciano was real, but futile. I knew that I couldn't be that girl that went from brother to brother, and I definitely knew Luciano would not be that kind of person. So that left us in a dead end. We made perfect sense for each other, but that's all it would be. Something good in theory. Something that couldn't be a reality. Plus, there was the realization that if I was feeling that way about Luciano, it meant I didn't really care for Marco. The strange thing is, I do care for him. I probably shouldn't, but I do. I like spending time with him. For the most part, he treats me well. I feel comfortable with him. I'm not in love with him, but I never thought that was in the cards anyway. It's hard to fall in love when you play them so close to your chest. I'm sorry, Ruby, he says to me. I really am. I don't want things to end, but they have to. But they don't have to. That's a cop-out. We could make it work if we wanted to. There's always a way. He's just decided that the way isn't worth it. This sudden rejection aside, my major problem is that I don't have a plan now. I sure as hell don't want to stay in Lisbon anymore. I don't know anyone here. My career attempt went nowhere. I've texted Luciano a few times after that night we kissed, but his answers were curt, so it's obvious he doesn't want to talk to me and wants to keep distance between us. I don't blame him. Now where am I to go? And the bigger question is, how will I afford it? I've bought you a plane ticket, he says, as if he can read my mind. What? I bought you a plane ticket to Barcelona. That is where you wanted to go next, isn't it? Now I'm full-on blinking like an idiot. I don't understand. You broke up with me and bought me a plane ticket? You want to get rid of me that badly? You can change it if you want. The date and time. I'll pay the change fees. When does it take off? Tomorrow. Tomorrow? I exclaim. Marco, I can't just leave tomorrow. It's in the afternoon, he says, as if that's helpful. Look, I thought I was doing the right thing. I figured you've got 2 weeks left in Europe, and you have that open-ended plane ticket back home. I thought I was doing you a favor by getting you to Barcelona, at least for a little bit. You talk about it all the time, that it's the next move for your journalism. Plus, you said you have a job there if you want. That's huge. That's true. Sonia was able to get me a phone interview with the guy that runs the hostel in Barcelona, same chain as the one here. He said I could work there if I wanted to, under the table or in exchange for room and board. I told him I'd think about it, knowing I'd probably be in Portugal to the last minute. But I guess not anymore. Well, fuck, I mumble. This is a lot to process. I know. I'm sorry. I just thought it was better you know now. Remember, I can change it, but I have to know today. I let out a mirthless laugh. You couldn't have broken up with me earlier? I mean, you bought me a plane ticket. How long have you been planning to send me away like this? It's not like that. I care about you a lot, Ruby. I want to take care of you and make sure you're okay. He reaches out to tuck a strand of hair behind my ear. It's a small gesture, but it makes me sad. But you don't care enough to want to make it work? He gives me a half smile, brow raised. Do you? And that's where he has me. I sigh. I guess this whole thing just sucks then. It kind of does, he says. I'm going to miss you. A lot. I don't know what I'm going to miss. I think there's someone else I'm already missing. So, I say, feeling super rejected and awkward all of a sudden. I guess this is goodbye then. Yes, I guess so. I'll email you the plane ticket, he says, then leans in and kisses me on both cheeks. Goodbye, Ruby. Keeping on being you. You'll get where you need to go. But it hasn't happened yet, has it? He gives me a wave and then walks off down the street to where he parked his Mercedes. So that's it. That's just fucking it. 1 minute we were a couple splitting a bottle of wine at lunch. The next he's broken up with me on the fucking sidewalk and given me a plane ticket to get the fuck out of here. I stand there for a few minutes, watching him drive off. Then I'm staring at the street, the shops and cafes, the cars and people going past. And then I realize that I'm going to have to say goodbye to Lisbon, too. This place that's been my home for nearly 3 months. The first home where I really felt free. And yet I'm running away from it, too. Because I could change the ticket. I could stick it out. But there's no point. I have to move on, even if I'm not ready to. I take in a deep breath, trying to ground myself, trying to get excited for the next step of the journey. Yet nothing comes. I head back to the hostel and go straight to Sonia, letting her know that I'll be going to Barcelona after all. She asks if I want to get a drink later, and I know I should say yes, especially as I never got a chance to hang out with her as much as I wanted to, and I want to drink my face off. But I can't commit to that. Not on my last night. There's one person I have to see, even if he doesn't want to see me. I have to say goodbye to Luciano. I'd hate myself if I didn't. And I have a feeling, or maybe it's just hope, that he'd be upset if I left like that. So I go to my room, pack up my bags so that I'm not racing around in the morning trying to find things. Then I take a quick shower. I don't bother with makeup and put my damp hair back in a braid, slip on a maxi skirt and a tank top to beat the heat, sandals, and then I'm out the door. I've become a pro at walking in Lisbon, so I don't waste time on cab rides and buses. And Luciano's place is only 20 minutes away. Of course, by the time I end up there, I'm a hot, sweaty mess. I stare up at the building. I know I should text him to let him know, but I'm afraid he'll ignore it. Wiping the sweat off my forehead, I go over to the intercom and punch in his suite number. Feels like a punch to the gut that this will be the last time I enter that code. It rings. A crackle, then a wary, "Hola?" "It's me. It's Ruby." Silence. My heart beats faster. Then the door buzzes and unlocks. I open it, go up the elevator. Everything feels like it's in slow motion for some reason. I get off on his floor and walk to his door. It opens as I near. I barely see him as he opens it wide, letting me walk right in. I'm going to miss this place. The bright light, everything smelling like him. Comforting, warm, a little bit spicy. The door closes behind me and I turn around. God damn it, he looks incredible. He's wearing charcoal gray jeans and a white t-shirt that's loose around the neck, his hair deliciously messy, wavy strands of it flopping over his forehead. His eyes search mine, and I can tell he's trying to keep some distance. He's trying to make sure there are no misunderstandings between us. "Hi," I tell him. My voice sounds so small and creaky. "Hi," he says, sliding his hands into the pockets of his jeans, the movement making the muscles on his golden biceps pop. He licks his lips and looks away briefly, as if afraid to hold eye contact with me. I can tell he doesn't want me here. I'll make it brief. "I won't take up too much of your time," I tell him. My hands hang at my sides, and I'm unsure what to do with them. "I just came here to say goodbye." He frowns, looking at me sharply. "Goodbye?" "I'm leaving tomorrow." I give him a faint smile. "It didn't feel right just sending you a text." His lips move, but no sound comes out. How strange to know what those lips feel like against mine. What they tasted like. How they moved against my mouth, like we were two people learning to breathe together. "Why?" he says. His voice is low and rough, making my skin tingle. He clears his throat, his brows furrowing. "You have 2 weeks, don't you?" "You've been counting down?" I ask sweetly, not sure if I should be flattered or not. He draws in his lower lip through his teeth and then gestures to the bar chairs at the kitchen island. "Here, sit. Tell me what's happening." I sigh. In some ways, I just wanted to tell him and leave so I could put him behind me and never look back. I walk over to the chair and plunk down on it, feeling exhausted all of a sudden. All the stress over what's happening is hitting me at once, my bones feeling heavy. "I know it's been a while since I've been here," I tell him, elbows on the table, my head in my hands. "But do you have anything to drink? Because I could really use something. Anything." I can feel his eyes on me, assessing the situation, perhaps about to tell me that I drink too much. Perhaps I do. "I think so," he says after a moment. I look up, watching him as he goes into his living room and opens a cupboard beside his vinyl collection and record player. Fuck, he has such a nice ass. All football players do, but his really takes the cake. I'm going to miss staring at that ass when he's not looking. He brings out a bottle of scotch and places it on the table in front of me. Then he turns and grabs 2 shot glasses off the shelf above the sink. "I have proper rocks glasses," he says to me, screwing off the cap. "But I feel these might be more appropriate." He pours the scotch in the glasses and then hands me one. "Shot first?" he asks. I'm a little dumbfounded. I've never seen him take a shot before. Never seen him drink in the middle of the day before. "Bottoms up," I tell him, raising my glass. We keep eye contact as we slam them back until I have to look away, the alcohol burning my eyes. Wow. Ow. That burns. I manage to look at him, squinting through tears. Luciano looks as cool as a cucumber. Of course he does. When doesn't he? That night he kissed you. He looked wild. I swallow that image down with the scotch. "Better?" he asks me. He pulls out a chair across from me and sits down, pouring us both another shot. "What's going on? Why are you leaving tomorrow? Where?" "I guess I'm going to Barcelona." "You guess?" I shrug, bringing the glass toward me, staring down at the tawny liquid. "Yeah, Marco bought me a plane ticket." "He's going with you?" Luciano frowns. I give him a dry look. He broke up with me. Oh, his forehead creases. I'm sorry. Are you? Yes, he says. Of course I am. He takes another shot. I take mine. The sting feels beautiful this time around. Did you know that Marco was planning on breaking up with me? He shakes his head, looking me right in the eyes. No. I believe him. If you knew, would you have tried to convince him otherwise? He stares, swallows. I don't know. I believe him there, too. I breathe out harshly and sit back in my chair, already feeling a bit buzzed. You know, I knew we had to end it, but there was a part of me that thought maybe the end wouldn't come. Maybe I'd find a way. Luciano doesn't say anything to that. I glance at him, and I can't read his eyes at all. His body language is stiff. His fingers grip the glass. I think, I go on, it was more important for me to find a way to stay here, rather than find a way to be with him. So then don't go to Barcelona, he says mildly. And do what? Stay in Lisbon for another few weeks? Luciano lifts a shoulder, looking down at his drink. Why not? Because there's nothing here for me. He licks his lips and nods. I see, he says after a beat. God, I hate this runaround. I hate not knowing where we stand. Part of me wants Luciano to ask me to stay on his behalf. The other part of me knows that would be setting myself up for future heartbreak. I mean, Marco didn't break my heart. He broke my confidence a little, knocked down my pride. Definitely taught me some humility. No matter how you look at it, rejection is never fun. But Luciano Adrian Duarte Ribeiro, if you're going by his full Portuguese name. If I stayed to be with him, and then I had to leave, I would be ruined in the end. Absolutely devastated. This man standing in front of me has the power to break my heart open with a single kiss. I have no doubt anything more would leave me shattered. What if I asked you to stay? He asks softly, taking me by surprise. He meets my eyes, and now I can read them. Now I see the warmth in them, the hope, the fear, the desire. The exact same feelings that are burning down my spine like a candle wick. I can't, I say. My words come out in a whisper. I think that would be a bad idea. Then what if I asked you to stay for tonight? My heart skips a beat, feeling heavy in my chest. He's asking me to stay with him. Just for one night. One night is all we can give each other. I want to give him everything for once. I feel my pulse tick in my throat, my stomach feeling effervescent. I stare at him, and he gives a tiny lift of his brow, expectant. Yes, I tell him. I'll stay for tonight. Whatever tension ebbed and flowed between us the moment I stepped into his place is now as taut as a tightrope, fastening me to him, growing tighter, thinner, threatening to either break or bring us together. He gets up and walks around the island, stops beside me, looms over me. God, he's just so much man. I tilt my head back to stare up at him, watching his eyes as they pin me in place, searching the threads of red and the faintest lines of green amongst the brown. They are dreamy eyes. They are eyes that promise me things I never thought I'd ask for. He reaches out and slips his hand through my hair to the back of my head, holding me there. His nostrils flare as he takes me in, our faces close, my lips parting, wanting, waiting. My eyes fall closed as his lips gently brush against mine. His breath is hot, his lips warm, and something in my heart explodes. The rest of me melts. His tongue softly teases the rim of my lips, and I open my mouth wider to let him in. open myself up to him, like I've reached into my chest, exposing my heart for the first time. This is the slowest, most sensual kiss. It's almost pornographic. It's wet and aching, and my toes are curling so much my sandals drop to the floor. I suck at Luciano's bottom lip, gently bite it, and the resultant moan makes my whole body clench. The pounding in my chest intensifies until it's filling my ears, and all I can think about is him. All I can feel is him. How is this real? He moves back just a little, placing kisses at the corner of my mouth, along my jaw, the sweet spot beneath my ear. While his fingertips dig into the back of my head, his other hand moves up to my waist, sliding under the hem of my top. I suck in my breath, tightening my abs, his fingers rough and slightly ticklish against my skin as they slowly make their way up to my breast. Jesus, this is happening. My bra is a lacy underwire, barely supportive on a chest like mine, but definitely pretty. Definitely flimsy. I feel everything as his thumb passes over my breast, brushing against my nipple until I gasp. It hardens underneath his touch, my body tingling as his warm mouth makes its way down my neck to where it meets my shoulder. He sucks at my skin, while his hand works my breast, palming me, feeling the weight of it. He groans again, and I swear I'm injected with pure lust because all I can do is squeeze my legs together, trying to manage the need that's building inside me. Good luck with that, I think to myself as he bites my neck, making me squirm in my seat, my heart threatening to punch through my chest. I just have one night. I am wasting no time with this man. I reach down with shaking hands to his jeans, eagerly trying to pop the first button while pulling him closer to me. There's an urgency now that wasn't there before, and he responds to it, his mouth finding mine again. This time our kiss is harder, faster. It's messy and sweet and unspools something inside me, all these emotions I've carried for Luciano over the last 2.5 months. I feel for him. Something. Everything. In every way. I want you, I manage to say against his lips. I need you. He pauses, just enough to look me in the eyes. Fire flashes in them, and I see myself in the flames, burning along with him. You have me. You always have, he says hoarsely, kissing me again, breathless now, a frenzy between us that's growing and growing. I unzip his jeans, greedy, frantic, slide my hand down the waistband of his boxer briefs, slide my palm over the wide, thick girth of him. Holy shit. Luciano growls as I give him a squeeze, feeling him hot and silky and throbbing against my palm, my grasp small against his width. A rush of power flows through me, to know that I did this to him, that I can bring him this much pleasure. I grip him tighter, just to hear that rough moan again. Fuck, he swears as he pulls back, reaching down to tug my tank top off my head, his stubble scratchy against the skin along my neck as he bites and licks and reaches back to unhook my bra. He throws my shirt and bra to the floor, and there I am, topless in front of him. He stares at my chest for a long moment, licking his lips, breathing hard, like he's the luckiest son of a bitch alive. You're a fucking angel, he says to me, meeting my eyes with a carnal gaze. The raw lust in his voice makes me so wet that I'm clenching. But I am going to fuck you like the devil. My mouth parts in shock, my pulse hammering in my veins. I didn't take Luciano to be such a bold talker, but I am here for it. He steps back, takes his shirt off, tossing it to the side. He pushes his boxer briefs and his jeans down to the floor, stepping out of them. Then, fucking hell, I didn't expect him to look like such a perfect fucking specimen of a man either. From his wide shoulders to his hard, sculpted chest with just a bit of chest hair, to his six-pack abs and that hard ridge along his hips, he's got the upper body of an Adonis. Then his legs, strong as fuck quads, and that extremely impressive cock standing at attention, and he's the most devastatingly beautiful man I've ever laid eyes on. And for tonight, he's mine. He's finally mine. "Get on your feet," he says, reaching down and running a fist over his dick. I stare for a moment as I feel need run through me so fast and strong it nearly gives me whiplash. I get on my feet, placing my hand on the counter to steady myself. Then he's on me, cupping my face in his palms, kissing me with urgency, his lips strong and soft, while his cock presses against the front of me, hard as steel. He bends down, cupping my breasts, squeezing, licking them until my head goes back and my eyes pinch shut. "Oh, God," I say softly, practically whimpering as my desire gets kicked up to the next level, and suddenly I'm fucking insatiable. He sucks a nipple into his mouth, his tongue prodding and teasing, and I swear I'm going to come right here and now just from that. Fucking hell, I don't even know my name anymore. But he reminds me. "Ruby girl," he murmurs against my skin. "I've never wanted anything as badly as I want you." He slides his hands down my waist. They wrap around me, and then the next thing I know, he's picking me up and placing me on the counter. "Never, never, nunca." Fingers tuck in around the waist of my skirt, and he pulls it down over my hips, my body adjusting to let the fabric pass over me. Now I'm nearly naked and sitting in front of him, in only my lacy underwear in the same burgundy color as my discarded bra. He places his large, hot palm against my soft thighs and pushes them apart. His eyes are glued to me. They move from my underwear to my breasts, up to my mouth, my eyes. The fire inside him is simmering. There's a look of disbelief, like he can't believe this is happening. But I can. I can because right now, this feels more right than anything else has in the last few months. This moment right now feels like the moment that everything else has been leading up to. The moment before. Before everything changes. Before I finally get what I want. Before I know what it feels like to have this man inside me. I've waited long enough. I reach down and slip my fingers into my underwear. I start playing with myself, sliding over my swollen clit, impressed at how drenched I am. Then again, how could I not be? I watch him. I watch him watching me. He swallows, his Adam's apple bobbing in his thick throat, jaw clenched. His eyes gleam. "Have you ever touched yourself and thought of me?" he asks, holding my gaze. God, his fucking voice hits me stronger than the scotch did. "Yes," I whisper. "Where?" "At night, when everyone was asleep." He bites his lip, his breath hitching. "You had to be quiet." "Yes." I close my eyes, my fingers slipping inside me. "I don't want you to be quiet." I smile lazily, open my eyes to look at him. "I won't be." His brows raise, then he nods at my hand. "Stop." I stop, bringing my hand out from my underwear. He grabs my wrist, brings it up to his mouth, sticks my finger in his mouth and sucks on it, tongue licking up the side. Holy fuck, that's the hottest thing I've ever seen. "You're exquisite," he murmurs, leaning in to place a hot, searing kiss on my lips. I taste myself, too, groaning into his mouth. His hand slips between my legs, pushing my underwear to the side, and then I feel the rough stroke of his fingers. Shit. I'm already so turned on, I'm afraid I'm going to come on his hand. "Yes," he whispers to me, then says something I don't understand in Portuguese. Whatever it is, it sounded sexy, especially as he starts to fuck me with more of his fingers, moving in and out, deeper, and curving against me. The wet sound is very loud in the quiet apartment, and almost vulgar. "Luciano," I manage to say, my hands going to his hair, fingers wrapping around his silky waves. Even his fucking hair makes me want to come. He cuts me off. "I'm going to fuck you with every part of me. Fingers, cock, mouth. Make you come so many times, you're not going to be able to walk for days. We have tonight. I'm using every minute of it." And with that, his thumb presses and swirls down on my clit, fast and slippery, and I know I can't hold back. I cry out sharply, tugging on his hair as the orgasm rolls down my spine and obliterates me. I buck against his fingers, nearly lifting off the table, while he keeps his eyes locked on mine, watching as I come so hard I'm rendered boneless, my blood feeling like smoke. "Oh my God," I say through a moan, my words floating to the ceiling along with the rest of me. My body won't stop shaking. Everything inside me feels liquid. Luciano's eyes become a swirling galaxy that I'm pinballing around in. I don't know when the world starts to slide back into place, but I know my hands have cramped from pulling Luciano's hair so hard. "Sorry," I manage to say, trying to breathe, trying to make sense of it all. I can't believe he just finger-banged me on his kitchen island. I still can't believe I'm here. I'm in a stupor, barely paying attention as he pulls my underwear down until it's dangling off one foot. "Do you have a condom?" he asks. I nod slowly, lick my lips. "Purse." He digs into my purse hanging off the chair and pulls out a condom. I wince a little. This is my first reminder of Marco. I know it's Luciano's first reminder too because he stares at the foil for a moment, breathing hard. "I'm on the pill," I tell him. "I'm clean." I want to tell him I used condoms with Marco because I didn't trust him, but I trust Luciano. He nods, gives his head a shake. He's thinking about something. "It's fine," he says roughly. He strides over to me, picks me up and places me on the ground, then pulls me over to the floor-to-ceiling windows that look over the busy avenue below, places my palms up above my head and against the glass, pushes his hand on the small of my back, making my back arch, my ass sticking out. He's going to fuck me right here where anyone can see it. There's a canopy of trees blocking the view from the street, but still, what about the neighbors? I glance at him over my shoulder and watch as he rolls the condom on over his cock, his dark brows drawn together in concentration. He meets my eyes for a moment, and they flare with intensity. He doesn't give a shit about the neighbors, that's for sure. With one hand gripping my hips, the other positions his dick at my entrance, still wet and ready from earlier. I'm still turned on as hell, as if that orgasm was just priming the way for another one. More than that, I need. Oh God, how I need to feel him. Not just his fingers. I need to feel him inside me. I wish he wasn't wearing the condom, but I'm glad he's being responsible and... The words are ejected from my head as he pushes himself inside with a single hard thrust. A gasp is ripped from my throat. I'm loud. "Are you okay?" he asks, his words shuddering as he continues to push himself into the hilt. Slower now. I make a mewling noise, trying to nod. Already my palms feel sweaty and are sliding down against the glass. Holy shit, I'm not going to survive him. "I'll go slow," he says thickly, and he dials it back. I concentrate on breathing, air in and air out, the rhythm matching the slow and decadent push of his cock. "Fuck, you feel good," he moans. So fucking good. Ruby girl, my God. I want to say the same, because he does feel good. Better than good. But I don't have the words right now. All I can do is feel. Every fucking thing. He pumps into me, a little faster now, the pace steady, his grip on my soft skin hard. Occasionally he reaches up and plays with my breasts, or kisses down my spine, or slides a strong finger over my clit. Then he takes his hand away, stopping before I go over the edge again. It's torture. The most beautiful torture I'll ever have. He's filling me up in ways I never imagined. My body stretching over him, molding to him, giving in to him. I want him to fuck me both harder and slower. I want all of him and less of him. There's too much going on and not enough, and fuck, I need to come again. Luciano, I say. I love the way his name sounds. I love the way he fucks me, like I'm art, but the abstract kind, like I'm something chaotic and wild and imperfect. No straight lines or precision, just colors that are bright and scattered and real. Because that's what I am. I am all those things, and God, I am such a mess. But he's here, and he's with me. He's fucking me. And I know our bodies know each other, just as we know each other. This is instinctive now. And the instinct turns to urgency. His grip tightens on me, his hips start to slam against my ass. I'm pressed flat against the window now, my breasts spread, and now the thought of any neighbor of his looking at us turns me on like hell. Fuck, Luciano says, leaning forward to growl in my ear. I don't know how much longer I can hold back. Fingers find their way into my hair, and now he's wrapping my hair around his fist, holding me in place. Nope, definitely not going to survive this. He starts thrusting harder now, pumping upwards, and he works at me so hard he almost slips out of me a few times. Each time he pistons back inside, I'm gasping for air. Beads of sweat drop from him to my spine, and I try to glance over my shoulder to see what pleasure looks like on his face, but his fist in my hair is tight and keeps me in line. Each damning thrust presses me so hard against the glass I fear I might break through. My hands are slippery and sliding. Then he releases my hair, his hand sliding in front of my throat, holding me there. I can breathe, but just barely. That is until his other hand reaches forward and slides down over my clit. I'm done for. Oh my fucking God! I cry out, my words echoing off the glass just as I'm pressed against it, getting fucked harder and harder, Luciano pounding me from behind as I come. I can barely stay on my feet, my orgasm pulling the rug out from under me. I'm clenching shut and opening wide, my body a contradiction, pulled in every direction, spun around and around. I am consumed, thrown to the wild, torn apart. God, God, God! My words are tight, my fingers curling into my palm, the world rocking and quaking and on fire. And then that world is just my body, trying to put itself back together. How is this orgasm even better than the last one? I swear I can still feel the one before. Oh, fuck! Luciano's words come out like a surprised shout, and he squeezes my throat for a breathless, bruising moment before his hand falls down to my hips and he pumps deeply once, twice, then slows. Ruby, he whispers, his voice thick. He runs his hands down my back. Ruby girl. Ruby girl. I swallowed the lump in my throat, trying to rein in both my emotions, which feel all over the fucking place, and my body, which doesn't know left from right or up from down right now. He places his palm against my ass and then pulls out carefully. I feel hollow without him. I straighten up, slowly turning around, feeling unsteady. I watch as he walks across the apartment, getting a good look at that perfect bare ass. I knew it would be amazing. Those muscles sure know how to fuck the life out of me. While he rolls the condom off and puts it in the garbage under the sink, I'm, well, feeling a little naked too. It's one thing to be naked when you know you're about to have sex. It's another to be standing in the middle of his apartment in broad daylight after you've had sex. I just had sex with Luciano. The realization flits through me, and I don't think I've ever felt so vulnerable. He takes one look at me, and then his eyes stay there, roaming my body, like there's nowhere else to look. My cheeks flush, and I have to fight the urge to cover myself up. I'm usually okay with my curves, my extra weight in places, my scar. But right now, I feel like that's all I am. I don't know why it feels hard to be so vulnerable in front of him. I'm just bearing my imperfect body, not my imperfect soul. But maybe it's because I know he has the power to hurt me. Fuck. I can't let him hurt me. You know, I've dreamed of this, he says to me, his voice low. He slowly walks over to me, and I'm staring at him, how perfect he is. He puts his hands on my face, holding me, eyes taken in my nose, my mouth. I dreamed of this vision of you, but the dreams never compared. I bet the dream didn't have an ugly scar on her leg. The dream did, he says. He doesn't even glance at it. The dream did because the best dreams give you something real. You're real, Ruby. And for tonight, you're mine. He leans in and kisses me softly on the lips. Then he grabs my hand and starts pulling me toward the bedroom. Come on. I'm not done with you yet.
Chapter 11. Luciano. It's hard to tell if I'm dreaming or not. If the woman in my arms is really here, or just a figment of my imagination. I've fantasized about Ruby so much, I don't know what's real and what's not. But she's soft in my arms, softer than my imagination could ever conjure up. I'm spooning her from behind, my one arm dead asleep under her, while the other yearns to wake her up, wants to slide over her creamy white skin, slip down between her thighs. I know what she feels like when she comes on my fingers, when she comes on my cock. She surrenders herself completely, no pretenses, no persona. She's herself fully, this beautiful, exquisite soul. And we don't have much time left at all. Urgency threads through me, coupled with panic. We had hot, messy sex all through the night, with only a couple of hours of sleep. I've never fucked so much, surprising myself how fast I was up for the task again, like my cock was stuck on the on switch, unable to power down. Even now, my dick is concrete between my legs, throbbing and begging to be inside her again. It knows, just as I do, that we don't have any time. Ruby flies out this afternoon. Ruby is leaving. All because of my brother. Because he broke up with her and gave her a ticket to send her on her way, so he doesn't have to deal with her or the guilt for what he's done. Out of sight, out of mind. Hands clean. I should feel guilt right now for fucking Marco's girlfriend right after they broke up. But Ruby isn't just some girlfriend of his. She's so much more to me than he can ever imagine. Someone who should have been with me from the beginning. Being with her like this, it only sealed it. It only proved that the two of us should have been together long ago. But life doesn't work like that. And guilt doesn't either. Because even though she's in my bed now, even though my cock is hot and throbbing, and I'm so insatiable I can hardly breathe, I know the guilt will come later. It will swallow me as I realize what I did, what kind of person I am. But right now, I only want to be the person I am with Ruby. A version of myself who finally takes what he wants. And God, do I ever want her. Which means this version of myself is the kind to wake her up so he can make her come 1,000,000 more times before she has to leave for good. Ruby, I whisper into her ear. The corner of her mouth lifts in a soft smile, and she lets out a quiet groan. She's so ridiculously gorgeous that it makes my lungs seize. Her upper lip slightly fuller than her lower one, naturally dark pink against her milk-white skin. There are a few blemishes along her strong jawline and chin. Her nose is wide, but her imperfections only make her perfect. I place my lips on her shoulder, breathing in deeply, then adjust myself under the covers so that my cock is pressed against her supple ass, grinding against her. Her eyes flutter open, and she looks up at me. So I'm not dreaming of your cock, she says, and fuck, her voice is just full of sex, throaty, huskier than normal. Not anymore, I murmur against her skin, placing another kiss in the crook of her neck while my hand skims over the dangerously smooth curves, the way her waist slopes in, the way her hips rise and rise. My hand reaches over and my fingers trail over her soft, delectable stomach before slipping between her legs. She's already a bit wet, but by the time I'm done with her, she'll be drenched. Oh, she says, moaning, her legs parting slightly to give me better purchase. I gently rub at her clit, teasingly soft, enough so that she bucks her hips against my hand, wanting more. I'll give her more. I'll give her all of me. Fuck, she cries out. Luciano! Oh God, my name. The way she says my name. I take my hand away, my fingers slick, and she whimpers, biting her lip, her face contorted by her incessant need. Don't stop, please. I'm just getting started, I say roughly, before biting her neck lightly, sucking on her skin. My hand grabs my cock and moves it back and forth over the crease of her ass before sliding it inside her where she's much wetter. I go in like tight silk, eliciting a loud moan that rumbles through my chest. Oh, meu Deus, I cry out, words hoarse, pushing myself in until my balls are pressed tight against her skin. Fuck me, she's incredible. Never did I think she would feel like this, like warm molten honey that melts beneath my touch, a decadence that makes the blood rush through my head, making me feel dizzy. I move my hips back, almost pulling out all the way, before I slam myself back into her, her ass jiggling from the impact. Oh, she yelps. Fuck! Does that feel good? I whisper to her, moving my other arm under her side and turning her over so that she's partly on her back, partly on her side. My hand snakes around to her breast, squeezing, relishing the weight of it. Yes, she says softly. So good. I want to make her feel good. I want to do this forever. I stare down at her, watching as she moves beneath me while I keep pumping myself into her from behind, her breasts jostling with each thrust. I'm losing my breath, my heart climbing inside my throat with each slick, tight pass inside her. A tiny, rough growl escapes her lips, and I think I'm a fucking goner. But I don't want to come yet. Not until she's begging for me to. Instead, I keep my fingers at her clit, rubbing her in quick, rough circles, feeling her body change beneath my touch. She really does melt into me, sticky sweet as honey. She's making anguished sounds now, like she can't help herself, like her desperation is seeping into me, saturating the both of us with insatiable greed. I've never been wanted like this before. Not sure I will be again. Then I feel her stiffen, her body jerking in surprise as I bring her to an orgasm. "Oh my God!" she screams, coming hard around my cock. "Oh God! Oh God!" Her cries trail off into a nonsensical stream of words and moans, and while one hand works at her, slippery and wild, I grip her waist, pumping her up and down on my cock, faster, her breasts swaying. I have to hold my breath, scatter my thoughts, so I don't fucking lose it. It's only then that I realize I fucked her without a condom. "Shit," I mumble. She glances up at me, her chest rising and falling with each labored breath, still quaking around me. "What?" she asks, voice raw, eyes flitting between concern and sleepy satisfaction. "I forgot the condom," I say. She rolls off of me, my cock bobbing free, hard, heavy, and wet. She eyes it and then looks at me. "You didn't come." She looks disappointed. "I'm not done with you," I tell her, licking my lips. "You're a fucking beast, you know that?" I can't help but grin. "You bring the beast out of me." "I'm clean," she reminds me. "And I'm on the pill, remember?" She sucks her lower lip into her mouth, her pink tongue peeking out. "I want you to come inside me. Bear. I want to feel you. All of you." I want that too. I want to ask if she was always using condoms with Marco, because I know he's a player, and I know he wasn't faithful to her. But the question stays inside me. I'm not about to bring up my brother right now. I just have to trust her. And I do trust her. She reaches down and makes a light fist over my cock, gently skimming over it. Shit, I'm so close. I reach down and wrap my fingers around her wrist, prying her hand off of me. She gives me a wicked little grin in response. "Not yet," I tell her. I sit up and move down to the end of the bed, getting in between her legs and hooking them around my shoulders. Her pussy is open in front of me, framed by an artful bikini wax. I have to wonder when she got that done here in Lisbon, but then I realize I don't want to know. There are thoughts that want to follow that, but I push them out of my head. There's only us right now, only her, glistening and waiting in front of me like a jewel. Ruby girl. She looks down at me in surprise. "I should take a shower first," she says, though the heat in her eyes say otherwise. "I'm a mess." "You can do that later," I tell her. "I want to taste you, taste our sex." Her eyes go wide, and I love that I can provoke such a woman as herself, who is always provoking the fuck out of me. It might be my favorite thing to do. I dip my head and bring my tongue up along her, licking her deeply, my eyes never leaving hers. I taste her musky, sweet scent, watching her as she watches me, her lids lowering as she gives in to me. I'm so fucking hard and turned on right now that even my cock pressed against the bed threatens to set me off. I press my fingers into the soft, tender flesh of her thighs, holding her tight and keep licking her up and down, like a cat licking cream, reveling in the taste and feel of her, wanting to drown in everything she has for me. God, I groan into her, and she clamps her thighs around my head in wild desperation. You're incredible. I could eat you forever, just like this. I plunge my tongue inside her and feel her clench around me, and fuck, I better hurry the hell up and get her off before I come right on these sheets. Fuck, she cries out, grabbing my head, wrapping her fingers in my hair. My scalp is already sore from her pulling on my hair all night, but the pain is more than worth it. Keep going! Please don't stop! Don't stop! I don't stop. I fuck her with my tongue, reaching up to make tiny, tight circles around her clit with my thumb, feeling her swell beneath my touch, and then she's coming on my face with a hoarse cry. I keep my eyes on her, watching her wet, gaping mouth, the deep line between her brows, the flush that smears bright pink on her cheeks. She's still coming. She yanks at my hair, hips lifting to drive me in deeper. I'm breathless and hot, and I think my tongue is about to fall off. Finally, she stills, melting into the bed, chest heaving, limbs heavy. I lift my head and wiggle my jaw, the muscles sore from eating her out so hard. Best fucking meal I've ever had. Where am I? She murmurs, staring up at the ceiling. Who are you? Number 11 for Sporting Lisboa, and I need to come inside you before I go mad. She blinks, and I'm up and prowling over her, moving my aching cock in place. I push inside of her. She's so fucking wet and slick that it's easy, too easy. I'm going to lose myself sooner than I thought. Fuck me, Ruby. Fuck. I kiss her hard, her lips responding to mine, her tongue licking her own desire, as I push in deeper, leaving her breathless again. Her supple breasts mash against my chest, my taut, sweat-slicked stomach pressing against her soft one, my hips finding their rhythm as I start rutting against her. She feels both small and delicate beneath me, yet I'm overwhelmed by her plush curves, and there's strength in her grip as she reaches up behind my shoulder blades and digs her sharp nails into my skin. I hiss from the pain and pleasure and fuck her faster, harder, the bed starting to move, the headboard hitting the wall. The need to screw her like this, to get off, to make her mine, is a wild animal inside me, threatening to tear me apart if I don't. The room is silent, except for the creak of the bed, the lewd sound of my cock pumping inside of her, my gasping breath as I work harder and harder. The air fills with the smell of sweat and her desire. We have made our own world here, a world I never want to leave. Luciano, she says, a whisper that catches in her throat. I stare into her eyes. She stares into mine. We're bound to each other in this gaze, tied and roped and tossed away. I don't think I'll be the same after this. What we're doing, what we've done, that's going to change me forever. Forever is a long time. Come inside me, she says, so sweet that something inside me moves, like my heart found its resting place. I need you to come inside me. Oh, Ruby girl, I murmur, my lungs evaporating. She really had to ask. My ass clenches as I drive myself into her, like I'm trying to impale her against the bed, over and over again, sweat pouring off my brow. I don't even have a chance to touch her, and she's coming too, just from my cock, squeezing me into oblivion while she moans and groans. It kicks my orgasm over, and I feel it charging, sliding through my veins until it explodes at the base of me. I am totally fucking ruined. I yelp, grunting hard as I come, shooting inside her for what feels like eternity, my body tight and tense and out of control. I don't know what I'm doing. Don't know how to come down. Don't know if I want to. I'm seeing fucking stars. My eyes pinch shut as the last of it rolls through me, and I fall onto my elbows, trying to keep my weight off of her. But hell, it's hard to not just collapse and be done with it. She places her hand at the back of my head and pulls my head down onto her chest. I can hear her heart hammering through her skin, the ragged intake of her breath, as we both try to calm ourselves and give in to the stupor. We stay like that for a while as every part of me goes soft and tender. Our bodies meld together. Our hearts feel like they're beating in sync. My God, what have I done to myself? Okay, Ruby says slowly, drawing out the words. That was... I lift my head, resting my chin on her chest, my eyes trying to focus on her beautiful face. Good. She lets out a throaty laugh. Good. My God. Luciano. You fuck like the devil, that's for sure. And I'm starting to think you're no angel. A sleepy smile curves her lips as we stare at each other for a moment. Now I need a shower, she says. Even though I don't think I can walk anymore. 3 orgasms in a row can be dangerous, you know. I grin at her. The only danger is if you get addicted to my cock. She lifts a brow as if to say, well? Even though I don't want to move, I push myself off of her, and she sidles out from under me. I collapse back on the bed, rolling over to my side and watching her walk naked to the bathroom. Fuck, this is a view. I should go in the shower and join her too, but I have a feeling I'll only get in the way. I'm hit with the sad, disappointing truth that she has a flight to catch today. I wait in bed for a bit, trying not to dwell on it, then get up, slipping on a pair of sweatpants, and go into the kitchen to make coffee. It feels good to do this, to get up from the bed we both slept in, to have her scent on me, to hear the shower running with her in it, to make coffee before we start our day together. The fact that this is over before it begins is choking me, making my throat close up, my lungs close tight like a cage. This isn't fair. But this, us, it has never been fair. When she comes out of the shower, wrapped in a towel, her black, wet hair clinging to her porcelain shoulders, that choking feeling returns, making me feel paralyzed. God, I need that injected right into my veins, she says, grabbing the mug I'm holding out for her. Then she winces. Guess that's pretty tacky of me to say. I know what she means. How is your mother? I had asked Marco a while back, and he said she was doing okay. Ruby's bright expression dims, and I feel bad for being the one to do that, even though I felt myself slipping toward the dark ever since I left the bed. Left the ghosts of what we were behind in my bedroom. She's okay, she says carefully. If you can call being an addict in prison okay. I'm sorry I asked. She shakes her head and gives me a quick smile. Don't be. I mean it. I don't like to talk about her, but I don't mind talking about her with you. When your time is up in Barcelona, then where are you going? Are you going back home? I realize that there's still so much that I don't know. I guess our bodies don't tell each other everything. Her shoulders lift. I don't know. I really don't. I have the return ticket that I can use at any time, but who knows? I guess it depends on what happens in Barcelona. Maybe I can stay and make money and fuck the Schengen visa. That's a dangerous game, Ruby. She rolls her eyes. You don't have to go all adult on me, I know that. But maybe it's worth the danger. But in that case, staying here with me would be worth the danger. Wouldn't it be? I shake that thought out of my head. This is her life. It's not based on what I want in mine. Anyway, she says, taking a long sip of her coffee. Maybe I'll end up going home. Maybe I'll get enough money to leave for a non-EU country and work there. I guess that's the beauty of it, isn't it? The sky is the limit. There's nothing but unknowns. That's kind of freeing, don't you think? Sometimes I forget that she's only 22, that she's fresh out of school, that she's never traveled or been on her own before. This is her first chance to discover herself, and I'm not about to judge her or get in her way. I owe her that much. You're going to thrive, I tell her. That brings a wide, genuine smile to her face. You know what? I think I'll thrive too. She glances at the clock on the microwave and makes a face. But I won't be thriving if I don't get ready now. I'm running out of time. She takes a hurried sip of her coffee and sets the mug down. She quickly picks her lingerie and clothes off the floor, then scampers off toward the bedroom, her towel falling away at the last minute, giving me one last look at her body. One last look. I lean against the counter, trying to be okay with this, trying to focus on what she wants. But it's not long before she's coming back in the kitchen, dressed and ready to go. Okay, so I guess this is it. No, it's too soon. I'll drive you to the airport, I tell her. She shakes her head, her expression wrought. I'm not good at goodbyes. No one is. It will just make things harder for me. I'm fine. I'm catching the airport bus, but I have to go soon. Like now. Let me at least drive you to the hostel. I want to walk, she says, her tone insistent. I want to walk through Lisbon one last time. I need to say goodbye to this place, too. I think this city has meant more to me than I realized. That I can understand. And yet I can't wrap my head around this being the end. This. I want to grab hold of the moment and make time bend to my will. But I can't. She's so young, and she's not yours anymore. It was only for the night. It was only so that the two of you could finally give in and see what you'd been missing. Now you know what you were missing. And you have to let her go. I have to let her go. I'm going to miss you, I tell her, my throat feeling thick, a pinch in my chest that I try to ignore, but fuck does it hurt. I'm going to miss you too, she says softly. She stands on her tiptoes and places a kiss on my nose. And just like that, this is what we are now. 1 minute I've got my cock crammed so deep inside her that I'm seeing stars. The next, she's kissing me on the nose, telling me she'll miss me. Walking out of my life for good. Keep in touch, okay? She says, giving me a sweet smile before turning to the door. Her hand goes on the handle, and she hesitates for a moment before turning it. Turn around, please. Tell me you'll stay. We can make it work. But both of us know that last part isn't true. She was just dating Marco. There is no way that we would ever work now, not without bringing hell into our lives. Goodbye, Ruby. I managed to say. I can hear the pain in my voice. She nods, still not looking at me. Goodbye, Luciano. Her hand turns the handle, and the door opens. She steps out, eyes catching mine for a second before it closes. And in that second, I saw the future I could have had with her. I think she saw it too. I sigh and rest my head against the cool steel of the refrigerator, trying to breathe, trying to ignore the pain in my heart. I suppose in the end, her leaving was for the best. She probably saved the both of us by doing so. She would have at least saved me from utter destruction, ruin, and heartache. She saved me from falling in love with her. Part 2. Lisbon, Portugal. 2 years later. If you spin your love around the secrets of your dreams, you may find your love is gone and is not quite what it seemed. Through the Eyes of Ruby, Smashing Pumpkins. Chapter 12. Luciano. I remember the first football match I ever helped win, the one where I scored the winning goal. I was young, I think 8 years old, and on the team at boarding school. The school wasn't oriented toward football, but it was a huge part of it, and from the beginning the teachers there saw my potential. They encouraged me to play, said I had talent, and so I wanted to play the game to make them proud. Those teachers were all I had most days. In that game, we were tied. My mother and stepfather were watching this time, since it was near the start of Easter break, and they had come to pick me up and take me back to their home for a week. One of my teachers convinced them that they should come early to see me play. Marco was there too, but he was just a baby. Every time I looked to the stands, my mother was fussing over him. Sometimes she wasn't there at all. She was off to the sides with Marco, walking with him in her arms. I understand now that she was doing that to keep Marco entertained, that he would have started screaming otherwise. But back then, all I noticed was that she didn't care about me. Then there was my stepfather, who never cheered for me once. He just watched me with his cold eyes. I swear he was rooting for the other team, looking disappointed whenever I managed to steal the ball. Then I scored. The winning kick spinning and soaring past the goalie, and everyone erupted into applause. Everyone except my mother, who was nowhere to be found. Everyone except my stepfather, who was staring right at me, not even managing a smile. I'd like to say that it didn't matter that day, because my team jumped on me in celebration, and the teachers were cheering for me, and my coach was hooting and hollering. I was the hero, and it felt so fucking good. But I would never be a hero to my family. If anything, I was the villain. I'd never find out why. That night, I went out for dinner with my mother and stepfather and Marco. I proudly wore the ribbon for winning. Marco reached out and took it, shoved it into his glass of milk. I was angry. I reached out and got it out of the milk, but I knocked the glass over. The milk spilled, went all over Marco, who started crying. My mother was mad. She picked him up and took him to the bathroom to get cleaned up. My stepfather just looked at me with a vicious glint in his eyes. He said, so quietly that I could barely hear him, "If you ever make Marco cry again, I am going to make you cry." But that wasn't quite the truth, because later that night he backhanded me for no reason, and I didn't cry. And the years that passed, when he'd sling violent words at me, or whip me with his belt, or shove me into the wall. I never cried. All that pain he caused, and I never cried. And he never cheered. Even now, as the crowd at Estadio José Alvalade goes nuts, waving their banners and flags, chanting and singing over the fact that we just won against Belenenses, I can see my stepfather in his usual seat, and he's not cheering. Sure, the bigwigs he brought with him to the game are cheering loudly, and the minute they catch on that he's not, he jumps right into it, laughing and clapping politely. But I know the truth, even if they don't. Luciano Adrien Duarte Ribeiro! Our coach Leonardo practically yells at me, bringing my attention over to him, over to the things that matter. I scored the winning goal this time, and the team is not about to let me forget it. Leonardo puts his arm around my neck, pulling me down, and then a few of my teammates, including Benedito, pile on top of me until I have no choice but to collapse. Capitao! Someone yells. I think it was Fito. Capitao! Capitao! Everyone is joyous, relieved, hopeful. It's mid-December, and this is our 5th win in a row, with only one more game before the end of the year. I've only been the team captain for a few months, yet this season feels like we might have a chance at not only beating Benfica, who is currently ahead of us in points, but no matter, but qualifying for the Champions League. Last year was the worst season ever in our club's history. We were also eliminated from the Europa League group stage for the first time ever, ending in 4th place. After that, a lot of our team was traded, including our captain, which led to me stepping into my new role. So far, it's going well. Better than well. Even if we don't come out on top, we're doing 1,000,000 times better than we were last year, working harder, playing like a unit, like a family out for blood. I feel like I'm finally doing what I'm meant to do, that I have the capabilities to lead, and I'm finally using it to my advantage. But while things in my career are finally picking up, finally starting to get me places, my relationship with my family has become more strained than ever. My mother barely talks to me anymore, though to be fair, she's withdrawing from everyone. She started drinking a lot and spends a lot of her time in their second home in Madeira, hiding from who knows what. Sometimes I wonder if my stepfather was ever abusive to her like he was to me, and if she's hiding from him. Sometimes I wonder if it's just life in general. Tomas has worn a mask of pride in public. The more famous and revered I get, the more he pretends that he's proud of me. He gets attention, as do his horses. He plays it up, all of the wealth and the success, like he's trying to prove himself to someone, but I'm not sure who. All I know is what I've said in the past is true. The better I get, the more he hates me. Late at night, my mind takes on silly fears. It wonders what happens to a man's heart when it's swallowed by hate. Does it crush it? Does it make it shrink? Or does it grow with venom until it consumes him? Until the hate is all there is. Some nights I don't sleep much. And then there is Marco, dear brother, still my agent, but now an agent to 5 other players here in Portugal. Always moving forward, always driven to succeed. The more famous I get, the more famous he gets. But at the same time, the more demands he gets. The more he has to look at me and think of the things he has to do for me. An agent's job is to always get the best for their client and to want the best. Shit gets complicated when the agent starts to resent you. Maybe it's all in my head. Maybe it was never a good idea to have family working for you. I always thought I could trust Marco, but now I'm wondering if I can. because he's gotten closer to his father than ever, and I would hate to think they're sabotaging me from the inside. That's fucking paranoia. I know. I know I shouldn't even think it. But I do. "Come on, let's get shit-faced," Benedito says to me, grabbing my arms and pulling me up from the turf. The roar from the crowd in here is deafening, and I glance up at the sea of green and white, taking it all in, pushing all my fears aside. "As your captain, I have to advise you that getting shit-faced isn't a great solution," I tell him with a grin. "We have a week before our next match. We will be fine," he assures me. "At least let me buy you a drink." "Get in line," Fito says, slapping me on the back and jumping up and down. "We're all buying Luciano a beer." "Fine, fine," I tell them. "Just point me in the right direction." We walk off the pitch and into the dressing room, giving short sound bites to the media as we go, smiling triumphantly. Once inside the room, I give the team a congratulatory pep talk, telling them what went right, what went wrong, hopefully instilling them with confidence to win the next time. Then, after a few more interviews, the boys and I head out on the town. First stop is a low-key bar around the corner from the stadium, where the owner basically kicks everyone out so that we can come in undisturbed. Fans have been great to us lately, but that's only because we are winning, and you never know if someone is harboring resentment for last year. Then, when I've had a few beers in me, they decide to bring the party down to the river, to Lux Fragile, which is owned by John Malkovich. It's a ridiculously exclusive 4-story club, which gives us a lot of privacy when we're there, even if it's a bit pretentious at times, and the music melts my ears. I'm only almost 30, and yet I feel like an old man sometimes. "I know this isn't your scene," Benedito yells in my ear as his wife Teresa walks off to get us some champagne. "So I'm impressed that you're here." "Well, you keep twisting my arm," I tell him loudly, wincing at the lights shooting across the dark room, the crowd dancing to a DJ at the back. Even though we have our own VIP area, so far the crowd seems to be mostly young tourists or socialite locals who pretend they're too cool for footballers. Either that, or they're all Benfica or Belenenses fans, so they're leaving us alone. This is definitely a place where I'd see Marco. For a moment, I think about texting him, inviting him out. He wasn't at the game. Didn't wish me good luck, either. I decide against it. I've been drinking, and that's usually not a good combination. He used to make fun of me for not partying and drinking, though I've come around, certainly as I gain more confidence in my career. I don't think he'd find it amusing to be here with me. Teresa comes back and hands me a glass of champagne, and we slowly wind our way through the crowd back to the VIP area, when something on the dance floor catches my eye. Or, I should say, someone. I swallow hard, staring at her dance. It can't be. "Luciano?" Benedito asks. I wave him away, unable to take my eyes off of her. In the middle of the dance floor is a woman that looks so much like a ghost from my past, like Ruby Turner, that I can hardly believe it. But I have no choice but to believe it. She's dancing alone, her eyes closed, moving her body to the music, on a different beat and a slower, more sensual tempo than everyone else around her. Her hair is a little shorter, a little straighter, and she's maybe lost a few pounds. Not in her breasts, though. Those look the same. As does the red lipstick, now a shade of burgundy, like her lips have been dipped in wine. She's wearing jeans and a black top. Both fit her like a glove, hugging all her curves, the dip of her waist, the wave of her hips. My hands tingle, as if they remember what it was like to touch her. I can't fucking believe it. I slowly start walking toward her, like I'm in a daze, paying no attention to the people dancing into me, the scent of sweat and alcohol. All I see is her, dancing alone. I don't know what to say. I stop right in front of her and just stare, trying to think of words, blinking. It's really her. I lick my lips. Ruby? My voice comes out hoarse and too low to be heard above the music. But her eyes flash open anyway. Doe eyes. Blue. So beautifully blue. Ruby girl. She stares at me for a beat, her eyes slowly widening as she takes me in. Then she bursts into the biggest smile I've ever seen, eclipsing all the neon lights around us. Luciano? She throws herself at me, wrapping her arms around me. I'm stunned, drowning in her familiar honeysuckle scent, the world seeming to still as memories flood through me. And then I put my arms around her, light at first, unsure. To be honest, I'm not sure any of this is real. Are you real? I murmur into the top of her head, holding her tighter. She brings her head back and stares at me with those incredible eyes of hers, and suddenly my mind is bombarded with the images of her naked in my bed, my cock deep inside, the way she looked then as she came over and over again. I think I'm real, she says. God, it feels good to hear that distinctive, throaty voice again. How about you? Ruby! A girl's voice comes from behind her, and Ruby pulls away and turns around to smile at a girl with long wheat-blonde hair sidling through the crowd. Elena, Ruby says, raising her voice over the music. This is Luciano. The blonde girl's mouth drops open for a moment. Really? They both stare at me. I give the girl a polite smile. Nice to meet you. And then my attention is brought right back to Ruby. She's here, in Lisbon, right in front of me. So do something. Stop standing there and staring at her. I clear my throat and gesture to the bar. Would you like a drink? Ruby gives me a closed-mouthed smile and plucks the champagne from my hand. Thank you. Now we have to get you a drink. And me too? Elena asks. Ruby rolls her eyes. Of course. Luciano is ever the gentleman, aren't you? I can only nod. To be honest, I'm pretty much speechless, which is probably for the best since it's so loud in here. I start walking over to the bar, but notice Benedito waving at me from the VIP lounge, holding up the world's largest bottle of Grey Goose. I guess they settled for bottle service. I glance back at the girls. Elena is whispering something in Ruby's ear, and Ruby is giggling, giving her girlfriend a salacious look. Did you girls want to come into the VIP area? I ask. God, I sound like a douche. It's still pretty loud, and there's a bunch of my drunk teammates that might hit on you, but apparently we have bottle service. Absolutely, Ruby says, hooking her arm around Elena's. I catch Ruby's eyes for a moment, and I feel like a million unsaid words are being passed between us. I just don't know what those words are saying. She's here. After 2 long years, after everything that's changed, she's here. And she seems happy. There's too much to catch up on, but for now, I'll make the best of this now surreal night. We walk over to the area, a bouncer lifting up a rope, and the gang all looks up at her. Most of them in surprise, since I'm not the type to meet a girl in a club, let alone 2. There are quick introductions, a lot of yelling over the music, and Benedito giving me a look like, "You dog, you." I ignore it. We sit down, Ruby and Elena across from me. It's probably for the best. Having Ruby close short-circuits something in my brain, even still. There's so much I want to ask her, so much I want to talk to her about. But Fito is in their faces, falling over himself to talk to them. He seems a little more interested in Elena, which is a relief, but he's a loud guy that takes up a lot of energy in the room. It doesn't matter, though. I'm happy to just steal glances at her. It still doesn't feel real. My mind rolls back to 2 years ago when she stood in my apartment and said goodbye. I knew then that it was for the best. I knew our lives would have become a mess had she stayed for me. And now, what's different? Maybe everything. Maybe nothing at all. I thought I had moved on past Ruby. Now that she's here, though, I feel that same fucking pull to her as before. She catches my eye, gives me a soft smile. This is fate that she's here right now. I won't waste fate. I get to my feet and hold out my hand to her, taking a wild leap here in front of my teammates, all of them looking at me like they can't believe Luciano is being so bold, and I'm scared shitless she's not going to put her hand in mine. But she does. I lift her up to her feet and lean in. Want to go where it's quieter? I can get us on the roof. I'd like that, she says. I let go of her hand, even though I don't want to, and she bends down to whisper in Elena's ear. Elena glances up at me, eyes narrowed, like she doesn't quite trust me. I'm not sure why that is, but then she gives Ruby a nod and goes back to talking to Fito. I don't bother looking at anyone else. I know what they're thinking, that I'm going to go fuck her in the restroom or something. I feel my cock start to harden in my pants. Fuck. I don't need those thoughts right now. I don't even know if she has a boyfriend or not. I don't know if we are back at the beginning or back where we left off. I put my hand at the small of her back and lead her out of the area, over toward where bouncers are guarding the stairwell that leads to the rooftop terrace that is closed this time of year. For me, though, they let me pass, and Ruby gives me an amused smirk as we head up the stairs. It's like Moses parting the Red Sea, she says. Have you seen how everyone is looking at you? I shrug, opening the door to the terrace. I don't really notice. Yeah, right. You're a hero now. You're their savior, their captain. I'm surprised she's been following my games. Wow, this is quite the view, she says, walking past tables that are stacked on top of each other, all the way to the glass railing. The dark river slinks past us, lights from the other side reflecting off the water. The occasional boat plies past in the night. Are you still a sporting fan? I ask, as I stand beside her, elbows on the railing. I never stopped being one. She stares off into the distance, the cold breeze blowing back her hair. Are you not cold? She shakes her head. It's fucking hot in there. This is nice. It's refreshing. December in Lisbon can get fairly cold, but at least it's not raining like it's been lately. So, I tell her, splaying my palms, trying to figure things out. I mean, where do we start? She laughs and turns to face me. I don't know. I guess there's a lot of catching up to do. But I've been keeping my eye on you. In a non-stalkerish way, don't worry. I wouldn't mind if you were my stalker. Oh, good, she says, pressing her hands together. Then I can tell you that I've watched nearly every game you've played over the last 2 years. My heart swells. I'm unable to keep the stupid grin off my face. You have? She nods, licking her lips briefly. Yep. My eyes are still on her mouth, and I have to force them up to meet her eyes. How is it that everything feels like it did before? Like I could just reach out and bring her mouth to mine, and we would twist and turn through space and find ourselves in my bedroom again. Why do I feel so screwed? A knowing smile curves her lips, like she can read my mind. I'm just not sure she likes what I'm thinking. I swallow. I guess that makes this pretty one-sided. Well, I don't know everything about you, she says. Just the good things. That you're the captain now. That you're amazing at it. That you got through the worst year ever and came out stronger. She wags her brows at me. And maybe I've been watching your names in the gossip columns, but lo and behold, no one is ever talking about you. I'm a pretty boring guy. Except I know that's not true. You're not seeing anyone? No. I mean, I've had a few flings and one-night stands since I was with her, but they're not worth mentioning or even remembering. You? I was, she says, looking away. It didn't work out. Sorry to hear that. Are you? She eyes me expectantly. Okay, I guess we're jumping right into where we left off, just like that. I wiggle my jaw, taking a moment to weigh the scene. I don't even know where you've been these last 2 years. She watches me for a moment, her eyes searching mine, then fixing on my mouth. The tension between us is back to what it used to be, this crackling live wire, taut and ready to snap. The difference is, I know what happens when we give in. I've been around. Did you go back to Houston? She shakes her head, a bitter look in her eyes. No. You know, you should have stayed in touch. I was going to. I had written her emails I never sent. I figured it was just best to let her go. Let it be what it was. Let what we had stay in the past. You could have too. She exhales sharply and turns back to the river, hands clasped. Yeah, I could have. I should have. I missed you. It's like a punch to my heart. I missed you too, I managed to say, my words coming out quiet and raw. Far more raw than I'd like. I clear my throat. How long are you here for? In Lisbon? Probably another week. Maybe more, maybe less, she says. I'm here with Elena. We're going down to her aunt's house in Lago after this. Get some sunshine, you know? I've been in Finland, and it's fucking cold. Is that where Elena is from? Yeah. We're roommates in Helsinki. She helped me get a job there. You know, under the table. I actually haven't left Europe yet. I blink at her. You're still here? Until they check my passport, yeah. She looks only a little guilty, brushing a strand of hair out of her face. I figure might as well stay here until I can't anymore. I've just always managed to find a way. Yes, but overstaying your visa by a few days or even months is one thing, but 2 years? If they find out, you could get in serious trouble. You could get fined, deported, banned. You're worried about little old me? She asks, nudging my shoulder playfully. Should I be? No, she says. Come on, I've made it work. And it's not all bullshit jobs either. In Helsinki, I've been coaching Elena's nephew's football team. Now that's impressive. Really? Assistant coach. But hey, it's a job, and I'm good at it. I've got some money saved now, and I hope in the spring I'll be working again. What about journalism? You know I was following your blog. You stopped posting after you left Lisbon." Her eyes take me in, her pupils growing large. "You checked up on me?" "I tried to." "I'm hard to forget, aren't I?" she says brightly. "I never forgot you." My words hang in the space between us. She frowns briefly, then looks away. Shit, I said too much. She straightens up and smiles sweetly. "I better go back and check on Elena. I feel bad about leaving her alone." I want to point out that she's not alone, and she looked like she was enjoying Fito's company, but I get the message. We walk back to the doors. She pauses before we head down the stairs and into the noise and sweat of the club. "Would you like to go for a drink?" she asks me. "I know you're really busy with practice and the game." "I don't have another game until next week," I tell her quickly. "I would love to. Do you still have my number?" "I do." "Then it's a date." She gives me a teasing smile before she heads down the stairs. "Maybe." Maybe. That's good enough for me.
Chapter 13. Ruby. "Nervous?" Elena asks me, sipping on a bottle of cider. I'm standing in front of the full-length mirror in our hotel room, trying to figure out what to wear tonight. Luciano is meeting me at a restaurant, and I'm already running a little late. "I don't think I've had time to feel nervous," I say, turning to the side and trying to suck in my stomach. "Are you sure this dress looks okay?" I glance at Elena's reflection in the mirror, the little smirk on her lips. I glare at her. "What?" "Nothing," she says. "Just, this is the third outfit you've put on, so I think you might be nervous whether you want to be or not. The Ruby I know doesn't fret. You're fretting." I make a face and smooth my hands over my hips. I swear they've gotten bigger, and the black dress I'm wearing clings a little tight. But it does have a flattering neckline, and I am running late. "Are you wearing matching underwear?" I turn around and march past her to pick up my purse. "None of your business." "Do you need a condom?" Shit, do I? Just because the last time I saw Luciano I slept with him doesn't mean that will happen again. It's been 2 years. This date doesn't mean that we'll pick up right where we left off. Even though where we left off was a night that's imprinted on my mind, seared into my memory. When I walked away from Luciano's that morning, heading to the hostel, I felt like I was leaving another life. You know that movie, Sliding Doors? I keep thinking that my life split into 2 at that moment, and I chose to leave. I would have had another life had I stayed. Maybe I would have fallen in love. Maybe I would have been happy. Maybe I would have stopped being so fucking scared all the time. But the reason I left was because I was scared. Scared that being with him would fuck things up with his own family, that I'd further ruin the relationship between him and his brother and his stepfather. Scared that I might get hurt. "Here," Elena says, holding a condom out for me. "Take it just in case. I know you don't talk about Luciano much, but I saw the way you looked at each other last night. That man wants you. 2 years doesn't mean anything in his mind." I gulp, squeezing the condom in my palm. I know she's right. I saw the way he was looking at me, too. I'd almost forgotten what it was like to be the subject of his gaze, to see the way lust glimmered in his eyes. It stirred up feelings that I had buried deep inside, only resurfacing when I was using my vibrator, or sometimes when I was sleeping with someone else. Hell, there had been a few times when I was having sex with Marco that I was fantasizing about Luciano, but there's no way I'll ever tell him that. "You're allowed to have fun, Ruby," she says, giving my shoulder a squeeze. "You deserve it. Just try to keep it casual and no one will get hurt." No one will get hurt. Even though I originally just wanted to meet him at a bar, not a restaurant. Even though I was hesitant about calling this a date. But when he texted me this morning, telling me he wanted to take me out for dinner instead, I didn't think twice. I said yes. I slipped the condom in my purse. "Are you sure I look okay?" I asked her. She peers at me. "Is your lipstick going to come off?" I smack my lips together. "It's long wear." "Then you're good." I take in a deep breath, my lungs feeling tight, and then I tell Elena that I'll be back later. From the look on her face, I think she's betting I won't be alone. I step outside of our hotel, shrugging my leather jacket on as I go. I know with my black jacket and combat boots, plus my dark hair, I look a little goth, but I don't care. The restaurant he picked is called Palacio Chiado, which is right around the corner from my hotel. I know he's at a meeting right now, and he'd just texted me to tell me that he'll be a few minutes late and that he has a spot under his name. I find the restaurant and go up the steps and between the pillars, gawking at the place as I step inside. Holy shit. This is the most opulent restaurant I've ever seen. I'm realizing now that Palacio isn't said glibly. This is an actual goddamn palace. Stunned, I give the hostess Luciano's name and her face lights up. "Of course," she says. "Right this way." I feel like a celebrity as she leads me through the lounge area of velvet couches and chandeliers, and past the long bar and then around the corner to a marble staircase. At the landing is a Christmas tree all lit up, but my eyes are drawn upward to the stained glass window behind it and the magnificent murals and frescoes on the ceiling. Here the staircase splits in two, both of them leading to the top floor. I continue to follow the hostess, wishing I had my camera with me to capture everything. My shitty iPhone photos won't do this justice. She leads me into another room with a massive golden lion hanging from the ceiling, and then through to another room where there's a large stately bar in the middle. She brings me to the corner at a small table for two and hands me the menus. Wow. I should be reading the menu, but I'm glancing around the place, marveling at the details in this room and watching the other patrons. I have to say, it's been a really long time since I went out to a nice restaurant. When you're living like I do, you have to play it as safe as possible with your money. So Elena and I do a lot of cooking. The waiter comes by, bringing a bottle of mineral water, and it isn't until I've started looking at the menu that I see Luciano walk in the room. Oh my Lord. Seeing him last night at the club was like waking up in the middle of a dream. But tonight, it's like the dream is coming to me. He looks fantastic. His wavy dark hair perfectly styled, a black blazer over a gray V-neck tee, faded black jeans, black boots. He's somehow gotten even more handsome over the last 2 years, though it could be confidence. He oozes it now, and it's no longer a mask. "Hey," he says as he comes over to me and bends down, greeting me by placing his warm palm on my shoulder and kissing both my cheeks. My eyes flutter closed, and I instinctively breathe in. Sea salt, pine. He smells the same. He smells like safety and happiness. If only I could bottle him and take it with me when I have to leave, put it on when I wake up in the night from the bad dreams that never go away. He pulls back, his gaze lingering on my lips for a moment, and all the cells inside me tense, wondering if he's going to kiss me and set me ablaze. But he goes and sits down across from me, and I have to exhale slowly, my breath shaking. So, it's been 30 seconds, and I'm already a mess? "You look wonderful," he says to me. "As do you," I tell him, flashing him a smile. "Doesn't seem fair that you only get better looking with age." He snorts and picks up the menu. "I think my nose has gotten bigger." He presses his finger on the tip of it. "This dent here is turning into a butt." I laugh. "Oh, stop. You do not have a butt nose." That part of him was the last place I kissed, standing in his apartment, saying goodbye. I can't believe it's been 2 years, I tell him. He looks up from the menu, his smile wan. I know. It's good to see you. I mean, really good. I never in a million years thought I would see you again. I didn't think I'd see him either, but I'd hoped. I'd been walking around Lisbon with Elena this past week hoping I'd see him somewhere. I checked out the places I knew he liked to go. I stood outside his apartment a few times. I was looking for him, my fingers crossed. The last place I expected to see you was a nightclub, I tell him, which is true. I thought you hated those places. Marco's scene. I do, he says. Then he shrugs. But we won the game, and the team convinced me it was a good idea. I may be their captain, but I pretty much do everything they say. You seem like you're so much happier now. With your team, with the way you're playing. Another shrug. I think so. I think after the shit we went through last year, that we all just dug deep and really looked at what was inside us and what we were contributing to the team. At least that's what I did. I saw it as a challenge. It's still a challenge, even after this season and the seasons after. He licks his lips, looking like he wants to say something else. What? I ask. But then the waiter comes by, asking for our drink and food orders. Luciano orders a bottle of red wine from Porto for the both of us, and I quickly settle on a truffle pasta dish. You didn't want the bacalhau? He asks, teasing. Hey, I'll have you know I've been eating nothing but bacalhau since I got here. It's the cheapest thing on the menu sometimes. Anyway, you're the one who just ordered a chicken breast with rice. I mean, who comes here and does that? I gestured to the restaurant. A man who has practice in the morning. And just so you know, you're drinking most of that wine, too. A wild man last night, but on his best behavior for our date. Oh, he says, his eyes dancing. So it is a date after all. My heart does a little flip. I guess that maybe turned into a yes. I knew this place would impress you, he says. You also know I'm easily impressed. So, tell me, Ruby, he says, and the sound of my name on his lips still makes me feel like I've got a live current running through me. What have you been doing these last 2 years? How long were you in Barcelona for? I was there for 6 months. How did you manage to make it work? When I got there, I started working at the hostel. I liked it. I got to meet new people every day. I was able to show people around the city and give them advice. I got to arrange pub crawls and beach parties. It actually felt like my calling for a while. I can see that, he says. And I picked up Spanish again, which was great. Perfect. We can speak to each other now when we don't want anyone to hear us. You know Spanish? I learned it in school, along with English and French. Well, I learned Spanish in high school and forgot it, and then I learned it in Spain and forgot it again. So I'm sorry to say I'm not an apt pupil, though it's a hell of a lot easier than Portuguese. I don't think I'll ever get a hang of this language. You're not alone in thinking that, he says warmly, as the waiter comes by and pours us the wine. He does that thing where he shows you the label and waits for you to take a sip, except Luciano puts the responsibility on me. I look up at the waiter as he pours a millimeter in my glass and looks at me expectantly. You really expect me to have an issue with this wine? I ask him. I'll drink anything. Luciano laughs. The waiter looks less than impressed, and he's still waiting. Okay, bottoms up. I shoot it back. Yep, it's wine. It's good, I tell him. Tastes like wine. The waiter leaves and I glance sheepishly at Luciano. Sorry, I'm just realizing how uncouth I am. But hey, uncouth is a step up from what I used to be. I'm not sure I learned this uncouth in English class. It's a civilized way of saying I'm a hot mess. I like to think I left my hot mess phase behind, shedding it since the last time you saw me, and now I've evolved to the next stage. But, as we say back home, you can put lipstick on a pig, but it's still a pig. We have a saying here, pau pau queijo queijo. I know these words. I think about them for a moment. Bread, bread, cheese, cheese? He laughs. I'm impressed. It means it is what it is. In this case, you are what you are. An uncouth hot mess. No, you're Ruby Turner. And you have your own path through life, that's all. Just because you have a different way of doing things doesn't mean you're a hot mess. You're just you. He's looking at me in such a way that my stomach is fluttering. There's so much tenderness in his gaze, affection gleaming in his eyes, that it makes me realize I haven't had someone look at me like that in a long time. In fact, that last person might have been him. Well, I'm glad you have so much faith in me, I tell him, the butterflies still inside me. But my path through life is roadblocked at the moment. His low brows knit together. What do you mean? I shrug. I don't know what I'm doing with myself, with my life. You're living, aren't you? I glance at him. Well, yeah, we all are. Not all of us. I take a big sip of my wine and sigh. Okay, so I'm living. But I had all these goals and dreams and plans, and none of them worked out. I was at that hostel in Barcelona for half a year, and I only went to 2 Barca games. Just 2. And they're my favorite team. I certainly didn't write about them either. Then, after Barcelona, I went to the south of France where I worked at a bar in a town called Menton. I picked grapes and olives in Italy, living on an organic farm. I worked at a ski lodge in Austria. It wasn't until Elena invited me up to Finland that I finally found my way back to the game I love. But is it even close to journalism, which I went to school for? No. Wow, I guess I've been carrying all that with me for a while. I busy myself with another gulp of wine as Luciano surveys me, tilting his head to the side. We all have goals in life, dreams, he eventually says. But everyone's path is different, and ever-changing. And sometimes it's not a straight line. Sometimes you have to put your focus on other things. Sometimes you just have to focus on living, on surviving. But if you keep at it, your dreams will find their way back to you. Your dreams were a straight line, I tell him. You discovered at a young age that you had talent. Look at you now. Who said this was my dream? He asks, the corner of his mouth curving in amusement. I raise my brows. It's not? I have many dreams, he says. We're allowed as many as we want in life. So tell me one of your dreams, I say, putting my elbows on the table and resting my chin on my hands. I want to be captain of a team that wins the Champions League. That might happen. I pause, realize who I'm talking about. No, that will happen. With Sporting. Do you really think so? He asks wryly. No, you know I don't. You need to get transferred somewhere else. Well, that's the plan. Stick with them here for a few more years, get this team back into shape, and then leave. He leans back in his seat and looks around him to see if anyone is close enough to hear us. They aren't. I feel like such a traitor saying that. Do you remember when I interviewed you? When I asked you if you felt loyalty to the team because they basically raised you at the academy? You said it feels right to stay with the team that has been there from the start. Do you still feel that way? He shakes his head. No, this team is holding me back. I know it. Last year was proof, but it doesn't stop the guilt. Feeling guilty just means you have a conscience, that's all. You need to go play for Barcelona. Actually, I'm hoping Real Madrid. My eyes widen. You wouldn't dare. He laughs loudly. Look at you. Oh, I would dare, just to see the contempt on your face. You really are a true Barca fan, aren't you? You can't be serious about Real Madrid. The fans boo their own players even when they're winning. Do you want to get booed? If I'm paid enough, I'll take it, he says with a grin. They're dirty players. I've never had a problem getting dirty. His eyes fix on me, and there's no mistaking what he means. My thighs squeeze together and I swallow, trying to ignore it. You'd have to play with Ronaldo. I know Ronaldo. Oh, of course he does. Well then, if you end up going to Los Blancos, then I'm going to show up at all your games to heckle you. I would love that. I roll my eyes. Be careful what you wish for. I have another sip of wine, starting to feel delightfully buzzed. God, it feels good to talk to him. So easy, so right. The only thing I have to contend with is the way my body responds to each look, each word. So, I guess your brother will have to make quite the deal to get you over there. This is the first time I've mentioned Marco. He was starting to feel a bit like the elephant in the room. Luciano gives me a thin smile. We'll see. I'm free from my contract next year. If Real Madrid wants me, they'll have me. Marco has an easy job. He pauses. Have you told him you're in town? He's trying to make the question sound innocent, but I can hear the edge in his voice. No, I haven't. I haven't been in contact with him since I left Lisbon. Ah, so it wasn't just me. I give him a loaded look. Hey, we're both at fault. What do you mean? He asks, glancing at me sharply. I mean for not keeping in touch. He relaxes his shoulders. Oh, yes. I wonder if he feels guilty about what happened between us. I know Marco and I weren't together, even if it had literally ended that same day. But he is his brother, and he did kiss me when we were together. We were complicated from the start. Does he know? Did you ever tell him about us? Luciano swallows thickly, darkness coming over his eyes. He gives a barely perceptible shake of his head. No, I had no reason to. At least we're on the same page there. Are we on the same page tonight? I can't tell. Our food comes at that moment, breaking up the tension that's been swirling around, giving us both something else to focus on. And wow, the food is good. Oh my God, I say as I shovel the pasta in my mouth, my eyes nearly rolling back in my head. I know I'm making orgasm faces to rival John Mayer right now, but I don't care. Good? Luciano asks, chuckling. Amazing. When we're both done eating and I'm on my third glass of wine, I ask Luciano what his other dreams are. Other than being the captain of a Champions League team, I clarify. He stares at me for a moment, tapping his fingers along the edge of the table. I guess I have the same dreams everyone else has. You need to be more specific. You don't know that I used to dream of running away and joining Cirque du Soleil. Thankfully, it was short-lived after I discovered that French Canadians are weird. Okay, so perhaps I don't have that dream, he admits. His expression grows serious. But I dream of falling in love and settling down, I suppose. It feels hard to breathe all of a sudden. He's just so fucking honest. Always was. You haven't found that yet? Have you? The other day, Elena asked me if I'd ever been in love before. I had to tell her no. That's not what I did. I wasn't built for that. It was something meant for other people who had their shit together, not for me with my mother and my father and my shattered path and the way I kept pinballing through life, bouncing from place to place with nowhere to land. No, I tell him. Why not? I don't know. Just haven't. I wanted to say I haven't found the right guy, but that would be a lie. because I did find the right guy. He's sitting across from me, his eyes pinning me in place, searching for the truth I would rather keep buried. Luciano is the man I could fall in love with if I only let myself. But I know that just because he's the right man for me, that doesn't mean it's meant to happen. Doesn't mean it's the right time. Doesn't mean it won't end with my heart broken and bleeding. Fucking hell, things took a heavy turn. I think he's thinking the same, because he flags down the waiter and asks for the bill. Then he turns to me, and I fully expect him to call it a night, perhaps walk me to my hotel, and let that be that. But he just looks at me with dark eyes and asks, "Do you want to grab another drink somewhere? I know just the place." I know that look in his eyes. I know it means it might be a late night for me. I know it means that things might get complicated again. And of course, I say yes. Chapter 14. Ruby. The streets of Lisbon are alive tonight. The yellow trams trundle and creak past us, packed with tourists, while holiday shoppers crowd the sidewalks, their arms laden with their purchases. Teenagers hang out in the shadows, drinking inconspicuous beers and smoking. Christmas lights and decorations flank the stores, bustling with business despite how late it is. On every corner there's a man selling chestnuts, the delicious smell wafting through the air. I know from experience that roasted chestnuts don't taste as good as they should, but it totally brings me into the holiday spirit. I'll be spending Christmas with Elena and her family this year, and even though Christmas in Finland is among the best in the world, Santa lives there after all, there's a part of me that wants to spend it here, where the air is mild and the world seems so much more chaotic, gritty, and alive. I don't know where we're headed tonight, but I don't care. It's just nice to walk with Luciano at my side, his presence both comforting and exhilarating. Sometimes he touches the small of my back, guiding me around the corner, and even through my leather jacket, I swear I feel his heat through my clothing. Other times his hand brushes against mine when we're moving through crowds, and it takes everything in me to not reach out and grab it. We stop by a square with black and white patterns on the tiles, watching a group of incredibly talented breakdancers doing crazy moves to a loud beat. There's a crowd around them, clapping along and cheering. I stand beside Luciano, glancing up at him. He's watching the dancers keenly, smiling, nodding his head to the music, and I can't help but think about how much he's changed. In some ways, he hasn't changed at all. He's what, 30 years old? Obviously older than me, but still young. And yet the responsibility of being a team captain seems to have made him so much more of a man. I can't put my finger on it, but I think his drive to succeed has kicked into gear. Yet instead of making him more serious, he's become more loose and playful, more like that persona he used to have. He's become the person he wanted to be. I wish I could say the same for me. The more he seems to be going places, the more lost I get. I feel like I'm this swirling, tumbling galaxy, always moving, always searching, and he's the sun. He stays in place, bright and burning and powerful, while I spin around him to no avail. He takes his focus off the dancers and eyes me. "They're fucking good," he says. They are. But really, all I want to look at is him. I want to touch him. Being this close to him, shoulder to shoulder, breathing him in, feeling the electricity and heat flowing off him, like it's going right through my lungs and into my veins. It's making it hard to think about anything else. Then I realize who I'm with. Luciano Adrian Duarte Ribeiro. He's not just anyone. He's a somebody to this city. To Sporting's downtrodden fans, he's their savior. And even though people are watching the dancers, sometimes they watch us. I know he doesn't end up in photos or gossip sites often, because there's apparently nothing to report. But us? If he did hold my hand, If he did show the affection I pray he still feels for me, that would be something. That would be huge. And his brother would see it. So now I understand. Should we get to the bar? I ask, suddenly feeling exposed. Of course, he says. We walk past the crowd, some heads turning, and then he takes me up the hill towards my old hood, Bairro Alto. Not exactly the place I thought we'd go. And when he shows me the bar, I'm taken aback again. It's pretty much a dive bar. I mean, it's really cool, my kind of place. It's dark and it's tiny. There's dried meat hanging from the ceiling for some reason. This used to be a butcher, he explains as we walk in. He nods at the bartender, who seems to know him well, and we take a seat at the bar. What will you have? Luciano asks me. Dirty martini, I say without thinking. I wink. I'm feeling kinda dirty tonight. If Luciano didn't know what I had on my mind, now he does. He swallows audibly, his tongue peeking out to wet his lips. Well then, he turns to the bartender. Dirty martini, por favor. You're not having anything to drink? I ask. I had a glass of wine at dinner, he says, and then playfully bumps my elbow with his. You trying to get me drunk, Ruby? Can you blame me? I say, my voice going husky. Last time we drank scotch, I rather liked where we ended up. Another swallow. He shakes his head briefly, a smile curving his lips. I have to get up early for practice, he says, but the words sound futile. I won't keep you late. He breathes in sharply through his nose, his brows lowering as he gazes at me. There it is, that fire, right back where we left off, like nothing changed. He wants me, and I sure as fuck still want him. I lean over, whispering slowly in his ear, my hand resting on the top muscles of his thigh. If I moved my hand, how hard would I find you? He sucks in a breath, and I smile to myself, giving his thigh a light squeeze. I turn my head and look around the bar to see who is watching. It's pretty much empty. There's a pair of tourists looking over a map of Lisbon in the corner, an old man drinking by himself and reading a book, and by the door there's a couple on a date, full on making out. No one is paying us any attention, and even the bartender's back is to us as he shakes my drink. I bite my lip, pulling my face back from Luciano just enough to watch his expression, and then I slowly slide my hand up over his thigh and onto his fly where, fucking hell, I feel him as hard as rebar. Luciano hisses softly and I expect him to tell me to stop. But I grip his cock through his jeans instead and give him a squeeze, watching as his heavy lids close and his mouth falls open. Why am I torturing the both of us like this? The bartender starts to turn around and I quickly take my hand off him. Not that the bartender can see anything anyway, but I also want my drink. He places the cold martini in front of me and I thank him. Obrigada, before lifting the drink to my lips and taking a sip. Damn, that's good shit. I steal a look at Luciano, who still has his eyes closed, brows low. Then he takes in a sharp breath through his nose. His intense gaze lands on my lips. He leans into me, carefully getting off his seat. Enjoy your drink, he says, his voice rough, giving me goosebumps. I'll be back. He gets up and quickly walks toward the back of the bar, adjusting his pants as he goes. Enjoy my drink? Oh my God. He's going to go jack off in the restroom. I take a quick gulp of the martini, reach into my purse, clasp the condom in my palm, and then take off after him. He's not getting off without me. I go around the corner and faintly knock on the door of the bathroom. Luciano, I hiss. Let me in. The door opens. He stares at me for one heated second before he's pulling me inside, locking the door behind us, then pressing me against the wall with a rough, fiery kiss. Fuck, He groans and gasps against my mouth, our lips melding with each other, driven by the pure, raw, intense desire that's snaking through me. I can only whimper, the desperation flooding me, clouding my ability to think and see. I can only feel, and what I feel is him. The bathroom is small, as they are all over Europe, but it's big enough for him to grab my face and twist me around until my ass is backed against the sink. He reaches down, hands under my thighs, and then lifts me up, placing me on the rim. This is going to be one hot, dirty fuck. One I've been dreaming about for 2 years. "I've never needed to come so badly," he murmurs, breathless. I wrap my legs around his waist as his hands shove up my dress, fingers sliding into my underwear. "God, Ruby, you're already so wet." "Can't hide how I feel about you, can I?" I ask, my head going back against the mirror, my body surrendering to the slick, hurried touch of his hands. Then I hold out the condom that was hidden in my fist. He takes it from me without saying anything, quickly unzips his fly, taking his cock out. I stare at it, such a beautiful, perfect dick, and watch as he tears open the condom, sliding it on his thick length with such precision. Then his mouth is at my neck, biting, sucking, and my hands are in his hair, digging into his shoulders, silently begging for him to fuck me. I get my wish. He positions himself and then thrusts up inside me, so hard the air is expelled from my lungs. I hold him tighter, making fists in his hair, groaning loudly as he starts to pump into me with hot, fast strokes. His tongue and lips are everywhere. My mouth, my neck, my chest. His hands are roaming over me with a frantic yearning, and it hits me how much my body has craved this. From the way he's grasping me, kissing me, I know it's the same for him. All our patience is gone. We are hunger personified. He fucks me quick and hard, his hips rutting against me, my ankles crossed behind his back, pushing him in with each thrust. His hand slips down, sliding his fingers over my clit, and the vicious need that's been consuming me is all too ready to let go. I come so quickly, it's like I've fallen into a slipstream, fast and molten and drowning me, and he strokes me again and again, hard and slick, until I'm calling out in a choked cry, trying to keep quiet but failing. The world bursts open, and then he's grunting into my neck, swearing as he bites my ear, grasping at my breast. His hips falter, and then they pick up the pace again, pushing in harder and harder, his breath heavy and ragged, until he goes silent for a second. "Fuck," he cries out softly, shuddering and shaking as he comes. He presses his teeth to my neck as his rhythm gradually slows, and I know he's about to still, about to pull out. That we just fucked in a public restroom, and there's no reason to linger. But I want to linger. I want him to stay inside me. When he's inside me, I feel more than just full. I feel like he's filling up the empty and ugly corners inside me. There are so many of them, and he's the one that makes them whole again. He's the one that makes my heart race and skip, but also soothes it. When he's inside me, I don't feel the fear. I just feel everything he gives me. I place both my hands on his face, marveling at how damn gorgeous he is, taking in his sleepy, soft eyes as they search mine, the lazy satisfaction on his lips, his stubble rough and skin hot against my palms. I want to hold his face all day, stare at it, relish it. I just want to be with him in every way I can. Calm your tits, I scold myself. One fuck in a restroom doesn't mean you get to be obsessed. But, fuck, what if it's already too late? "Ruby girl," he says to me in a low murmur, leaning in to kiss me on my lips. My God, to hear him call me that again. Then he pulls out, and I feel so intensely alone and vulnerable, it scares me to death. What happened to the carefree girl who never got attached, who never caught feelings, who soared from place to place like a bird without a flock. "Are you okay?" he asks me when he realizes I'm still sitting there on the sink. He throws the condom in the wastebasket and then comes over to me, wrapping his arms around me and lifting me up and onto the ground. "We should go back," he says, kissing the top of my head. "As much as I want to be in here all night." I nod, smoothing down my dress. I exit first, returning to my martini. The bartender raises his brow. He knows. Oh, and the old man with the book? He's not even reading it anymore. I suppose we might have been loud. As I sit down and go back to finishing my martini, Luciano comes out of the restroom. I laugh to myself, thinking how obvious we are. I drink the rest of the martini down in one gulp and thank the bartender, while Luciano places 20 euros on the bar. We exit into the crisp winter air, and I'm laughing, nearly stumbling, holding on to his arm. "What?" Luciano asks, but he's laughing too. "I don't know. I think the whole bar just heard us having sex." He shrugs. "Free entertainment, I suppose." He stops and takes his phone from his blazer pocket, glancing at the time. "Would you rather me walk you back to your hotel, or do you want to take a cab?" I want him to walk me back. I don't want this night to end. But I know he has practice, that his team is important. "A cab is fine," I tell him. "Perfect. We'll get one together." So he flags down a cab and we get in, and now that it's later, the streets are emptier and the journey is quick. The whole time he holds my hand in his thumb slowly rubbing against my skin, leaving his mark on me. Before I know it, the cab pulls in front of my hotel and I unbuckle my seatbelt, twisting to face Luciano. I guess this is goodbye again? I don't want it to be goodbye. I'll die if it's true. Don't let this be all this can be. He shakes his head, a strand of wavy hair falling across his forehead. I reach out and brush it back. "It's not goodbye," he says. "Tomorrow, I'm going to pick you up after practice and take you away somewhere." I grin with relief. "Where?" "It's a surprise." He leans in and kisses me softly on my lips. "I'll text you tomorrow, okay?" "Okay," I say, my voice sounding small. I get out of the cab and watch it pull away, driving off into the night, the exhaust hanging in the cold air. But I've never felt warmer.
Chapter 15. Luciano. "Where's your fucking head at, Luciano?" Benedito yells at me. I avoid his eyes, running past him to get the ball that apparently soared past me, and I didn't even attempt to make it stop. Sorry, I say, spinning around and kicking it back to him. Practice is wrapping up, and I've spent most of it with my head in the fucking clouds. Or, to be more specific, it's been wrapped up in Ruby. Benedito runs over to me, his eyes narrowed. "What?" I say, throwing out my arms in exasperation. "You're being sloppy. Not a good look, Capitao." "We all have our days." "Not you," he says, poking his finger into my chest. "Never you. You're always the one who has the focus, even when we don't. What's wrong?" "Nothing is wrong, not even a little." He observes me for a moment. "Then something is right. What went right for you?" I shrug, looking away. Leonardo, our coach, is barking at a few players, and I know we're about to head into the locker room. "It's that girl," he says, after a beat. I give him a sharp look. "What girl?" "The girl from the nightclub. The one with the breasts." I press my lips together. I'm not saying anything. Benedito gives me a shit-eating grin and slaps me on the back. "Look at you. Just look at you. My man, you have it bad." I didn't say a word. I start running off to the showers to escape his astute powers of deduction and get ready for my date. Benedito yells after me. "You deserve to get laid, my man!" Of course, everyone is looking at me now. I raise my palm as if to say, "Yes, hi, that's me," and then I jog off the pitch. Thankfully, I shower and get ready with only a little ribbing from my teammates, and then I'm driving off toward the city, eager to pick up Ruby. I have to admit, I don't remember the last time I've been this anxious before. Definitely not over a woman. The game, yes, I'm a tangle of nerves before each one, and it's remarkable that everyone says I'm so collected on the pitch, because I feel anything but, even when I'm confident in our skills. But over someone else? No. And it's not because I haven't dated. I've had my fun, but there's never been anyone that I wanted to get to know, and even if there was someone that came close, it was nothing compared to how I feel about Ruby. Frankly, I think I'm fucking screwed. I was the moment I saw her. Again. This time the dilemma is a little more real. She doesn't have a time limit. She gave that Schengen visa the finger, broke the rules, decided to stay in Europe indefinitely. She's living with her friend in Helsinki. She's off her illegal work right now. She can stay in Lisbon if she wants to. Of course, that doesn't make things less complicated. I have a feeling we're always going to be complicated. The only time that things seem easy and straightforward is when I'm coming inside her, making her eyes roll back, using our bodies to do all the planning. For one, there's the fact that we've literally just been on one date, and I'm already trying to make room for her in my life, without knowing how she feels about me. Ruby says things that make me think she wants to be with me. But then again, Ruby is like a leaf in the wind, lost and searching, and I don't know if I'm what she's looking for. For two, there's Marco. I never told him what happened with Ruby before, that she came by my place after he dumped her, that she spent her last moments with me, that I'm sure I made her come harder than he ever did, that I cared for her more than he ever could. I kept that to myself. Marco probably wouldn't care too much anyway. He certainly never mentioned Ruby after he sent her on her way. Sure, if he knew that I was with his ex-girlfriend, his pride would be ruined, and he would hate me, resent me, more than he already does. But his heart wouldn't be broken. He never cared for her. And still, it's a secret. A secret that would come to light if Ruby and I were ever to make a go of things. A secret that would make fire rain down upon us. If my stepfather knew, I would hate to think what he would do. There's only so much he can do to hurt me. He can sling his insults, his underhanded comments, and if he tried to hurt me physically, I'd have no problems fighting back. I know he's a tough guy, but so am I. I'm not that little kid anymore. I'm built as fuck, and I've had 25 years of rage built up toward him. I would win, no contest, and probably be arrested for assault. But Ruby? He could hurt her. And I don't mean physically, at least I don't think. It wouldn't take much to find out she's here illegally. He could get her deported with a simple phone call. I know that sounds like a villainous move, but I wouldn't put it past him. He knows that she was Marco's girlfriend, that after the night at the sports gala when they appeared on the red carpet together, the world saw they were together. If he knew that me, his hated stepson, took Ruby from the apple of his eye, there would be hell to pay. That's how fragile he really is. Brittle and bitter and ready to bring me down any way he can. He hasn't been able to lately, that's why he hates me so much more. If he saw weakness in me, he would exploit it with everything he's got. And Ruby is my weakness. I exhale loudly, my hands gripping the wheel in frustration. It's going to be an uphill battle no matter how we look at it. but I still believe that we can make it work. Somehow. I manage to put all that to the side when I pull up outside of Ruby's hotel. She's already waiting by the entrance, dressed in boots, jeans, a leather jacket, and a scarf wrapped around her neck. She sees me, and her smile breaks my heart. I'm so fucking lucky that she smiles that way at me. She opens the passenger side door and slides in. "I've missed this car," she says, running her hands along the dash. "Though I'm surprised you didn't get an upgrade when you became captain." "I'm counting on getting an Audi when I get traded to Real Madrid." "Ugh, you're still on that?" "It's my career," I remind her, trying to navigate the tram tracks. "I forgot to tell you about another dream of mine, becoming the captain of the Portuguese national team. I believe proving myself as captain of Real Madrid will get me one step closer to that." "You're going to take over Ronaldo's role?" I shrug. "Stranger things have happened. I believe you can do anything you put your mind to if you really want it that badly. Manifestation is real." "Perhaps it's why you're here." "I believe it," she says. "You know, I hate to sound presumptuous, but I would love it if I could see y'all practice, or at least go to a game." "Of course," I tell her. "You can do both." "Really?" She practically squeals, bouncing her legs up and down. I grin at her. "Yes, really. We have another practice in 2 days. You can come to that. Bring your Finnish friend if you want." "Are you sure?" "It's no problem." "I won't psych you out?" I glance at her. Her brows are raised, and she looks especially innocent. "Well, now I'm thinking you might." "I promise I'll be on my best behavior." "Your best behavior is still a little devious." She gives me a cheeky smile. "I'll see what I can do. Anyway, where are we going? What's the surprise?" "It's not a surprise if I tell you. Just sit back and relax." Of course, telling Ruby what to do never works. The first surprise is Palacio da Pena, on the hill above the town of Sintra. Usually the place is absolutely packed with tourists, and the lines can last hours. But since it's the off-season and the afternoon, close to closing, and half the palace is shrouded in cool fog, it's easy to find parking. We head up to the castle-like palace, Ruby going into full-on tourist mode, oohing and aahing over the sights. There's a lot to see here. Personally, I think the palace is a bit garish and tacky, but that's part of the charm, I suppose. It's huge and sprawling, a bunch of different buildings smashed together, built over the years for King Ferdinand. I play tour guide, showing her the different rooms inside, the tile work and gargoyles, pointing out the neo-Gothic, Islamic, and Renaissance architecture and the mix of colors, red, yellow, lilac, that make it look cartoonish. "I feel like I'm in a Portuguese Disneyland," Ruby says, handing me her phone. "Can you take a photo for me? It takes shitty photos, but I think I need to pretend to be a princess." She poses under an arch that normally has a stunning view behind it, but today is ghostly with fog. With her leather jacket and her black hair whipping around her, she looks more like a heroine from a Gothic novel. Or a ghost. My ghost from my past. I take her picture and hand the phone back to her, but she grabs me by the arm and pulls me to her side. "I don't have any pictures of you," she says, holding the phone high. "We're taking a selfie." We both give matching smiles to the lens, close-lipped and somewhat smirking. "It's scary how good we look together," she says, staring at the photo, pointing at our similar expressions, our black hair. "I mean, look, we're like the same person." "I am you and you are me." She gives me a small smile. "Yeah, something like that." "You're going to have to send that to me," I tell her. I don't have any pictures of her either. Sometimes I've looked at the pictures of her taken at the gala when she was with Marco, as if that was the only proof I had of her. After that, we get back in the car, and we drive to the coast to surprise number 2. "A lighthouse?" she asks, staring at the aforementioned lighthouse next to the parking lot we just pulled into. "It's not just the lighthouse," I tell her. "It's the piece of land beyond it. This is the most western part of the European continent, Cabo da Roca." The piece of land in question is a promontory that sticks out hundreds of meters above the sea. The wind here is usually fierce, especially in winter, but today it seems manageable. I grab her hand, and we walk along the path past the lighthouse, skirting the edge of the rocky cliffs dotted with wind-hardy succulents. The cliffs are a sheer drop to the raging ocean over 100 meters below. "It's so beautiful," she says, face to the wind. "We're on the edge of the world." Sure feels like it, doesn't it? I pull her along, and we wind along the cliff, past the few tourists taking photos. There's a short wooden fence that warns people to stay off the cliff face, but people ignore it anyway. So does Ruby. She lets go of my hand and steps over the fence. "Ruby," I warn her, reaching for her. "I'm not going far," she says, stepping forward until she's near the edge of the cliff. I know how steep it drops off, almost 500 feet, and my heart is already lurching in my chest. She faces the Atlantic and throws her arms out to the wind, head back, grinning. "Made it, Ma! Top of the world!" I'm not sure she realizes that quote is from James Cagney's White Heat, in which he proceeds to die right after. I step over the fence and carefully walk over to her, holding out my hand. "Ruby," I say gently, afraid to panic her. "Please turn around slowly and give me your hand." "I'm fine," she says, not moving. "I feel so free here." Then she takes another step closer to the edge. "Ruby, please." She glances at me over her shoulder, giving me a sly smile. Then a gust of wind swoops up from below the cliffs and buffets us back, knocking Ruby off balance. She yelps in surprise and throws herself backward onto the ground. I lunge toward her, hoping that any vertigo stays in check, and grab her by the arms, hauling her up to her feet and pulling her back until we're at the fence. She turns around and throws her arms around me, holding me tight. "Holy shit," she gasps into my chest. "I thought I was going to go over." I hold her back, kissing the top of her head. I want to get angry and lecture her about thinking she was invincible and doing stupid shit, but I manage to keep it inside. "You're fine now," I tell her. "I've got you." "I felt myself falling," she cries out softly. I felt it as if it was happening. I was falling, and I knew I was going to die. It was so horrible." "You didn't fall, but that was stupid." Okay, I guess I'm a little too shaken not to say anything. "I know, I'm sorry. I wanted to see how close I could get." "Well, you got closer than anyone ever should. Are you okay?" She pulls back and stares up at me, her eyes wild. She nods. Yeah, I need to sit down." She turns and sits down on the fence. I sit next to her, watching her carefully as she takes in deep breaths through her nose, eyes closed. "Talk to me," I tell her. "I'm fine," she says after a moment. She flashes me a sweet smile. "Sorry about that. I don't know what came over me." I frown at her, give my head a shake. There are times when I wonder about her, worry about her. Not saying I thought that she was going to jump off that cliff, just that I know where she's coming from. I know her past, and I know she's got issues. Perhaps those issues are coming out in strange ways. I mean, she drinks a bit too much. She's here in Europe illegally and doesn't seem to think that it's that big of a deal. She purposely went to that edge. Talk to me, Ruby, I repeat, trying to get to the root of things. I want her to tell me her troubles, her ghosts. I want her to give me her problems so I can try and fix them, so I can protect her. How is your mother? My mother? She asks, surprised. Why? Because I haven't seen you for 2 years. Because there's so much more that I don't know. Because I want to know how you are, how you really are. It's fine. She's fine. I don't believe it. What happened after her overdose? I told you. She gives me a dark look. She was okay. It didn't happen again? She bites her lip for a moment, her eyes searching the horizon. No, it didn't. They watch her closely. Do you wish you could have gone back to see her in prison? Sometimes, but it never goes well. What happened when you went before? Why the questions, Luciano? I thought this was a date. Because I care about you. Because it's better to open up and talk about it instead of... Her brows raise. Running away? Jumping off a cliff? Look, it was an accident. I didn't mean to get too close. I just want you to trust me. We've always been open with each other. Let me carry your burdens for a change. I know. I'm fine. I sigh, rubbing my hand over my chin. I need to shave. If you keep it all in, you're going to pass the hardest moments alone while everyone believes you're fine. I pause. Let me in, Ruby. She glances at me, and then leans forward with her elbows on thighs. How are things with your stepfather? She asks. I take in a sharp, instinctive breath. Guess now it's my turn. That bad, huh? She says. I stare down at my hands, knowing that I need to be as honest as I wanted her to be. I wish I could be a hypocrite. Well, as you know, we've never had a healthy relationship. And actually, it's gotten worse, especially this year. When I became captain, that's when everything started to get, ugly. I let out a bitter laugh. When the team was at its worst, that's the only time he started being nicer to me. Still didn't give me any respect, of course, but he wasn't so angry and vicious. Now it's like he takes pleasure in it. So what does he do? I sit back and run my hand through my hair. Let me see. The other day I had talked about being traded to another team eventually, though I didn't mention which one, and he said that if I ever did that, Marco would no longer be my agent, because Marco isn't leaving Lisbon. I see, she says. Yes, he controls Marco in every which way, and I don't think Marco likes it so much anymore. But it's hard to tell. He has such a hold on him. Your stepdad is a scary guy. He can be. And so sometimes he says that my talent was a fluke. And maybe he'll call me pathetic because I'm too old to be a captain and my career is almost over and I'm just going to embarrass the family by staying in the game. That's bullshit, Ruby snarls, her eyes lit up. You're not old. I hate how this game is so focused on youth. Age brings so much more to the table. You don't have to convince me. I love how protective and worked up she's getting. I continue. But mostly they are microaggressions, those tiny little digs that seem innocuous at first, but cut you down over time. You can only be punctured so many times before you're drained of blood. That's what he does. He drains me. And if I ever have to be in the same room as him and Marco, which I often do, That's when the cuts happen. What I want to tell her is what he said to me before the game the other day. How he patted me on the back, pulled me in for a fake hug, and said, "I guess winning is everything when a man has nothing." That hit deep. But they all do. "I wish I didn't know exactly what you're talking about," she says, putting her hand on mine. I wrap my fingers around hers and give her a squeeze. "My father is the same. Tiny little cuts that always go deeper than you think. After a while, you start to believe them too. That you're a bad apple, useless and hopeless, like a horse getting put down just because they can't do what we expect them to do." I raise her hand to my mouth, kiss her knuckles, staring into her eyes. "At least you're here and they're there. Probably another reason why I'm seriously thinking about being traded, so I can get away." I lower her hand into my lap and hold it. "And then what does that make me? As pathetic as my stepfather said, the man who runs away." "Hey, I ran away from my problems, and look at me now," she says, then her smile falters. "Okay, bad example." Ruby, stop. I hate how she beats herself up like this. "I can't," she says softly. "I think I can trace my shadows all the way back to birth. They follow me, Luciano. They don't leave, even when I do." We all have shadows. Sometimes they get darker when everything else gets brighter, but we still have to live with them. She turns her face to the Atlantic, the cold wind whipping back her hair. She closes her eyes, breathing deeply through her nose. "I just wish I knew what I was doing." "Ruby, no one knows what they're doing, I guarantee it. You keep thinking that you're this anomaly, but you're not. You're different in all the right ways, but the one thing you think you suffer from that no one else does isn't so special. Sorry to say. We're all a little lost on this planet, stumbling around on cascading years, trying to make sense of it all." She glances at me, her eyes glistening in such a way that it hurts my heart. "Then I don't want to do it alone. I want to be lost and stumbling with you." Jesus Cristo. I feel like the ocean comes to a standstill. All I can hear is my heart. "I would like that very much," I manage to say, pulling her into me, like I've just realized how rare and precious of a gem she is, how much I can't possibly let her go after this. "I want to take you home," I whisper into her neck. "Stay the night with me." She puts her hands on my face, lifting it to meet her eyes. "I'll stay all the nights with you." I kiss her, a different need racing through me now, the need to express everything I'm feeling, even though I don't have the words. It doesn't matter. My body can speak to hers. We don't need a translator. I get up and grab her hand, stepping over the wooden fence, then walking briskly back to the car, as if we are running out of time. Perhaps we are. The drive back to Lisbon goes quicker than the way in. We don't stop anywhere, we just drive, and it's not long before I'm parking the car downstairs in my apartment's garage. There's an urgency to our step, and once we're inside the apartment, I kick the door closed and practically maul her. We are a writhing, tangled mess of hungry lips and roaming, desperate hands as we make our way across the apartment to the bedroom, leaving a trail of discarded clothes behind. I'm so eager to get her naked that I rip her flimsy thong in two as we fall onto the bed, the satisfying tear reverberating in the room. I hope that wasn't expensive, I murmur, tossing it over my shoulder before I cover her body with mine, pressing her into the bed as I kiss her, my fingers wrapping into her hair and holding tight, I rub my dick against her, knowing how easy it would be to slide inside, but I need to take my time. This feels different now, as if seeing her on that cliff, imagining the horror of losing her, made me realize I can't afford to lose her in any way. Sometimes she seems so wild and unrooted that I'm scrambling to take hold, like reaching for the string before the balloon floats away, never to return. But she's here now. She's here beneath me, her skin soft cream, her lips feeling like sin. She's here, and she's mine, and I want her to lose control, to let go of the fears and let me in. Let me stay. I don't even want to fix you. I want to ride your broken wings. I want you inside me, she says, her words urgent, her hands on my face, pulling me closer. I'm getting there, I whisper, though her words nearly send me over the edge. Let me take my time with you. She lets out an impatient huff, her hands gliding down my back to my ass, shrugging me into her. Her thighs part, and she's slick against my cock. She's so soft and warm and wet everywhere that I feel tension fizzled down my spine like I've been plugged into an electrical outlet. I kiss her on all my favorite places, the places I didn't get a chance to savor last night. That spot beside her mouth, the tip of her nose, her cheek. I love the feel of her eyelashes as they brush against my skin, leaving kisses of their own. My lips trail to the spot behind her ear, my teeth nipping at the velvet of her earlobe, until she's groaning loudly, her nails digging into my ass, a sharp mix of pleasure and pain. I leave deep, licking kisses along her neck, trying to temper my hunger, which is growing with each passing second. I've missed this, she says, as if this was something we used to do all the time. I suppose that one night together before she left was a microcosm of eternity. And I'm smiling against her neck, feeling warmth flood through me, wrap around my heart, giving it a squeeze. This is too good, too good. It's so unbelievably different now, my body and my soul both giving themselves to her. I pull back to glance at her face, and she's watching me with the same kind of wonder, awe, like she feels this is different too. That this is the culmination of us, not just two bodies screwing, but two bodies connecting, slipping inside each other's skin until we're one. I am you, and you are me. Her blue eyes light up, as if she can hear me. I know she feels me. I slowly move back on the bed, being indulgent with my time, kissing and touching as I make my way over her body. I feel like I'm seeing it for the first time, the constellation of freckles on her chest, the tiny birthmark on her breast, the way her nipples are the perfect pink, tight and hard against her skin. I map her body in my mind, reading the blueprint with my tongue, my fingers tracing shapes. Her breathing gets quicker. I watch as her full breasts rise and fall, feel her stomach beneath my hand as I continue my journey down. I dip my head, my face between her legs, and slowly lick up her inner thighs, teasing as I head to where she's wet and glistening. Luciano, she says, impatient, her voice hoarse and pleading, like I'm withholding oxygen from her. Please. I shouldn't love to torture her like this. I should put her out of her misery. I bring my mouth to her, sucking her in my mouth like a gumdrop. She cries out sharply, her hands going to my hair, tugging and pulling. I don't stop. My tongue flicks against her clit until she is breathless and wild and unhinged. I can feel her starting to come, feel her descent, the rise of her hips against my face, the heat on my tongue. I decide to make things more interesting. I bring my wet fingers down and slide them along the crease of her ass, testing her. "Fuck," she moans. "Yes, I want that." I push my finger inside her ass, and she immediately clenches around me, tight as anything. Jesus Cristo. I continue to fuck her with my finger while licking and sucking at her clit until her nails stab into my head as she grips me. "I'm coming!" She doesn't have to tell me that, but fuck does it get me off just hearing it. "Oh God, Luciano!" Don't mind hearing that either. I grin against her as she continues to come in my mouth, her convulsions squeezing the life out of my finger. She shakes, limbs twitching, thighs around my head, and then she goes limp like I've just sucked the life out of her. "Oh God," she mutters to herself, her eyes closed, head lolling from side to side. I waste no time. I'm surprised I didn't come when she did. I move up between her legs. My hands tighten on her knees, and I spread her thighs wide. I slide inside her, pushing in deep, deep, deeper, until we are rocking together in an easy rhythm. We fit, just perfectly. Something drops in my chest. That realization of how good this is, how good we are together. That realization of how different it is this time. Not because we've changed, but because I'm in fucking love with her. Everything seems to still inside me, my brain trying to make sense of what my heart was trying to say all this time. I love her. I'm in love with her body, her mind, her heart, and her soul. And she owns every single piece of me. I knew I was screwed. I keep my hips pumping, moving in silent wonder at what just happened. Then I start to pick up the pace as my needs converge, clawing through my chest. I stare down at where my cock disappears into her, fascinated, watching it glisten with her desire, then glance up at her breasts as they jostle with each thrust, her open mouth making greedy little sounds. Her. It's her. I'm in her, knowing her from the inside. Give me your heart, Ruby. Give me your heart, because you already have mine. She moans and squeezes her thighs together, growing tight as a fist around my dick. My skin feels too tight, too hot, like I can't get enough of her, that it hurts. There's so much pleasure that it feels like pain. "Don't stop," she says between breaths. "Don't stop." I'll never stop. I'll take her as far as she wants me to. "Yes," she gasps, and I know I have her on the verge again. Yes. Yes. Please. I touch her, a slick, hard pass of my fingers. She sucks in a breath, holding it in her chest, and then she's crying out, nails scratching up my back. She comes so hard, she's jerking off the bed, practically levitating, and I let myself go. A million explosions go off inside me, pulsing down my spine, shattering me into pieces. Fuck. I let out a hoarse yelp as my orgasm tears through my chest, my arms shuddering to keep me up, my hips driving in harder, thrusting myself in deeper, until I feel myself come so hard my cock is completely drained. I'm a garbled mess of words. I know I'm yelling in Portuguese, and even then it doesn't make much sense. The seconds stretch into eternity. All I hear is my breath, scratchy and rough, and my heart like a beating drum. Then the sounds of the city outside return. The world returns. Her arms are shaking slightly as she runs her hands up my chest, over my shoulder, staring up at me with such startling clarity. "Have I ever told you how good you are?" I give her a lopsided grin, pulling out and lying down beside her, putting my leg over her hip protectively. "I inferred as much." "I mean it. And I mean you're so good, Luciano. Too good for me." "I'm not too good for anyone," I tell her. "But we're more than good enough for each other. I love you. I've fallen in love with you." But despite all we've talked about, I have to guard my words from her. I want to be open, but not open enough to scare her away. She's still that wild animal that will run if she gets cornered. I'll have to let her do things on her own terms. I'll have to hope she'll fall in love with me. But the one thing I think she knows too is that what we are has changed. What was once a possibility is now the reality. There is an us now. There's no turning back.
Chapter 16. Ruby. It's strange to be back here. Even though I've only been here at the Outgoshech training center once, when I first laid my eyes on Luciano for that now infamous interview, it feels like it was just yesterday. And yet, everything has changed. Now I'm here with Elena, sitting in the stands and watching Luciano and his team at practice, huddled under a big scarf together in the crisp December air. "This is exciting," Elena says to me. "I mean, it beats the hell out of watching my nephew practice." I glare at her jokingly. "No offense, you're a good coach," she adds. I wave her off, my eyes going back to the pitch where Luciano was yelling enthusiastically at the goalkeeper as the team lines up and starts hammering in the ball. The goalkeeper is getting quite the workout, leaping from side to side, but to my surprise, he actually blocks most of the shots. No wonder the team has been doing better this year. And so much of that can be attributed to Luciano. I've watched him over the years, but never in person, and I've never seen him at practice. Now I can see just how vital he is to the team, how easily he stepped into this role. To think that his stepfather tells him he's pathetic and a fluke. I swear to God, if I ever see that man again, I might give him a big old bitch slap to the face. "So, how does it feel to know that man is your boyfriend?" Elena asks idly, elbowing me in the side. "He's not my boyfriend," I mutter, giving her a dirty look. Sure. Fuck buddy then. But you're much more than friends. Right now we're just friends, okay? Must I remind you that I used to date his brother? So, we're just lucky that Marco never comes to watch Luciano practice. Apparently he doesn't go to the games much either. Don't tell me that Marco is still pining for you. I don't even get one guy pining over me, and you get two brothers. I snort. Marco isn't pining. He broke up with me, remember? I haven't talked to him or seen him since, you know that. Doesn't mean he's not pining for you. I mean, your relationship didn't sound all that bad. It wasn't. It was just temporary. But I mean, what I feel for Luciano compared to what I felt for Marco, it can't even be compared. Marco was the safe bet. Marco couldn't hurt me. She points at Luciano, who is now effortlessly kicking the ball and getting it past the goalie with aplomb, soaring into the back of the net. He's grinning now, running around with his arms up. "And that guy isn't a safe bet?" she says. Look, I knew what I had with Marco had an expiration date, so he was the safe bet. I didn't get attached to him. I didn't fall in love. I couldn't have even if I tried. But Luciano, I don't know. I don't think I could have protected myself from him if I had ended up with him instead. Yeah, but that guy's in love with you. My heart stills in my chest. My mouth opens and closes, refusing to believe her words. No, he isn't. I know when these Portuguese men fall in love, okay? He's in love with you. It's beyond the obvious. I roll my eyes, refusing to believe she's some expert in Portuguese love. You don't even know him. You met him briefly at the club and only in passing before practice. I know what I know, she says, sitting back and folding her arms. That man is the safe bet. No, that's the man who has the power to shatter me, if I let him. And anyway, I go on, we are just friends. No one is in love with anyone. We're just having fun while I'm here. I don't believe it. You protest too much. Believe it. Well, I would love it if Marco showed up during the game on Tuesday night, and then Luciano would have to have a fist fight over you, she says, her eyes dancing. Brother versus brother. Agent versus client. I slap her arm with the back of my hand. Don't say that. You have no idea how bad that would be. And that's why we're just friends, okay? Neither of us can get into any trouble. Have you even contacted Marco to tell him you're here? No, and I'm not going to. That's up to Luciano. Luciano and I actually talked about it the other day when we were at his apartment. Ever since we got back from my surprise date, we've been spending every waking moment together at his place. I feel slightly bad that I'm not with Elena much, but she seems to understand. When he said I could come to practice and to the game, my first thought was actually about Marco. Doesn't he go to those? Shouldn't we tell him something? Luciano said that shouldn't be an issue, and though he does talk to him nearly every day, he didn't mention me at all. I'm not sure that's wise. I mean, I get Luciano's fear, I do. But if he finds out by accident that I'm in town and that Luciano knew that, then Luciano is really going to get shit. But he's not my brother, and I don't have the inside scoop into their relationship. I just have to trust that Luciano is handling it the best he can. That's the reason why, when we go to the game, our seats are way up in the nosebleeds. I don't really care, I'm just stoked to go. But it's so that I'm somewhat hidden and out of the way, just in case Marco does show up. If he does, he'll at least be sitting with all the important fancy pants people. Won't ever notice me. That said, I totally intend to wear a Ribeiro jersey to show my support. Practice continues for a little while longer, and while I'm watching Luciano, I'm also thinking about what Elena just said. About how Luciano is in love with me. I know he isn't. I mean, he hasn't said anything, and I don't expect him to. But it does make me want to lower my guard, just a little. The other day when we went to the westernmost point on the continent and I nearly fell off a cliff, I got so fucking scared that it made me freeze up. It made me distrust myself and everything I was feeling. Looking back now, I know it was reckless and stupid of me. The me of a few weeks ago wouldn't have done that, wouldn't have tempted fate and gone to the edge like that. I don't know what changed, why I'm different now. I think it has to be the fear. I think being with Luciano is having those fears rush to the surface. The last 2 years, I've been wandering, but I've been alone. No one to rely on except myself. No complications except the ones in my head. The untangling of my past, of trying to outrun my shadows. I felt like I was evolving, growing, getting to know myself better each and every day. Now I'm here in Lisbon, and I'm supposed to go down to the Algarve with Elena soon and then return to Helsinki for Christmas. Elena already said she'd go down to Algarve without me, and I can meet her back in Finland after. I can stay here longer with Luciano. But then what? I don't have a job right now. I have no real ties. If I wanted to stay and be with him, I could do so easily. And that's the problem. It's too easy to be with him. We've fallen back into bed with each other like time hasn't passed at all, and whatever feelings that were building for him when I was here before, well, they didn't disappear over the years. They didn't evaporate. I thought maybe they would have, like they would have rebooted. I thought maybe things would have changed too much, that we would have changed too much. But if anything, Luciano has changed for the better. And me? Well, I'm still figuring that out. What I do know is I want to stay here with him. I don't want to leave. I want to make this work, and at the same time, I'm too damn scared. Because I know that this is it. I'm thinking the same damn thing I did the other day. I did find the right guy. If I let myself fall, I'll fall right into love. It's as fucking scary as standing on that cliff. When practice is over, Luciano drives Elena and I back into the city. We drop Elena off at the hotel, and I make plans to have drinks with her later just so I don't keep ditching her, and I go with Luciano back to his apartment. We fall into bed, have sex twice, and then doze off in each other's arms, which comes second place in the things I enjoy doing with Luciano Ribeiro. "Luciano," I whisper, running my hand down the hard muscles of his arms as he holds me. He murmurs into my hair. "How would you feel if I stayed a while longer?" I feel him tense behind me. He lifts his head. I look over my shoulder at him as his brows come together, his eyes searching mine. "Are you serious?" I swallow. "Yeah." I run my fingers in circles along his inner arm. I thought instead of going with Elena back to Helsinki, I could just stay here, with you, if you wanted, no pressure. Okay, now I feel like an idiot. He hasn't said anything, and I totally might have overstepped my boundaries here. His dark eyes flicker as he gazes at me, almost like he's in disbelief. "Ruby," he says hoarsely, and then he's shifting, practically lunging at me. He grabs my face, the back of my head, kissing me with so much passion and strength that my toes curl, butterflies loose in my chest. "God, yes," he says against my lips. "Yes, please, stay." He pulls back, running his thumb along my lips, beaming down at me. I don't think I've ever seen him so happy. It makes me deliriously happy. "You'll really stay?" he asks. "I will," I tell him. "We'll make it work. We'll figure it out. You can move right in here," he says. Then he pauses, eyes widening. "If you want. Or we can get you an apartment. If you don't want to move in with me. Is it too soon? I don't think it's too soon. We don't have to, achirar de cabeza. Sorry, I'm getting flustered. My English. Esto a falar pelos cotovelos." I'm laughing at how fucking adorable he's being. I have no idea what you said, but yes, I'll move in here. Though there is a faint alarm going off in my head, telling me that I went from maybe I'll go back to Helsinki to maybe I'll just move in with him, this man I'm not really dating. I can be impulsive, but holy shit, this just registered off the impulsivity scale. "I said we don't have to plunge head first, and I'm also speaking by the elbows." I stare blankly at him. "I'm talking too much," he clarifies. "And sometimes tengo macaquinhos na cabeza. I have little monkeys in my brain, as in right now. The monkeys may not be thinking clearly." I grin at him, running the tip of my finger down the bridge of his nose. Either way, I'm staying. We'll figure it out as we go. "I promise you, we can make it work. Everything we're scared of, we can make it work," he says, kissing me. But the thing that I'm scared of isn't what he thinks it is. It's love. It's the day of the game between Sporting and Nacional, and even though we're at the game pretty early, the stadium is buzzing with energy. The minute we got here, I bought a number 11 Luciano Ribeiro jersey and slipped it on in the bathroom, shoving my tank top in my bag. Then Elena and I grabbed some beers and headed up to our seats. The Jose Alvalade Stadium is pretty big, 50,000 seats, and I was prepared to be the only ones here early, but it's filling up really fast. We had to take the metro here, since it's quite a bit outside the city, and it was packed with sporting fans on the train, already drunk and very rowdy. The other team, Nacional, is from Funchal, on the island of Madeira, and they kicked Sporting's ass last year. Who didn't? So this game is already tense from the start. Plus, there was a little bit of rivalry since Cristiano Ronaldo started at Nacional before he moved to Sporting, and now, of course, is with Real Madrid. I didn't see Luciano before the game, since he would have been at the training center. I did see him last night at his apartment, though. He made us dinner, chicken and vegetables, which, despite being totally boring, was actually kind of nice because he made it. But because he needed to get good sleep before the game, I didn't stay over. I mean, we had sex, of course, but I didn't stay over. I'll see him after the game. If he wins, I plan on giving him the world's best blowjob and basically suck his dick right off. Hell, I know I'll do it if he loses, too. My phone beeps and I glance at it. It's like he knew I was thinking about his cock. "How are the seats?" I text back. "They should supply oxygen up here." "That bad?" "No, it's fine. It's great. Everyone is so pumped here. I'm wearing your jersey." The bubbles appear for a moment and he sends, "I can't wait to take it off of you." Oh man, how bad is it to sext your famous footballer boyfriend right before he plays an important game? Elena makes a snorting sound, and I glance at her to see her rolling her eyes. "Hey, keep your eyes on your own texts," I chide her, covering up the screen. "No way, mine are boring." I decide I don't need to get him worked up. He needs to concentrate. I text back, "You will. When you come up, look to the seats and I'll show you." If he can see me, of course. But later, when things are starting and the teams do start running out onto the pitch to thunderous applause, Luciano does look up at me. I stand up, turn around, and point to his name on my jersey. Elena helps, waving her arms like an air traffic controller and directing traffic to the shirt. I turn around and look down to see if he saw. He did. Luciano was laughing, shaking his head, before he runs out to the center of the field where the teams shake hands and then everyone stands for the national anthem. And then the coin is tossed between Luciano and Cloudomir, the other team's captain, and the game begins. Everything gets off to a fast start, both teams charging forward, taking risks, but no one has scored yet. I can tell Luciano is getting frustrated, and he's made some really great passes and has had 2 shots on goal already. But so far, that damn ball just doesn't want to go in. I hope I'm not jinxing things. I get superstitious about games and do that silly thing where I think something small I'm doing, or not doing, is having an impact on the way they're playing. Still, I tell Elena I'm getting more drinks, hoping that they'll score because I'm not watching them. The drink stand on our level is out of the beer we like, so I head down the stairs to the lower level and look for drinks there, all the while listening to the crowd's reactions. No goals yet, just a lot of close calls and frustration. I've just gotten my beers and am turning around when my heart drops right out of me. Just a few feet away, talking to someone, is none other than Tomas Ribeiro. I stare, completely dumbfounded. It's him, Luciano's stepfather. Cold, mean eyes, scarred face, slick suit. Him in all his ugly, nasty glory. Black tar rage starts flooding through me. The beers start to shake in my hands. Then he looks my way. I don't think he recognizes me. He frowns at my lips, my red lipstick. I don't think. I lunge at him, throwing a beer in his face. The beer splashes out of the cup and the spray arcs through the air, splattering all over him. "That's for calling me a whore!" I yell, loud enough that people turn around and see, gasping at the sight. Then I throw the other beer in his face. This time the cup goes flying too, hitting him smack on his forehead, more beer cascading over him as the cup rattles on the ground. "And that's for what you've done to Luciano! That's for being the biggest asshole of a stepfather, for being fucking jealous of your own stepson. You said he's pathetic. You're pathetic." I'm breathing hard. My heart is pounding in my ears. I feel eyes from all around watching us. And there's his stepfather, covered in beer, and when he looks up from his ruined suit and meets my eyes, I see a man who wants to kill me. All danger and malice and revenge. "You," he says snidely. He slowly wipes the beer from his forehead, his eyes never leaving mine. I want to run. I should run, but all I can do is stay here, frozen in fear, in disbelief over what I've done. "You're her," he smirks at me. "You're the one that my son tossed to the side like the tacky American trash that you are." "Aw, hell no." "No, I'm the one who's in love with your stepson," I yell. "The bigger man, the better man." And that's when I realize what I've said, that I'm in love with Luciano. And worse than that, I just admitted it to his stepfather before I had a chance to say it to him. But from the way his stepfather's face is growing red and crumbling in rage and bitter defeat, it might have been worth it. Just to see him take the hits, to know that Luciano won. And that's when I start running. I run past him, nearly slipping on the beer, and then I book it to the stairs and up to the second floor, my bad legs screaming at me in pain as I try and take the stairs 2 at a time. I run around the corner and through the stands until I plunk down in my seat beside Elena, just as the first period comes to a close. "Where's the beer?" she asks, but I don't answer. Instead, I quickly pull my jersey off so I'm just in my bra. "Oh my God, Ruby, did you drink all the beer? How much did you have? Why are you getting naked?" I don't look at her, don't look at anyone, just brush my hair in my face and pull on my leather jacket, wrapping my scarf so it falls down my chest, covering me up. Ruby, what is happening?" Elena says, shaking me. "I fucked up," I managed to say, trying to keep my voice low, trying to hide. "I fucked up real bad. Ruby, Helviti, look at me." I gradually raise my head, peering at her through my hair. "I saw his stepfather," I whisper. "Oh, shit, really? Did he see you?" I wince. I feel like crying. I threw the beers in his face and told him I was in love with Luciano. Her brows raise. She blinks hard. "You what?" I nod, pressing my lips together. I know. I don't know what came over me. I just saw him there and I was so fucking mad. I just hated him so much. I threw the beers and then... "You said you loved Luciano." Something like that. I may have also said that Luciano was the bigger and better man than Marco. "Oh my God, Ruby," she gasps, her hand at her chest. "I can't believe you." "I know, but it's true." "I know, but shit, isn't throwing beers in someone's face assault?" "Back home it is. But I saw 2 old men headbutt each other on the street the other day, so I'm not sure what the rules in Portugal are." "Ruby, this is crazy. I'm fucked. What if he's looking for me?" "Well, then we'll leave the game early." She gestures to the pitch. "No one has scored." "We should leave now," I tell her. "What if he's still down there, now that it's the break between periods? What am I going to do? Luciano is going to kill me." "From what you've told me, it sounds like he's going to understand." I'm not so sure about that. But what I am sure about now is that I'm in love with him. Absolutely, truly in love with that man. I fell in love with him years ago, but I dismissed it. Decided it wasn't real. that it was a burden. I buried it deep down, covered it up, and moved on with my life. Being here with him has unearthed it, like finding a diamond when you're digging a fucking grave. It was the last thing I thought I'd find, but it's mine now all the same. I love him. Holy shit. It's all I can think about for the next period. I'm watching Luciano play, trying so hard to score, trying so hard to win, and I'm just hit with the realization that he's the one my heart belongs to, after pretending it didn't. That man right down there. Of course, I'm also freaking the fuck out about his father, so when there's 20 minutes left in the game, I decide it's the right time for Elena and I to sneak out. We move along the rows of people, everyone annoyed since it's still tied 0-0, and then down the stairs, making sure to take a different set than before. We're almost at the exit on the main floor when a security guard steps in front of me. He says something in Portuguese, so of course I have no idea what he's saying. Oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck. I shake my head, my hand growing clammy, and tell him I don't understand. Eu não falo português. He holds out his hand. Passaporte, por favor. Oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck. I understood that. My passport. I don't have it with me. ID. She doesn't have to give you anything. You're not a cop. Elena sneers at him. Finns have a word for this type of ballsy behavior. It's called sisu, and she has a ton of it. I kick her lightly, giving her a look that says, don't you dare get the cops involved, because once they find out I'm here illegally, I'm in real shit. You don't need to ID her, a cold, dry voice says from behind me. I freeze, turn to see Tomas. He gives me a stiff smile, his suit still stained from the beer. But I would like to talk to you alone. No way, Elena says, stepping in front of him, full of sisu again. This girl is loyal. It'll just be a minute, he says, and then he jerks his chin at the security guard, who gets in front of Elena, blocking her. Tomas takes my arm, his fingers gripping me hard even through the jacket, and takes me just to the side, in full view of everyone. He doesn't need to ID you because I know who you are, Ruby Turner. I know where you're from, and I know how long you've been in Europe. Seems you're overstaying your welcome, yes? I can't breathe. I can't breathe. How do you know that? I whisper. He grins at me. I didn't. It was a hunch. You just told me. Motherfucker. I rip myself out of his grasp, ready to deck him in his ugly face. He wags his finger at me. Ah, no. Don't do anything stupid. You've already done enough. What do you want? I hiss. What do I want? Ruby, it seems this is something you want. Why else would you have been so fucking stupid as to do what you did? Were you looking for an excuse to have things fucked up for you in a very big way? You could have walked past me, and I wouldn't have recognized you. You could have gone back to your seats and gone back to Luciano and screwed his brains out for all I care. He shakes his head, holding his hands out to inspect his fingernails. You know, after you did that, I asked one of his teammates on the bench if they'd seen you around. Apparently, you're his girlfriend now. Goes to his practice and everything. How sweet. Fuck. But I wouldn't have known that at all. No, you had to make yourself known. You think you're so special. You're not. You're nothing. I raise my chin. He's a better man than you. He's pathetic, he snaps at me. I can see why you want to be with him. Like attracts like. He sighs, pinching the bridge of his nose. But I don't appreciate having beer thrown at me. And I don't like the idea of my son knowing what's happened. You're making a mockery of my family by being with Luciano, you know this, and I will put an end to that. Go ahead, it doesn't matter, I tell him, but I'm shaking. I will. He holds up his phone. I'm getting you deported. You won't ever see him again. Marco won't ever know. Everything will be right in the world. In my world, at least. I take it Luciano might have a bit of a broken heart. Poor guy. Deported? Deported? Don't I just get a fine? Oh, the youth really are ignorant, aren't they? You'll get a fine and you'll be deported, and you won't be allowed back for a very, very long time. He pauses, reading my face. He jiggles the phone at me. One call to the police. They'll take care of the rest. I might even mention you assaulted me. He pauses to smile. Of course, we could strike a bargain. I narrow my eyes at him, feeling hope slip away. What? I won't call the police. I'll let you and your friend go on your merry way. But you will be going, yes? Out of Lisbon, out of Portugal. You won't tell Luciano a thing. Believe me, I'll know if you do. And if you tell him what really happened, I'll make sure there's hell to pay with him. No, you're going to leave, tonight, right now, and never look back. Or else, you're gone. No, this can't be it. My choices are either stay in Europe and lose Luciano, or keep Luciano and go home. But I can't go home. I just can't. Maybe that's the selfish choice, but I know I won't survive it. The shadows are deeper there. They'll swallow me whole. It's a pretty simple choice, Ruby, he says, slipping his phone in his pocket. And I know the one you've already made. The lesson I hope you learn from this is, don't fuck with me. Don't fuck with people when you have no idea what they're capable of. You think this is a lot for me? It's not. This is just taking care of business. I do this every day. This is just me flicking you away like the flea that you are. If anyone else had done what you did, they would be begging me to have gotten the bargain you got. He steps close, leaning in. Do you understand me? I can't even swallow. I barely nod. My whole body feels like it's sinking. Goodbye, Ruby Tuesday, Tomas says to me, whistling a few notes of the song. I hope, for your sake, I'll never see you again. I stare at him while he strides off, trying to think, trying not to cry. I never cry, but I'm not sure how much longer I can hold out. I'm not sure how much longer I can even keep breathing. I feel Elena tugging at my arm, and I follow her like my eyes have failed me too. She leads me out of the stadium, past the guard who lets us pass, and toward the metros. It's starting to rain, cold droplets hitting the slice of bare skin between my leather jacket. The jersey. No. I left his jersey on the seat, I cry out, trying to turn around and go back, but Elena holds me in place. No, she says. You can't. Ruby, I heard what he said. You can't go back. But it's all I'll have of him, I say through a gasp, my throat feeling choked, heat building behind my nose. The tears want to fall, want to bury me. You have to leave the jersey. You have to leave him. I need to tell him what happened. My words shake. I owe that to him. And let him know how awful his father really is? Do you really think that's the right choice? He's already on the outs with him. You've said so yourself. This will destroy that relationship for good. It will destroy the relationship he has with his brother. It might hurt the game, his life, everything he has worked for. You want that for him. She's right. I hate it. I hate it so fucking much, but she's right. And he said there would be hell to pay. Whatever that means. But fuck, Ruby. That guy is like the fucking mob or something. He's not right in the head. Vito percole. I would have thrown a beer in his face too. But if I don't tell Luciano, then he's going to think I just left. Then that's what he has to think. Believe me, it sucks all around, but you don't have much choice here. You could make things bad for him for a bit, but he'll get over you and move on. Fucking hell, why is she telling me this? I don't want him to move on. I feel like my heart isn't breaking into pieces. It's shattering into smithereens. So small and sharp, I'll inhale them and they will kill me slowly. I can't think. It hurts. Everything hurts so fucking much that my lungs and my heart are squeezing, shrinking in on themselves, threatening to turn me into a black hole. I stop walking and collapse to the ground in the stadium parking lot, bent over in pain, my head resting against a tire. The tears that I've held back for years are coming, and I know there's a chance I'll drown. Ruby, Elena whispers, crouching down beside me, putting her arms around me as the rain pours, mixing with my tears. It's going to be okay. We'll drive to my aunt's tomorrow. We'll be out of Lisbon. You'll have time to think. You will get over this, I promise you will. You'll get over it and move on. It's going to take time, but it will happen. But I don't want to get over him. I don't want him to get over me. I want to rewind time and bring everything back to the way it was before I got those beers, before I made the biggest mistake of my life by acting on my fucking impulse. That shit that always gets me in trouble. I dug my own grave this time. I'm in love with him, I say to her, sobs racking my throat. Doesn't that mean something? She gives me a sad smile. It just means that everything is going to hurt more. That's what love is. You open up, you let it in, you take the risk of getting hurt. Then your heart is either hardened or softened by your suffering. Hardened, I think. How could my heart not turn to steel after this? Why would anyone let it grow soft just so it can hurt again? Come on, we're getting wet, she says to me. She stands up and helps me to my feet. I have a bottle of vodka back at the hotel with your name on it. She puts her arm around my shoulder and leads me off through the parking lot to the train. I'm leaving Luciano Ribeiro behind.
Chapter 17. Luciano. This game is garbage. No matter what I fucking do, I can't get the ball in the goal. None of us can. I'd like to say that Nacional's goalie is just being exceptional today, and perhaps that's how some of the media and fans will spin it if they don't feel like hating on us. But the truth is, we are lacking the focus today. There's no skill to our passes, no confidence in our kicks. If we rose up to be the better team, then we'd have a chance. But we didn't rise. On the other hand, they didn't rise either. They never got past our goalie, and I did manage to intercept a few of the balls. So there's that. But to have 5 minutes left in the game, with both of us tied at 0, well, that doesn't instill a lot of hope in me. At least the fans still have hope. No one has left early. They're all just waiting to see if we can work some magic and get a goal at the last second. 1 goal is all it will take. I glance up at the stands, where I know Ruby is, but to my surprise, the seats are empty. What the fuck? Concentrate on the game, I tell myself. That's all that matters right now. Even so, that stings. Did she leave because she was bored? Because she knew we weren't going to win? She had seemed so enthusiastic, was even wearing my jersey, which honestly was the sweetest thing anyone had ever done for me, and yet now she left? It makes no sense. I try to forget it for now, to concentrate on the game, but time flies, and even though I'm trying to do my job, scrambling to score a goal, the game comes to an end with a tie being called. No one is happy. A tie isn't much better than losing, and a zero tie does nothing to help with the points. The silver lining is that the other team has nothing to gloat about. You both suck. I exhale, running my hands over my face. Fucking hell, I wish I had given Ruby a good game, not one that was so bad she left. Maybe she went to get a beer. Maybe she went to the washroom. With Elena, too? That was a bag of dicks, Benedito says to me as we walk off the pitch. Tell me about it. I make the mistake of looking at my father when we passed by his seats. I tried to ignore him the whole game, but I'm not sure it worked as well as it did last time. And now, well, of course, my father is happy. He's grinning at me, rather maliciously, and giving me 2 thumbs up. That asshole. Always happy when I lose. We do the usual song and dance of giving sound bites to the media, and I have to paste on my happy face, the one that lets people know we'll try harder next time, and I'm not too worried, even though the next time is in the next year. Who knows what 2014 will bring us? But after I've given my talk to the team, I text Ruby to find out where she is. I don't know if she wants me to pick her up from the hotel, or if I should meet her somewhere. I text her, "Where did you go?" I stare at it as I make my way with the team to the bus that will take us back to the training center. I wait, watching everyone get back on the bus, trying to decide if I should go back with them, shower there and get my car, or just take a cab to my apartment and get my car tomorrow. It all depends on Ruby. Deciding that the text might have been a bit demanding, I then text, "Sorry the game was shit. Where are you? Do you want me to come get you or meet me somewhere?" I send it and wait. No response. Maybe her phone died. She doesn't expect to see me for a while, even though it's nearly 11 at night, so I decide to get on the bus. But during the whole ride over to the training center, I keep checking my phone. Nothing. The texts are getting delivered too, so I know her phone isn't dead. It's like she's looking at them and choosing not to respond. A sour feeling spreads in my chest. "Cheer up," Benedito says. I look up to see him twisted around in the seat in front of me. "There's always next year." I give him a stiff smile, my eyes going outside the bus at the headlights passing us on the highway. We had 5 wins in a row. Perhaps 6 was asking for too much. He doesn't say anything to that, and I glance at him, brow raised. "What?" "Are you okay?" I try to swallow. "Yeah, I'm fine." "Girl trouble?" "I hope not." Benedito grins at me. "It's such a nice change to see you like this." "Fuck you." He laughs and turns around. I hope I can laugh about this soon. I hope that creeping sense of doom is just an instinctive response due to being abandoned when I was younger, and that the basis of it isn't valid for this situation. I try and live with that feeling the whole ride. Then when I get to the center and I shower, and then on my drive back into Lisbon. I check my phone so many times I nearly drive off the road. Finally, I call her. It goes straight to voicemail. "Hey, this is Ruby. Leave your words at the beep." I leave my words. "Ruby, it's Luciano." Obviously. "I was just wondering what happened to you tonight. I don't want to get on your nerves or anything, and if you changed your mind about seeing me tonight, that's fine. I guess I'm just worried. Call me when you can." I hang up and drive. Get back to my apartment. Go into my liquor cabinet and pull out that same bottle of scotch I once drank with Ruby. Pour myself a shot and down it. Then I have another. Finally, I pour 3 fingers into a highball glass and go outside on the balcony, leaning on the railing and staring at the street below. It's late, but there are people out and about, because this is Lisbon, after all. Ruby, where are you? Why are you doing this? I have to remind myself to calm down, that the simplest explanation is usually the correct one. That she lost her phone. That has to be it. It's not the thing that's been crouching in the dark corner of my mind, waiting to pounce. The fact that I scared her. That when I invited her to live with me, it made her realize how bold and forward that was, that we were moving fast. I don't even know why I said it, other than the fact that it made perfect sense at the time. It still does. I know it's fast, but she's not someone I just met. She's my Ruby girl. And we have a lot of history, as complicated as it is. Plus, I'm in love with her. That's the biggest thing of all. I love her, and I want her to come live with me. I held back on one of those things. I'm thinking now I should have held back on both. She lost her phone. She didn't get scared and run away. Even though it's what she always does. I finish my drink, feeling drunk and bitter, and go straight to bed. I check my phone one last time, then pass out. The next morning, I wake up with a bit of a hangover. That's what I get for fueling myself with scotch after a game instead of food. I roll over slowly, my head feeling fuzzy, and grab my phone. All my dreams were interspersed with thoughts about Ruby, my worries, my fears, so my mind already slips into the same state I was in last night. I check it. No texts. No calls. My heart sinks. I pull up my emails. No emails from her. I quickly send her one, just in case, and then lie back in bed, trying to figure it out. She doesn't use Facebook, and I don't even have Instagram. I get up and make a cup of coffee, then pull out my laptop to see if I can find her somewhere. But her last Instagram post was from 6 months ago, her smirking smile at a lake surrounded by pines. Finland, probably. Her blog is still up, but hasn't been updated in years. I decide to Google the hotel she's staying at. I call the number. The woman at the front desk answers. "Hello," I tell her. "I'm looking to get in touch with one of your guests, Ruby Turner. Could you put me through?" "Ruby Turner? Let me see." I hear the clack of the keyboard. "I don't have anyone under that name." "Right. She's with a friend. Same room. Elena something. She's Finnish." "Elena Hamstrom?" she asks. "I think so," I say, feeling so helpless. "Oh, yes, I see Ruby's name down as her guest. I'm sorry, but it appears they checked out this morning." My breath stills, throat closing up. "What?" I manage to eke out. "They've checked out," she says, matter-of-factly. What time?" 7:30, she says. "Quite early." "But..." I trail off. Silence. My mind spins. This can't be right. "Sir?" "Sorry." I try to breathe. "Do you know where they went, or if they said anything?" "I'm sorry, I don't have any notes here. Is there something else I can help you with?" I can't even respond. I hang up the phone, and it slides out of my hand, clattering onto the laptop. What the fuck? She left? She just left without saying goodbye. "What the fuck?" I yell, my voice booming across the apartment, my hands making fists in my hair. What the fuck? Who does that? I mean, Ruby does that, but I never in a million years thought she would do that to me. I can't even think. I'm so fucking livid and hurt and fuck! I start pacing, trying to come to terms with what's happening, not understanding any of it. Ruby is gone. She and her friend left this morning. Early. So early. She hasn't texted, hasn't emailed, hasn't called. She left the game early. What the fuck happened? You fucked up. You did this. You brought this on yourself. I don't want to listen to that voice. I want to blame it on something else, someone else. But I know that voice is right. Because I did fuck up, didn't I? I moved too fast with her and scared her off, and now she's going back to fucking Finland and leaving me behind. But why didn't she tell me? Why not at least say goodbye? Why leave me in this hell? In a flurry of rage, I pick up my laptop from the table and launch it across the room. It smashes against the wall, bits of it flying off, and then they scatter on the floor. Fuck! I roar, wanting to rip my fucking arms off. Why did I have to fall in love with her? Why did I let my motherfucking guard down and let her in? I knew this was going to be doomed from the start. I knew it, and I ignored it, because I believed it would be different this time, that we would find a way. But there was no way. Not with her. I was just her latest impulsive thing. I was that cliff she went to the edge with, just to see what it would feel like if she fell. She turned around so fast. She had no intentions of ever going over. But what if you were wrong? What if what you had was real? I decide to call back the hotel. Maybe I can get them to give me Elena's phone number. I can be pretty convincing. Maybe if I tell them who I am, and cross my fingers that they aren't Benfica fans. I call back. The same woman at the front desk answers. "Oh, it's you," she says brightly. "Yes, sorry. I was wondering—" "You hung up before I had a chance to tell you," she interrupts. "There was a message for you." "What?" "Or it's for someone, anyway. Are you Luciano?" "Yes," I whisper, feeling hope slide through me. "It's from Ruby. She gave it to my colleague. It's written on the stationery, so I missed it." She pauses. "Do you want to hear it?" I did before. But from the way the tone of her voice just changed, I'm now scared to death, gripping my phone like I'll break it in two. Yes. It says, "Luciano, I'm sorry. I had to go. I can't explain what happened, but I hope you know that I'll never forget you." The woman pauses. "That was it. I'm sorry it doesn't sound like the kind of note you were hoping for." Silence fills the line. I'm close to breaking. "Thank you," I manage to say, and then hang up the phone. I fall back against the fridge, slowly sliding down it until I'm on the ground, curling into a ball, my muscles screaming from the strain of last night's game, my heart screaming from pain. It's over. It's over before it even began. Again. Sorrow seeps into every vein, snaking through me like poison, bringing my soul to its fucking knees. I opened up my ribs for her, let her crawl into my chest, let her stay. All the while, knowing she was going to crawl right back out, dragging my heart behind her. Part 3. Madrid, Spain. 7 years later. While the sun is bright, or in the darkest night, no one knows. She comes and goes. Ruby Tuesday, The Rolling Stones. Chapter 18. Luciano. "Luciano, are you ready?" Mateo Casalles asks me. I glance over my shoulder at my coach, adjusting the giant silver cup in my hands. "Always am." "If you drop that," our forward, Alejo Alvarado, shouts over Mateo's shoulder, You'll bring great shame to this country." "Good thing I'm from Portugal," I tell him with a grin. I turn back around, giving the flight attendant a quick smile, as she finishes opening the door of Real Madrid's custom airplane, bright sunshine and fresh air spilling into the cabin. I take in a deep breath, then step out onto the gangway that's been pulled up to the door. Barajas Airport is absolutely packed. Not just with the usual airplanes, but the media has crowded around the plane, cameras and microphones as far as the eye can see. They all erupt into a cheer when I start walking down the steps, the cup in my hands. I wave and smile at the cameras, which isn't an easy thing to do when you're carrying a monstrous trophy and you're trying not to take a tumble down the narrow stairs. The squad and coaching staff follow behind me, the crowd going wild, a cheer of "A la Madrid" going up. I glance at the crowd again, taking in this moment, one of many that we're about to have today. 2 nights ago, we were in Istanbul for the final game of the UEFA Champions League, playing against Juventus for the cup. To be honest, I wasn't sure we had a chance. We fought like dogs to get to where we were in the rankings, but we were playing against Ronaldo's new team, and we were his old team, so the game was bound to go everywhere. We started off good, Benzema getting Real Madrid our first goal, but then Juventus scored twice in a row, and it looked like we might be screwed. Thankfully, I pulled my head out of my ass and stepped up when I needed to. The entire team was counting on me, and, as their captain, I had no choice but to lead them to victory. We ended up getting a penalty kick that I knew I'd have to take. It was probably the most important kick of my life up to this point. It felt like the 6 years I'd been with Real Madrid and the 3 years I'd put in as their captain didn't matter. All that mattered was the here and the now. This game. This cup. So, I kicked the ball with a special panenka twist. It went in the goal. The world erupted. We were back in the running. We fought hard, fought back. Alejo ended up scoring the winning goal, and that was it. Real Madrid were the cup champions again. Fuck, it's nice to be a winner. Anyway, the celebrations pretty much lasted through the night on the streets of Istanbul, and then all through the next day. Suffice to say, we're all a little hungover from the non-stop partying, even though we know today is going to be a doozy. Once we're off the plane, posing for photos, my arms getting a workout from hoisting the cup into the air over and over again, smiling until my face gets sore, we get on our bus and head into the city. We have a whole schedule today, every hour packed, and we have to pace ourselves, even though Mateo has opened a couple of bottles of Dom Perignon and is passing it around the bus. I know I should keep my head on straight, but if Mateo is the one starting it, then I guess I can loosen up just a little. Our first stop is Catedral de la Almudena. Then we have to meet with government officials at the Community of Madrid headquarters and City Hall. It's boring shit. Lots of handshaking and whatnot. Lots of fawning over the cup. Even though Real Madrid has done this 13 times in their years as a club, it doesn't get old to any Madridista, the fans. And wherever our bus goes, thousands of them line the streets, cheering for Los Blancos and losing their minds as we go past. There's a moment as the bus moves past that I think I see someone in the crowd that makes my heart momentarily stop. But then I shake my head, and the person is gone. It was just a ghost. It always is. Next, we head to Plaza de Cibeles, which is usually our first stop, and a tradition whether we win the Champions League or La Liga. There's a fountain in the middle flanked by a giant statue of a goddess in a chariot pulled by 2 lions. The space around the statue has been roped off for our bus to get through, keeping back the rabid Madridistas, hundreds of thousands of them all in white, moving and frothing around like a dam about to burst. Their enthusiasm knows no bounds, their chants and hollers and cries giving me goosebumps. Fuck, man. We won. We won. We pile out of the bus. I'm holding the cup up high. We parade it around. Everyone goes wild. "A la Madrid! A la Madrid!" they chant, over and over again. Music to my fucking ears. Then someone hands me the Real Madrid flag, and I go around the statue and up the ramp they've affixed to her. I climb over the edge and get on the goddess's shoulders and tie the flag around her neck like a scarf. With shaky legs, I stand up on the statue and hoist that silver cup far above my head. "A la Madrid!" I yell, as cannons explode in the air around me, showering me in a sea of white confetti. "Gracias, Madridistas!" This is the closest I'll ever get to Robert Plant saying, "I am a golden god." This is my moment, a culmination of all the moments I've worked for. But then, as the confetti continues to rain down on me, I put my ego in my back pocket. Because even though I'm the captain of this team, I wouldn't be a captain without my team. I wave for Alejo to come join me. Then Benzema, Cruz, René. One by one, everyone comes and poses with the statue and the cup, until finally the real man of the hour, Mateo Casalles, comes out. I step back, giving him his glory. There's no us without him. Mateo holds up the cup, yelling, hollering, then pulls me into an embrace as we smile for the crowd. "This doesn't get old, does it?" Mateo yells in my ear. No, it doesn't. I feel a pang in my chest, though, realizing that Mateo's career as Real's coach could keep going on, as long as he pulls in the wins. For me, however, I'm not sure how much time I have left before I start going downhill and need to either be traded or go into retirement. I'm hoping for the latter. Even though I have no idea what I'll do with myself, I could never be traded, not after being with this team, a team that feels like home to me. I'd rather go out in a blaze of glory than suffer on someone else's pitch. "Come on," Mateo says, giving my back a hard slap and handing me the cup back. "The night is just getting started." We walk back down the ramp to the bus, and I pass the cup off to our assistant coach, my shoulder starting to give me trouble from holding it up so much. "How's your shoulder?" Alejo asks as we reach the top deck, noticing that I keep stretching it. "It'll be fine," I tell him. But even though I smile, I know he picks up on the uneasiness in my voice. During the game, I took a hit from one of the other players, causing me to fall and tumble onto my bad shoulder, the one that still gives me trouble all these years later. Being 37, my body isn't bouncing back as quickly as I want it to. Thank God we're all on vacation starting now. The bus starts up, and we slowly roll past the crowd, following the parade route to Bernabeu Stadium. The sound from this sea of white is deafening. I think I'll have hearing loss for a few days, another great thing about getting old. I glance up at Mateo as he walks past me, and notice the earplugs in his ears that I used to make fun of him for. He's not that much older than me, which means I'm looking at my future. It's 10 p.m. by the time we reach the stadium for the celebrations in there with the fans, with speeches, followed by music and lasers and fireworks. Every year that Real Madrid wins, they try their hardest to outdo the last celebration. Then it's near midnight when we can really party. One of the biggest clubs in Madrid has closed for us. You'd think that we'd all be exhausted after everything, but the moment we step into the club, we get our second wind. It helps that there's food, the alcohol is free-flowing, Everyone's significant others and family are here. I'm perpetually single, trying to take George Clooney's place as an unrepentant bachelor, so I don't have a wife like Mateo does, or a fiancé like Alejo. But I do have my brother Marco, who is still my agent, and he's in this club somewhere. "Here you boys go," Talia Blackwood says to Alejo and I, as we stand around, looking overwhelmed by the music and the flashing lights, not sure where to go. She hands us both a bottle of beer. "I figured you were sick of champagne by now. I know if I have any more, I'm going to hurl." "Hurl?" Alejo laughs, putting his arm around her. "I don't think I know that word." Talia isn't Spanish. She's actually from America, originally, before she moved to England to work as Manchester United's physical therapist. Last year, she started working for Real Madrid and, well, it's a long story. Suffice it to say that despite the fact that Talia is 40 and Alejo is 24, they fell in love. It wasn't easy, but that was more to do with the fact that she could have gotten fired for getting romantically involved with a player. But their love story has a happy ending. Alejo just proposed to Talia 2 days ago, seconds after we won the game in Istanbul. They're ridiculously good-looking and disgustingly in love, and I make fun of them for that all the time. But I'm beyond happy for them. They're both such great people and made for each other. Some people just find their other half and don't let them go. Some people try and fail. "Where did you find the beer?" I hear a shriek from behind me as Vera, Mateo's wife, comes sidling up to us. She raises her arms above her head and slams her ass into my hips with the music's beat. "Okay, how much have you had to drink?" I ask her. Vera grins up at me and plucks the beer bottle from my hand. "Not enough!" Then she hurries off. I'm hoping she's getting me a replacement beer and not going to find Mateo, I mutter, looking down at my empty hand. "Comprar gato por lebre," Talia says to me in Portuguese, and I follow her gaze to where Vera is grabbing Mateo and practically mauling him. "What did you just say?" Alejo asks incredulously, looking between the two of us. I beam at Talia. She's been picking up on her Portuguese. See, something good has come out of you working on my shoulder all the time. "It means to buy a cat thinking it was a rabbit," Talia explains. She looks at me for my approval. I nod. In other words, Vera's not getting me a beer. Vera and Mateo are the opposite of Talia and Alejo, in that their age gap goes the other way. Mateo is 15 years older than her, and while he's refined and charming, I mean when he's not yelling at us, she's a total wild child. She often reminds me of someone. They need to get a room. "Oh, look at Mr. Grumpy Pants," Alejo jokes. I'm grumpy because I had a beer for a wonderful moment. Talia sighs. "Hold on." She turns, shaking her head, as she walks over to the bar. "Bunch of helpless babies," she says under her breath. "See what you did," Alejo chides me. "You made my fiancé leave me." I roll my eyes. "You'll survive." "So," he says to me, taking a long gulp of his beer, making me jealous. "Which woman here are you going home with tonight?" "None," I tell him. "You haven't even looked around yet." I shrug. "Alejo, you say this every time we go out." "Yes, and sometimes you find someone." "This is the same crowd as it is every time we've won before." "Sounds like you're tired of winning." I jab him with my elbow. "Don't be ridiculous. Winning is all I have these days." "So, what are you going to do for this summer? Are you going back to Lisbon?" "I don't think so." "You're not going to see your stepfather, go ride some horses or whatever it is you do there?" I laugh. "You know my insurance won't let me." It's not just my career that's changed in the last 7 years. My family life has too. When I first got transferred to Real Madrid, there was hell to pay. Tomas was furious that I was not only deserting Sporting, the team that made me, but that Marco would have to move to Madrid too. It was either that or I fire him, and I'm not sure what was worse to him. So at first Marco stayed in Lisbon, while I moved to Madrid. It worked fine. He was still doing a good job as my agent, and he was rising in the ranks with his agency. But then my mother got breast cancer. And then a curious thing happened. There was a strange shift in the family dynamics. My stepfather softened before our eyes. I say that loosely. He didn't become a different person. I could clearly see he was the same man he always was. But the way he treated me became milder. He didn't seem to hate me so much. If anything, sometimes he was kind. I started being around him more because of it. I try not to let my guard down around him even now, but sometimes I can't help but feel like perhaps I finally have a real family. Meanwhile, Marco and his father started to drift apart. This was all Marco's doing. I think he realized how much control his father had over him, especially as that control tightened as my mother's health went downhill. Thankfully, she survived her round with cancer. It made Marco stick around for another year to be by her side before he moved to Madrid. We've actually become so much closer now, not just as agent and client, but as brothers, as friends. We hang out at least once a week, and if I'm ever in a crisis, he's usually the first person I call. The same goes for him. He was married for a few years to this Spanish actress, but it ended in an ugly public divorce when she was caught cheating on him. Which is why I'm assuming the reason I haven't found Marco yet is because he's found a woman somewhere. Once a player, always a player. Talia soon comes back with not just one beer, but two, both for me, leaving Alejo in a huff. I pound one of them back, then take my time with the second one. Then Mateo and Vera find us, and some haphazard drunken dancing starts happening. I'm grooving along by myself, eyes closed, when Mateo says, "Oh, here comes the man with the real moves." I don't even have to look to know that they're talking about my brother, who is notorious for cutting a rug on the dance floor like he's just leaped out of Saturday Night Fever. My eyes open, and I see Marco coming over to me, holding 2 glasses of champagne. I think Talia spoiled me, because I'm hoping both of those are for me. "Brother," Marco says to me, pulling me into an embrace, some of the champagne spilling onto the floor. "Congratulations, just the man I wanted to see." "I'll say the same to you if those drinks are for me," I tell him, holding out my hands. He hands them to me. "You're drunk, Luciano." I raise both glasses and grin. "About to get drunker." He laughs. "Well, you better refrain for a moment, because I have a surprise for you." I ignore his ridiculous plea and raise one glass to my lips, the bubbles going down with ease. "What surprise?" "You'll never guess who is here. I wanted to tell you a few days ago, but the game was more important." I shrug, moving to the music, not really caring what Marco is talking about. It's hard to care about anything right now, except that we won, and life is pretty good. "Hold on, I'll be right back," he says to me, giving Mateo and Alejo high fives before he disappears back into the crowd. I continue to dance, this time creating a Talia sandwich with Alejo, the beat pumping around us, a drunken Mateo occasionally pulling us into a sloppy embrace. Out of the corner of my eye, just as Mateo has me in a headlock, I spot Marco at the edge of the crowd. I watch as he walks back toward me, his arm around a woman. I straighten up, shrugging Mateo off me. My heart coming to a full stop. He's with a woman. Not just any woman. A ghost. My ghost. Luciano, Marco says as he approaches me, gesturing to the woman on his arm. You remember Ruby, don't you? Chapter 19. Luciano. What the fuck? I stare, gawk, blink at the woman standing before me. Ruby. Ruby fucking Turner. But it can't. It just can't be. This must be a dream. Must be some sort of joke. I'm vaguely aware that Matteo, Vera, Talia, and Alejo are looking on with some interest, which means I'm not entirely hallucinating this. I'm also aware that seconds have passed, and I haven't said anything, my brain extra slow because of the alcohol, and the fact that Ruby left my heart in ruins when she left 7 years ago, and now she's just back. She's here, staring at me, a wariness in her blue eyes, a strained smile on her red lips. Those fucking lips. Still red. A Jezebel's smile. Everything that happened hits me all at once, and I don't know how the fuck I'm going to get out of this without acting like an asshole, or just storming away like a fool. Don't you remember? Marco goes on in English, not getting it. Thank God he's in the dark. How long ago was it, Ruby? What, 9 years ago? I'm still staring at her. I try to rein in my expression, trying to keep my shock and anger and hurt and the million other emotions that are flooding through me buried. I put on the mask, but it's a Herculean effort. I can barely even smile. It was 9 years ago, she says, lying to him. Yeah, 9. Remember Luciano? She was my girlfriend. We dated. Suddenly, Alejo whispers behind me, Ay, Dios mío. I can't even look at him, because I know he's putting 2 and 2 together. You see, I've told him about her before. About the one that got away. Speak. Say something. Right, I say slowly. I think I remember. In Lisbon, Marco goes on. She was the journalist who interviewed you. Well, guess what? She's still a journalist. I was hoping she could interview you tonight. I don't even process those words. It's laughable. I'm not doing interviews. I gulp back the other glass of champagne. If you'll excuse me, I need to get another drink. I stride off toward the bar, loosening the tie around my neck, feeling too hot and trapped and everything. Jesus Cristo. I lean with my arms splayed on the bar, my head hanging down, hair over my face. My eyes pinch closed, and I am trying to breathe, in and out, trying to recalibrate my reality. Luciano, Alejo calls out, coming up beside me. What just happened? What was that? I groan, shaking my head. I just sounded like such an asshole, didn't I? More or less. Maybe more diva. I straighten up and look over my shoulder. They're all looking at me. I meet Ruby's eyes for a moment, and all I feel is anger. And pain. She caused me so much pain. Here, how about we go to the end? Alejo grabs me by the arm and shuffles me along until we're at the opposite end of the bar, out of sight of everyone. We sit down, and he turns to the bartender. I'm going to need something strong. Scotch. No, I say sharply. I can't drink scotch anymore. Tequila it is, Alejo says. He watches as the bartender pours us both a shot. He raises his glass to cheers me, but I have already shot mine back down my throat. I slam the empty glass down. Another. So are we pretending to be gunslingers at a saloon now, or what? Alejo jokes. I don't say anything to that. I do another shot instead. I'll leave you alone if you want to be alone, he says. But that was weird. That wasn't the girl you talked about once. The one that got away? Yeah. I lick the tequila off my lips, enjoying the buzz. Yeah, that's her. Shit. What is she doing with your brother again? I don't fucking know, man. I don't. They're dating again. Of course they are. She abandoned you and then moved on to your brother. 7 years later, but still. I don't know what I'm going to do, I say, running my hand through my hair. What do you mean? About this, them, her. I need to go away. Maybe I will go back to Lisbon. Or shit, maybe he's taking her there. I guess I'll just fuck off somewhere else. Cyprus. Hide out on a beach. It's been 7 years, Luciano, he says. Maybe it's not so bad. I swallow thickly and give him a pointed look. She broke my heart, Alejo. We all get our heart broken sometimes. Except the one that broke your heart put it back together pretty fast. You have Talia now, forever. Why can't the same thing be for you and Ruby? I let out a bitter laugh. For one, she's not. I trail off. She's with my brother, I say simply. Again. How do you know that? They didn't look all that close. But she's with him, here. Shit, Alejo, he thinks the last time I saw Ruby was 9 years ago, not 7. He never knew that we had a week-long affair. He never knew that when they were together, I kissed her. Or that when he dumped her, she came straight into my bed. He doesn't know any of that. But she does, he says. Yeah, she does. She fucking does. What the fuck is she thinking? I growl. So I'm guessing you're not doing that interview tonight. Fuck no. Okay, well, you better come up with a good excuse because here they come. What? I whip around and look over my shoulder. Oh, fuck. Marco and Ruby are walking over to us. Alejo pats me on the shoulder. Good luck, man. Don't you dare leave me, I hiss at him, but it's no use. He's gone, leaving me to deal with my own shit show. Brother, Marco says to me, speaking in Spanish, putting his arm around my shoulder and leaning in. Ruby has stopped a few feet away. What the fuck is your problem? What was that? You were rude. That's not like you. I breathe in sharply. So hard to breathe. Sorry, I'm drunk. I can tell. He pushes the shot glass away, sniffing. Tequila? What's wrong with you? Nothing is wrong. Nothing at all, I say, trying to sound glib. You used to tell me all the time I was too boring, I didn't party enough. Here I am. Real just won the cup. I helped. I'm getting drunk. He scrutinizes me for a moment. Okay, but seriously, can you please be nice to Ruby? I know your interview was kind of fun when you did it all those years ago, and I know it's late. I just figured it would be a good time since you're all loosened up, and, well, you're supposed to be happy. He pauses. She's doing really well now with her career, like I thought she would. And remember, journalists talk. If you get a reputation as an asshole, I'm going to have to do a lot of damage control. I close my eyes. I can be nice. Perfect, he says in English, straightening up. Hey, Ruby baby, come over here. Ruby baby? Ruby baby? My nostrils flare, anger running through me, molten hot. I clench the shot glass, my knuckles turning white. I look up as she walks closer, stopping right beside me. I don't even want to breathe her in. I can't even meet her eyes. Instead, I stare at her hands. They're thinner now, still pale, a few freckles, her nail polish red and shiny, no chips at all. I remember what those hands felt like when they held my face. Now it makes my chest feel carved out and hollow. Why the fuck didn't I just leave when I had the chance? Luciano said he'd love to talk to you, Marco says, putting his hand at her back and guiding her in closer. I'll see you in a bit. He starts to walk off. What, here? Now? I cry out after him. Marco just gives us both the thumbs up and keeps going. This foolish motherfucker. I'm sorry, Ruby says quietly. I let out a vicious laugh, raising my chin to meet her eyes. You're sorry? Sorry for what, exactly? My words are biting and harsh, but I don't care. She flinches, just barely, worry creasing her brow. There's a softness in her eyes that I used to only see after she came, when she was so open and tender. I know this is really weird, she says. I scoff, my mouth dropping open. Really weird? That's what this is. I know you probably don't think highly of me. I don't even think of you at all, I fire back. A lie, but it's aimed to hurt. What else do you think you know, Ruby? I'm being mean. I know I am. She deserves it, and more. But she doesn't leave. She should. She sits down instead, stubborn as anything. Look, she says, clasping her hands in front of her. We need to talk. I have nothing to say to you. You can't ignore me forever. Now I feel like I've been slapped in the face. I shake my head, running my tongue over my teeth, looking away. I can't even talk without blowing up. I motion for the bartender to bring me another tequila. That's really something, I manage to say. I don't even know the English way of saying it. You have the nerve to tell me that I can't ignore you forever. Ruby, you left me. You fucking left me and never talked to me again. Okay? You did that. And now you're here saying I can't ignore you. Go fuck yourself. The bartender hands me the shot, looking between the two of us like he's watching some soap opera. I glare at him until he turns back around. I toss the shot back. It doesn't even burn anymore. I know what happened, and I know what I did, she says, her voice flinty. You don't. I eye her. God damn her for being more beautiful than the last time I saw her. I look away. You're right, I don't. I know you're mad. I'm not mad, I say quickly. I know you were mad, at least confused, hurt even. But I had no choice, Luciano. My eyes roll back to the ceiling. You had no choice? Fuck off with that. I almost didn't come here tonight. I stare at her, my mouth agape. And so why the fuck did you? I just had the best few days of my life, and you decided it was a good time to come and piss all over it? She squints at me. Marco wanted me to. Jesus Cristo, I say, making a fist. I don't even know where to begin with that. If you'll just talk to me, I'll explain. Are you dating him? For real? She stares at me for a moment, her eyes holding mine. But really, she's searching for a lie. So you're dating him, I go on. I mean, he didn't say anything when I saw him last week, but he's like that with women. They come and they go. She ignores the dig, rubs her red lips together. We really need to talk. We are talking. We're sniping at each other. Meu Deus, I wonder why. You know, it's been 7 years. I honestly didn't think when I came here tonight that you would be like this. I thought you'd be like the Luciano I knew." "Oh, fuck. That's not fair." "I guess this is what happens to a person when all their dreams come true," she adds. A sucker punch to my gut. Then she walks away, disappearing around the corner like she never existed, like she was a ghost after all, returning for one last nightmare. I'm left there with my empty shot glass. The bartender pours me another drink. "You need it," he says, a sympathetic look on his face. Down it goes. The next morning, I wake up just after noon with an atrocious hangover. Probably the worst I've ever had. After Ruby left me at the bar, I drank more tequila until the bartender cut me off and Alejo ended up getting me. That boy may be a lot younger than me, but when it comes to taking care of his friends, he's probably the first person you want to rely on. I'm usually that person. I usually have a clear head. I usually do the right thing. But last night, I don't know what happened. Though that's stupid. Of course I know what happened. Ruby Turner flew back into my life on those wings of hers, no longer broken. Instead, they made me realize she'd broken my own wings, and whatever bandage had been holding them together all these years was finally unraveling. The thing is, it took me an awful long time to get over that woman. I'd never fallen in love before I met her. I never knew what love could do to a person. Never knew just how much it could destroy you. It's hard to get up when you're on your knees, but Ruby razed me to the ground. I fell in love with her, and she just ran away. Like I didn't matter. Like I never did. She left a fucking note on hotel stationery. And I tried to get in contact with her. I wrote her emails, and I actually sent them this time. I texted her, but never got a response. I tried to look at her Instagram, but it was set to private, and she never touched her blog. She had erased herself with the snap of her fingers, leaving me in the dust. The years went on, and I did what I could to put her in my past. I trained myself not to think about her. I dated different women, though it never got serious, never lasted more than a few weeks. I threw myself into the game so much that I practically willed that transfer to Real Madrid. I made it happen just because I wanted to escape that badly. Lisbon reminded me too much of her. And now she's here, in my fair city of Madrid. Literally raining on my motherfucking parade. My phone rings. I can hear it faintly through the pillow. I lift it off my head and blindly reach over for it on my nightstand. I know it's Marco. He's the only one who insists on talking on the phone. I answer, mumbling. "I didn't understand a word you said," Marco says to me, laughing. Damn him for sounding so cheery. "I said fuck off," I mutter into the pillow. "Ah, you're hungover," I figured. Damn, Luciano, I don't think I have ever seen you that drunk. You were fucking loaded. There was a lot to celebrate, I say stiffly. You're right about that, he says. But it is past noon now, and as your agent, I insist you get up, drink coffee, have a sheet, and meet me for a greasy lunch. In that order? I hope so. I groan. I don't want to go anywhere, and I don't particularly feel like seeing him now that I know he's with Ruby. Then it dawns on me. Fuck. She's there with him right now, isn't she? Nausea rolls through me, literally and figuratively. Are we going to be alone? I manage to ask him, taking a deep breath in through my nose, trying to stay calm. Yes, of course. I thought Ruby... What about Ruby? You're dating her again. He laughs. Well, I mean, I wouldn't go that far. I'm trying, working my magic. Trying? Either way, she's not here, he says. She's staying at an Airbnb. I exhale in relief. Yeah, I have lots to talk to you about, he goes on. While you've been in Turkey, things have been happening. What kind of things? I ask hesitantly. Get on your fucking clothes and meet me at the Old Mule. 20 minutes. The Old Mule is just around the corner from my apartment in the Salamanca neighborhood. Marco doesn't live too far away either. He hangs up before I have a chance to protest. It's for the best. Even though I feel sick, my head hurts, my tongue feels fuzzy, and my arms and shoulders are absolutely aching, I get 2 things on Marco's list crossed off. Then I stumble into jeans and a black t-shirt, slick a bit of paste in my unruly hair, and slip on dark aviator sunglasses to hide all my sins. It's not long until I'm at the restaurant, Marco having already ordered us beer on the patio. You need this, he says to me as I sit down. You look like shit. I feel like it, I tell him. I don't particularly feel like drinking, and the smell of the beer is turning my stomach, but after a few sips, I feel I've made the right choice. We place an order with the waitress, and then Marco launches into it. So, Ruby, huh? He says with a wink. Yeah, strange. You think so? I'm glad he can't see my eyes beneath the sunglasses. You said you haven't seen her for 9 years? Suddenly she's here? How did that even happen? She reached out to me, he says. Fuck if that doesn't hurt. She reached out to him. When? Over a week ago. She called me and said she was in Madrid for work and wondered if I wanted to get a drink somewhere. I thought, why the hell not, you know? So I met up with her and it was like, I don't know. It was like stepping into the past. She's changed, you know. We both have. She was young back then. So were you, I remind him. Right. Weird how it feels like yesterday, doesn't it? Of course, I don't have to remind you of that. Must feel like ages ago to you. Not quite. Anyway, he goes on, after he swallows down a sip of beer. I don't know what to say, but I think she's the greatest thing to ever happen to me. My brows go to the sky. What are you even talking about? She's back here, in my life. Don't you think that means something? Perhaps she wants a second chance with me. He pauses. Sometimes you find the right person and you know. Has that really never happened to you? I can barely shake my head. That's sad, Luciano. It really is. I give him a fake smile. I'm okay with it. I gulp my beer. I think I'm in love with her. I nearly spit out my drink. The fuck? I cry out. You're not in love with her. How do you know? You just met her. You just said you're not even dating. He can't be serious. At the moment, but like I said, I'm trying. And I just met her again. She's an ex. This is our second chance. Maybe I was in love with her back in the day and I didn't know it. No. I push my finger into the table, leaning forward. You knew you weren't. You dumped her and bought her a fucking plane ticket to Barcelona. He frowns at me. How did you know that? Well, fuck. You told me, I lie. He shrugs, as if he figures he must have. I know what I did, but I was young and stupid. Look, I've been fucked around a lot lately. Penelope's divorce really did a number on me. You should be happy for me. As a brother, as a friend. I breathe in sharply, my hands clenching and unclenching under the table. I am happy, I say carefully. I just don't want you to get hurt. You can't be serious already. You're not even dating. Do you even know how she feels? He sighs. No. So why did she even contact you? He shrugs. Well, technically she was asking about you, about doing an interview with you and the rest of Real Madrid. My heart leaps, just a little. What's left of it, anyway. But come on, don't you think I have a shot? It depends, I say carefully. Maybe she remembers what you did to her. He leans back in his chair and starts fiddling with the cufflinks on his suit jacket, a move that reminds me of my stepfather. Maybe. But it's been a long time. She should be over it. Something comes over his eyes, and he looks at me. We should go on a date, like old times. No. Come on. I think you liked her, didn't you? God, he has no idea. Fine, he goes on, reading my expression. Fine, but she's at least going to interview you. Marco, I say sharply, stop with the interview bullshit. Why do you keep harping on that? That's why she's here. She's doing really well now. She does sports reporting for a Finnish channel, or something. She finally got to where she wanted to be. I have to admit, that piece of information warms me just a little, like a lit match in a cold, dark room. Good for her. I just think it would be fun. It would bookend this whole thing. Like, this is how it started, and this is how it will end. What's ending? He shrugs. Maybe my second wave of bachelorhood. I swallow, feeling like I have something in my throat. And have you told her any of this, what you feel about her? No, absolutely not. Hey, I know I'm coming on strong. It's a secret, which means don't tell her during your interview either. He points his beer at me. I'm watching you. I haven't agreed to this interview yet. But something tells me I'm not going to escape her now, no matter what I do. She's back in my life. And if God has the wicked sense of humor that I think he does, there's a chance that Marco will be back in hers.
Chapter 20. Ruby. He hates me. I mean, he really fucking hates me. I always used to tell myself that indifference was worse than hate, because it meant that they didn't care at all. Turns out that's not true at all. Hate is worse than indifference. I'd rather Luciano not care about me at all than to have his heart so bitter and angry. It just reminds me of what I did to him, even though he has no idea why I had to do it, and how hard it was on me. The last 7 years have been a whirlwind. The last place I thought I'd end up was Madrid. But when it looked like Real Madrid was heading to the finals, and this was the first year of me doing my on-camera work for Route 2 Plus or Halle 2, the Finnish sports channel I sometimes work for, I told them I could get some interviews with the players. I hoped that if I could do this, maybe they'd try and get me on camera even more. This was a big fucking deal, and a big chance to cement myself. I mean, I had been doing everything I could over the years to try and get back into journalism, and when you have to work illegally, that's an uphill battle. I started with my own YouTube channel, did as much freelance writing as I could. Because I had stayed in Helsinki for so long, became fluent in Finnish, now that's a language, and spoke perfect English, and I guess have the looks for it, I slowly got my foot in the door. Plus, I know what I'm talking about. I'm not just a pretty face on camera. In fact, I get very emotional and angry when I'm watching the games or doing interviews. But I think the Finns like that for a change of pace from their usual straight-faced reporters. I am only part-time, and I live in fear that they'll change their mind. They're paying me as a contractor, but I'm scared they'll discover I'm not permitted to work for them. That's why this trip was so important, a chance for me to prove myself, and possibly have it so that they won't ever let go of me. So I came down, taking the ferry from Helsinki to Stockholm, driving down across the bridge to Denmark, then all the way down to Madrid. I told them I wanted to combine it with a vacation, and somehow I made the drive in 2 crazy days. I got in touch with Marco, and, well, I'm pretty sure he got the wrong idea about us when we went out for a drink last week. I tried to keep it as professional as possible, even though it was nice to be with someone from my past who knew me. Being with Marco, especially as a friend, felt safe. I had fallen in love with someone who was the opposite of safe. There's no way I would go through that again. And yet, here I am, walking through the streets of Madrid, about to meet Luciano for an interview. I have no idea how Marco managed to swindle this. I mean, I looked deep into Luciano's eyes the other night, and I saw a man who only held coals inside his chest. And the worst thing about it is, I can't blame him. I can only blame myself. Because I made that choice for myself back then. I made the selfish choice, and I've regretted it every single fucking day. I should have told his stepfather to fuck off and get me deported. Everything would have been better in the end. I wouldn't have had to carry so much goddamn guilt with me all these years. I round the corner and glance down at my Google Maps, trying to find the bar. It's supposed to be at the edge of a plaza, but there are so many plazas in Madrid it gets confusing. It's hot, too. Summer is in full swing, and I've got sweaty hands and chafing thighs, and I'm wishing I'd worn shorts under my sundress. I nervously pat my crossbody bag, the pad and paper in there because I'm weird and like to take notes old school. Writing it down on my Nokia doesn't cut it. You can do this, Ruby. You've interviewed a lot of stars and big names by now. I want to laugh at myself, as if Luciano is just a big name. He used to be the biggest and brightest star in my fucking sky. I find the bar. It's fairly empty, an old place with lots of wood and big tropical fans whirring on the ceiling. Totally a bar Luciano would pick. And there he is, in the back in a small booth. He's staring at the menu, hasn't seen me yet. I take this moment to ground myself, to give myself courage, patience, to hold on to my own heart before it tries to make the leap, because it wants to. We're turning back our history, and suddenly I feel like I'm just walking into a bar back in Lisbon, that I'm going to go kiss his face, see his beautiful smile, feel the tenderness and fire in his gaze. He looks like that man I knew. Older, sure, but not much has changed except he has gray in his hair and he's rocking a beard. That's it. He looks the same. Maybe that's what is throwing me off so much. He's changed so little on the outside and so much on the inside. I take in a deep breath, bracing myself. I walk toward him. He lowers the menu, glancing up at me over it, those gorgeous brown eyes glinting with risk. I can't get a read on him. I just want him to smile at me. I just wish he was happy to see me, that he wanted to see me. Hey, I say to him. I try to sound light and breezy. He immediately tenses, his fingers gripping the edge of the menu. Thank you for agreeing to meet with me, I tell him, sitting down and placing my purse next to me. I pick up the menu, my hands shaking just slightly, trying to busy myself. But when I glance at him, he's staring at my hands. He meets my eyes, brows lowered, gaze hard. I force a smile. This looks like a nice place. Okay, that's 3 things I've said in a row, and he hasn't said anything yet. This is probably going to go worse than I thought. Hey, I tell him, placing my menu back down, staring him right in his dark brown eyes. Fuck, I can't even believe I'm looking at him. You don't want to do this, I tell him. I know. Marco talked you into it. You couldn't object too much, could you? You couldn't because he'd wonder why the fuck you hate me so much. Luciano frowns. I don't hate you, he says quietly. I blink at him. You don't? Then what is this? I gesture rapidly between us. He raises a brow, a look I knew so well. You have to ask. I close my eyes, trying to gather up my nerves before they scatter. Look, Luciano. I'd forgotten how much I loved saying his name. I breathe in deep, staring down at the menu without seeing it, wondering how to navigate this. We don't have to do this interview. I can leave. I can go back to Helsinki. Wouldn't be the first time. Another swipe. God, I want to tell him. I want to tell him what his stepfather did. I want to tell him that I had to make an impossible choice and that I chose wrong. I want to tell him everything. Just then, the waiter comes by and takes our drink order. Luciano gets a beer. I get a glass of sangria. I deserve that, I say quietly after the waiter leaves. You didn't even contact me, he says, his voice sounding broken, the pieces sharp and cutting. 7 years, and you didn't even... I should have. I know I should have. I wanted to so much you don't understand, but I couldn't. He gives me an exasperated look, shaking his head. You couldn't? Really? You couldn't? That's all you've got? All I have is the truth. The truth? I know your truth, Ruby. That you got scared. I came on too strong and you got scared and you ran away like you said you always did. All wrong. How the fuck is that wrong? I wasn't scared of you. He stares at me, his eyes searching mine, and I know if I'm not careful, it's all going to come out, and it's going to change everything. What were you scared of? He asks. Yourself? I don't answer. You left in the middle of my fucking game, Ruby. I noticed. I looked up and you were gone. What had you so scared that you decided that you just couldn't deal anymore with me? Was it because I was losing? Was that it? I put my elbows on the table, my face in my hands, let my hair fall over me. God, that's what he thinks? He thinks I left him because he lost? Like he wasn't good enough anymore? Why are you here, Ruby? He asks. Why now? Believe it or not, I came to cover Real Madrid from my network. I would have gone to Istanbul to cover the final, but, well, if I went, I'd never be allowed back in the EU. Jesus Cristo, he swears. You're still here illegally. I look up at him through my hair, giving him a deadly look. Please don't announce that. Why the hell haven't you gone home? You know why. You've been gone for 9 years. I hear the disbelief in his voice. He doesn't understand. I thought he would have. I can't ever go back, I tell him. I made my choice. I had my chance. What about your parents? Your mom? She's dead. He stills, eyes soften. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I swallow the lump in my throat. It's okay. I know I couldn't have done anything. She overdosed again and, yeah, the prison system just doesn't care. They want you out. You die, you make room. Luciano reaches out and puts his hand on top of mine, giving it a squeeze. The feel of his warm skin against mine pulls me back in time. It brings me back to when touching him was second nature, when we used our bodies to communicate. God, I miss him. I miss so much. I'm really sorry. I know how hard that must have been. He gives my hand another squeeze and then pulls it away. I feel hollow already. I nod. It was. And it was my fault that I didn't see her before she died. He doesn't say anything to that. There isn't anything to say, because it's true. If I had been deported when Tomas threatened me with it, I could have seen my mother before she died. Perhaps I could have prevented it somehow. Seeing her was always so hard, especially when she didn't look or act like my mother. But sometimes I think that maybe she kept doing drugs because she missed her daughter. Maybe that's what killed her. It kills me to think about it. I take in a ragged breath. What about you? Marco told me about your mother. That sounded so rough. He nods, scratching his beard. It was. But she beat it. And you and Marco seem so much closer now. The waiter comes by and gives us our drinks. Luciano has a sip of his beer before he says, "We are closer." He pauses, licking his lips, meeting my eyes. "Why are you here, Ruby?" I open my mouth, close it, shrug. Wanted to get the inside scoop. With my team, you could have picked any others. They aren't the champions. There's so much torment and frustration in his gaze, it gives off heat. "Do you know how this feels? To have you back?" He finally asks, his voice breaking. "Do you? Do you ever think about anyone other than yourself? Do you ever put yourself in their shoes? Are you even capable of that?" That does it. Tears rush to the back of my throat, my lungs growing tight. I get to my feet, grab my purse, and start walking fast out of the restaurant, trying desperately to hold back my tears. I haven't cried in front of him this time, and I'm not about to start. Of course, I don't know where I'm going. I'm just wandering around in the heat with blurry vision, stumbling across the cobblestones, and I'm reminded of something I said to him once, that if we're all lost and stumbling, I wanted to be lost and stumbling with him. Suddenly, I feel a hand at my arm, pulling me to a stop with a strong grip. "What's happening?" Luciano yells at me, turning me around to face him. "Why are you running again?" I look around, my hands at my mouth, shaking. We're in the middle of the small square, some people staring at us as they pass by. "Ruby," he repeats. I just shake my head, the tears spilling down my cheeks. Shit. I try to turn away, to look away, but now he's grabbing my other arm, pulling me around so I have to face him. Ruby, I'm sorry, okay? I didn't mean to say that." I know he meant to say it. The worst part is that I can't blame him. "I know how it feels," I manage to say, my words thick with tears. "I know how it feels." "Do you? I spent years wondering what happened to you, years worried about you," he says, nearly yelling now. "Why can't you just be honest with me? Why does it matter?" He processes that, eyes blinking hard. "It matters, okay? What do you want from me? What do you want from me?" "I just wanted an interview," I say meekly. He lets go of my arms all at once. "That's it? Just an interview?" I shake my head, because the lies are wearing me down. "I wanted to see you." "Oh, you did? And my brother was your first stop?" "He's your agent, Luciano." "You could have contacted me first." "Well, I knew you hated me." "How can I not?" he yells, arms going out. "You broke my fucking heart, Ruby. I fell in love with you. I was in love with you, and you tore it all to pieces." My hands go to my chest, as if to keep in my own heart. I didn't know. How could I have known? "Luciano," I whisper, my words broken and bare. I try to reach for him, but he shrugs out of my grasp. "This was a mistake," he says, hands going into his hair. "Meeting with you was a mistake. I knew it. I knew I was setting myself up for a big dose of mindfuckery, or however you say it." I stare at him, numb. "I didn't know you loved me," I say softly, my heart making leaps and bounds inside my chest. It wants to soar. It wants to soar so high. "What difference would that have made, huh?" he says, turning his back to me. Maybe it would have. Maybe I would have made the right choice knowing I had his love. But I can't say that. I can't put the blame on him, as if his admittance would have changed our fate. I clear my throat, take the plunge. "What if I told you that I loved you?" He stops moving. His hands come off from his head, slowly looks over his shoulder to look at me, his expression torn. "Why would you even tell me that now?" he cries out softly. Because you deserve to know the truth. He looks up at the sky, shaking his head. So much talk of the truth. Such little truth to be seen. I loved you, I whisper. That's my truth. He whips around, his face crumbling. How could that be true when you left me? He booms, words breaking into shards as he slams his fist into his chest. You left me. How could you say you were in love with me and do that? Tell me how. Tell me why. He made me! I scream, the truth ripping right out of me before I have a chance to put it back. Your stepfather made me! Luciano's face pales like I've just slapped him. His mouth opens. He blinks. What? He manages to say, his voice hoarse. I close my eyes, breathing in deep. It's time. Now it's time. Let this burden go. When I open my eyes again, Luciano looks a little unsteady on his feet, his gaze locked to mine, holding me in place. Your stepfather made me leave you, I say through a ragged breath. He was at the game. I ran into him. I did something really fucking stupid. Really stupid. I press my fingers at my temple as if that will rewind it all. I fucked up. I saw him and I was so mad. I was so goddamn mad over what he said to you, how he treated you, that he called me a whore. I trail off, swallow the tears in my throat. My heart is thumping so hard I can feel it in my eyes. Ruby, he whispers. What did you do? I moan, my face in my hands. This is the part where I realize it was all my fault all along. I threw a beer in his face. What? My hands fall away. I stare at the bewildered expression on his face, the line between his brows becoming a chasm. I threw 2 beers in his face and told him what an asshole he was. I couldn't help it. I hated him so much. Then I ran away. I ran back up into the stands to be with Elena, and then we left early. We left the game early hoping to get out, just in case he was waiting for me, just in case he called the police or something. Luciano looks absolutely wild. I watch him swallow, eyes wide. And there was a security guard waiting for me. Your stepfather was there too. I guess I made a bigger impression than I thought. I glance at him. He is glued to my words, breathing hard. I guess I forgot to tell you what else I told him. I told him I was in love with you. His eyes fall closed. Ruby. I told him I was in love with you, and that you were the bigger, better man. Tears are starting to pool in my eyes again. I sniff. I told him that because it's all true. But it was too much for him. I poked the bear. He knew I was there illegally. He threatened to have me deported. Luciano shakes his head, just barely. Eyes still closed. No, he whispers fervently. No. He gave me a choice. He said I could leave and never come back to Lisbon, leave you behind, never tell you the truth. I exhale shakily. Or he would call the authorities and I would be deported back to the U.S. I had a choice, and right there and then I had to make that choice, and I am so sorry. I am so fucking sorry, Luciano, that I made the wrong choice. I should have gone back to the U.S. I should have told you what happened. I would have seen my mother. I could have kept in contact with you. He opens his eyes. They're glistening with so much anger and agony as he stares right into my goddamn soul. Look, I know I fucked up, I say. My temper got the best of me. I was so angry, so upset. I thought I was sticking up for you, defending you, and your stepfather deserved what was coming to him. I didn't think. I didn't realize that I was only hurting us in the end. All he got were a few beers to the face, and we're the ones who had to suffer. All because I was young and scared and stupid and so in love with you. Why didn't you tell me this? He asks softly. He sounds so broken. Because I didn't want to, I admit. I wanted to tell you the truth. I wanted to tell you I loved you, and I would have never, ever left you if I didn't have to. But if I told you about what your stepfather did, I was so afraid of what would happen to you. I was so afraid it would break your relationship in two, for good. That it would make things worse for you after that. I didn't want to ruin your life, Luciano. And I have prayed that maybe my leaving was something you would understand and that you'd get over. He runs his tongue over his teeth and looks away, a fist flexing at his side. I never got over you, he says roughly. It hurts. It hurts to know how much I've hurt him. And yet there's something inside me changing, like my heart is swelling and swelling, begging to become whole again. Did you hear me? He says, taking 2 steps toward me until he's right here in front of me, and all I see is him, this wall of man, this man I used to know, used to love, the man I could so easily love again. I never got over you. I raise my face to meet his eyes brimming with pain, fixated on my mouth. Kiss me. The thought snakes across my brain in an arc of fire. Please kiss me. I never got over you either, I managed to say. The intensity in his eyes makes my stomach drop, and I'm doing everything I can not to reach out to him, hold him, touch him, even though his head is inching closer to mine with each breath he takes. The gap between us closes. His face inches from mine, enough that I can see the threads of auburn in his brown eyes, enough that I'm engulfed in his smell, his heat, his presence, his everything. Ruby, he says, his tongue running along his bottom lip, and now I'm staring at his mouth, wishing he could consume me. That live wire of tension crackles between us again, just as it always did, and I want to cut that cord with a kiss, let the sparks fly. But his eyes pinch closed, and he suddenly moves back. I have to go. He turns around and starts walking off across the square, and now I'm having déjà vu. I quickly run after him. Where are you going? He keeps walking. The look in his eyes is one of pure vengeance. I have some shit I need to figure out. I reach out and grab his arm, trying in vain to pull him to a stop, but the man is such a fucking beast he won't slow down. Luciano, please, I cry out. Please stop. Please talk to me. We've done enough talking. I give him one last tug, and then I give up. He walks away. Luciano! I yell after him. He doesn't turn around.
Chapter 21. Luciano. You know there's such a thing as a vacation, Captain, Alejo calls out as he steps onto the pitch, dropping his bag of gear on the ground. I give him a half-smile, the most that I can muster. I figured it wouldn't hurt to keep our skills up. He walks over to me, ball in his hand, looking around him. It's just us here? We're at Valdebebas, Real Madrid's state-of-the-art training ground, where we spend most of our days. Except now, everyone is supposed to be on vacation for the summer until we start regular practices in August. It's not unusual for any of us to come here and stay in shape in the meantime, but we normally come by ourselves, since most of the team is scattered around. Guess I needed someone to talk to, I tell him. I figured as much. He tosses the ball toward me, and I bump it up with my thigh. We pass the ball back and forth like this for a while, using our legs, heads, shoulders to keep it going. Alejo waits patiently for me to come out with it, but I'm still trying to make sense of things without getting impossibly angry. I figure working with the ball, practicing control, will keep me centered. Finally, I say, I saw Ruby the other day. Ah, he says, with a knowing smirk. I knew it. Not like that, I tell him. She met me at a bar to interview me. And you were okay with that? He asks. twisting to kick the ball up with his ankle. The interview? No, but Marco asked me, I say, hitting it back with my shin. So are they serious? They aren't dating, thank God. Ah, he says, bouncing the ball off the top of his head. I do the same. He says he's in love with her. What? Alejo exclaims, and he misses the ball. It bounces away. He goes to pick it up, throwing it at me. What a fucked up, complicated web you Ribeiros weave. Understatement of the year, Alejo. So how did your meeting go? I swallow hard, catching the ball with my hands and holding it to my chest, my fingers pressing into it. She told me why she left me. He tilts his head. And? Anger starts swirling through my veins, clouding my thoughts, and I start to spin the ball in my hands over and over, trying to dissipate it. I stare down at the whirl of black and white, and suddenly it's like I'm back in that plaza with Ruby when she told me the truth. The motherfucking truth. That she loved me. Maybe not now, but she did. She did. She loved me, and she never would have left me if it wasn't for my stepfather. I've never wanted to kill someone with my bare hands until that moment. He ruined both of our lives, kept us apart for no reason other than hate. My stepfather found out about us, I tell him. Well, first she threw some beer in his face and told him she loved me. Then he found out about us. Holy fuck. She's got some pretty big balls. Yeah, she does. It doesn't surprise me, though. She's always been a bit reckless. My thoughts go back to her standing on that cliff, her black hair whipping around her. But I never thought she'd do that. I have to say, I'm kind of touched. Touched and angry all at the same time. So then what happened? Then he threatened to get her deported. She's here illegally. Still fucking is. It was either she get kicked out of Europe and sent back to America, or she leave Lisbon and never talk to me again. Are you serious? I nod grimly. I've told you about my stepfather before. I know you have, but you said your relationship was getting better. It was. I flex my fingers on the ball and throw it at him. I don't know what the fuck to do. He catches it. You have to talk to him about it. Do I? I think I'll fucking kill him. This is in the past, Luciano. People change. No, he doesn't change. The only reason why he started being nicer to me over the years is... Fuck, I don't know. Because of this scare with your mother. Because that can change people. Why don't you call him and tell him what you know? I don't even have to call him, I say with a sigh. He's coming to Madrid tomorrow. What? Why? He wanted to talk to Marco about something in person. Some sort of business venture, I don't know. They've got their own shit to work on. So tell him in person. I give Alejo a hard look. I wasn't kidding when I said I wanted to kill him. Alejo, he fucked up my life. Alejo gestures to the training complex. Did he? After Ruby left, you got transferred here. You're the captain of a team that's consistently winning. You just won the goddamn cup a week ago. Your life isn't fucked up. Your life is exactly where it's supposed to be. I lost the woman I loved. But you didn't. She's here right now, Luciano. Don't you believe in fate? I think back to seeing her that first day back in Lisbon for the interview, that immediate connection we had. I think back to when I saw her again 2 years later, dancing alone on the dance floor, eyes closed. I think back to when she showed up last week on Marco's arm. Do I believe in fate? I don't know. But I know fate believes in me. I don't know what to do, I say. my voice barely above a whisper. She's here, and it's the same old complicated song and dance, except the difference this time is... I pause. Marco thinks he's in love with her. Who cares about Marco? Is she in love with him? No. Are you in love with her? He asks. Still. I give him a sad smile. Am I still in love with her? Alejo, I want to marry her. I want to have children with her. I know I've said before that I wasn't interested in those things, but I've spent 7 years trying to figure out what I wanted in life, and I've only figured it out in the last few days. He grins at me, spinning the ball around on his fingertip. Then you know what you've got to do. You need to tell her. You need to tell your brother, your stepfather. I close my eyes, my stomach sinking with dread. What if she doesn't feel the same way? I ask, quietly. Then at least you know, he says. At least this time you will know. I nod, open my eyes, watching the ball as he bounces it from hand to hand. Do you mind if we cut the practice short? I ask him. I'll let it slide this time, Alejo says with a wink. I pat him on the back affectionately, and then I'm off. I feel like I'm running out of time, like if I don't act fast, she'll slip through my fingers again. I change out of my practice gear into jeans and a t-shirt in record time, and then I hurry to my Audi in the parking lot. The first thing I need to do is talk to Ruby. I need to sort this shit out with her and find out where she stands. If she still wants me, let alone still loves me, then and only then do I need to talk to Marco. The poor guy thinks he's in love with her, thinks he has a chance with her, and though I wish I didn't have to tell him the truth, I know I have to. The only problem is, I don't have Ruby's number now. I would have to call Marco and ask, and I'm afraid it would seem weird after I've been so harsh about her. Then I wonder if maybe she never changed her number after all. Maybe she just ignored all my old calls and texts into infinity. I sit in my car and start going through my phone, wondering if all my numbers transferred over throughout all the iPhones I've had over the years. And there she is. Ruby. I never deleted her. She's always been there. I text the number. Ruby? I wait, expecting to get someone else, telling me I have the wrong number. A green message appears. Yes? My heart drops. With shaking hands, I text her, It's Luciano. I need to talk to you. Are you alone? I imagine she's using her Finnish Nokia, so I don't see any of the text bubbles while I'm waiting. It's torturous. Then it appears. Come to my Airbnb. 19 Calle de la Aduana. Buzz 4. I punch it into my phone, and it routes me to the Puerta del Sol. I text back. On my way. I start the car and speed out of the parking lot, past the guards and the gates, until I'm on the motorway zipping toward Madrid. I don't think I've ever driven so fast in my life, overtaking everyone, going far above the speed limit. If I were to get caught, I would get in big shit. They love to drag celebrities here when they've done something wrong. But luck is on my side today. Once in the city core, I have to slow down, but I make it to her building fast enough. I find parking, and then I'm running to her door, my finger jabbing the number for her apartment. Luciano? She asks, her voice crackly through the intercom. I close my eyes at the sound of her voice, try to steady my breathing. Yes, it's me. The door buzzes. I step through. There are only 2 apartments on the main floor, so I run up the steps 2 at a time until I'm on the 2nd floor, heading to the door with number 4 on it. It's closed. I raise my hand, ready to knock, my heart nearly bursting out of my chest, all the cells in my body vibrating and on edge. The door opens before I get a chance to knock. Ruby stands on the other side, dressed in a sleeveless floral sundress, her hair damp and braided to the side. No makeup, no lipstick. The most beautiful woman I've ever seen. Our eyes meet. Time stands still. Everything we've never said passes between us. "Hi," she says to me. "Hi," I say back. Then I kick the door shut and lunge forward, grabbing her face in my hands, while her fingers curl around the fabric of my shirt, and I'm kissing her. I'm kissing her with fire and sorrow and love and sunshine, all these years coursing through my veins, lighting me ablaze, pouring out from my lips straight to her soul. She cries out softly against my mouth, her hands wild, trying to hold me tighter. My hands slip back from her face, into her hair, messing up her braid, and we're stumbling and turning until she backs up against a wall. I stop and pull my head back, trying to remember why I'm here, that I need to talk to her, that the last thing I was supposed to do was kiss her. "I'm sorry," I say hoarsely. Everything feels so fucking raw and sensitive, like I'm one self-inflicted wound. "Don't be," she says, her hands going up to my face, holding me. "Please don't be sorry." I close my eyes, try to swallow, try to think. I put my arms against the wall, bracketing her in, resting my forehead on hers. I really came here to talk. This is us talking. Don't you remember? She stands up on her toes and reaches up to place her mouth on mine. Her kiss is beyond sweet, just hinting at the wild woman I know she can be. My cock grows tight, poking her hip as I press myself against her. The urge to be inside her is a monster inside me, clawing its way through the walls I put up in her absence. Talk to her. Take it slow. But no, I can't hold back. I need to. I want to. I have to take my time savoring her, but there's an urgency that I can't ignore. That eternal ache I've had for her ever since she left me. I close my eyes, and she nips and kisses along my jaw, and I know we're saying more to each other than our words ever could. Each kiss is a promise, a revelation, a confession. Ruby, I whisper to her, running my hands through her braid until her hair is loose and free around her shoulders. Ruby, I know, she says sweetly, pressing her lips to mine. I know. She grabs my hand and tugs me toward the bed, which is in the middle of this sparsely decorated studio apartment. I need to tell you something, I whisper to her, as she reaches for my shirt and starts to bring it up over my head, my arms raised. Tell me in other ways. She steps back until the back of her legs hit the bed, and she reaches down to the hem of her dress and slowly peels it off her. I watch, transfixed, as she reveals her calves, her thighs, with that beautiful, familiar scar running across it, then her teal-colored lace underwear, the undulating curve of her hips, her smooth, soft stomach, her breasts, full and bare and edible enough to make my mouth water. She tosses the dress aside, steps out of her underwear, then sits down on the edge of the bed, motioning me to come forward with the crook of her finger. I watch her, dumbfounded. It's like I have whiplash from the past to the present, the Ruby I knew, the Ruby I know now, and it's all coming together to make me realize it's the same fucking person, and it always will be. It's Ruby. She doesn't have to beckon me anymore. I'm at her in a flash, my hands a blur as they touch her, feel her, revel in the comfort of her skin. Fuck, I moan, as my tongue tastes the past on her neck. It tastes like honeysuckle. She reaches up, snaking her fingers through my hair, giving urgent little moans as I suck at her throat. The noises spur me on, and I'm so consumed by my need that I'm nearly frozen in place. I take in a long, deep breath, trying to remember why I came here. It wasn't to get inside her. It was to tell her how I feel, how I've always felt. But perhaps she's right. All those words we left unspoken left us so brittle. I feel like sex is the bandage putting us back together. So I kiss her. I touch her. I whisper soft words of want. Her hands work at me, desperate and quick, as they remove my shirt, my jeans, my boxer briefs, until I'm pulling off my socks, naked in front of her. She stares up at me, her eyes glowing, mouth parting with desire, and I can hardly believe that this is happening. This is my Ruby. She's the same, and she's not the same. I'm the same, and not the same. I push her back on the bed, crawl over her. The sweet heat of her tongue slides against mine. My cock slips in between her legs, one easy thrust, and I'm pushing inside her. It's never been like this, never been so comfortable. Like we've both spent years looking forward to this moment, like we knew it would happen again. I groan against her neck, the slick purchase of her body clinging to me, making my eyes roll back in my head. My own body gets hotter, tighter, the pressure of 1,000 tangled knots building at the base of my spine. I love this woman, more than words can fucking say. But I have to try and say the words. Ruby, I whisper to her as I start thrusting harder, deeper, like I'm trying to bind myself to her, like I'm sliding into her darkest parts, not to shine light on them, but to meld with them, joining her in the shadows. Shh, she says to me, scraping her nails down my back, shivers culminating along my spine. Just be with me. Please be with me. My breath hitches as her words hit deep, and I start pumping into her with the same kind of intensity. I revel in the feeling of our bodies coming together again in pure precision, our sweat, our gasps, our moans feeling the air. Soon she's coming. She lets out a sharp cry, and I stare down at her, at the beauty of her surrender, at how much time changes us and yet also lets us be. This is my Ruby, still, different and the same, and 100 contradictions, just as she always was. This is my love, coming hard around my cock, staring up into my eyes with tears in hers. I love you, she says through a gasp. I feel like she punched a hole right into my heart, feeling it with fireworks. I love you, she says again, her eyes rolling back in her head as I keep working at her. I let go, tumbling in the free fall. I come so hard I think I might have a heart attack, because everything seizes for a moment, and then it's like I'm hit from behind. I let out a raspy groan as I pour inside of her, her own body squeezing and milking me for every last drop. Years and years and years rush through me, feelings and emotions from every hidden crevice, all coming to the surface. The heat of tears builds behind my eyes, and I have to keep breathing in and out, strong and deep, in order to keep them at bay. But the tears have found her. They found my Ruby girl. They trickle from the corners of her gorgeous blue eyes. I lean in, placing my lips on her cheeks, kissing them away. Amuch, I tell her, my heart growing as I say those words. Finally, I love you. There's nothing else to say in this moment. I stay inside her as long as I can, holding her close, so close, until I finally fall asleep in her arms.
Chapter 22. Ruby. Ruby, 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 Ruby. Luciano sings the Kaiser Chiefs softly in my ear. Do you know what you're doing to me? I laugh, snuggling up into his chest. I've definitely heard that song before. Do you know how many songs there are about a girl named Ruby? Like 1,000,000. If I had any talent, I'd write a song about you too, he says, kissing the top of my head. It wouldn't be fair if you were a god between the sheets, on the pitch, and with a guitar. Actually, he says, when I was a teenager, I had aspirations of quitting soccer and joining a ska band. I giggle, resting my chin on his pecs, staring up at him. Wouldn't that have been something? To think how many lives we all might have had depending on the choices we made. As long as you're in all of them, he tells me. He gives me a soft smile, the kind I feel in the marrow of my bones, his eyes glowing with affection as he stares at me. He reaches out, stroking a finger down the side of my cheek. I still can't believe this is happening. That, after all this time, he's still here, still mine. I feel like I'm tempting fate too much, like no one deserves to be this happy, and that something awful is about to happen to tear this all apart. It's like I'm too scared to enjoy it in case it gets taken away again. And yet I'm reveling in him, reveling in us. This man loves me, still, after all this time. And I love this man, still, with every bone in my body. And I want to hold on to him, tight, with everything I've got, in case he slips away, smoke through my fingers. But I also know what lies ahead of us. This isn't going to be easy. Then again, it never has been. It's been a few days since Luciano showed up at my Airbnb here in Madrid and changed my world again. Since then, we've been inseparable. I know I've been completely selfish. I know I'm scared, and I've been more or less hiding at his apartment, sleeping with him, spending all my time with him, afraid that this time here is all the time we have together. But I can't help it. Marco has called me a couple of times, but I've ignored them and texted him back instead, telling him I've been busy. But today is the day. I'm going to meet him at his apartment and tell him about Luciano and that I'm in love with him. I'm going to let him down easy. I know Luciano has insisted he be the one to do it, but now that I know the truth about Marco's feelings, I feel responsible, like I've led him on, even without knowing it. And I can't begin to understand what Luciano must be going through right now, knowing that he's choosing me over his family. He knows how Marco feels about me, and yet we can't keep our truth buried. I know that the thought makes me sick to my stomach, and yet I can't imagine my life without him now. I had that life. I can't go back to it. Do you really want to do this? Luciano asks me, his thumb now grazing my lip. I briefly bite it. I can tell Marco. You can tell him the whole truth, about what happened in the past. I know that's your duty. But this, please let me do this. It will be easier for everyone. Maybe I'll sweeten the deal by giving him a plane ticket to Barcelona. Now Luciano is really laughing. I'm sorry, he says. I shouldn't laugh. Well, you reap what you sow, I shrug. Marco is no angel. Luciano stills, some dark realization coming over his eyes. No, he really isn't. I feel like there's more to the story there, but honestly, I don't care. The past is the past. Well, I better go get this over with, I tell him, sliding out of bed and stretching my arms high above my head. Luciano's eyes simmer as they rake over my naked body. Damn, this man knows how to fuck you with just a look. I better get some clothes on before I give in and crawl back into bed with him. I slip on shorts and an off-the-shoulder blouse, then pick up my purse, glancing over at Luciano, who was still in bed. "Are you going to be here when I come back?" I ask him. "Where else would I go?" he asks with an easy shrug. "I just want to make sure you're home. I'm going to need to give you the spare key. I'll get it off of Marco when I talk to him." I wince. "You're taking the love of his life and the spare key to your apartment." He doesn't look too happy. "I'm doing what needs to be done," he says gravely. And he's right, because the alternative is that we don't get to be together. I give him a sweet smile. "I love you." "Amoche," he replies in Portuguese. I sigh happily. I've only recently realized now just how romantic Portuguese is. I try not to melt on my feet in a swoony puddle and open the door, stepping out into the hallway. Marco's apartment isn't too far from Luciano's, so I have about a 15-minute walk in which to stew over all the guilt and baggage I'm dragging with me. Maybe he won't even be hurt, I think to myself. Maybe he'll just shrug and smile, and that's that. I mean, I know he's not actually in love with me. It's too soon and very unreciprocated. Maybe it will be okay. Stranger things have happened. When I get to Marco's place, a flashy building with a concierge, I'm buzzed up to his apartment. My heart is beating wildly in my chest, and I'm so nervous that I feel like I'm going to throw up. I had told Marco that I wanted to see him, to talk, and he invited me over. I have a feeling he's expecting something very different from me than what I'm about to give him. I get to his door and I'm about to knock, but I hear voices on the other side, like he's talking to someone. A male voice. It's muffled and foreign to me, yet the voice feels insidious inside my head. Stop. Go. Run. I can't explain the instinct to flee coursing through me, like there's something awful and dangerous on the other side of the door. But then the door is opening. Marco is there, grinning at me. "Ruby," he says brightly. I feel like I'm going fucking crazy because it's literally just Marco. He looks happy to see me. And then I see him, moving into frame behind Marco. My breath hitches. Oh my fucking God. No. No. It's him. He's here. I'm staring right at Tomas Ribeiro. In the flesh. Why the hell is he here? Why didn't Marco tell me? But all my questions disintegrate. "Hello, Ruby," Tomas says idly. "Do you remember me? We met once, at a horse show." Holy fuck. The fear, the panic, it's overwhelming. What do I do? "Come on in," Marco says, reaching forward and grabbing my arm. "I'm so glad you're here." I want to pull back and run, but Marco is already frowning at the fear in my eyes as he pulls me into the apartment. The door shuts behind me, sounding like a prison cell closing. I'm trapped. "Want a glass of wine?" Marco asks, giving me a funny look. "We're drinking a white." "It's very good," Tomas says, his long fingers tapping at the glass in his hands, his voice reminding me of a snake. "Please sit down. Make yourself comfortable." I don't respond, or move. My heart is lodged in my throat. I'm not even sure if it's beating. All I can think about is the fact that he's here. My only saving grace is the fact that maybe he thinks I'm with Marco again, the good son. "Ruby?" Marco asks. I snap out of it. Do something. I look at Marco and smile. "Sorry, I was daydreaming." "Are you sure? Looks like you were day-nightmaring." I force myself to giggle, to flirt. "That's not even a word, you silly thing." I go over to him and kiss him on the cheek lightly. Sorry I've been so busy. I've been meaning to get in touch sooner. Marco goes from shocked to grinning in seconds and, fuck, I feel so bad that I'm doing this. I wish I could tell him with just my eyes, but we don't have that kind of connection. All I know is that as long as Tomas thinks I'm with Marco, he has no reason to hate me. Right? I mean, who fucking knows at this point? It's been 7 years since that fateful day at the match, and yet he feels as dangerous as ever. The things he knows. So, Ruby, Tomas says, saying my name with strange deliberation. It's very interesting to see you again. Small world, I tell him brightly. He holds my eyes for a moment, a cunning smile. It is a small world, isn't it? Who would have thought that all these years later, you'd end up back here in Marco's life? The funny thing is, Papa, that she's actually a Barcelona fan, Marco points out. Is that so? He asks. What does Luciano think about all of this? I gulp. About what? About you being here. Marco laughs as he hands me a glass of wine. Luciano barely remembers her. Is that so? His voice is like ice. You know how it is, Marco goes on. He's forever the bachelor. Such a shame, isn't it, Ruby? Tomas asks me. I attempt to shrug. I don't know. I haven't really seen him. No. Hey, can we stop talking about Luciano for a moment? Marco says jokingly. You've got the real winner here. He pulls me closer to him, but my eyes go to Tomas, who is watching us. Watching me. Excuse me, Tomas says, getting up. I'm going to use the washroom. I pull apart from Marco and watch him as he goes. Hey, sorry if it's weird that my father is here, Marco says once the door to the washroom closes. He's at a hotel around the corner. We were just discussing some business ideas. I honestly didn't expect to hear from you. But don't worry, he's not staying long. Oh, my chest tightens. So that's why he's here. Yes, he comes to Madrid every now and then to see me and Luciano. Luciano never told me he was here, I want to say, but of course I don't. I need to get out of here. I make a face and Marco frowns. What is it? I have to go and run to get something. What? Why? I thought you needed to talk to me about something. Oh, that hopefulness in his eyes. Think fast. Women problems, period stuff. Lots of blood, very messy. Marco scrunches up his nose like I thought he would. Well, okay. There's a chemist around the corner. I'll try and get rid of my father and we can really catch up. I nod, but I know I won't be back. I put down my wine and go out the door, trying to play it cool and walk slowly. It isn't until I'm outside his apartment that I start running. I text Luciano as I go. I'm coming back. I don't see a text back, but it doesn't matter. I'm close to his apartment. I get there and buzz his number, but there is no answer. I buzz again and again. I take out my phone just as I hear the intercom crackle. Hola? I jam my finger on the button to talk. It's me. Let me in. The door buzzes and I go inside, up the elevator to the 6th floor, the penthouse. I go down the hall, get to his door. It's unlocked and I step inside. Ruby? Luciano calls out, appearing from around the corner, wet, with a towel around his waist. What happened? I quickly close the door and lock it behind me, then run right over to Luciano, throwing my arms around him. So afraid. I'm so fucking afraid. Ruby girl, he says softly, holding me. I'm getting you all wet. Not in a good way. He pulls back and holds my shoulders, frowning, eyes roaming my face. It went that bad, huh? I shake my head, trying to catch my breath. No, I didn't tell him. Okay. Luciano, You never told me your father was in Madrid." His face goes white. Mouth parts. "You saw him?" He cries out softly. I nod. "Yes, he was at Marco's." "Oh, shit," he says, his hands going up into his hair. He turns away from me. "Oh, shit. Oh, shit. You had to have known." "I did know," he says, looking to me, his hands falling from his head. He grabs my arms, his eyes growing wild as he stares at me. "Ruby girl, I know, and I didn't want to tell you. I didn't want to worry you. I didn't think you'd see him. I didn't think that he would be with Marco if you were going over. I'm so sorry. I didn't think. Well, he was there. At least he thinks I'm with Marco now and not you." He grabs my hand and pulls me over to the couch, sitting down and pulling me beside him. He rests his elbows on his thighs, pushing his thumbs into his forehead. He's trying to process. I'm trying to think too. This has made everything that much harder. "Well," I say after a moment, "you were eventually planning on telling your stepfather, weren't you?" He licks his lips, nodding. "Yes." "So what's the difference if you tell him now?" His eyes slide to mine. "The difference is I need to figure out how much he's changed. What he did to you was 7 years ago. He's so different with me now. Back then, he hated me so much, and now, well, I can't say he loves me, but maybe he's just indifferent enough not to care what I do. Plus, there's the fact that he and Marco aren't as close anymore. They seemed okay when I was there." "That's because Marco always seems like he's okay. He'll never talk back to him. He'll never tell him how he really feels. I know a few times when he's been drunk, he's confided in me, wishing that his father would leave him alone, stop trying to always pull the strings." I don't know how to tell Luciano that even if his stepfather has changed his feelings toward his stepson, he hasn't changed his feelings about me. The contempt in his eyes was as visible as it was back on that day. "He doesn't like me, Luciano," I say softly. "Perhaps he's remembering when you threw a beer or two in his face." God, I hope that's it. I hope the contempt is just based on that, and it's not strong enough to fuck up what Luciano and I have together now. "I'm scared," I tell him. "I'm really scared." His expression crumbles. "No, don't be." He puts his arms around me and we fall down onto the couch and he's holding me tight. "You have nothing to be afraid of. I'm here. I'll protect you." I brush my hand over his beard, up to his hair, running my fingers through it. God, he has such beautiful hair. If we ever have kids, they're going to have the best hair in fucking Spain. That thought gives me a jolt, like voltage to my heart. I'd never thought about the future that far. It was always some far-off haze, a place I'd get to when I got to it. But now, with this man, I know he's my future, and I want to share his dreams with him. I want to marry him. I want to have his babies. I want to live happy and barefoot on an island somewhere, just the two of us. I want all of that. "I don't want to lose you," I whisper. "You'll never lose me. You never did." He kisses me. His lips are so sweet and soft as they brush against mine. I melt into him, melt into his kiss because it feels as easy and important as breathing. This is surrendering. "I love you," I murmur against his lips. "I love you so much." "I love you," he whispers back, licking and sucking along my chin, my jaw. "Always have, always will." He moves his body over mine, and I run my hands down the taut, muscled planes of his back. I love him like this, the feel of his large, strong body above mine. Love how it makes me feel so protected and safe. He's so perfect. Sometimes it feels like I'm dreaming. His hands slip down my side and I reach for his towel, tugging it off of him until he's naked. I rather like this, him completely nude on top of me while I'm fully clothed. Hey, this isn't fair, he jokes, pulling back to look at me. But my eyes go to the space over his shoulder, where Tomas appears, his face red with rage. I open my mouth to scream, and Luciano sees the terror on my face, turns his head to look. But it's too late. With a snarl, Tomas is grabbing Luciano by the neck and pulling him off of me, then turns him around, slamming him into the wall. A painting crashes to the floor. "Stop!" I scream, scrambling to my feet, watching in horror as Luciano tries to turn around, still completely naked, while Tomas winds up and strikes him with a punch to his temple. Luciano crumbles to the ground. I scream again.
Chapter 23. Luciano. I see nothing but stars. Bright, hot stars that snake through the blackness. I crumble to the floor, my hands going to my head because it feels like I don't have a head anymore. It's just black and blinding pain. Think, Luciano, think. But I can't. My stepfather is here. For a moment, I wonder how he got in. I saw Ruby lock the door. But he probably got the spare key from Marco. And he probably came straight here, knowing he'd find Ruby. At the bottom of this realization is that he's never stopped hating me. His hate was a patient predator, just lying and waiting. I open my eyes, wincing hard, just in time to see my stepfather's leg pull back, ready to kick me right in the stomach. Kick me when I'm down, that's the kind of man he is. That's the way he was when I was a kid, when he used to spit on me, slap me, punch me to teach me a lesson. I know my mother saw. I know when my brother was older that he saw too, and yet it was okay for Luciano to get beat up over and over again, beat up by the person who was supposed to love him. It's not okay anymore. With reflexes fueled by adrenaline, I reach out and grab his shoe, my palm taking the impact, then curve my hand around, grabbing hold of his foot and twisting it. My stepfather cries out in surprise, falling to the side on the other knee, bent over. I've never felt this kind of anger before. Like a lifetime of abandonment and scorn has funneled into a firestorm of rage. The fact that I'm naked makes it feel even more raw and primal. I bend over and grab my stepfather by the collar, hauling him up to his feet. He's bigger and taller than me, but I'm younger and angrier, and I've dreamed about this for years. I nearly lift him off the ground as I shove him backward against the wall on the opposite side of the room, the back of his head banging against it. My fingers curl into his collar, my knuckles growing white, wishing I could choke him right here. I want to choke him, hurt him. Fuck! Why does he want to hurt me? Why are you doing this? I scream at him, my spittle flying into his face. Why do you hate me so much? I'm shaking so hard, my chest closing up so tight, I fear I might die from anger alone. Why me? I roar. He doesn't answer at first, just looks up at me with a tepid look in his eyes. The son of a bitch doesn't look scared. He doesn't even look scared. And I'm so fucking terrified. He swallows, gives me a weak smile. Because you're easy to hate, Luciano. I feel like I've been stabbed in the heart. I growl at him, my face hot and strained as I pull his head forward before slamming it back into the wall. His eyes close, pain coming over his face. The pain I'm causing. But it's nothing like the pain he's caused me. I tried to love you, I yell at him, tears starting to claw at my throat. All I wanted was to love you, but you never loved me. You never loved me. You treated me like I was Just trash, just garbage, someone's discarded junk. He snorts, his eyes still closed. Because you are, he mumbles. I suck in my breath like I've been hit. I can't. I turn around, trying to calm the feral beast inside of me, trying to be the better man here. I catch Ruby's eye, and she's staring at me in pure horror. But instead of Ruby calming me, Ruby enrages me. She just reminds me of what my father did to her, what he did to us. I whip around, winding up, and deliver a nose-cracking punch to my stepfather's face. His head slumps to the side a little, blood splattering all over my bare chest. And still, he smiles at me. This motherfucker actually smiles at me. You should have done this a long time ago, Luciano, he says, breathing hard. He opens his eyes and looks at me. No matter what, those eyes stay cold. I would have had some respect for you. I feel my heart cracking open, the hopelessness sinking in. I thought you changed. I thought something changed. My mother. Yes, your mother, he says. What happened to her made me realize that I better be nicer to the cash cow. I gape at him, unable to breathe. You, Luciano, he says roughly, licking the blood off the lips. Oh, you foolish, stupid boy. I knew you'd never match up to the name you were given. My name. But your mother insisted. She insisted that you take on Ribeiro. That's how much she cared for you. How much she wanted the best for you. Oh, but I couldn't tell her you weren't worthy of my bloodline, my legacy, my family history, that you came from a bloodline of sewage. Do you remember what it was like before your father left? Before I came along and rescued your mother? You were garbage, Luciano. You always will be. He looks over my shoulder at Ruby. No wonder the two of you get along so well. She's trash, too. I don't even think. I headbutt him, my forehead cracking against his. I feel no pain, but his eyes close, and he starts to slide down through my hands. Luciano! Ruby cries out. I look to her, her hands at her mouth, tears streaming down her face. Please, she begs. Stop! I look back at Tomas. He's still conscious, breathing harshly, struggling to stay on his feet. I feel intense shame at what I've done. Like there was no point to the violence. Like I did what he wanted. Fuck. I did exactly what he wanted. I let go of him, and he staggers, trying to stay up, and I walk right over to my towel, wrap it back around my waist. I glance at Ruby, telling her how sorry I am with just my eyes. Because my reaction, my violence, my rage, was part of his plan. That's why he provoked me, why he came here and started it. He had the proof he needed to get mad. Now he has the proof to do his worst. I fought my stepfather, and I won, but only the battle, not the war. I go over to Ruby, and I grab her, pulling her into me. Her face buries in my chest, and I wrap my arms around her, my chin on her shoulder, watching my stepfather as he gets to his feet. Luciano, he croaks, taking a step forward. I hope you enjoyed that. I hope it was worth waiting for all those years. You know, you go on and on about how much I hate you, yet I never mention how much you hate me. How much you resented me for replacing your father. How I felt that from the day I met you. You made it known that I would never be your father, and so that was that. That was the stone you cast. He coughs and coughs, bending over for a moment. Then he straightens up and gives me a wicked grin. This was nothing, by the way. He gestures to his face. I've had so much worse before, from people who knew what they were doing. Good thing they don't call on you to fight during the games. You'd get nowhere. His eyes go to Ruby. I hold her tighter. I'll try to keep this from the news, Luciano, he says, still focused on the back of her head. I'm sure you don't want people to know you did this to your own family. I know I don't. There's something coming. But I'm not sure I like what this woman has done to our lives, he says in English. Ruby tenses in my arms, her fingers digging into my skin. 11 years is an awfully long time to be here illegally. Frankly, I'm surprised she hasn't been caught. Then again, if you play your cards right, no one will ever know. That's the problem with this country, this continent. Too many people like her slipping through the cracks, pretending to be one of us when they aren't. I can't swallow. Leave her out of this. She did nothing. He gingerly reaches into his pocket and pulls out a handkerchief, wiping it on his nose. He shakes his head at the sight of blood. This was a Gucci, ruined. He tucks it back into his pocket and looks at me, eyes glittering. Anyway, she's done plenty. I want her out of here. She gasps against me, and I place my palm against the back of her head, holding her to me. She's not going anywhere, I say through gritted teeth. He gives me a quick smile. But she is. I'm calling immigration. Marco will tell me where she's staying. You can run and hide if you want, Ruby, but eventually you'll be found. Might as well give yourself up now. Please, I whisper. I beg. Please don't do this. I love her. That's why I'm doing it. Because you don't deserve it. You can't have everything, Luciano. That's not how life works. Someone has to keep the balance. He pauses. You know, all this time, I tried to keep things fair. It wasn't fair that you had the talent and my own son, my own flesh and blood, didn't. Then you had to push your luck. You had to go after the things he had. If I didn't keep the balance here, I'm sure the man upstairs would. He starts walking slowly toward the door, pressing the spare key onto a side table. I'm going to make the call when I get somewhere safe. If I were you, I would pack your bags and get ready to go on the next flight out of here back to the States. In the meantime, enjoy your sweet time together. He opens the door and steps out. The door closes behind him. I don't want to let go of her, but I have to. I immediately run for the door, locking it. I turn around to see Ruby collapse to the ground, crying, mouth frozen open in a soundless scream, tears pouring down her cheeks. Ruby, I cry out, hurrying over to her, sinking to my knees, pulling her into me. We collapse onto the floor, holding each other. Jesus Cristo. What have I done? She cries into me, sobs shaking her body, and even though I'm holding on to her as hard as I can, I wish someone was holding on to me. I've never felt so helpless, hopeless, lost. lost and stumbling through it all. I want to be lost and stumbling with you. Ruby's words from long ago sink in deep. I can't lose you, I cry out, my chest feeling like it's being swallowed in agony. I can't lose you again. My own tears are spilling from my eyes, falling onto her like sporadic rain. I hold her even tighter, as if I can press her into my skin, like I could absorb her, keep me inside her forever. This can't be it. This can't be the end, when it's only just the beginning. Fuck! I scream, my voice scarring my throat, the sound of pure grief being ripped out of me, hooks and all. I cry, and I hold her, rocking back and forth on my apartment floor in Madrid, realizing how much different this one hits, how much different it hurts than before. Now I know I have her love. Now I know I want her future. I was supposed to be in it. Ruby, Ruby, please marry me. The words spill out of my mouth. She stops sobbing, steals in my arms, raises her head to look at me, her eyes red and in so much pain. What? She asks, breathless. Marry me, I tell her. Please be my wife. She stares at me in disbelief, her cheeks, nose, and mouth wet. She swallows thickly. That's not going to change anything, Luciano. I'm still going to get deported. I know, I tell her, pressing my thumbs against her cheeks as I hold her. I know it won't change anything in that way. It doesn't matter. I want to marry you. She blinks at me, her lashes wet. Are you sure? I can't help but smile at her, even though it makes my head spin. I'm more than sure. I want you to be my wife. I want to give you children. I want to live with you, wherever you want, have a future with you, the whole fucking future. Lost and stumbling, you said it yourself. That's us. Together. Always. She looks down for a moment, her chest heaving. In the past, I would have been worried about her silence, worried that I pushed things too fast, came on too strong. But I'm not anymore. She's what I want. I'm not fucking around. She licks her lips and glances up at me, brows raised. Yes? Is that a question? Hope dances in my heart. She breaks into a grin. It's not a question. It's a yes. You'll marry me? Yes, I'll marry you. Of course I'll marry you. I laugh. It's sharp and loud and full of joy, straight from my soul. I kiss her, hard, soft, full of love for her. Her hands go to my face, cupping it, holding me. For a moment, it's pure joy. It's the most honest, deep, pure love I've ever felt in this world. For a moment, it's everything I've ever wanted, and then some. It's everything. I'm crying, she's crying, and it's sweet, and it's happy, and my heart is going to burst. And then her tears turn wild, raw, rivers of sorrow. She presses herself into me, her hands at my shoulder, digging in hard, holding me tight as the sobs rack through her, and I'm hit by it too. Realizing the joy is tempered by the cold, hard truth. She has to leave. She still has to leave. I can't do it, she cries out. 3 years! I'll be banned for 3 years. I can't do it. We'll make it work, I tell her. I promise you we will. I'll come and see you. No one can stop me from doing that. You have your team, your game. Fuck. Everything I ever wanted. The winning team, the cups, the status. All my dreams came true at a cost. The cost of that one final dream. The one that counted the most. "You have to stay here," she says, taking in quick, panicky breaths. "There's no way around it. You have to be here with your team, and I have to go home. How am I going to do this without you?" I don't have any answer for her. I don't know how I'm going to do this without her. But we have to find a way. That's all we have. "It's going to work," I tell her, putting all the conviction I can muster in my voice. "It's going to work. I promise you. I'm going to marry you, Ruby." I kiss her hard, stare into her eyes. 3 years. In 3 years, we'll be together. In 3 years, we'll get married. I promise you this. We can do this. We've done 2. We've done 7. We can handle 3 more. "It will kill me," she whispers. "They say that whatever doesn't kill you makes you stronger, but that's not true. Whatever doesn't kill you leaves wounds. It can leave you weaker than before." "Not this time." I kiss her forehead. "Not this time. You're going to go home, and you're going to make amends in your life. You're going to face the things you've tried to run from, and you're going to come out stronger in the end. And I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing, knowing every single morning I get up is one morning closer to seeing you." "You promise?" she manages to say, her voice so low, so raw. "I promise." I get to my feet, the towel nearly slipping off from around my waist, and then grab her under the arms and pull her up to me. I hold her, hands on her cheeks. The only offense we have right now is a good defense. That's the only thing we can control. I'm going to go get changed, and we're going to go to your place and get packed. Bring your stuff here. Then we can be with each other until they make you go. "Do you really think immigration officers are going to end up at the door?" She looks terrified. "I do. They don't fuck around." I hesitate. "Or we can be even more proactive and get you on the next plane to Houston." She shakes her head vigorously. "I can't. My passport expired so long ago." "I know. And they're going to give you shit at the airport and you're going to get banned. But at least this way it is on your terms. At least this way we're in control of it. Not them, not my father. It's really the only thing we have, Ruby." She nods slowly, understanding. "Yeah, you're right." So I get changed. I have a bruise forming on the side of my face where Tomas got me in the temple, and I'm lucky he didn't fucking kill me by doing that. The back of my head hurts too, so I don't think I'm fine to drive, just in case I have a concussion. We end up getting an Uber that takes us to her place. Luckily, there's no one there yet. I help her pack, and then we go down to her car to get another bag out of the trunk. I take the keys, promising her I'll take care of the car while she's gone. It's such a silly thing, but it gives me some sort of purpose, some piece of her while she's gone. All the while I'm searching flight after flight, trying to get her home. Most of the flights heading from Spain to the US leave in the morning, but I managed to find one flight with one seat left that goes to Dallas, then Houston, 3 hours from now. If we hurry, we can just get her on it, including all the shit she'll probably go through with her expired passport. Another Uber takes us to the airport, us together in the back seat, and in the distance, I can see the lights of Valdebebas. It feels like an icy hand is reaching up and clawing at my heart. In my dream of dreams, I have the team and I have her. But that's not life. It doesn't work that way. Life is a fucking crapshoot. It's never a straight line. It's a meandering, twisting mess that takes you in on one side and spits you out the other. It's a short trip in the end, but there are enough chances to make it feel like a long one. The only thing that really matters is if you have the right person with you along for the wild, chaotic ride to the finish line. "I love you," I whisper to her, a sob rolling through me. "I always will." She turns her face to mine. We kiss. We cry. We hold on for the rest of the ride.
Part 4. Madeira, Portugal. 3 years later. Let it never be said that romance is dead. Ruby, Kaiser Chiefs. Chapter 24. Ruby. The plane touches down on the island of Madeira, wheels screeching on the runway. I stare out the window at the dry, craggy mountains, my heart leaping with relief that we're no longer in the air. The turbulence was insane coming down, winds buffeting us from all directions, and it was at the last minute that I realized half the runway is a platform over the Atlantic Ocean. If I had known that ahead of time, I probably wouldn't have asked for a window seat. The plane taxis, and we get closer to the tiny international airport. I'm not even off the plane yet, and I'm so acutely aware of how isolated this island is. Even though it belongs to Portugal, it's way down there off the coast of Morocco, sitting all alone in the wild Atlantic with only slivers of other islands for company. I drum my fingers along my thighs, wincing at the chipped red nail polish. I'd gotten a manicure the other day, but they never last long with me. I got the whole shebang, a bikini wax, pedicure, body scrub, mud wrap, you name it. All the things you get done to yourself when you're about to see the man you love. A man you haven't seen in 3 years. Fucking hell, I think to myself. It's been 3 years. There were so many chances for Luciano to come visit me, for me to meet him somewhere. But with his mother falling deathly ill, fate kept fucking shit up for us. But still, I did it. We did it. We survived it. There were times that I missed Luciano so acutely, so deeply, it was like a sickness I couldn't get rid of, one growing and festering inside me. There was no treatment, and the cure seemed so far off. I felt like I'd bought into some snake oil by some peddling salesman, except the salesman was God, and he was only trying to give me a fix to a problem I brought on myself. Because really, even though there's a villain in this story, I only have myself to blame. Not saying I'm still beating myself up over it, because 3 years is a long time to live with guilt and shame. And besides, I know something good came out of us being apart. It takes time to see the positives when life hands you a bunch of shit. Sometimes you don't even know that there's something precious buried in there. Something you need to have, need to see, and only time separates the good from the bad. I knew that when I returned to Madrid and first laid eyes on Luciano, and by that I mean first laid eyes on him for the 3rd time, that this time it was going to stick. That if fate had her way, if we were truly meant to be, if we were really one and the same, just as I always believed, that this was when we'd come together and stay together. I just didn't think we'd have a week together and be torn apart. Again. But there was a change this time around. I loved him. He loved me. And that made all the difference in the world. When you know someone loves you, you behave differently, think differently, feel differently. Love changes the cells in your body, imprints itself on your skin. Sometimes it feels like all you are is a container for love. But soon, you realize you don't contain love. Love contains you. It contained me and Luciano, keeping us together even when we were 5,000 miles apart. Actually, 4,998. I know because each of those miles made themselves painfully aware. and I often imagined myself on my flight to see him again, the jet burning through those miles of pain and separation, leaving them in the stratosphere. Of course, back then I thought he'd stay in Madrid. I didn't think he'd retire from the game and end up on the island of Madeira. Life is what happens when you're making other plans, I suppose. "I hope you have a lovely time here with your fiancé," the elderly woman in the seat next to me says. She nods at the black line tattooed around the ring finger on my left hand. "And I hope you get a chance to cover up that tattoo." The woman, I never even got her name, is going with her husband for 2 weeks in the sun. I managed to tell her my whole life story on the flight, while her husband snored loud enough for the whole cabin to hear. They're from England and got on my connecting flight from Lisbon. For some reason, she'd been super fixated on the fact that I got a tattoo in lieu of an engagement ring. But you have to make do when your fiancé lives on the other side of the ocean. Speaking of Lisbon, boy, was it ever a trip to be back in that city. It had been so long, but of course it had lost none of its beauty, grit, or charm. I was in such a rush to get to Madeira to see Luciano, but as it happened, my layover was a long one. So I hopped on a train and 20 minutes later, I was in the city. Originally, I was just planning on just getting some pastéis de nata from the closest shop, since they are a dime a dozen in Lisbon, and I had been absolutely craving them. But then I got a text from Marco. Yes, Marco Ribeiro. And he wanted to grab a coffee and pastéis de nata with me at one cafe that he insisted was the best one in Lisbon. Of course, I wasn't going to pass that up. It felt good to see him. Really good. Like the both of us finally got some closure on our strange relationship, especially as I never got a chance to say goodbye to him or apologize in person for giving him the runaround. After I got on that plane out of Madrid, after the fight that went down with Luciano and his stepfather, Luciano went straight to Marco's place. He explained everything that happened. Everything. From the start to the end, with all the ugly details in between. He left no truth buried. He was ready to admit his mistakes, admit that he'd been a shitty brother. They fought too. The Portuguese are passionate. Marco got Luciano in the nose, much in the same way that Luciano got Tomas. But Luciano held back. He deserved to get hit, and he took the punches. But Marco was quick to calm down. The thing that Luciano told me was that it wasn't that Marco was especially heartbroken over me. For someone who had told Luciano he was in love with me, he didn't shed a tear over the fact that I left him for his brother. His pride was damaged, that was certain, and their relationship as brothers was put to the test. But Marco was most upset about his father, about what he did to me before, about what he did to me then, that he was a monster in disguise. Luciano said that Marco had a lot of reckoning to do with Tomas, and sadly, their father-son relationship was broken, maybe irreparably. Perhaps it was needed in order for Marco to see the ugly truth about his father. He finally had the chance to cut the strings that his father was pulling, seeing that he'd been manipulated all this time by his father's own greed and spite, that he was trying to groom him into being something he wasn't. As for me, though, I never had the chance to apologize. Until now. I expected Marco to hate me just a little bit, but he doesn't. We talked about his father, how he's distanced himself from him, practically disowning him. We talked about how his work is going as an agent. With Luciano retired, he's now Alejo Alvarado's agent, and that's going pretty damn well for him. And he accepted my apology, chalking up our tangled web to the messy side effects of love. It helps that he's happy and in love now. He's married, again. This time to a woman that's a bit older than him, a successful artist. They have a baby together, Alice, named after Marco and Luciano's mother, who sadly died 6 weeks ago after her breast cancer returned. I hate saying that people battle cancer like they're at war, since it doesn't care if you're weak or strong or brave or how much of a warrior you are. It takes what it wants. But their mother did fight till the bitter end. It was the reason why Luciano didn't come see me in Houston, why those 3 years stretched on and on. He came once to visit me, about 2 weeks after I returned to the city, and was trying to sort out the ashes of the life I left behind. We had a bittersweet week together, and he wanted to stay longer. We had plans for the summer and all the summers after. But then she fell ill again. It was so quick, so fast. At this point, she was living by herself on Madeira, Tomas and her having separated. She was all alone. I guess when the going got tough for him, the rat bastard decided to opt out, leaving Luciano and Marco to take care of her. So, Luciano spent his summers in Madeira, afraid to leave her side, bound by the guilt of a lifetime of unsaid words and buried feelings, until he retired as captain of Real Madrid about a year ago. Then he moved there and took care of her until the end. Meanwhile, I understood he needed to be with her. I understood his fear. I understood, and I held on, counting the days, the months, and the years. The weight is different when you know someone loves you. Anyway, I think Marco enjoyed the fact that he saw me before Luciano would. I'm sure he's been rubbing that in Luciano's face the entire time I've been in the air. The plane comes to a stop, and we start the deboarding process, which takes forever, and all I want to do is be off this plane and in Luciano's arms. Alas, everyone stands up all at once, taking their bags out of the bins in mass chaos, and I have to sit here squished by the window, waiting, and then waiting some more when my elderly seatmates take their sweet time getting into the aisle. By the time I'm off the plane and into the airport, I'm breathless. My pulse is ticking along in my throat, my stomach a whirlwind of nerves. It's happening. I'm here. I'm also super early, so I prepare myself to not see Luciano right away. I grab my bags from the carousel, my whole life packed into one suitcase, which isn't too different from when I first stepped foot in Europe 12 years ago. Since I already went through customs in Lisbon, which was a nerve-wracking experience as they scanned my passport, but luckily I had no problems. I go right through the exit and into the crowd of people waiting at arrivals. Nervously, I scan the heads, looking for Luciano. Part of me is scared that he's changed somehow and I won't recognize him. But I have been FaceTiming with him every single day for the last 3 years, so somehow I doubt it. Still, finally seeing him in person, finally being able to touch him in the flesh, makes me feel like I'm going on a first date or something. I am a giddy mess of butterflies. But I don't see him. I keep walking around and searching, but I don't see him. Then again, the flight was early, and Luciano did say he was quite far from the airport. That gives me another nervous thrill. For the last year, he's lived on this ranch, but it's only now that I'm realizing, like really realizing in the heart of me, that this is going to be my home. This island, this country, this is home now. It brings tears to my eyes. I wipe at them hastily, not wanting to lose it and cry before I even see him. I drag my suitcase out into the dry, hot sunshine outside and look around. I bring out my phone and check for any new texts. There's one from him. Almost there. I smile, slipping the phone in my pocket, and I wait in the pickup area, turning my head up to the bright blue sky, marveling at how crazy it is that I'm here on this rock in the Atlantic, Africa to the east of me. And then I hear the rumble of an engine. It sounds like an old car, and my ears know it from all the phone calls we've had, that it belongs to the vintage truck that Luciano drives around. My heart stills. My body becomes alive, like it's been dormant, sleeping, waiting for the right person to ignite it again. He's my person. I lower my chin and look right across at an old blue 2-seater truck. I watch as Luciano gets out of the driver's side. He doesn't walk around the front of the truck. No, he runs. He runs right for me. I burst into tears at the sight of his face. I cry as he picks me up off the ground, his arms around me, my arms around his neck. "Ruby," he whispers into my neck, his voice breaking. "Ruby, Ruby." I hold him tighter, and he spins me around, and everything else drops away. It's just me, this crazy mess of dark stars orbiting around the sun. "Luciano," I cry out. "God, I can't believe it. I can't believe it." He pulls his head back and grins at me, tears running down over his beautiful face, over his lips, getting caught in his beard. He kisses me, and I taste his happiness. I taste our longing, our years of patience that led up to this very moment. "You're home, Ruby," he murmurs against my mouth. "You're home." My face crumples, the sobs running through me, my shaking hands at his face, marveling at him. Even with seeing his face on my screen every day, it never held a candle to what I'm seeing right now. The dent in his nose, the slight bump on its ridge after Marco broke it, the curve of his lips, his beard, which is thicker and darker than ever. His hair is still unbelievable, thick and shiny and wavy, pushed off his forehead. He's 40, and he hasn't lost any of it. The only difference is that there's more gray, which I think suits him so well. Then there are his eyes, dark and brilliant and soft, even with tears in them. They take me in with so much love until I feel I might burst. Then I remember that we don't contain our love. Our love contains us. And now, finally, it contains us together. Forever. It feels like I'm in his arms for ages, holding on like I can't let go. Eventually, he lowers me to the ground and kisses me again. This kiss I feel rush through my veins like a tonic, making my stomach flip. God, I love how he still has the power to do that. If anything, I think he's gotten even better at kissing me. "Shall I take you home?" he asks me, cupping my face, running his thumbs over my tears on my cheeks. "Per favor," I tell him. "Obrigada." "Oh," he says, raising his brows as he grabs my bag. "You've learned Portuguese in the last day or so?" I give him a playful shove. "Shut up." You see, he's been trying to teach me Portuguese over the phone. He even got me to download the Rosetta Stone software so I could learn it that way. And let me just say, I don't think there's enough room in my head for another language. My Finnish is still really good because I talk to Elena once a week. But poor Luciano has had nothing but an uphill battle. "It's a complicated language," I add in protest, as he throws my suitcase in the bed of the truck. I take a moment to admire his strength, his muscles popping under his gray t-shirt. Even though he's retired, he's still in fantastic shape. I know he works out every day, still kicks the ball around, and now he has those lean, ropey muscles that hard labor produces. Running a ranch is no joke, and lifting sheep and hay bales seems to have made him stronger than anything else. "You'll be speaking it in no time," he says to me as he goes around to the driver's side. "Otherwise, I'll forever be your translator." Not a bad gig. You're retired. What else are you going to do? I flash him a cheeky grin as I get in the passenger side, buckling my seatbelt. "You're going to get a spanking for that," he warns, heat simmering in his gaze. Fuck me. I forgot what his eyes feel like in person when they do that thing, heavy-lidded, dark and intense. I feel it all the way to my core, making me grow hot, my skin flush. "Promise?" He bites his lip. "How was your flight?" he asks, as if he didn't just fuck me with his eyes. I had a nice old lady next to me that really hated my tattoo." "That's right," he says, realizing. He picks up my hand and peers at it, smiling openly. "There it is." Technically, I guess Luciano and I aren't really engaged. I mean, He asked me to marry him as we were crying on the floor of his apartment, and I said yes. But there was no ring exchanged, and we decided to keep our decision a secret from everyone else. We thought that it might make people, aka Customs and Immigration, suspicious that we were just doing it for residency or something like that, especially as it happened as I was being deported. I didn't mind having it a secret. Okay, so I told Elena about it. But I had to talk to someone about all my pining and yearning. "How was Marco?" he asks. He pulls the truck on a highway, turning away from the cobalt blue Atlantic and heading inland along red-roofed towns nestled in valleys beneath towering mountains. I stare at the scenery, my jet lag making my brain slow down a little. He was good. Really good. He seems great. Looks great. He's happy. We had coffee at what he considered the best pastéis de nata in Lisbon. I think I ate my weight's worth of them. "He's called me twice already to talk about you," he says with a laugh. "Really enjoyed letting me know that he saw you before I did." I smile. I figured as much. "I'm glad you got a chance to see him, though," he says warmly. "Really. Although you'll see him in a month or so. He's coming to visit. Then Alejo and Talia. As we head into winter, suddenly everyone in Europe thinks they're your best friend." I laugh. That makes sense, because Elena said she and her family want to come down too. I think there will be an onslaught of sun-starved Finns. I pause, thinking back to Marco. You know, when I was talking to your brother, I didn't realize that he doesn't talk to your stepfather anymore. I know you had told me they'd had a falling out after what happened, but from what he told me, it sounded like Marco completely disowned him. Luciano presses his lips together into a hard line. "Yes, he has. I know he spoke to him after our mother died, but that was about the will and the funeral arrangements." He glances at me. "He barely spoke to him at the funeral. As you know, I didn't talk to him at all." The funeral was held here on Madeira. I wish I could have gone to give Luciano some comfort, but that wasn't possible. "Do you ever feel like it's all our fault?" I ask him. Something I've always felt, something I've kept buried out of shame. He glances at me thoughtfully, frowning. "Sometimes," he sighs, adjusting his hands on the steering wheel. "If you want to get technical, yes. But there is always something in my stepfather, from the very beginning. This need to just hurt people. We just made it easier for him. Too easy. God, sometimes I wish I could just rewind time and make all the changes, save ourselves from all of this. But this is life, Ruby girl," he says. "You know that better than anyone. It's not linear. But does it matter, as long as you end up where you were trying to go?" "I guess not," I tell him. "Especially as I ended up here. Home." He picks up my hand and kisses my tattoo. Home. The ranch is located on the north side of the island, São Vicente, at the base of the mountains. It's actually a longer drive than I thought it would be, considering how tiny Madeira is on the map. We spend the hour talking about everything, as if we don't know every single detail of each other's lives. But shit, it just feels good to talk to him. The phone and video messaging just can't replace person-to-person interaction, especially between two people who do a lot of talking through their bodies. "And how was your father?" Luciano asks me as we head down a dirt road. I shrug. "Fine. I think he was pissed that I was leaving again, but hey, I'll take it. Means he cares." "Of course he cares." Luciano says that, even though it's been a tough go for my father and I putting our relationship back together. But while Luciano and his stepfather drifted apart for good, me and my father repaired what we could. The thing is, if I hadn't gotten deported and sent back, I would have never had that opportunity. I might have stayed in Europe until I died, because it felt so fucking scary to imagine ever going back, especially as time distorts things. Bad feelings become monstrous ones that eat you alive. Because I had to go back to Houston, I was forced to stop running for once in my life. I was forced to make amends with my family, to make up for lost time, to try and make something out of the situation. That's what I meant when I said it takes time to see the diamonds under the shit. There are blessings in disguise around every corner, and you can always find the good in whatever life hands you, even if you don't see it at the time. Eventually it will reveal itself, and everything else will slide into place. It's hard to make sense of life, but when that clarity comes, it feels like you're plugged into the universe. And this universe spun me right back to Luciano. "Do you think he'll come visit?" he asks. "Maybe," I tell him. I mean, he could get a free flight. I can't believe he's still flying. He's got a cushy gig. I know Sharon has been dying to come here. Sharon is my father's wife, which I guess makes her my stepmother. She's actually really nice, and once we got to know each other and she knew what to do with my energy, which I know isn't for everyone, we got along well. I have to say it's nice to have a mother figure in my life for once. I still cry over the loss of my own mother sometimes, but as vague as the pain feels sometimes, it's gotten easier to manage. I glance at Luciano, my heart warming at the sight of him, knowing how much he's gone through recently, how much we both have. And yet, here we are, lost and stumbling together. Except maybe a little less lost, a little more found. Finally, he pulls the truck up to the massive ranch house I've seen in a million videos and pictures. Again, it's one of those things that you need to see in person. It's huge, white, sprawling, with a red-tiled roof. There are tawny fields stretching out in all directions, with the green, craggy mountains behind it. I can see the stables to the side, then the barn. I know beyond that must be the sheep. I really had no idea that part of Luciano's dream was to raise sheep. I mean, I knew he still loved his horses, and now that he's no longer on the team, he's able to ride them again. But he bought this place and the sheep that came with it, and now this is his thing. He looks the part, too, with his wild hair and his beard, and the way he seems to suit the dramatic landscape. He gets out of the truck while I fiddle with the seatbelt, and he opens the door for me. Bends down and scoops me up into his arms, like a groom would carry his bride over the threshold. I yelp, "What are you doing?" "What does it look like I'm doing?" he says gruffly as he carries me toward the porch of the house. Even though I'm fairly heavy, he handles me with such ease, his muscles not even straining. I wrap my fingers around his neck, feeling the warmth of his skin, holding on as we go up the steps, and then he kicks in his front door dramatically. I laugh. "You're not going to give me a tour?" "Oh, I'm going to give you a tour." He carries me through the house, straight to the bedroom at the back. He pauses at the foot of the bed. "The tour starts with me." He throws me on it, and I bounce, laughing playfully. "You better take off your fucking clothes," he says to me, lifting his shirt over his head, "unless you want me to rip them off you." I stare at him in a trance. His gorgeous sculpted shoulders and arms, the wide expanse of his pecs, the lines of his abs. He looks as perfect as he did the last time I was with him, except his six-pack has softened into a four-pack, and his chest has some graying hair. He looks beautifully mature, yet stunningly youthful at the same time, his skin the color of gold. Then there is his dick, perfectly cut, rigid, pulsing for me. My God, I've missed him. "Ruby," he warns. I shake my head, lost in my lust, but then I work quickly. I discard my tunic, my leggings, bra, underwear, shoes, and socks, the urgency building inside me like I've been set on fire. For the first time in a very long time, I'm lying back on a bed, completely naked in front of Luciano. His gaze drops to my bikini wax. He wets his lips, raises a brow. That for me? It's all for you, I tell him, parting my legs. His mouth curls into a crooked smile, the kind that unleashes a million butterflies inside my chest, making me feel so fucking giddy. Then he's on me. Lips, mouth, leaving long, hot kisses. His weight pressed against me, the hard length of his cock grinding against my skin. I'm completely insatiable, starved, ravenous. The hunger that rolls through me is so painful that I cry out, digging my nails into his back. The need inside me aches something deep and fierce, and we can't quite move fast enough to quell it. It's a desire that consumes me whole. He pushes himself inside me, and I gasp, my body practically re-virginized now, despite the very heavy usage of my vibrator collection and our frequent phone sex. I melt into him, the plane slipping into pleasure as he rocks into me. We don't talk. There is no need. Our bodies do the talking, as they always have, as they always will. The room fills with the sound of our love, the creak of the bed, the slick wet noise as he pumps in and out of me, his raspy breath, my light, airy moans. Home. I'm home. A tear falls from the corner of my eyes as I grab hold of him tighter, wanting him in deeper, until we're one and can never be parted. I love you, he whispers roughly to me, kissing my lips, my neck, my breast. Much, I tell him. He grins at me, and I feel a dam burst in my heart, flooding me with love from head to toe, this wild, feverish love I have for Luciano. Both of us have waited so long, however, that neither of us have any patience left. We're not taking our time. We have eternity for that. With a slick slip of his fingers, I'm coming. Then he grunts as he pounds into me, stiffening as he lets go. We come together, our bodies in sync, our souls swirling around each other, tangling tighter and tighter until we're forever joined. He rests on top of me, his breath heavy, my heart wild, and we lie like that for as long as we can, until the world we created comes back into focus, the stars bleeding in. I reach up and brush his hair off his forehead. I grin through my tears, so fucking happy, kissing his chin, his cheek, his mouth. His eyes sharpen briefly, his love for me palpable. Ruby, he whispers to me, will you marry me? I beam at him. I've already said yes. Will you say yes again? Yes, I say softly, joy radiating outward until it becomes me. Always yes. He kisses me on the forehead, grinning, and then he rolls over to his bedside table. I hear him open a drawer, rummage around. Then he rolls back over, holding out a ring. A beautiful, sparkling diamond that catches even the dimmest light in the room. I gasp, staring at him open-mouthed. He gives me a nervous, shaky smile and grabs my hand, slipping it over my ring finger, covering the tattoo. There, he says. Now it's official. It's real, I say, another set of tears wanting to drown me as I stare at my hand. It's always been real, he says, bringing the ring to his lips and kissing it. You and me. It's always been real, Ruby. Real. We're raw and messy and lost and found, but what we've always been is real. What we've always been is us.
Epilogue. 6 years later. Luciano. Papa! Afonso yells at me. She's being a brat! I twist around in the saddle to look at my son, who is trying desperately to raise the head of Pimenta, his pony. I knew that buying him a mare named after a pepper was probably a bad idea, but Afonso has always been so insistent that he have something wild. I think he's watched The Black Stallion too many times. "Pull her head up," I tell him. "Yank on the reins. No, not so harsh. More of a gentle yank." Ruby snorts from behind her son, rolling her eyes. She's riding her gelding, Ferdinand, another wild one. But the black Lusitano suits her just fine. They both have matching ebony manes, both are a little on the flighty side. And they both keep me on my toes. As does Afonso. I don't know how a 5-year-old can so perfectly tire me out more than any Champions League game I've played, but it's true. Somehow he takes it easy on his mother, but when it comes to me, it's a whole other story. "Perhaps you are too young to be riding off the lead line," I tell Afonso with mock disappointment, knowing it's going to rile him up. "No!" he cries out, and gives the reins another not-so-gentle pull. Finally, Pimenta lifts her head, and we go back to plodding along the trail, though I know it's only a matter of time before the pony tries to eat another patch of grass. We go riding on this trail about once a week, an easy jaunt past the pastures at the base of the mountains, but until today, Afonso has always been led by either me or Ruby. Today we wanted to let him finally be on his own. At least the pony is fat and lazy enough that she won't go running off, even though she loves to kick up a fuss. "Should we head back soon?" Ruby asks. "You have your game tonight." She's right. I glance at Afonso, who gives me a pleading look with his hazel eyes, the mop of black hair sticking out from under his helmet. "We can do another 10 minutes, I say, trying to compromise. Afonso and Ruby are coming to the game today anyway, and the football pitch is our son's second favorite place to be, after the barn. We ride along, taking in the sounds of the birds, the morning winter sunshine that's blissfully weak, yet still warm. It gets hot as sin here in the summer, and we've come to appreciate the short days and long shadows of winter. Soon we turn back, my horse, Angel, leading the way, always going faster on the way home. We quickly untack the horses and groom them, Afonso spending all his time brushing Pimento's fluffy mane. And then it's time to get ready. Because I have to meet with the team first, we head into Funchal early. Ruby and Afonso spend their day going to the library and a few kids' stores, while I have to get Nacional ready for the game against Santa Clara. Yes, it's true. I'm back in the game again. This time as the coach for Nacional, the very same team I played against with Sporting the night that Ruby left. I feel, in a way, that things have come full circle. It turns out, as much as I loved raising sheep and horses and the blissful solitude of the simple farming life, there was something missing. I had everything I wanted, the love of my life, a beautiful son, and yet I felt my soul still longing to be a part of the game. Football was my life, and after I retired from Real Madrid, it didn't take that long for me to be drawn back into it. So, at Ruby's coaxing, because she could see firsthand how grumpy I was getting, I decided to ease myself back in. I started playing local football in town, on the small teams, just to get my muscle memory back. Then I started seriously thinking about coaching. Turns out, Nacional was thrilled to have me. I was their new Ronaldo, which I thought was funny, because there's always a new Ronaldo somewhere. Now the team tries hard, and we do our best, and we are usually the underdogs. It's tough when the rest of the teams you play are on the continent, and you're here on this little volcanic island. Thank God it's only a 2-hour flight, but it does have a lot of disadvantages. But we play well, and the island adores us, mostly, and I've never felt so fulfilled. It was the easiest transition to go from captain to coach, and I still talk to Mateo if I ever need advice. He's fully retired now, no longer with Real Madrid. He just spends his time jetting around the world with Vera at his side. On the other hand, Alejo Alvarado is still the captain of Real Madrid. He and Talia are still going strong with their gaggle of adopted children. They come down and visit us often, and Afonso goes absolutely crazy, having so many kids to play with. Ruby and I are currently trying for another child, wanting Afonso to have a sibling. It's been slow going since she's 40, and I'm no spring chicken either. But you won't hear me complaining about all this sex. It's still the best way we communicate with each other. We have our fights and our problems, like any other married couple. But at the end of the day, my body speaks to hers, and her body speaks to mine. She is me, and I am her, and we are one. There's nothing else in the world quite like the connection I have with her. And all this time we've been married, we've made a point to never go to bed angry, and never spend more than 2 days apart when I'm traveling for work. While I've been happy coaching, Ruby has moved back into sports journalism, and she writes for the local newspaper. It doesn't pay a lot, but we never have to worry about money ever again. The money from Real Madrid will last a few lifetimes. Like me, Ruby does the work because she loves it. It helps now that she finally speaks and writes in Portuguese, although she has me read over her articles before she sends them to her editor. Of course, I always find a few errors. The day goes quickly, as it always does before a game, everyone running on adrenaline, and soon I'm on the pitch at Madeira Stadium. The crowd is going wild, chanting for Nacional. It never gets old. Ever. None of this does. I grin up at the lights and the passion from the fans in the stands, then look over my shoulder at Ruby and Afonso, sitting in their usual seats behind me. Both of them wave at me, smiling, laughing. My heart squeezes at this sight. I have it all. The game, my son, my wife. All the dreams I ever had have come true. It was a hell of a journey to get here, and that ride is still not over. Sometimes we are lost. Sometimes we stumble. But as long as we get there, in the end, together, that's all that matters. It's all that will ever matter.